DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Season 26. I'm excited. You should be excited because we've got another cracking season of Dream League coming up. It's going to be a couple of weeks of just big games. It's going to be a lot of online Dota, but of course, everybody having fun in the studio, us having fun at home, and of course, I am joined by my lovely co-caster T. Governor. How's it going, T?
Absolutely splendid. I've come off the back of winning a ranked game with Gorg yesterday, so I'm over the moon. Lane was awful, absolutely awful, but the game, beautiful, cinema, and that's what I'm hoping for today. I want cinema games.
Let's hope we get them. Yeah, let's hope we get them. We've, of course, got some phenomenal teams here at Dream League. All of the best teams are coming up to play here. And it feels like it just gets more and more exciting as the day goes on, as the tournaments go on, as the year goes on, and we get closer to those big events. But, of course, here are the teams we've got coming in. So you may not notice all of these. If you've been under a rock for the past few events, then that E symbol is, of course, means Edge, who are a SA team previously. What were they previously, T? I can't remember. Either way.
Mosquito Clan.
That's it, Mosquito Clan,
yeah.
Yes. So they've been winning in the region quite a lot. They're making it to quite a few international events, and no joke of a team. And OG, but this isn't OG as people may be thinking, is it, T?
No, I actually got baited again. Like, before you said it, I was like, wait a second. Wait, there's OG Latam. Like, what's happening? Because, of course, I think Tundra backed out, so there was a couple new teams entering. So yeah, for literally a millisecond, I was like, how did they get? Yes, OG Latam. So yes, OG did recently. They picked up the ex-M80 squad, the K1 Hector team, and now they have a South American division and also have a Western European division. So that OG logo, it's not the OG, the Sebs of the world. It is the South American OG, as they are hoping to try and get into as many tournaments as possible by having 2 teams fielded, just like Na'Vi.
Yes, indeed. Na'Vi have Junior, OG have Latam, but arguably the Latam team may be a bit more competitive than the main team at the moment. We shall see how that changes over time, though. Of course, big changes for OG at the moment. And of course, one more you might not know, the Talon Flipster thing, that is all just, they picked up a new sponsor, that's all there is to that. Flipster is now the name of the team, Flipster Talon. And talking about teams, here's the teams which are currently locked in for the Esports World Cup. Paravision, Team Spirit, BetBoom, Falcons, Liquid, they have all stamped their ticket to Riyadh, and Tundra pretty much have as well. It would take some sort of statistical miracle for them to not make it at this point, I'm pretty sure. So
they're locked in. But the thing, Nomad, the key thing is 6, 7, 8, right? That's all up for anyone's grabs, right? Because when you win Dream League, you get 6,000 points, right? You win Group Stage 1, 600 points. You win Group Stage 2, 600 points, right? That's 7,200 points. And if you remember on that graphic, 7th and 8th were both around about 2,000 points. So technically, any team playing at Dream League could still get enough points by winning everything to get themselves to Riyadh, right? So it's like, this is not a final tournament of the year where you already know your top 8. You're just kind of playing for the fun, the trivia. We're looking at the schedule, right? Literally anyone playing right now has the chance to make the run, to make the that final hurrah into the tournament, right? So yeah, it's going to be. I like the fact that we actually have stakes in the final tournament. It's maybe a little bit unrealistic because to expect a OG Latam or an Avalus or an Edge or your Colt Brothers to suddenly win every group stage and the entire tournament is maybe unrealistic. I say maybe with
absolutely not.
Yeah, but
absolutely
the
not.
fact that
I
it could exist, the fact that, even that essence of possibility exists, that's what makes me excited for this tournament.
Yeah, and I always like that, I like having the avenues, I like having the approaches. You do well here, you get a direct invite to the Esports World Cup, and who knows what could happen from here. And anybody can do it. So, that's why, T-Governor, you should be watching our stream. That's why you should be watching, ignore the main streams, ignore like the A stream and everything. They're not important, okay? You want to be watching the underdogs. You want to see who potentially could be pulling off those upsets to make it through, and which of these kind of lower down the ranks teams has it in them to perhaps pull off an upset here. We haven't had an upset in a while, have we, T? It's been a long time since we've had any team like true underdog coming through and making a deep run.
Yeah, I mean, the entire 24-25 circuit, if you were to combine EPT and all the other options that we have at the moment in Dota, there is yet to be a grand finals without, the European dominance, right? It's just always Eastern Europe, Western Europe winning everything, where we haven't had that true storyline of the team that appeared out of nowhere to win it all, right? And I think it's somewhat unlikely based on the structure of Dota at the moment. I'm not expecting a South American team or an SEA team or any of these teams with the current landscape to have the resources to beat a European team. But again, the more we say it, when it does eventually happen, it's going to be exciting.
What about an NA team, T? No, I'm kidding. Let's not get silly here. Let's get into our first matchup of the day then. What are we looking at over on this stream? Well, my friends, we have got Aurora, one of those teams which is just kind of approaching that top echelon here. They've been making it deep, and this team has not been around for long. They're very scary. They're very good versus OG LATAM, a team which has been struggling to qualify through their region. But they picked up by the OG organization recently, so they could do really, really well here. But firstly, let's look into Aurora. T, give me your thoughts on this team.
They're the team that, newly formed. They, on paper, should be doing well, and they have been honestly doing really well, right? Like, when you think about the formation, they've got top 6 in 3 tournaments. They've got, again, 12th, 14th, 9th, 11th in some others, right? But the fact that the majority of their tournaments, they're already getting into the top 6. Other teams wish they could even get top 6 once, right, in their year. So I think Aurora has just shown that the depth of quality. Toronto, Tokyo, Mira, Nightfall, and then you got the volatility of Kiyotaka, and then the new support player on the block, Panther, right? It's like the fact that this team has got so much experience, so much raw talent, and they're doing well. It's like I feel like they're one kind of concept away from making it into a top 3 position, but that concept is always going to be the guy on the second to the right hand side, the Kiyotaka. Everyone memes him, but he does do weird stuff. But that's the thing.
My God.
I think that's where. It's Kiyotaka's volatile, but Nightfall has to be the one to bring him in check, And that's where, of course, Nightfall, he's the vocal carry. He's the one that he captains from the front, right? When he gets his hero, when he has his confidence, he's a scary player to go against. But I always feel like, it's that, the comparison, the Nightfall, the Kiyotaka, you could honestly spotlight either of them, and you're going to probably create some storyline about why this team is so close to success, but also not there.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is Nightfall's team as well, to be clear. Like, he is the one that brought these guys together that, kind of headlined in this whole thing. So, of course, he is the in-game captain, and the guy kind of needs to be the anchor. Over on the other side of the coin, this is sort of one of the dark horses of this tournament. OG LATAM, K1, Moose, Dark Mago, El Misho, and Illich. If you've ever paid any attention to any SA team at any event, then you will know these players, because these are some international caliber players. Not high finishers, has to be said, but you'll see them pretty regularly. You'll see them at events, and now they've formed under this team, and they've started making it to events again. So yeah, I'm excited to see what they can do. And we'll have a little look at K1 here and let T-Governor talk about him.
He's a good lad. You know what the key thing is for K1? He has been just hungry for that European ping. My guy, he was playing from Peru on the Eastern European servers. He had like 160 ping, 170 ping. He was not a happy chap, right? Then he moved, I think he went to Brazil for a little bit. He got that 100 ping. And now OG LATAM picks him up. He's in Portugal. He's on like 22 ping. My guy, he is going to be happy as days. His stats look good. He is the hard carry. He is like I don't want to say stubborn, but he's like one of those carries where it's like, he has his read on the game, and that's his identity. But that's also the same argument for Aurora with Nightfall, right? Like, I think both of these teams have carry players that they have their stamp on the game, and they don't really bend it too much to what other people are doing. And that clash will be interesting to see.
It will. Yeah, I'm excited to see what they pull out. You know, I haven't watched like a ton of the SA qualifiers or anything like that, so this team in their current form is a bit of an enigma to me. So yeah, I'm very interested to see what they pull out the bag, what kind of strategies they run. Is it going to be the classic K1 gameplay style where there's kind of 4 heroes trying to enable him, or is it going to be more of the kind of shared focus across the team? That's what I'm interested in finding out. And can they take down Aurora? It's a really big challenge to start off this event. So let's get into the draft for game number 1 and find out exactly how this first matchup is going to be going down. Have there been any shifts in the meta recently that we should know about, T? Since, I guess, Blast in this event. It's a pretty short window.
I'd say it's relatively short, so it's kind of hard to say. I would say that we still going to be seeing the same heroes, right? We're yet to get a patch. It is going to be the AAs and Tinkers, and second phase there'll be Jakiros and Ringmasters, right? So yeah, I think that's where I really hope teams show their creativity, because yes, we've only had like a week or so before the last event. Yeah. But in that week, a team can find a concept and suddenly now it's come to life, right? Like in top level pubs, I've seen a couple Spectre games, right? Spectre's been completely unpicked, but Spectre's now getting a couple games, right? So it really just takes that one team to show us something. And yeah, at the moment, no new tech has really convinced me that it should be competitive yet.
Yeah, that's fair. I think it's really difficult to get a new hero into the meta at the moment. You end up picking this, and then, you know, I think the top heroes in each of the roles are just kind of so strong and so stable at the moment. It's very difficult to kind of push that needle, but we'll see if either team has anything in their tool basket ready to pull out. Sanking is going to be opening from OG Latam. Tiny going to be the opening from Aurora here, so nothing particularly interesting. I mean, there's still a ton of those really good supports left in the pool, which are both kind of looked over in favor of the Sanking and the Tiny.
Sorry, I was fixing something though, man.
That's all right. You fix away, my friend. I can keep talking about drafts.
Please do.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Sanking gives you a little bit of flexibility. I mean, Tiny also, I kind of feel like it's the same thing where it's like, yeah, you can put the Tiny carry and you can put it mid, and it's like, it's probably just going to go one or the other. Sanking, same thing, where it's like, it can go off lane, it can go mid. Most teams, though, usually have them locked into to one of these positions, but there is that flex potential available, so we'll see what teams do with that. And as you can see here, the ban's coming out. Lifestealer going to be taken out of the pool from Aurora, which is a little bit interesting, actually. Lifestealer versus Tiny.
I mean, Lifestealer is very good into the Tiny, especially if Tiny's the carry, right? Because Tiny's entire MO is run around with Shadowblade, Avalanche toss you, put you to half HP, and that you either have to disengage from the fight or you're dead, right? So a Lifestealer, you combo break that, you infest, you chill, you don't normally die, you get Radiance, you get a missed chance on the tree. So I think Lifestealer just cements the flexibility that you're mentioning. But already, I love the fact that both teams have really good pacing, right? You got a Tiny on one side, a Sanking on the other, like you were saying. Like that screams to me, we're gonna have a high kill game, like a lot of aggression. And you were asking about any meta shifts. Shaman was a hero that it was like played 4 times or 5 times by Navi Jr., at PG of Lahio. Then it got played like 12 times, 13 times or something like that at Blast Slam. And now we're moving to DreamLeague 26, and it's like already in our first game it's getting picked up. Like, I can't wait to see heroes go from like unpicked 3 picks, 10 picks, 20 picks, like from tournament to tournament, because that's kind of like the landscape we're in now. But yeah, very good with that instant hex, locking down heroes. It's so good. Chicken fingers as well, 1 right click. You don't even need hex for it. It does so much control in the late game.
Yeah, it's a great hero at the moment. Same with the Warlock as well. I mean, we know Warlock, he's a bit more familiar, but this guy always going to give you a really, really safe lane, which is kind of invaluable when you're drafting, just to be able to, like, yeah, we won this lane. And the Ringmaster as well. All right, OG Latam, they're coming out saying we want to win these lanes. We want to make sure that we're not dropping the ball early on. Two very, very strong laners, going to give them a very safe time in the early stages of this game. And that is something where Shaman is maybe not phenomenal at, is laning. He definitely comes into his own a little later on. He's not bad, that's for sure, but compare him to Warlock or Ringmaster, and he's kind of mid.
Aurora Gaming.
Aurora's gonna go for the Darkseer. The Auras have been picked up in the Tusk as well. What a lane. Right, you're talking about how
something.
Warlock kind of plays any lane, right? Because of Fatal Bonds and the heal, you shove the wave, you don't care. But Darkseer, he relishes. When that wave gets shoved into him, he's like, thank you very much. Let me just Iron Shell it up. Let me clear it. And now there's just a major damage problem for OG Latam, right? Like their entry to kind of like the mid game is built around epicenter, burrow strike, and kind of that explosive jump from the supports as well. Will, if Darkseer walks out with a pipe and a mech or something, or Greaves or anything of this sort, then how do you fight into it? It's quite difficult.
Ooh. See, Ursa coming down. I have thoughts about this.
He's another good lad, but
another great lad. Yeah, he's a great lad. Now, firstly, who do you pair it with? Because you can run the Warlock Ursa lane. I think you feel a little bit silly if you do that, but also you might just want to keep your Ringmaster top. I don't know, but it's kind of like a killing hero here with kill potential paired up with something which doesn't really give you kill potential in the Warlock. You just get to heal him up. And yeah, Ursa in situations can be strong enough to just run by himself, and as long as he's got that heal on him, he's going to be able to kind of close down, but not against Darkseer Tusk, I don't think. So maybe this is OG Latam just saying, look, Ursa's good for the game, we don't care about the lane, we'll just do Warlock Ursa, or they might put the Ringmaster bottom and then try to get some kills happening. But also, there's a lot of control on the board here. Now, I know that Ursa does have that ultimate, but do you think that's enough versus Shaman and Tusk, two very, very kind of kiting supports? Do you not have concerns for this Ursa?
I do not, good sir. I think the problems that you raised, OG Latam have already understood that this occurs potentially, and that's why they have the layers to their draft, right? You got the Warlock to facilitate the big fight with the Golem, and then when
so next they're going to pick Ogre.
Oh no!
I'm glad you got that one. That was a long ball. I was like,
I was worried.
Farm was like, he's never getting this. He's never. It's gonna be like the Labrador watching the ball and just not really bothering for it. But no, you got there. Thank you.
Thank you. No,
I'm not sure you enjoyed getting there, but
no, I didn't. It was painful, but I think that again, it's first day, first cast in the morning. I think we're allowed to have some painful jokes. It's all good. Shall I analyze the game, or do you want to talk a bit more about this joke? Up to you, Nomad.
I think joke analysis is probably done. We'll send it over to the panel to talk about that one a little bit more, but we'll get back into the analyst for the game.
Wonderful.
Good stuff.
I lost my train of thought. I'm just thinking of Ogre now. Yeah, no. So Ursa, it's just like, just chase the Darkseer down. It doesn't really matter what support you have, because as long as you can push the Darkseer away from where he's farming, the Warlock fixes the Tusk problem, right? Where yes, you won't get kills on the lane, where if you're not laning with Ringmaster, but with Warlock Ursa, that sustain from the hill enables the Ursa to actually fight into the Tusk, right? Because where traditionally Tusk fixes the lane somewhat for Darkseer, right, with tag team and then shard blocking him and all this stuff. But when you have the hill, Ursa has that kind of mindset of, I can continue going, don't care about this, I can continue the pressure. And Ursa is the hardest counter to Darkseer in the entire game. It's just because you have just the ability to chase him every time, like I already mentioned. So I am just intrigued to know, does Aurora have a way to play the lane to survive it? Or are they just gonna, pull waves and stuff? But I'm expecting Aurora to have to do something a little bit extra, because Ursa should just get Battle Fury for free in this lane by 12 minutes, 11 minutes, if they don't do anything special. But that's where, the Shaman take a Twin Gate, get a kill, then you have that double support you were mentioning. They're the things that Aurora can utilize to punish OG Latam. And I think I like Aurora's bans, where from the mid lane, let's assume it is flanking off lane.
Yeah.
You do need pacing to fight into Aurora a little bit. There's another hero that doesn't need insane jungle time because of what Sand King needs jungle. Ursa wants Battle Fury in jungle, right? Like everyone needs jungle on OG Latam.
Go Jung, bro. Just go Jung.
Yeah, I do love the jungle diff in my ranked games. It really is it really is the X factor.
The jungle's tough. Get Enchantress, the jungle becomes even tougher. Alright, this is what they needed. They're just a nice brick wall hero. That is what you want. Like, you look at these Aurora heroes, they're a bunch of hammers. So you can't really make your wall weak. Your wall has to be very, very strong, cannot be broken through. That is what the Underlord is meant to give you. Doesn't need a lane. Is there anything they can pick which is really going to abuse this in the... Although they seem to think it's tiny carry on OG Latam, so...
Yeah, so then it's Sand King mid, Underlord off lane. You need to think, is there a Kiyotaka hero that can punish? I mean, Puck's pretty good.
Breaks the game.
But, okay.
Yeah, they'll
just
just...
Monkey King.
And then will this be... I mean, this Monkey King can go anywhere, right? Like, yeah, they will put it in mid, yeah.
So,
Ugh.
Aurora's approach to this is, you've shown that, of course, the Sand King's mid. There's no, like, crazy flexibility here. So we get the last pick Monkey King. And you could argue the best itemization right now in the patch, in my opinion at least, is a hero from mid lane that can go like Mage Slayer into SMY. Or even just Mage Slayer. I think Mage Slayer alone. Because like Monkey King and Ember, the reason why they are some of the best heroes right now is because they're very few heroes that can buy Mage Slayer. I already spoke about how OG Latam, a lot of their early game is built on big magic damage, right? It's why the pipe on Darkseer felt like it was going to be the kind of the breaking point, right, for OG. And now you see here, Monkey King, let me buy Mage Slayer. And now it's another hero that can tank the Epicenter or the Golem. I think Aurora, they've got good pacing, strong ways to play out the map. Sure, eventually they might fall short with the inability to truly kill an Ursa backed up by the Underlord and the kite of a Ringmaster, but yeah, I think lanes should be somewhat 50-50, but if Aurora win the lanes, they should break open into the game a lot quicker. If OG Latam win lanes, they just continue farming. So there's a very big difference to who wins the lanes and what they do after. So I'm expecting a fast-paced game if Aurora are able to find that edge in the early game.
Absolutely. And are you worried at all for this Monkey King into Sand King matchup? It feels something which might be abusable. Do you happen to know how this one goes?
Yeah, Monkey King does fine. You bring down a sentry. It's all about sentry.
I was going to say,
like,
it's going to be a battle of the sentries.
Yes.
The
if Sand
only way
King
that Sand
wins
King
it,
lives.
Exactly. Like if Sand King wins it, he gets to farm. If Monkey King wins it, then you get to play up on the high ground and like push him out of his sandstorm. And then outside of all of that, you do have Tusk Shaman on Aurora. So at any minute, if the Sand King does step up, one quick rotation, he's dead. The other side, you have Warlock, not the best rotating hero, right? It only heals. And then a Ringmaster, decent at rotating. So I think it's, when you think of like rotation power, Aurora has better rotations towards the mid lane with the Monkey King in the mid lane. So it's like, who wins the Sentry game? Which support rotates mid first? But Monkey King should, in theory, just do better.
Yeah, you would have thought. I mean, they did give him the overall last pick, so you're always going to get yourself a good position on this mid lane. It just depends how good is that going to be. And as you say, it comes down to the wards and comes down to Dark and how carefully he can play it. Honestly, as much as like the wards make a difference, like it's also down to kind of acknowledgement of that and making sure that you're not putting yourself in a dangerous position because you're just assuming he doesn't have one, or that he's, you've got your sentry down, therefore he can't have a sentry down, but he can just plonk one down and start going aggressively on you. There's a lot of things which Dark go to think about, which I'm sure he already is. It's a really annoying matchup, I think. But when you can do okay in.
2 disconnects. Oh, no.
Yeah, a lot of disconnects on OG Latam. Playing from Portugal. Meanwhile,
you doxed them. What the? Come on, man.
Yep. And their address is no, just kidding. I'm sure you can find it though. Just
Whoa, chill.
Put in No-Tail's house. Put in No-Tail's house in Google Earth. It'll take you right
He
there.
actually did. Yeah, he did have the documentary. To be fair, he did.
Ya mi amor, ya. Ya mi amor. Ya mi amor, ya. Ya mi amor.
All right, let's mute
Nothing like a
K1
pause.
for his
Yeah.
spam already.
There's a penetrating one. Nothing like, I always love it when you like get settled for the first cast of the day. Just a nice long pause to start it off. It's just like, okay, cool. Getting the rust off. We haven't done this in a little while, so let's start everything on with a nice long pause.
Nomad, what are you doing?
guys.
Don't tell them that. We said on the job interview that we've been casting in our downtime. What do you mean?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. And anybody from DreamLeague watching, we practiced for 3 days straight. Just casting.
3 months straight. We've been
3 months straight.
Yeah. I can't remember the last time we cast for them.
That's been a hot minute. Feels like it was yesterday, though.
Oh yeah, go on. Now try and get back in their good books.
Oh. Hector has taken Grudge Bearer. I don't think I've seen this facet.
We can, yeah. He does more damage when he takes damage, right? If I remember it correctly.
Yeah. That does seem to be the case. Damage absorbed to damage absorbed to damage. That is some fantastic wording. Well done, everybody. Damage increased linger duration.
Oh boy.
5.
You know why I know this is somewhat underwhelming?
Jesus.
I played an overthrow game yesterday of Ursa, coincidentally, and took this facet.
Uh-huh.
And I played up against a 30k net worth Jakiro, and I gained like 40 damage.
Right, okay.
I was like, sure. This feels quite underwhelming. But again, I'll keep noting what damage is. But Image at the moment getting sharded up.
Yeah, that is a lovely shard, but Moon's turning it around here with the Fatal Bombs coming out. Early point in Fatal, is it going to make much of a difference? Look like it is. Aurora getting very low on everybody, but nobody really going down. Nightfall having to stay away from the creep wave, though, as Moo's kind of battling him out, but it's Panto who's in trouble, being chased down by the Ringmaster. El Misho doesn't have enough left in the tank to finish the job. But is this going to hurt them? There's a lot of heroes very, very low as Mira tries to go aggressively onto Illich here. My brother, you don't have any health. He's just trying to slow him down from getting to the wave, though, which is pretty smart. And all in all, I mean,
What are we going to do?
they took so much damage on Aurora.
This is probably the worst start to a laning phase I've seen in a long time, right? The fact that, like, no one dies, right? When you die at the rune, whatever, guys, I TP to lane, let's go full resource. But the fact that no one died on Aurora, your Darks has started the first wave by himself, your Tusk is TP top, already shipping out a salve, yet to get it.
Moose is just bullying everyone. What a Fatal Bonds level, by the way. Shout out Moose, because he kind of made that whole thing happen. What kind of psychopath takes the Fatal Bonds level 1? I don't know, but yeah, this is very, very good for OG Latam. Great start to the game. Great start to the tournament for them.
Nice pause. I love it.
Thank you. Really lets us get acquainted.
But no, it's the Warlock is always like right place at the right time, right? Like some lanes taking bonds is really good level 1 because you get to shove the wave out. You protect your carry through the fact that your creep wave is healthier than the enemy's creep wave. And in other lanes, you want to take heal level 1, where you have, let's say, like a PA or something, where you know you can't shove the wave too quickly, just keep him alive, and play the lane for level 2, level 3, right? And yeah, I think for Moose, it was just great time, level up the spell, really threaten Aurora, and we'll see if they can.
El Misho in the jungle being chased by Panto here. He might have to go for the deny, but I'm not really sure that's going to work out for him. Not Panto chasing him down. El Misho on the run. Panto. Is he quicker though? No, he is not, so...
Oh, we looked at that from 2 different perspectives. I was like, El Misho is quicker, and you were like, oh, Panto's not quicker.
Yeah.
That's that synergy, that's what they pay for.
Glass half full, glass half empty.
I always go for the guy running away. That's always the optic. It's like,
That's who you relate to.
Yeah. Well, I'm more from the support who's running away.
Oh, Illich, he is going to get killed off. Yeah, a little bit sloppy there from him, not respecting the spells they had available. Tree goes wide from Nightfall, but that is going to be first blood for Panto down in the bottom lane.
To be fair, I can respect why Underlord was surprised by that gank, right? Because Deshaun wasn't even laning for the first 2 minutes. They were playing, a little game of chase in the jungle. And he's like, oh wait, there's a shaman in the game.
And this whole time I had been watching Dartmouth go in the middle lane, by the way. I've had one eye on mid, which has made me look very silly. My eyes pointing in different directions, one to the action and one to the mid lane. He's doing phenomenally. He's doing really, really well in this matchup. One thing I want to point out is that the Monkey King started with Boundless Strike. And I mean, to be honest, level 1 Jingu is not really much of a thing anyway, so he knew not to be scared, Dartmago. Just shoved the wave into him like crazy. Got level 2 first, continued to pressure Kiyotaka really, really hard just in the early points, and basically set himself up for winning this lane just by the sheer amount of pressure he put on early on. That set him off for a really good time. Now he's showing a bit more respect to Kiyotaka, because of course he's got the 2 points in Jingu, which is more of a threat for the Sand King. But still, really nice stuff from Dartmago so far. Just putting on the pressure, has a sentry available as well if Kiyotaka dares. But you can see Kiyotaka, he's given up on the sentry game. He's just got some dust to make sure that if there is a possibility of a kill coming through, then he will be able to pop that dust as over in the top lane. Moose is going to go down here, caught out by the Tusk-Darkseer combination. Always going to be scary.
Yeah, you don't really want to play too far away from the lane. And I think how you described it was, quite correct for every lane for Aurora, right? It's the levels that bring the pressure, right? The Monk King with levels can eventually truly shove out the Sand King. The Darkseer and Tusk with levels will easily kill a Warlock if he's out of position, right? And that's where you need to be careful if you're OG Latam. Just respect the fact that there is going to be this turning point in the laning phase, and Panto, very early rotation to mid lane, wants to take away the Water Rune.
Oh, he's going to make it to the top room though. Oh.
Yeah. So no points in Spring. Could have been a chance, but he already used the Burrow Strike right to go from low ground to high ground, so he couldn't Burrow Strike to get the rune, and he just doesn't need to make the play. It would just be a little bit too forced.
I just like races. There's like this, when they're both running to the rune, who's going to be faster? It's just like a primal thing, where you just like, people go fast. Who gets there first? Let's find out. Shackle. Misho. He looking like he might be a goner. There's the tree toss to come in to finish off the job. Nightfall brings him down. Illich can't do a whole dang lot about that. At the moment, despite their good start, Aurora really taking control of this laning phase, getting the kills to put them ahead. Sure, the net worths are looking, the last hits are looking pretty even, but when it comes down to the kills, 3 and 0 at the moment. Oh, and over in the middle lane though, that's going to change things up a bit. Misha with the TP in and just helping out Mago.
I mean, it's such a classic Kiyotaka death, right? Like he's posturing on Sand King the entire time. The Ringmaster dies bottom. Most mid laners there would go, you know what? Let's just walk away from the enemy high ground. Let's allow the game to breathe for a second. Where did the Ringmaster TP? Then you play out the map. But he's like, no, I do not care, Ringmaster. He's still on the enemy side of the map. He's still punching them, and he does go down. So I think, yeah, very good punishing there. The thing with Kiyotaka is like, his aggression is what brings his team to life. And if you respect it, and you're too scared, he will just beat you. And if you don't respect it, and you just try and call his bluff, then you get a couple free kills across the game. So it's like, you need to walk towards that balance. Hector is getting punched up in the top lane.
That's a lot of damage coming in from the double iron shell. It's going to be too much for the bear to handle. K1 going to go down. Nice rotation in from Panther, as you say. But yeah, pretty insane for Kiyotaka not to respond to a dead support. That's the thing about Kiyotaka though, is that he makes the silly mistakes and then the absolutely insane plays. It's if you can't handle Kiyotaka at his best, at his worst, then you don't deserve him at his best, guys.
That's pretty much it. But anyone who just TP'd back to top lane, jumps over the shard, now moves, guys.
Yeah.
Just not respecting the positioning, and Sand King in his room, channeling up the epi.
Really good. Only getting to the two of them. The global save is going to be pretty huge, so it's just Panto at the moment, and Panto actually still walking away. Right click finds him, and the damage comes down onto Mirror as well, so both supports getting destroyed. Almost perfect from Dartmago, but 1 point in the Burrow Strike, but still really, really nice.
I got so baited. Like, when you look at that, that's like the clip of the day already, Like that's content right there. And it just wasn't as cool, right? Sure, two supports die, but I was so giddy for the big play. And then when it didn't happen, I'm so sorry, stream. I just gave you my authentic, I was just shocked, I was underwhelmed.
No, agreed. I thought it was triple Burrow Strike, they all just explode, caustic finale, causes them all to die. I was here for it, but that's not Sand King, unfortunately, not anymore.
Oh, God, what a shame. Yeah, just tickle them over some level 4 sandstorm. Ooh, look at my little damage.
Yeah. This poor hero. Well, he's in a great place. He's like a first pick hero. We're saying this poor hero, but yeah.
No, he's doing very, very well. Again, like we already mentioned, the fact that he found, he won the sentry game mid, he shoved the wave, things that you mentioned. But now Kiyotaka.
Yeah,
Playing the map.
freebie, unfortunately.
This is where you're going to be very, very, very careful for if you're OG Latam, right? It's the fact that everything on Aurora screams play into the map. Monkey run around, Shaman Tusk run around, right? And when I mentioned in the draft like that need for jungle, if you lose your lanes and your positioning, they are just going to sweep across. Like Dark Mago, sure, he's had a good time, but he's struggling in the mid lane. K1 Hector's getting ganked in the top lane. Like,
yeah, he doesn't have his 6 just yet. This is going to be an issue. The supports will be able to bring him down. Very sad death.
And they're going for just the kill builds, right, on both the supports. Tusk going for the 2-point in tag team, but having 1 point in both Shard and Snowball. And Panto going for 2-point in shock, 2-point in grip. So just so much control, so much damage with these two supports.
It's going to hit level 9, and K1 still doesn't have level 6.
Sorry, level 9.
Minute 9, yeah, okay, you know, it's
What are you on about?
just frustrating. Minute 9, no level 6 on Hector, no ulti, no bear grr at minute 9.
Yeah, no. Okay, what's happening in this cast? This is really like breaking the wall.
Really trying to get the rust off, but it's just sticking.
No, I kind of like it. I think
WD-40.
this is so much more organic. I feel like we need to maintain this. We need to keep this amount of
the next
rust.
4 days.
Yeah.
Keep the rust
Wait,
on.
4 years? That's never changed.
Hell yeah.
This is who we are.
That's some
This is
commitment
what
right
freedom
there.
feels like.
Where's this creep going? Okay. No, I'm glad Stream caught that as well. Like, I just... Oh, because it's
No
not
comment.
a creep, it's a Monkey King.
God damn it, did you actually think... Nomad, no way. I thought you were playing a bit.
Maybe I was.
Say you're
maybe I
playing a
wasn't.
bit, protect yourself.
I'd like to leave it up to interpretation.
God. Well, the net worth is looking very, very healthy for Aurora. Even though it's only a 1,000 gold lead, the fact that all 3 of their cores are sitting in the top 4 is going to make them feel very content.
XP is actually just gone back into OG Ladam's favor somehow.
I mean, that's because Sand King's just popping off, right? He is farming everything, farming ancients. There's no real early ancient tanker on the side of Aurora, so that XP naturally should shift the way of OG Latam. And even the net worth is being kept alive because of the Sand King. He does have the Blink Dagger. He's minute 10. Kitaka jumping in, but has the shield rune. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little deep. It's a little deep, even for Kiyotaka.
The supports just need level 6 though on OG Latam, right? They need that, the Wheel of Wonder. They need the Golem.
Nobody has level 6 in this game. This is really funny. Everyone's just chilling. All the supports start of XP, and that's absolutely fine. And again, OG Ladam, I think, just do better in that situation. Like,
Hey, watch out, Nomad. There's a courier going around the enemy jungle.
Whoa, what is this courier? Why has it got a shield?
God, the fact that Kiyotaka's doing all of this when he knows the Sand King's blink is, whew, that is spooky.
Yeah, he's doing a lot. They don't seem to be respecting this Sand King blink at all, just casting spells on him, forcing him to move around the map. But it is clearing them out of mid lane, should get them the tower eventually. And the pacing is just a little bit slower than maybe you'd want to see from this draft from Aurora.
Yeah, they want to connect on a couple kills, right? But again, the Sand King with the blink dagger, the inevitable level 6, there is reason to be cautious, and I think fair play to the Ursa, right, in all this. He's the one that's kind of catching up, only a recipe away from his Battle Fury. But we are seeing the smoke on mid now. The ultimates are in play. Can they get Kiyotaka? It does feel like he should just be dying here, unless he finds some magical way to show how the team's broken, but no.
Yeah, doesn't quite manage it. And Mira TPing into this as well. Not sure this is the TP you want, my friend. Snowball going to come out, buy him a little bit of time. Toronto Tokyo coming in through the backlines, but a nice golem comes out from Moose, interrupts everything which Aurora wanted to do there, and secures on that kill on to Mira. And now with the golem, with Illich in the house, with 170 bonus damage, they can chunk down this tower with ease.
Yeah, I think you said it kind of perfectly. We expected a bit more fight from Aurora, right? And then by the time that they actually do fight, OG, they have the levels, they have the space, they have the timing to go, and they bring 4 heroes, they punish them, and K1 needs to be, like I said, very, very content with this. But now, with all things in Dota, ultimates are on cooldown. what will Aurora do? There's a 2-minute window, no Golem. There's a minute window with no Wheel, no Epicenter, no Fiend's Gate. Is this going to be a moment where Aurora now sweep across the map? Or do they go, you know what? Let's wait for our pipe on the Darkseer. That's what we need. We just need to survive that jump. And
two big pickups coming out from Aurora. One of them is the, well, coming out in this game, actually. One's a Mage Slayer on the Monkey King, so that's kind of your budget pipe. And the other one is actually the Battle Fury on the Ursa, which kind of gives you a pretty good idea on how this game's going right now.
He just farms. Always the way.
Doing excellently.
You know, we see the big itemization here, right? As we look at all the heroes. Kiyotaka with the Mage Slayer, Toronto Tokyo. The pipe is complete now, as we see it. This, to me, it feels like it's go time. But again, you have to thread the needle. You need to identify what is the correct time to fight where we're not just running straight into a Golem and Epicenter and everything, but also we can't just wait, knowing those spells are available. See how Aurora are going to do it. At the moment, they are just kind of running head on in. Golem still isn't caught up for 50 seconds. Jumping onto the Underlord. Has a Vanguard.
It's a really nice Wheel of Wonder, but it's only going to delay the inevitable, unfortunately. He will be going down, and there's that pipe also coming out from the Darkseer as well, just to protect him from the Wheel of Wonder damage. Kiyotaka looking for El Misho, but, well, still going under the tier 2. Might just be able to bring him down here. El Misho doing what he can, but what he can is not enough. A surge out onto Kiyotaka as well. There's the box coming out, but the Tiny is ready and waiting, and Nightfall will get that kill.
Ooh. Interesting though, even though these two heroes dies, look at the Sankey and the Warlock. They're still smoking up. You lose two heroes, they don't care.
Oh, they think they think they're going to try and go for the Tormentor.
Exactly.
This could be
if this works. Like cool. The fact that is they've got only 2 points in bonds though. And they don't actually have an Observer Ward, so they can't just check.
This is insane, actually. If this works,
come on,
this is crazy. Come on, cue it.
Come on, go.
Let's go. Oh, the timing! It could be brilliant. Jumping in on only a 2-man gang, but the snowball it makes a huge difference. It's delaying everything. They're getting low. They're getting low. 2 dead for Darmago. Kiyotaka gonna fall as well. Oh my God, OG Latam. What is that play?
Oh, beautiful. Okay, I keep forgetting I'm actually casting. I shouldn't be screaming this much. I'm sorry. I'm enjoying the game too much. It's too beautiful.
You don't see that though. Like 2-man plays in Dota in 2025, that is not legal.
And again, if the snowball, if he doesn't snowball there to give a little bit more life, then so many more heroes are dropping, right? But a 2-man move, they identify the Tormentor. Two extremely powerful heroes at the Tormentor as well, right? With Epicenter, with Fatal Bonds. Just what a read. Under the threat of that pressure from Aurora, they identify, you know what? The game is somewhat scripted. We know what's happening. There's Wisdom Shrines, there's Tormentors, you know? Play for the obvious moment, and yeah, they do it. And after taking that, they then get the Roshan as well, so yeah. Very, very good. Just map reading there from OG Latam. Kind of baiting Aurora to kind of do the obvious, I guess. All right, I'm gonna take a breather. I'm gonna try and calm down.
That was pretty amazing. We just don't see that, but they are going to be able to take the Aegis pretty much immediately from Hector by the looks of it, though. Hector's trying to turn around, popping the ultimate, trying to jump onto Panto, but his team are taking some time to get over here. They have that double damage Epicenter coming out from Dartmago here. This could be pretty bad. Hector trying to get away. Toronto Tokyo giving chase. They've used that snowball, though. This might be the opening that they're looking for. Dartmago coming in, jumping in, catching out just the one, but the Epicenter double damage coming through. It's taking them all down. Bye-bye, Aurora. 3 of them dead in the blink of an eye. Goodness me, sitting around after the Aegis to try and fight into that. You know, they just didn't expect that OG Latam were going to try and respond to that.
Oh. Did we give up MVPs in this game, or what's the deal here?
I'm sure we can. I do, but
a little bit worried out.
Yeah. Are we giving it to the Warlock or the Sand King though? Because I feel like it'd be harsh to give it to one and not the other.
I mean, we are going to have to somehow combine both of them into one graphic. That's going to be the key thing. It'll be the joint MVP award. There we go. New heroes. But yes, without the Sand King, the Warlock wouldn't be as impactful. Without the Warlock, the Sand King would be impactful. They truly are playing hand in hand and just punishing the fact that we didn't say it, but it is 4 melee heroes against the Warlock, right? Like, the way in which Aurora kills is by grouping, clumping up, trying to go for that but one kill, right? And then the two heroes that we mentioned, sorry, will relish this every single time. And Aurora, they have to respect this in some capacity, but when you're on the losing position against a team fight lineup, you never get to punish the timing of the team fight, because OG Latam is like, you win the fight, you break them, you push the waves. By the time that they recover the waves, recover the resources to fight again, their spells are back up again, and then you just get outfought. And now we then have to entertain, when are the BKBs, when's your kind of your stand your ground moment, and I'm just not seeing that at the moment from Aurora, because you're Tiny, he's looking at Shadowblade, your Monkey King's only a hammer into the BKB, right? So it does feel like OG Latam on paper should just win every single fight in the next probably 10 minutes or so. I'm now looking at Aurora to kind of find that little entry, that little kind of like that X-Factor move that they can make that they have shown us in other tournaments, but at the moment, it doesn't feel like they're making it.
Yeah, it's difficult when you have these kind of two carry-style mid and safe lane. It's difficult for them to really piece it together. Also, Dark Series, not exactly that go in and super get stuff done here, especially with this Aura build, so... Or they just want to be really strong as 5 heroes, but unfortunately no one's really strong as 5 heroes when you're playing into Warlock and Sand King. Yeah, I do feel like this is feeling like a really, really strong draft from OG Latam. Everything they have, like, considering these lanes went so well, everything they have is just very strong against this kind of clumping style of Aurora. And Aurora's still committed to it as well. They're still building the auras. They're still saying that, like, we still need to play as 5, not try to break the fights, not do anything silly. And now, going to go on the bottom lane here. Illich is going to be that target. Moo's going to, though, protect him with the Golem coming down pretty early. And I'm going to turn it around and get the kill onto Panto here instead. So it's just one little response kill for the Golem. I wonder if Aurora kind of feel like that might be a bit of a win for them. I'm not sure. If they lose a tower, probably not. Kinda all depends on what they can do with that Golem being on cooldown and how much they value the Golem. Of course, he's still got his other ultimate. He's still got Fatal Bonds.
How does Aurora get a hero though? That's the kind of the biggest question that I don't think either had tried answering yet. Do they?
Yeah, I don't know.
Sorry, I just got excited. Illich is buying what I think is the most underrated item on Underlord.
Oh, the Agnes. Yeah, I like this. I'm a big fan. Yeah.
Okay. Because, like, for me, the idea of instantly starting an engagement by rooting someone globally is very powerful. The issue for Underlord is buying it at the right time where it doesn't kind of grief your scaling. Like, are you tanky enough? Are you doing enough damage, right? So I think with the Demon's Reach facet, by already having the Crimson Guard, it does make sense that he's tanky with the Crimson, he does the damage with his facet, now he provides that additional lockdown and control that if you see a Tiny on a sentry, right? Boom, instant lockdown. Now Sand King jumps on top, so it really is going to compound to just more teamfight, more aggression, and honestly, I love to see it. I think this has been an item that just hasn't really been respected much on Underlord. Due to I think the last time we saw Underlord was always the buy 3 auras, be unkillable, outside of the carry Underlord that we've seen from Crystal studies.
Yeah. I do love that carry Underlord.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And I'll keep my eye on Hector as well in these next few fights and see now the Monkey King is starting to get some damage in. If the Ursa uses Enrage and runs through Wukong's command, how much damage is he going to get from this facet? That's what I want to know. So don't worry, team. I will report on that for you guys.
I said I'd report to you about it, but I haven't been reporting back to you, so please take over reporting that. Thank you.
Will do.
46 damage from that one punch instance.
That's a lot. That's a lot of DMGs. And look at that, he killed him.
Yeah.
With all that
tiny little bit of task.
Love false equivalency. Oh, TP down to the bottom side. Snakes have been dropped. Damago says no. Not getting towers for free. I'm so worried watching Kiyotaka here. For some reason, I'm just like, don't do it. Don't go on the sanking under the tier 2 tower. But he knows.
Ghost Scepter sanking.
Yeah.
That would be so illegal.
I know, but it's Kiyotaka. I'm just never feel comfortable.
That's right. The best Kiyotaka moments are when you don't look at him. I think if you watch his gameplay, that's when it's like you need to like have him completely off screen, and then have those moments of like, wait, what? Why? And then you have to kind of go like Sherlock Holmes and deduce like, was it good, was it bad? Yeah.
But then it's also when you are watching him and you are having those moments where you're like, oh god, don't do it, and then he does it, and then it works, and you're like, oh, all right, this guy just thinks different.
Oh, the instant route onto the dark set, helping out a little bit.
A little bit, but he's still running away, so he's still a fast guy, and they won't be able to chase him down here. Panto turns up to the fight. A lot of roots coming out, but not enough to catch a Darkseer. And the whole team taking a little portal together. That was adorable. Into the middle lane.
You can see how, in theory, it can work out, right? Like if the Ringmaster was a little bit closer, if there was one more hero to assist with the Underlord TP, that route provided life to the fight for the Ursa. Again, they didn't get the kill, but it's going to invoke even more fear to Aurora. At any minute, you are just going to get locked down. As we already mentioned, there is the BKB on the Monk King. He's itemized to fight. And the Tiny got the BKB as well. Like there are 2 BKBs on Aurora. And interesting, actually, the Darkseer is looking for a Nullifier. We don't really see that too often from the Darkseer, at least, but he is only a Sacred Relic away. Of course, that is going to be around about 800 gold, but into the Ringmaster, into the buffs of Solar Crest from the Warlock, it is pretty helpful getting rid of all these barriers and protections.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you've got a Warlock with the heals coming out. You've got plenty of other buffs as well. Not sure if it takes off Escape Act. I don't think so. Unsure about that one. Roshan going to be up in 1 minute 30, so you'll see both teams start to gravitate towards this top area of the map. It's almost guaranteed to be a top, in fact it is guaranteed to be a top area spawn. Even in their eyes, from what they can see, they know it's going to be a top Roche, so... And it's where both teams will start to try to get control off. Illich gonna show himself here. There's the snakes coming down onto him. Everything being thrown towards his Underlord, but there's a Golem coming out from Moose and a nice Fatal Bonds onto everybody. The box is there, buying Illich some time, allowing him to get off this route and turn it around. The rest of the team coming through, and there it is! A beautiful burrow strike through onto 4 as well. Yep, there it comes through. Kiyotaka trying to get away, bouncing up to the high ground, trying to just bounce away through the trees. And I think he is going to be able to escape from this one. So again, he's just some supports dying. But more importantly, they lose control of this area, and now Roshan comes up, which means it is time to get into that pit and get your Ursa another Aegis.
An Aegis with Abyssal Blade as well. 26 minutes into the game, 19,000 net worth. My guy has Blink BKB Abyssal Battle Fury. That is... Like, you show yourself for, like I said, we just said, okay, Aurora, they got double BKB, Monkey Tiny, maybe there's some fight to them. But now these double BKB timings are matched with an Abyssal Blade, like... I would love to know how much damage Tiny's done. Okay.
Yeah, this is Aegis gone.
It is.
They get out. Last time they stuck around. Oh god, they're sticking around again. This could be bad. Let's see. They'll move on to Illich. Illich has not been a successful target for them though. Nice BKB from Nightfall though. Being able to stand his ground, but now the Ursa's upon him. He's got those bashes as well. Nightfall struggling to play his way through the fight, having to back himself out. Will kill off Illich just about. Narrowly takes him down. There's a Nullifier coming out onto Hector as well, slowing him down. Nightfall might just escape this one yet. Kiyotaka even coming in with the body blocks, giving his life to make sure that Nightfall gets away. Everything for my carry. He will escape. The cost is high, but they do get good stuff in response. They take that Aegis out of Hector's hands. They also finally get a kill onto Illich. Not bad from Aurora.
Yeah, Aurora, they're showing the ability to find Hector, right? Like, the 2 Aegises now. He gets it. Within a matter of minutes, boom. They take it away from him. They kind of stall the inevitable snowball that you expect from an Aegis Ursa, right?
Radiant's bottom tower is
Still,
under attack.
would love to see a little bit of dust on the Ursa. Just saying. You're very aggressive. You're very kill hungry, but with how quickly he's farming, he doesn't really have slots for that protection. So someone else on the team is going to have to step up to assist in that to ensure that the that pesky Shadowblade isn't really the big savior for Nightfall.
It's really going to come down to how much you control these big calls on each team. The Ursa and the Sand King cannot just be allowed to free cast in these fights. The same thing for the Monkey King and the Tiny. They cannot be allowed to just sit here and fight. There's also so much coming out. Like, it just feels like every player in this game is on a high impact hero. That's kind of what's making it entertaining.
Illich keeps hunting. He keeps trying to find that pick, but
Yeah, it's like the tree breaking thing, right? Where
it's that, but also he's trying to get the route to start, but the teleport after the route is too long where the hero can just walk away. So normally you need to hit the route with a hero in the area already to then provide the additional control. So I think he's optimistically thinking that he can get through the gate, and you know, Kiyotaka just won't leave the
Dire's top tower has fallen.
leave the pit of malice in time. But
yeah. But also, if you
At
do
some
get the
point it'll
tree
connect,
break,
yeah.
then you will be able to get on his face. So
that's true.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
it's like a low likelihood of it working. But if it does work, then it's a kill onto the Monkey King. So why wouldn't you try it?
I've done all my hype streaming for that commenter, so I wouldn't be too giddy. I'll remain calm if he does do it. They are hidden the high
Oh,
ground.
I like Hype Governor. He's
Okay.
he's a good lad. Nice vacuum back, kind of isolating Illich here and putting him in a spot where the team doesn't really want to commit super hard to this. There's another fire onto Illich as well, but Dartmago jumping in deep here, and it's onto a BKB once again. Miro is going to fall though, as Dartmago takes him down under the cover of the B, back at BKB, backing himself away. But maybe not, maybe sticking around. Dartmago, he doesn't care, he's still got himself the Ghost Step, so what more do you need? In comes the Ursa, going in deep, and Dartmago trying to help out as well to blow up this Monkey King. Kiyotaka trying to get into the tree line here, he's found himself a spot, but Hector will find him. Hector brings him down. And now going for more, guys. This is the fountain. Chill. Oh,
He's
no,
in the
vacuum onto
fountain.
Illich. He's playing in the fountain. That's not allowed, but a three-man stun from Dartmago might just get him out. No, never mind. He's gone. Illich is dead. Hector takes some hits from the fountain as well. Latam, pump those brakes a little bit. Get back to those barracks, and they will. Oh, that was that was going deep there, my friends.
Can't complain. It was good to watch, and it was. That's the energy that you want with this type of lineup, right? It's like you see an opportunity, you just keep going, you keep forcing the objective, right? And it helps out, right? They've got all the tools to be able to provide that moment. If Ursa was to die, then yes, we have some problems, but I think a little old Underlord death, you can shrug that one off.
Yeah, it's chill. So nullifiers on both sides. We've got one on the Darkseer and one on the Ursa, as we just saw in that fight. But once again, Aurora looking to go and do a little bit of fighting. Ultis are on cooldown, which means Aurora feeling pretty good.
One thing to note though in that fight, it wasn't like the cleanest fight for OG, right? The Sand King started the engagement with like a BKB Epi on top of a Tiny that was BKB. He then quickly repositioned to get the Tusk. So as much as they were able to take that Rax, there was signs of some misexecution. And maybe Aurora can capitalize on that in an upcoming fight. It just takes one incorrect ultimate, one incorrect placement of a hero, and you might have enough tools to kite them out. And I believe, yeah, Tiny is looking to go for the butterfly, which will allow him to stand his ground a little bit longer. If he can stand his ground now, Kiyotaka doesn't have to be the one going up, and
Yeah.
it is quite the build, but it's decent damage, right? Like you've got Brooch for the cheap kind of mixed damage. You then have Butterfly to stand your ground. And as much as I say that, and I'm praising a small little chance for Aurora, Sankin gets Refresher.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Panto.
He's a little bit caught out here. Stayed in the party a bit too long. Now it's closing time.
Ilish is having so much fun with this ultimate. He's just like, he sees here, he's like, oh, off I go, boys.
He's looking everywhere, yeah. I'm pretty sure he's just got like his mini-map on extra large mode.
Yeah, it's that.
Like this. Beautiful.
Wait, I can't remember. Can you click on that when it's open or not? I don't think you can, right? Like you click. Oh, you can. Oh, thank you so much for very quick.
Yeah, but could you do it with Fiend's Gate? I don't know.
No, I meant more like. Do you think there's a player in the world where they have that open?
That'd be sick.
Just XY coordinates, very accurate.
Actually, don't know if you could do that or not. If you can like minimap click spells.
We just saw.
We just saw the
Radiant's
Yeah, sure. You can. You can minimap.
Oh, nice.
Map it. Yeah. So, based on our demonstration, let's assume he can. Oh my! That was a.
Okay.
Moose hates Mira confirmed.
Swagger. Now you got a Golem's push with. Easy. I mean, Moose has kind of had this Golem on autocast a little bit. Every time he sees a hero, he's just like, yep, 2 heroes, yep, 1 hero, yep, I'll throw it down. Carry, support, I don't care. Again, the Golem.
I like this playstyle from a Warlock.
He's got high DPM. He's got very high
True.
DPM.
Those Golems per minute are insane.
Here we go. High ground push from OG Ladam. The second attempt. Will they end up in the fountain this time around? Anto going to turn him into a chicken. A nullified chicken. Oh, in comes the ulti from Mago, though. It's a lot of damage out onto the Monkey King. Kiyotaka's just dead. BKB out from Mago. Don't forget, he's got another round of spells should he want it. Refresher does come out.
So many roots.
In the tree line. Yeah, there's a lot of pits down on the ground right now. Look at that. There's a whole path of roots. You can't go anywhere near them. They're going to try and then go onto the Ursa. Ursa's going to get broken down here. The Nullify going to stop the box coming on down. The damage coming through onto Hector. He pops that ultimate. He's got so much bonus damage from this facet, but it doesn't matter because he's dead. A nice kill onto the Ursa. Going to defuse the push here. Mago does get out this time around just about. Nilla's trying to go for the BKB TP out right in front of Nightfall and does escape. So they come, they do the damage, they get the range barracks, they do not get the melee barracks, and they lose their Ursa. And Roshan is up. If they get this Rosh on the side of Aurora, they're going to have some conversations about whether that was the right time to go.
Yeah, you can see from the replay, right? The tiny hit of the butterfly, you know, they're forcing them back, they're taking the racks. I feel like OG Latam, all they had to do, hit the buildings, look for the disengage where needed, but instead, they of course get vacuumed into the Hex, full combo down, so it's the fact that they have that little bit of an explosive entry to the fight from Aurora that really threatened OG Latam's ability to stay there. So, yeah, they had no Epicenter, no Golem, no Wheel, no Fiend's Gate, they had nothing. So after taking that range tracks, it does feel like a disengage could have been the better option.
And now we have a fight taking place here. Aurora, rather than going for Roshan, have decided to shove it down the middle lane. A guaranteed respawn for them, and yeah, Ilish just kind of blink daggering forwards with a 3-second channel time. Bonk out from Kiyotaka, trying to disengage here. They are going to be able to do that. 6 seconds on the Ursa still.
Let's work it out. Ursa is available for the Roshan fight.
Yep, Epicenter, Golem, everything you want is in the bag for OG Ladam should they decide to use it. But chasing up this high ground is a risky move here. They're jumping onto the air, so another fire is out. He's going to need some help, but I'm not sure he's going to find it. Ulti comes out there with the BKB, looking for the turnaround. The Fatal Bonds is doing a lot in this fight. Mira yields up, trying to buy himself some time, but he should be the first casualty of this fight. Mago takes him out. Panto as well, also going to fall here most likely. They'll blink dagger up to the top lines with a TP. Can Mago find him? No, he cannot. A little late on the burrow strike. There you have it. Another fight just narrowly going the way of OG Latam, but they've used a lot of ultis. Every single ulti was used there, which means Aurora, it's time for their turn, and they will blow up Dark Mago on the sidelines, finally catching out this Sand King. A critical kill here to take back control of this game, but Ursa is in the pit. Can Aurora regroup in time?
To be honest, they might just have to trade this. Maybe they go for some like crazy snipe on Panto or someone. Panto is smoked at the moment. Maybe, yeah.
Vacuuming him out of the pit. The
very early.
is in. He's got no BKB here, dude. He might just fall. And yep, he certainly will. Not the jump you're looking for. Thought Roshan was lower. Yes, Panto, he's going for it now as well. Toronto Tokyo trying to wait his time, but he's going to have to run in with the surge. They're trying to get Roche. He is so very low here. So many Aurora heroes surrounding that Roshan, and Toronto Tokyo is going to be the one to pick him up. So does not get his Aegis, and now he's sitting in the pit of despair, but maybe looking for the turnaround. He's going to look for a target, jump out the side, running off to Panto. Panto going to get killed off on the sidelines, most likely, although turning Ursa into a chicken. The chicken bear.
Another chicken.
Is, yep, finally going to get the kill. Toronto Tokyo also looking kind of low here. Burrow Strike doesn't quite connect. Ursa trying to close the gap as well. As Illich is dead to Tiny on the sidelines. Nightfall, though, oh, he doesn't have the mana or the cooldown to TP out of this one. Things getting awkward here as Toronto Tokyo trying to make some space to get his teammate out of there. Will be dying for the first time here. He is the Aegis carrier, and the rest of the team coming in. Aurora might be looking to fight this one. The snakes come down. They jump in from a go, though. He's got the Burrow Strike, but he does not have enough mana for another epicenter, so it's a little awkward here, but it doesn't matter. They kill Toronto Tokyo. Nightfall looking a little bit scared as well as he runs down on the sidelines, but they don't have the detection for him. Or maybe they do, actually, as that imp is chasing him to the grave. Panto dying back into this one as well. OG Latam winning the... Oh, Moose! Ooh, nice little... Is that a smoke? Yeah, that was a smoke.
Ninja
that was
Gear.
pretty sick.
Yeah, Ninja Gear.
Oh,
yeah,
Ninja Gear.
Good.
Very close, but... Wow, what a fun minute of gameplay.
Where do I dissect it is? Okay, luckily we're gonna have a replay to talk about instead, but it all starts with Kiyotaka maybe thinking that the Ursa's gonna take Roshan a little bit quicker, so he just blindly jumps in and instantly goes down. And after that, it's kind of like a Hail Mary, everyone for themselves, right? Panto jumps in, the Shard blocks the Roshan, so Panto can't take this still, so Toronto Tokyo has to run in because the Shard blocked the Roshan and Panto can't get it. And then Toronto Tokyo gets the Aegis, and now they're stuck in the pit with all these roots and all these just nuisance spells in the mix. And you know, your Monkey King's dead the entire time. Nightfall's like teasing them the entire time with invis and poke, and poof, Boji Latam fundamentally are the winners of that fight.
Oh, he's in deep here in this fight. He is getting bashed up, abyssaled up, forced to pop the BKB. Snowball coming out, but they need to end it because he's got that BKB going. But look at the Fatal Ball just bouncing around. Nightfall, he's just dead the moment that BKB ends. A questionable engagement. He was looking for the toss back, doesn't find it, and that will be game. OG Latam taking game number 1 over Aurora here. It was a tough challenge for them to come in. It was a tough opponent for them to be matched up against first, but OG Latam rise to the challenge and take the first game here.
Yeah, it was just a beautiful game from OG Latam. Oh.
Yeah, well, it's the right team, but the wrong cameras. We're watching Aurora.
There we go. Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
They're not there. They immediately ran out the room. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I looked over, I was like, wait a second. Yeah, thanks for picking up on that one, but no. I think the good thing there for OG Latam was their draft was like lanes a little shaky, right? That was an advantage towards Aurora. But I think this move, we instantly see that rotation at 15 minutes from moves from Dark Mago, if they don't make this clutch play, then the game could be entirely different, right? I think that invokes so much confidence into the team that K1 on the Ursa was able to like farm the Battlefield for free, farm a whole Blink Dagger, then get a BKB. Like everything he did on the Ursa, well, it felt uncontested based on the Warlock and the Sand King in the early game. And then Underlord itemized perfectly. He bought Crimson Guard. He soaked 2-3 massive rotations to then buy time for the Warlock Sand King to enter the fight correctly. So it's like between all the layers of their team, the saves of the Ringmaster, the pick-off potential of the Warlock Sand King, the tankiness of the Ursa, the farm efficiency of K1, like all of their team firing on all cylinders, they didn't allow Aurora, at any point to break the map, to sweep across with their pipe on a Darkster and kill them off. It was just a really, really fun game to watch.
Yeah, it was an absolute banger to start off our day, which is very, very welcome. Some interesting stats in this game as well. I mean, my favorite one is Moose did 22,000 damage this game, and there's that beautiful moment once again. How much do you think was dealt with Fatal Bonds T out of the 22,000 damage dealt?
I might go with a solid 18.5.
Not bad. It was 16,000 out of the 22,000 was dealt entirely with fatal bonds, which is pretty funny. But he was just able to chain up with Dartmouth Go and find some amazing fights. And yeah, between the two of them, they're my MVPs. I guess if you force me to pick one, I guess I'd choose Dartmouth Go because he's got the better score line. But honestly, it was between the two of them, just comboing up really, really nicely together.
Yeah, just again, an exceptional game from them. I think one critique for OG Latam, just so we don't get too carried away with, one win, oh my god, they're amazing. It's just their lanes were a little shaky, and there was windows that, the underleveled supports, the Ringmaster, the Warlock, it took them so long to get the ultimates, and then it felt like Aurora also was very kind of slow to enter the game when we expected them to be a bit more aggressive. So the lanes weren't perfect for OG Latam. That's like my biggest critique.
And that was with the start they had as well. Let's not forget that minute 0 fight where we had the bonds coming down. Pretty much the entirety of Aurora were sitting around on average like 50% HP to start the lanes off with. And yet Aurora was still able to survive through that. And not only survive through that, but then get the healing out, slow play them, and then turn the lanes around, get a bunch of kills. They got the first 3 kills of the game, despite being sort of outplayed in the early points. Now, I'm sure you could say stuff like, well, they took fatal bonds and they took a bunch of other spells which you wouldn't normally take level 1 in order to get them low, but ultimately I still think you have to look at that and say, what if that hadn't happened? What if Aurora came to the lanes on full strength? Would we be looking at the same sort of game? I don't think so. So yeah, totally agree. OG Latam, let's look at the early game and let's try to sort that one out. Especially because they picked such safe lanes for themselves as well. Like, I look at those side lanes. I mean, Warlock, Ursa, Ringmaster, Underlord, like, you should be pretty safe in those, but still a couple of mistakes, but are always going to be heavy on the kills, and that is what they brought to the table. So yeah, definitely looking at a very close game too. And, knowing Aurora, they're going to be having those conversations and being like, we got to kill them. We got to break them in game number 2. So expect a lot of aggression coming out of them in the second game.
Yeah.
She sees in me. Ooh, I've been drinking too much, staying out all night. I can't remember my left from my right. I'm kinda blurry from my head to my toes. It might seem like nothing, but there's one thing I know. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. But what I don't understand, what she sees in my chest. It's so hard to sleep, baby. I can't get no rest. All sorrow and sadness. Tell me what I'm gonna do. 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. I thought it would be easy to make it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. Lost in the shadows. Tell me what can I do? 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. You don't miss the water till the well runs dry. And you never see when the truth turns into a lie. Hey. Wrapped up in blue, all wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue. Can't find my way out, no. Wrapped up in blue. Tell me what can I do? Wrapped up in blue, all wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue. Somebody got me now. Wrapped up in blue, all wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue. Somebody tell me what to do, 'cause I'm wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue. Oh, yes, I am. I've had days of struggle, nothing quite as rough as today. Hell, I've been held up, nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I died a man for crying, for a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me.
Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 26. We are here over on the Earth channel with Aurora versus OG LATAM. Getting into this series, it was, of course, OG LATAM that took game number 1. A very exciting first game. I'm looking forward to game number 2. But, of course, we've had a lot of Dota going on across all the different streams, T. So I believe we can take a little look and see exactly what's been happening over on the other streams, how that one's all been going. And we can see that Boom Esports got a win. Name Galaxy got a win. And BetBoom Team got a win. So some really big upsets this morning.
Yeah, and I love the little indicator actually on this with all of the preemptively qualified tag, right? Because no offense, lads, we don't really care about you in this tournament. We already know you've made it. We already know that you're the big shots and you've won it all before. But we care about the teams that haven't qualified. So yeah, the fact that Nigma early and getting a win, Boom beating Extreme, like this is like exactly what you want to see. You want to see the teams that want to create that, and especially because it's best of twos, right? Like winning it one game, it's like in a best of three, a weaker team can lose game 2 and 3 very easily, right? But the fact that it's best of twos, every win matters so much. So I think coming into today, I wasn't expecting the first set of games to probably be OG Latam, Boom, Nigma. I probably would have leaned maybe towards Aurora and Extreme. Even you could argue Liquid, but they had a harder series to take the win. So yeah, I think after even just a single game, the group is looking to be a lot more competitive than what maybe people would have assumed coming into it.
Yeah, a lot of fun happening in this first day, of course. There's always conversations to be had. Liquid on the first game, always rusty, that kind of thing. But needless to say, we had a really fun series over here. We had a really fun first game over here, at least, where OG Latam was showing us some new stuff. They were showing us some inspirational gameplay. So, let's hope that the same thing's happening over on the other streams as well, with the especially with Boom beating Extreme. I would consider that an upset, personally. I know Boom are a good team, but Extreme are a very, very good team. So for them to fall on at least one game is sort of interesting. So yeah, we got some stuff coming.
Actually, I really hope that Boom loses, because I asked Januel to play Battle Cup on Saturday, and he didn't see the message. And then once we started Battle Cup, he then said, "Oops, I could have played, I just didn't see it." So due to this incredibly annoying guy. Toxic action from Januel, where he fake claimed being AFK to not play Battle Cup with me. Yeah, I now hope his competitive career. No, I'm joking. No. I hope he does well. No, he's a very wholesome lad. He's a very charismatic one. It is honestly just.
Love Mullet.
I think there's certain players that you want in the scene, right? Based on like how they act and how they carry themselves, and like I feel like Januel was like one of those players, especially from like the SEA region, where. Yeah, no, he's just nice to see around. So
more
I
mullets.
Take it back.
We need more mullets. None of the talent have mullets. So there's only one player with a mullet. Admittedly, we don't have a huge Australian representation, so I guess that's sort of holding us back. But either way, more mullets in Dota. Maybe be the change you want to see in the world. I might consider growing one out, but nevertheless.
You could just do it yourself, mate. I think I'm about 2-3 years away. But for yourself, you're minutes. All you need to do is just shave and you're done. You're good.
That is true. Get the sides off. Maybe a little bit of length at the back might help, but we'll see. All right, let's get into game number 2 between OG Latam and Aurora here and find out which way this one's going to go. Aurora with the respect ban of the Dartmago Sand King straight off the back. That does make sense. I mean, I'm pretty sure Dartmago plays Sand King even off meta, so I'm not really surprised to see him first picking it for himself every single time it is available now.
Yep. Again, not one of his most played competitively, but it fits his style really, really well. Like he likes to play the Embers, the Pangos, Storms, all these heroes that are just the classic mid laners, right? And you throw Sand King in meta to that, yeah, it's going to look very, very good. At the moment they are reading some notes on OG Latam. They're deciding what they want to do.
Yes.
Taking a little bit of time with their final ban.
What does the papers say? Papers say Bristleback. Bristleback needs to go.
Yeah. And you get.
I feel like
when you draft. Sorry, go on.
Oh no, my very important point was that when you got the 2 Aegises on a logo, I know the Aegis belong to the organization, they should be there, but it's always just
Oh, because it's a OG Latam team, not OG.
Yeah, but I mean it's still the org, so I guess we'll allow it.
But then, now you're opening up the discussion for a very much deeper point, right? Where I feel like teams nowadays are very they have a lot of creative freedoms on what they put on their jerseys, right? Some teams win one tournament and suddenly now that's a star, It's like
true.
Yeah, I feel like we don't really have a very good system in place to make sure that our teams and organizations follow a clear path of what's deserving of an Aegis and a star and whatnot, Like
do
a major.
Do you think if, let's say, Aurora just rock up tomorrow and have an Aegis on their logo, like their official logo, what do you think would happen?
Well, they have players who have won it, so they could technically through But no one's gonna care. No one polices the,
It's no
the
official
jersey.
ruling.
No, there
It would be really funny if that's the thing which Valve come out and say, nope, stop it. That's the thing they come and police. That would be really, really funny. But
police the jersey styles. Okay,
yeah,
interesting.
stop it. No Aegises. Do not use an Aegis in vain. That's stolen value.
No. Aegis is obvious, right? I care more about the stars. You know what's it's an Aegis is simple. A star, that's complicated. Unlike this draft, which is very simple, as it's always the same heroes that we see. Aurora going back for the Tiny. Last time they picked the Tiny here, they did of course ban the Lifestealer. We'll see if they ban it again to show that this is like the hardest counter to their first phase Tiny. But instead they continue down the path of banning out Dark Mago. He did have, I believe it was Pango banned in the previous game. He had his Timber banned. But they had no further respect towards his hero pool. It was only a couple heroes.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll see where they go with that one.
Absolutely.
5 seconds remaining.
Mira looking swollen, his long sleeved jersey. That's a rare one as well. Some of these players, they like to have the arms covered up, and then sometimes the jerseys are only short sleeves, then they have to wear like shirts underneath. But we're providing the long sleeves, which is nice.
And then I'm going to ask you a very hard-hitting question, if that's okay, quickly.
Yeah, go.
So far this draft, you're 2 for 2 on clothing-based analysis. Are we going to get any hero-based analysis, or are we going to go 3 for 3?
When something interesting comes up, but right now we've just got the same, almost the same heroes as the last game, so...
Just making sure. I'm happy for you to be the clothing guy, and I'll try and ad-lib with some heroes. That
sounds
fine.
good.
Just making sure we understand what the trajectory of this draft.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that. That's an absolutely fine call-out. It's what's your favorite jersey of all time, T?
Favorite jersey? Alright. To be honest, I'm just not a fan of any of these like the plasticky material jerseys where they're trying to be the sportsy.
Preach.
I love any jersey that's like a t-shirt or any like a proper fabric where you could wear it outside as like a actual piece of clothing where it doesn't look like a really specific niche bit of sports. Like
Absolutely.
Like I think obviously football has a whole different argument based on like branding, legacy, advertising sponsors. That's like a whole different ballpark. But I think for esports, having it as like a wearable piece of clothing in a nice fabric goes so far. But it's so rare. Not many teams actually do this.
Yeah, agreed. And I mean, it does get smelly in those boots. Like it's sweaty, it's hot. Like the sweat wicking is kind of important as well. But also, you can just change a shirt once a day if you've got to play 2 series. It's fine.
By the way, if you told me to predict 4 heroes in this draft before the draft even started, I promise you, I think most people would have said,
5 seconds remaining.
if not banned, Ringmaster, Jakiro, Tiny, are probably easily in your top. Like it all to be contended. Like as much as we are blabbing our other stuff, we're not really moving too far away from what is set as the meta. But that aside, I think for OG Latam, they are showing a kind of the same identity as the previous game in regards to the counterplay, right? They want the escape at Saver Ringmaster, they want the ice path. Jakiro is not as impactful as a Warlock in regards to the explosive nature of you take a fight, I can punish you for it being a bad fight. He's a bit more subtle, an ice buff here, macro pyre there, right? And I think for Aurora, I love the adjustment of the silencer for the fact that everything OG Latam was doing in the early to mid game was built around Aurora initiating and then getting hit by a wave of spells. You throw a silencer, you're not going to get hit by a wave of spells. You know you're going to get that kill. You know the ice path's not going to come or the escape act from the Ringmaster. I think the silencer alone, this pick, is them saying, you know what, try and win the game now where you don't just simply get to press every spell defensively. Be proactive and try and win a game on your own thoughts. That's what Aurora's trying to do now with this silencer pick. It's like you're throwing down the gauntlet, be the better team, win the lanes, try and punish us.
Yeah, you can't really go to like team fight execution heavy like we saw last game from OG Latam into this hero. It just doesn't work. Like it doesn't matter if you get BKBs, it doesn't matter if you get yours. This hero is the one hero in the game which can just change the way you have to play. But OG, they'll respond to it. They'll grab themselves a Conquer. This is nice, just something tanky, something, when the boat comes down, it's likely going to come down before the global comes out. You can cast it early, and then you get loads of tankiness for the fight. So I'm a big fan of this as an answer, and it is an answer to the silencer. And again, I just see OG Ladder moving away from these big statement ultimates and being forced to play a more brawly game, which I feel like they can. Whether they go more into a hard carry or stuff, it kind of remains to be seen, and we'll save that for last pick. Potentially even the Kunkka carry. I imagine it's Kunkka mid, but there's always a chance to flex it if you want to give the last pick to Dartmago.
Yeah, they're responding quite nicely. One team gets silencer, one team gets more auras and buff ups, right? Rum and pipe, and I'm kind of concerned for both teams. Where is the damage? Right? Every team has great sustainability and ways to play out multiple fights, but they don't have that killer kind of combo, right? But for Aurora, they start laying the foundation of that with the silencer. The Storm Spirit, protected by the silencer. That's what I was trying to say. Of course, Storm Spirit, you get the Witchblade, and you play on just Kaya, jumping back line, get quick kill. Yeah, it's nice. Jakiro Ringmaster. They don't have the best control for Storm Spirit. It's a lot of wind up spells. You're gonna wind up the whip, or you're gonna get the cast time for the ice path. So yeah, Storm Spirit, exceptionally good game. We'll see what they want to ban though to protect the Storm in lane. If the Storm has a bad laning phase, then the draft can come falling down a little bit, because he feels like he's doing everything for the early game for them.
Radiant team banned.
Ban out the Life Stealer again. Banned out in game 1, or banned out in game 2.
Yeah, makes sense.
Turn to ban.
Gonna have this really annoying sustainable carry on OG Ladam. It can cause issues for Aurora. They want to be able to jump in, hex, tiny combo somebody down with the Storm Spirit under the duration of the silencer ult. So anything which can break that is going to be a problem for them. They need to grab themselves an offlaner here.
5 seconds remaining.
Aurora, what do they want to shove into the offlane?
If there wasn't Kunkka, then maybe you'd be looking towards a Centaur, just for the fact that you can just stampede away from their control, right? You vacuum wall, if you don't hit the ice path or the wheel, you're probably just disengaging quite nicely. They might still pick the Centaur because it's only 1x. It doesn't really matter too much, but yeah, I could see them going for Centaur. They could potentially go for a casual Doom on Aurora. I don't like it too much, but just throwing that on a Kunkka just to prevent boat and all this is quite nice. But yeah, there's a couple options.
Aurora Gaming's turn to pick.
I think Beastmaster could be an option as well, because you're going to
It
get
is first phase banned, my friend.
Oh no, long time gone.
Also, Medusa is still available. That's one of the older classics, but I don't think it. I prefer Centaur and Doom more than Medusa, but I think there's 3 very viable heroes depending on how they see the game, and they take option number 4, Underlord.
Okay.
I'm not trying to segue my 3 heroes into there, but it's
yeah. Here's my 4th suggestion, Underlord. Yeah.
Here's my 4th suggestion. No. It's outside of the Doom, the Centaur and the Medusa technically, in essence, are just annoying offlaners that just exist and just have presence the entire game, right? To try and segue if you want to, Underlord is the same style, right? But I think at least Underlord is rising in popularity based on, even how Illich played it in the last game, right? If you just get the correct aura and have really good kind of timings, it is really annoying to play into. K1 Hector Sven. Whew.
Yeah, believe it or not, I was actually thinking that. I was gonna list through a couple, and Sven was my second. But yeah, that is gonna be the kind of they just want a big tanky carry again, which isn't gonna die in the duration of the silencer ult, or can kind of jump in and burst someone. And Sven will be that for them, so we'll see how that works out. A lot of tankiness in this front line here from these calls. Kunkka, Darkseer, Sven. It's pretty obvious how OG Ladam are answering this kind of stance. Storm Spirit hard initiation from Aurora Gaming, and it's just going to be to outlast them. The Underlord's still going to be strong here, though. You've got all of these heroes which have just large health balls, which Underlord's sort of good against. So we'll see how that ends up working out. But overall, how are you rating these drafts?
I'm a little scared for Aurora, based on if they don't control the game, then it feels like OG Latam can create these kind of same moments of like explosive entries, right? Like at any minute, Kunkka steps up the high ground. Sure, he gets Hex, but now K1 pre-global just blink kills off a Shaman or blink kills off a Silencer, right? Like it really is about positioning, I think, for Aurora. And if they win the early game, their laning phase, they need to make sure they transition that into actually applying pressure on the map. And I'm just a little bit worried that they can't do that because Underlord, again, he needs to farm an entire aura to be truly active. Nightfall and the Tiny needs to farm, 2 items to be active? Can the Storm, Silencer, Shaman as 3 heroes do enough in the early game? So like, I'm a little worried, but they do have great heroes once they control the game. Like the global pick-off, the global protection of Silencer. So it's quite volatile, their lineup. And OG Latam, it's like, in a good game, they can crush. In a bad game, they can always come back with a big vacuum wall into Storm, Hammer, God Strength, right? So, yeah. I think it's easier for OG Latam, but Aurora, they need to make sure they're not tilted from the previous game, because if they misplay, then this game could get difficult.
Sure, it could, yeah. I think the lane should be going in OG Latam's favor, but then I kind of said the same thing last time around, and it still went to Aurora. I'm just not really sure. Maybe it's like the support difference isn't as strong as I'm making out, and it's more about the cause. I'm not too sure, but either way, we'll find out how this early game goes, and we'll find out how this game goes in general. It is game number 2 here of OG Latam versus Aurora, and once again, we'll start with this pause and a disconnect. Love to see it. So yeah, we do have Jakiro going for the Twin Terror facet this time around. Focusing on the lane.
Yeah. Oh, ad? Oh, he wants to be added on friend. I thought he was asking for ads. I was like, you know what, ESL, I'm sure they'll oblige. Come on, production, let's pump in the ads. Moves have asked for them. Thank you very much.
Yep. There we go. Some tales from the Lord, DHL. Love to see it. Thank you for providing that. Moose wanted it.
I can't believe that Moose only asked to be added after he beat him, right? He didn't ask this in game 1.
With the expected reaction as well. Just like, what?
Like, what? Yeah. Like, what? In game 1, it's like quite nice, but game 2, it's like, well, maybe Moose wanted to impress Nightfall. So it's like, hey man, look at my gameplay from game 1. Do you think we can be friends now in game 2?
Can we lane together?
Well, let's not get that far.
Could be friends. Course observer for this game. PTP, Mr. Patrick on the cam.
True. One of my bald brothers. I'm tapping my head.
Can you kind of...
I hope he tapped it too.
Is there like any telepathic connection between you and fellow bald people? Because there's no hair blocking your brainwaves, right? So.
No, 100%. Like, he knows exactly what I'm going to talk about next. Like, I don't even to say it, but he'll just move the camera to somewhere, and I know, like, he already knows I got the point ready.
You type to me the hero you want to talk about next, and then we'll see if Patrick can know it. So, type to me on Discord the hero that you want to talk about next, and let's see if Patrick can get it right. We'll put this theory to the test.
Yep. 1 second. I'm too slow at typing to you. Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. Nothing's. Kiyotaka's trying to go for a rune. Looks like it's gonna be fine. Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Silencer. Oh, he already pre-selected it. God, that
is
too good.
It's straight away. As you press enter, you turn to the Silencer. It's too easy actually.
It's too easy. I promise you. It's just yeah.
I can confirm it was Silencer indeed. So.
The fact that I said Silencer, but then as soon as I said it, he'd already pre-clicked it, and now the stream's not going to believe us. The bald boys are in... Oh, it's in shambles.
That's all right.
Just like Aurora after game 1. I don't know. I don't know how I was going to segue.
Good segue. Yeah, we're back in. We're back in. Yeah. How are these lanes going? Well,
they're posturing for a tri-lane, but they're going to TP out. Yeah, nice.
Just kidding. Yeah, I mean, it was Aurora looking for a first blood. If anybody went and blocked that wave, or if anybody showed on that wave, then they were going to get eaten, but nobody did. So it was just kind of some awkward standing around. But yeah, Sven should not have as free of a game as he did on the Ursa, but then also he kind of got a bit beaten up on the Ursa, so maybe he does have a better time on the on the Sven after all.
Oof. I'm just actually really intrigued to know how. But the mid lane is quite interesting though, because it's like Kunkka is a good wave shoving like melee hero, but then he's against Storm Spirit. And I think before Facets, before Static Slide, you could argue Kunkka should do well in this lane, because you just never get hit by Remnants. But with Static Slide and all the little additions that you see on Storm Spirit, it feels somewhat more 50-50. Like, just resources are going to be whittled down on both sides. We'll see who can kind of...
They're both just really struggling to last hit under the towers as well. Kiyotaka missed 2, Darmago missed 3, so... That's sort of uncharacteristic from mid laners these days, but... Oh, Panto getting pecked by Elmisho here, but Illich and Elmisho both really, really low. Can't really come up to this lane at the moment, so Aurora should start to pull ahead up in the top side. Just the harassment is far too much.
Ooh, yeah,
huge dodge.
Keeping his Panto has the glaives, right? I think silencers that don't go glaives are often kind of falling back on their inability to punish and pressure.
Misho is going to survive. Surge comes out, keeps him alive, and they've managed to get off the pull here as well, so that might save the lane just a little bit.
He did have a fairy fire, so I think he was going to be fine there. Yeah. But going back to silencer, I think there's 2 types of silencers right now where you go for 3 points Arcane Curse, 2 point Last Word with no glaive, and that's in a lane where you know that you can never really step up to pressure the enemy 4 or off lane, and you need to be helping out. Mirror though, ooh, he did have to walk away from bottom. Yeah.
Somehow not in range for that dual breath at the end there. Moose couldn't quite get it off, and immediately comes back into lane, immediately going to get brought back down low again. Again, this dual breath just being held at the moment.
He needs to be able to run away.
Kiyotaka.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. We'll have the torrent available in 2 seconds. Landing this is going to be pretty hard unless Kiyotaka just walks in a straight line. Okay, fortification comes out. And... oh, this is getting awkward. Kiyotaka on the run, just trying to escape from Mago. Mago, though, does have the X marks the spot, and this should be enough to get the kill, and that'll be your first blood going to the Kunkka in the middle lane. And a tip coming out as well. Oh, dear.
I mean, what a kill. We already said how mid lane was like this kind of battle of the 50-50, right? But he wins it. How often do you see solo kills as well? Like, you just don't see solo kills in mid lane. Like, maybe what, 1 in 20 games, I feel? Maybe even less?
Yeah.
Fair play to Darmago to get that kill.
Darmago doing it.
I don't know if I've heard that one before. You might have started it, who knows?
Maybe. Hope so. Ooh, whip coming out, but Elmisho might just be dead here. There's a little bit too much damage coming out onto him. Does have the fairy fire, but there's no real point using it there in an untenable situation. There's constant harassment coming out in his bottom side as well. Hector is just throwing down Stormhammers left, right, and center. It's some heavy harass. It's not really translating into a ton of CS, but it is shutting down Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, the Sven and Underlord, you have to make sure, I think, for Sven that he has the edge in regards to just CS levels, if possible. Because, you know, Underlord against the Sven, you get 3 points Firestorm, you can never go near the lane, right? And he's critical. Muso, he steps up.
Moose? Is he dead? There's the blood grenade coming out onto him. It shouldn't be enough to kill him, but it might be enough to get him in range for one last right click. He does, and the kill comes through. I don't know what that put Malice is for, but...
points.
Yeah. Kiyotaka getting low again. Dagger doesn't connect. Oh god, he could be in a bad situation. Actually, he's got the bottle. Dagger does connect. I mean, he's still in a bad situation because he's just walking down to the bottom side of the map with no real... And look at his quick buy, by the way.
2 minuses.
Oh, he's on the struggle bus.
What do you think his team communication is like right now? Like, all right, do you think he's like option A, where he's like, don't worry guys, I'll come back, I just need the 6-minute rune? Or do you think he's B, where he's like super despair, no communication, just really quiet?
Someone clicks in his inventory, like, buddy, you good over there? Oh, Panto.
Panto tried to get the mid XP and he's dead.
Yeah. And Mira's now
Now
running.
Mira's here.
He says, this looks like fun.
Yeah, let me join.
Trying to keep this this catapult alive. Not gonna happen.
I've just not seen a mid lane be this handled in like so long.
I mean, Kiyotaka's doing fine on last hits. It's literally just they're dying and they're being chased away.
Yeah.
They're not hitting level 6, which has been sort of...
I mean, the TPing back into mid straight away
Yeah, right in front of the
to go half HP. Yeah.
Yeah. He just wanted his 6, but he's not going to find it. Instead, he's going to catch another death.
What
and now
the-
4 Midas is queued up, so...
Sorry, Nomad, permission to speak freely?
Yep, granted.
What the hell was that?
Yeah, reasonable, but they are going to get the return kill as Mira runs in, gets off the shackle, and gets the kill. Bro wanted his 6, but Bro didn't really, either didn't do the calculations or it's just...
My guy has clearly never been to maths class. He's like, look how much XP away he is from level 6. If he was like a single creep, then that TP, it makes sense, you know? TP in, I'm Kiyotaka, who cares? 1 creep, boom, I'm 6, I zip away, right?
Yeah.
He's like,
You wait for
nowhere
2
near
waves
it.
in that situation is just not happening.
Ah, well. He's still, he upgraded. He had 2 Midases.
Yeah,
He's now got 4.
Midases has been...
Do you think he'll actually buy it though? Like,
I'm wondering. See, I am wondering.
yeah. Like his net worth isn't. I mean, it's not that ugly, right? 2,600. He's only like what? 800 behind the Kunkka at 8 minutes. I mean, it sounds kind of bad when you say it out loud, but
It does.
I don't know if it's Midas level yet. Maybe if he had like. Oh, and he doesn't get the regen. Oof.
Oh.
Oh. I've never been so focused on a mid lane before. Normally, we're always talking about like the supports making the move. We didn't even talk about the wisdom shrines, by the way. That happened in the game.
Yeah, it went
It was a 1-for-1.
but
Yeah, 1-for-1. Okay.
Not much. I guess Illich getting it is a little maybe interesting if you're a boring person and find that kind of thing interesting. I don't know. No judgment. Boat coming through into the middle lane though to bring down Mira, who's been sneakily trying to get a whole bunch of XP. Kiyotaka zipping forward, looking to jump on the go here. Mago with the boat buff running out is a little bit vulnerable, but not really. He's just going to back away. Daggers being thrown as well. Harassment's just so annoying to fight into. Now, nice little catch here onto Toronto Tokyo. And a big whip from El Misho as well. Sending in the little fun house mirror. These damn creepy guys. I hate them.
Sorry, just to update you, he technically has 5 Midases in his quick buy now because he has the glove, but he has 4 gloves. So he actually has 4 recipes and 5 gloves, which does technically equate to 5 Midases. The game is only getting worse for Kiyotaka.
Interesting. And his team is starting to sweat. They're seeing all these Midases, and they're like, you're just joking, right?
That is actually a really good interview question. Like, if they are to win this game, like, was this Midas actually a topic of discussion? Or is it one of those things where, like, you don't even notice it? Like,
This is scarier now. This is scary. He's gone down to just 1 Midas. That suggests that he's actually going to do it.
he's committed.
That's 1 Midas is scarier than 5 Midases, T.
But no, as much as we're memeing it, I really think that it's somewhat okay because of how bad the lane went. No, it's more like, do you think that him buying treads and let's say like a robe for Kaya is going to allow him to enter the game, or if he buys Midas AFK jungle for 6 minutes? OG Latam, they don't break the map too quickly, right? The only hero that takes towers is Jakiro, so you already know that you've kind of got about 20 minutes of gameplay before the game gets really spicy and like deciding. So as long as he's efficient with his farm, it's playable. I'm not saying you should do it every game, but like if you had any other hero, like if Sven or Darkseid was a hero that progresses the map, this is the biggest grief potential from Storm, right? But because you see that
If he
kind of,
dies right now, then it's like disconnect potential.
Yeah, he's fine.
Good. There's no way you should get caught by that ever, but
There it is,
I'm
Midas
worried
complete.
for him. Midas on the way. Kiyotaka with the tech.
And Toronto Tokyo, he understands how despair this game is. He's going for a Mask of Madness on the Underlord. He's going for the carry build.
Wow, and that is an MVP Phoenix Courier.
Nightfall's the only core trying to play. Yeah, I mean that's a classic, but I'd say Nightfall's the only core actually buying items for the game he's currently in. Storm's buying a Midas for the future. Underlord's buying a Mask of Madness for the future.
Dude, he's doing so well, and he's gonna rock up to this game and be like, guys, I've hit really good timing on my Echo Saber and my Archer. Just Storm TP's in, being like, yeah, I'll come help you. Well, here we go. Jump on to Dartman Go. Dude, if he picks up this Midas and instantly gets a kill with it, then I don't know what's going on anymore. I don't know Dota 2 anymore, but yeah, it does look like Mago eventually gonna go down. Kiyotaka gets a kill. Oh my god. Doubters, where are you at? Toronto Tokyo gonna head out.
No tip. They're showing good form on Aurora. They don't want to, use them too early. Getting the Kunkka. You could argue for Kunkka. A little bit late on the boat, but you just kind of run around for an extra 2-3 seconds post-global. That's exactly what Kiyotaka wanted. Get the kill. He doesn't get the rune, though. I don't know if he didn't get the regen, didn't get the shield. He's voice lining a little bit. But yeah, for Aurora, this is what they want to do, right? Push the lanes, farm efficiently. As soon as they can get a kill with Storm Global, get it. Instantly back to farm. Like, you can see, as much as we've been hyper-focused on, Midas here, Mask of Madness there, if this goes uncontested, 5 minutes into the game, they are going to be so insanely strong because of how efficient they can farm. So we'll see if that is... Because also, look at Storm. He's, like, about to be top 3 in net worth, potentially. Like, he's contesting with the Kunkka and the Darkseer for that 3rd spot. Wait, if he goes Midas Boots of Travel, now my guy really is committed to a bit. I would have never predicted the post-Midas bots build, but...
Yeah, let's get a Guess the Hero into... Guess my Midas Travel Hero at 15 minutes into the game.
I mean, Travel Bloodstone at least used to be something, right? But that's some time ago.
That's when you got, like, stacks for Bloodstone kills.
Yeah,
made
exactly.
sense.
This entire time, K1's like, guys, I am completely uncontested. Like, what is happening?
Yeah.
Like, normally his gameplay is like, he is the big carry, he gets killed a couple times, he has to make this epic comeback, but this time he's like, complete free damage, and now Mira getting poked a little bit in top.
That's more than poking, sir. I don't want to be poked by you if that's your definition of poking.
Yeah, it was a lot of damage over time, alright? It wasn't like a decisive blow.
Slowly cooking him down.
Yeah. Alright, I'll make sure I don't say poke next time.
Thank you.
All good.
A poke is like 2 spells doing 25% maximum of your health pool.
That is true. That is true. I did. Yeah. I think the phrase poke should be universally understood by all Dota players based on the fact that it's such a good word to use. Because it basically already means...
We love a poke.
Use spells, but don't kill. Like, you're... So me saying poke there is a disservice to what the word should be. So I apologize formally to everyone in chat.
I'd say it's like a colloquial way of saying soft commit, which is like, again, incredibly underutilized in pub Dota, because in pub Dota it's like, are we in or are we out? There's no like, we're going to test the waters. There's no like, oh, maybe we shouldn't blink in and use our BKBs right now, which is a skill.
Oh, Misha getting jumped.
Yeah, a little bit.
He's like, I finally got a rune.
He did, yeah, and he's making some use with it and gets a kill. And has the travels. Cool. Midas Travels Storm Spirit is online. Panto's getting cooked up here, trying to go for the TP out, but Moose just sets the floor on fire, as they'll also be able to bring down Mirror as well. So, unsurprisingly into this kind of game, the big fights are going OG Ladam's way. The money, every single time they're not getting kills, the money should just start flooding in for the side of Aurora now.
You can see how Kiyotaka's playing though. Like, OG Latam, they're getting Tormentor, right? But he's just TPing onto wave, shoving it out, farming super efficiently. Unlike the last game, we saw this like epic contest of the Tormentor. Kiyotaka tries to go by himself.
No, Nightfall's here.
though.
Nightfall's here, coming in through the portal. Global Silence coming down as well to give him the cover. Kiyotaka is going to get actually loaded up here, so he can jump back in and blow up these two heroes on the back lines. Moose and Illich are dead. The Snakes being a little bit awkward for El Misho here as he's trying to run away. Dartmago watching, but not committing. I don't think there's really an angle of entry here for K1 and Dartmago. Dartmago still wants to see what's going on. But no one's really low on the side of Aurora, so we're all good.
I did not see the Tiny on the top twin gate, because when I saw Kiyotaka jump in, I was like, what are we doing here, boss? This is wild. But as soon as Nightfall goes through the twin gate, the Underlord with the Fiend's gate, they had plenty of power to fight there. And yeah, just the scaling continues already. Just look at the net worth. The way in which they're playing, they're trying to hunt for Mirror. He doesn't have TP for 25 seconds, so that will be a freebie. But you have to give a lot of credit to Aurora. After how difficult and like scary the early game was based on just mid alone, Underlord, Tiny were doing very well. They have already put all of their cores in a equally scaling point. The Kunkka, he's not scaling as quickly as the others. The Darkseer, he's not keeping up with the Underlord, right? But there is this world in which it could become a 4 Protect 1 on OG Latam, where K1 is their everything. They need to be careful, even though the net worth is very, very close in regards to the, you know, team versus team.
You say they need to be careful. Is that a problem if they put all their eggs into the K1 basket?
Luckily, Sven is a hero that happily will relish this type of that kind of net worth in his team, but it always helps if your Darkseer is able to keep up. You know, a Darkseer underfarmed, he can die. You want him to have a Crimson and a Shivas, you know, with the Blink Dagger, right? It's I think Illich needs to make sure that he can find himself a bit more of a game. But it is difficult. He's just running around following his team in every move, you know, compared to an Underlord who can just Fiends get in at any minute.
Here we go, double damage out, but a great Ice Buff comes out from Moose to slow this down and get their heroes out of it. Dartmago still taking a ton of damage with the Blade Mail reflecting. It's really painful for Aurora to actually go for this, and they haven't finished the job. They haven't finished their Kunkka, and Nightfall's going to be the one who goes down instead. Now they'll chase forwards, looking for Toronto Tokyo. He gets away, though, on the back lines. They have found Mira once again. He's trying to play around with his snakes, but unfortunately, we'll just be wait. Where's the Kunkka dead? Okay, well, Kunkka dies to Mira, to Panto as Mira tries to get away, running down to the low ground. This haste rune actually just got him out of here, huh? Oh, hold, moves. Wait, Mira turning around. Oh, he's out of mana. He might have actually killed him though. He had enough mana for the shackles, but didn't. And Moose knew that, so we'll be able to bring him down eventually. Okay. Overall, I would say pretty damn good fight for Aurora considering how it started. They tried to bring down the Kunkka, didn't quite do so. Sure, the Kunkka does die in the end, but Nightfall dying is a bit of a gift. But you do want to see these fights going a little bit more OG Latam favored at the moment, considering their draft, considering the state of the game. But you didn't really get your Sven into a good position to start clicking people. Despite this BKB, he didn't find the right moment, but I'll try and force the issue live as I got straight into the pit.
I mean, the counterpoint to that as well as for Aurora, they didn't initiate perfectly with the global, right? Like the fact that you jump into a Storm, jumping into an Ice Path, and then as he gets hit by the Ice Path, then the global comes into play. If the global was a little bit earlier, or maybe they delayed their initiation to then play with the global, you probably get the kill on the Kunkka quicker, and Aurora get, you know, a punchier entry to the fight, right? So
yeah,
OG Latam, Sven not getting into the engagement, but then for Aurora, they gift the engagement just a little bit, and because of that, they also give away Roshan. If they got a key kill or two in that mid fight, Roshan is not being taken from OG Latam. So I think both teams they have some improvements to make after that kind of the mid engagement. They are continuing to farm. We'll see. Will K1 ever opt for a Blink Dagger in this game? I personally like against Silencer lineups, having that Blink Dagger just to be explosive, like punish the fact that he has to read the map, see where he is. Ooh, you're dying, I press global. Like, if you press global on a Sven who's already jumped in with God Strength and stunned, there's no point kind of globaling, right? He's already right-clicking.
Yeah.
Like, I honestly like the item against Silencer, but we'll see.
Yes, Arca does actually get stunned up here, but it's just a Sven by his lonesome. Feeling no fear with his Aegis. Actually, he doesn't have the Aegis, just feeling no fear with his BKB. happy to set up on the front lines. What do you think is Aegis usage so far from OG Latam? Like, what do they want to do with it? And what are they doing so far?
I thought you meant in the entire series. Like, mate, they haven't really used Aegis very well. They just keep losing it, but...
Yeah, no, last game was not a good example, and this time they don't let K1 have it.
Yeah, by putting it on the Kunkka though, we've already seen that he is the damage soak, right? He has the blade mail, he has a talisman building into Radiance, right? Like, he wants to be at the center of every fight, so why not give him the Aegis? If he tanks a global or anything, you're probably going to win the fight after, right? Because he doesn't have to waste anything. But yeah, this is very much an Aegis to buy time.
Dire are scanning.
There's a lot of drawing is happening on the mini-map. They want to find a kill. Again, we already mentioned the Radiance complete on the Kunkka. They have the Aegis, they want to find a big hero, but Nightfall, with the Shadow Blade being very, very defensive,
Radiant's top tower
moving
is
all the way through the tier 3s. Tier 1, hitting the tier 2.
Dire's middle tower
Look for the dive, they got the X onto Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, but it's going to come on through. It's a slow kill, but it is going to be a kill. God Strength comes through, Egda deals the damage, and they'll take down the Underlord, move towards the tower now.
Radiant's top tower.
It's very nice of Toronto Tokyo. He activated his Mask of Madness to lose 8 armor to die quicker to the Sven. That's really good.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Where's the
attack.
wave, though? Has
Kiyotaka.
Kiyotaka been up to some shenanigans? Well, if he has, then he's going to be up to some even more now because he's in a bit of a tight situation. But with the global silence coming down, he's going to be absolutely fine. Still has the boots of travel if he really wants to use it as well. Kiyotaka going to TP himself away. Just being a nuisance, being a real nuisance this game. He's constantly been playing on the enemy side of the map, using these travels to just be in weird places, which you don't really see a Storm Spirit in, but, you know, one of the best escapers in the game, so absolutely
Yeah,
going to use that.
Not to try and overanalyze the Midas boots of travel build on Storm Spirit, but in essence, it is like Nature's Prophet-esque, right? It's at any minute he's anywhere, he shoves waves. Storm Spirit technically does it better with the zip because, oh no, I'm going to die. Let me just zip from the enemy jungle to my jungle, right? Like,
Yeah.
it makes
Global
sense.
teleport, just very expensive.
Just very, yeah. Oh, now he jumps onto a Sven. Half
Yeah,
turn.
he's just giving his truffles a ruffle. This isn't a serious go, this is just Kiyotaka. This is a Pope fatigue up, yeah.
Yeah, that's the Pope. Yeah, don't worry. We're on the same page.
Okay,
Radiant's
Hector does not like Silencer, and that is fair. Every time I see a Silencer, I turn red and start smashing things as well. I hate that hero.
I'll be honest with you. If we have to cast a Slark game, I might be speaking from the heart a lot when I.
Oh, you don't
talk
like
about that hero.
Slark?
fallen.
With a passion.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's like the lowest. It's like the simplest form of Dota, as Nightfall does kill off a Jakiro.
Yes.
Like dewarding and vision is so critical. Nightfall BKB TP's out. So then when I see a hero that it just in a core, like a core doesn't really spend time dewarding, right? He like gets the odd ward or two. But as soon as you're a support Slark and your entire game is haha I deward.
Yeah, no, I
That's too
totally
much.
agree. I totally agree. And there's nothing you can do about it either, because you can just play around the trees to find the exact location of the ward. So if you start warding like difficultly, he can still just, you know, if he's not an idiot, he can use like echolocation to find it pretty much by jumping around the trees. No, 100% agreed. At least the save is like the shard is kind of cool. Like it's got
Get onto the
skill
Kunkka. Hold on.
behind it,
Wait.
but- Yeah, Aegis
Aegis
literally
expired,
just
yeah.
ran out. He's popped the blade mail extremely early here as well, so this should just be a kill onto Dartmouth Go without really costing them too much. The rest of the team will not be coming in to help out.
I mean, yeah, the thing there as well is we saw on the graphic there, you know, the Aegis net worth changed during Aegis, right? They lost 2,000 gold whilst holding the Aegis on Kunkka, and then as soon as it expired, Kiyotaka just zips through the map to find him to then layer the damage with the Underlord, right? It was. You gotta ask yourself for OG Latam, like, you need a bit more. And not to kind of repeat myself, but has Sven entered the game yet? He's 2-0-1. His team's got 11 kills. Maybe I'm missing something, but I just feel like the blink, it really just provides that the oomph that we expect. Like Kiyotaka, he's been caught a couple times by an ice path or, you know, a torrent, but it's just never the follow-up damage. Like they're going for the smoke, they're going through the twin gate. Trying to wrap from behind onto Aurora.
This is a huge wraparound play.
Oh,
But
K1.
Courier is dead for K1. That was his crit as well, so that's not really something you want to just not have. But, oh well. Elmisho gonna get smoke broken, but they've already seen him on the Observer. Silence comes out just to try and delay this, and everybody's just gonna TP away. They just leave. The GTFO strategy. Very strong.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Nightfall's absolutely fine. Like, yeah, I mean, that's just well read from Aurora. They placed the ward behind themselves to make sure they saw them coming. Unfortunately,
Dire's middle tower is
it was a bit of a poor start from Elmisho to get the smoke broken and then just tries to make it up for it with the Glimmer Game. Doesn't work. They saw it. They're out of there. But they'll take this tier 2.
Dire's
And
middle tower
if I know Hector, he's walking up this high ground and hitting this tier 1 until someone tells him not to.
He tells me not to.
Yeah,
Oh,
BKB coming out as well. Very quick reactions there as Kiyotaka tries to jump in. Kiyotaka, once again, like, that wasn't a serious initiation from him. Didn't have a team, didn't even have any mana there, so if they just turned around on him, or just didn't react to him, then he wouldn't have been able to do anything. But you can't really take that risk if you're that spent in that situation. No Aegis on him, God Strength already used. It's still good damage on the tower. They almost took the tier 3. Just didn't really get them a whole lot in terms of objective, map pressure, that sort of thing. It just cost them BKB and God Strength. So, obvious window now for Aurora. Let's see how they play into it on the side of OG Latam. A little concerned because, not to be too harsh, but OG Latam did a terrible job on dewarding their triangle despite knowing that Aurora were playing there. So,
Not to be harsh, but terrible.
I mean, am I wrong?
I mean, yeah.
Alright, well, stun out to Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka pops a BKB, turns around onto Hector. Hector trying to get out here and just back himself away as he does not have that BKB, doesn't have that God Strength. 6 seconds still Gods though. As Mira will be the first casualty here, most likely, but now they'll move on to Mago. Mago does have the Blade Mail coming out. The Global Silence comes down, allows him to just blow him up under the cover of BKB. Nightfall gonna do the Nightfall, get himself away, and also the Storm gonna get himself out of this one as well. So, interesting fight there. Good trade for Aurora. Again, not a particularly decisive fight, but still a small victory for Aurora.
You can see how Aurora was still pretty scared there, right? They knew God Strength was soon to be up. They were in a very, very kind of like chokehold of a position, right? Kind of tucked behind the enemy tier 2. Kind of very split. They weren't kind of playing together. So I think that was a good reason why they were disengaging there. Kiyotaka getting that another poke. K1 just loves popping God Strength.
God Strength's an autocast. When Roshan's available, why wouldn't you, I guess?
In this game, I think Ninja Gear is pretty high value, but we're only seeing, I think, 2 of them, right? Silence had 1 Ninja Gear, Jakira had 1. At least for Panther, that's going to be pretty critical. Hiding from the Sven is pretty much the key piece of the game. Key part of the game there. And he pops God Strength into Roshan straight away. With no Global, with no Fiend's Gate, with no Serpent Wards, there is not really a fight to take from Aurora. So another Aegis goes the way of OG Latam.
Yeah, the Immortal Pirate is really, really scary. Mago just sitting on the front lines. You don't want to go on him when he's got no Aegis anyway. With Blade Mail and BKB and Radiance, he's just really annoying to kill. Give him 2 lives and yeah, it's awkward.
They heard you, by the way, Nomad. They picked up a gem. So now that triangle is dewarded.
Good job, guys. Well done.
They heard you utter the word terrible. But you know what? That's unacceptable. Let me fix that.
Good. I'm glad. They clearly agreed.
No?
Sick of your damn wards. Get me a gem, sir, and get those 2 wards out of there. So we're just playing down the bottom side, dropping snakes, taking this tier 2. But guess what? Hector wants to go on the high ground and pop God Strength. And absolutely will be chefing up these buildings. Chip, chop, both their swords. Going to be cutting away at these barracks and destroying them both.
It's just so bold. It doesn't even give the enemy time to think.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is Hector gameplay. I mean, this range barracks is still on 6 HP. Dartmago trying to try and come in, but gets tossed back. The bait on the barracks, this is annoying. Does finally kill him off. BKB, well, trying to run out. Actually, he's running out of health now, trying to TP away. Oh my god, that was really, really close for Dartmago. But he does get away, gets the building, gets out. K1 also going to be nightfalling himself out of there as everybody gets out safely on the side of OG Latam. Excellent fight there from them. They get the full barracks for absolutely nothing. They get themselves away.
One thing you got to give massive respect for OG Latam is in both games, when you think their backs are against the wall, they find like this window of making a big play, right? In game 1, it was the 15-minute Tormentor, the 2-man rotation, the Silent King Warlock. Now in game 2, sure, they have Aegis advantage, but you could argue, it's like, you know, they got to be a little bit careful. But K1 is like, who cares? Straight away, right up into the high ground, does not care about Shaman or any hero.
Oh, Hex down onto Hector, though they've caught him on the steps of their base, but the team's coming. They are nearby. Will they be able to help with this? Let's find out. Hector still getting low. The damage from Nightfall, it is going to be enough to bring him down. No more spent for this fight. No more Illich either. Aurora popping off here, finding such a deep play, but absolutely working out for them. Finally, it works out.
So like I was saying, Nomad, I love the...
Yeah, Aurora take a page out of OG Latam's book.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just, you got to play quick, but I mean, as much as I was praising OG Latam, it was, again, great moves they make. You cannot knock that. But for Aurora, it always feels like Nightfall when he's tiny, he always gets a pick at some point in a game, right? It's just his playstyle on the tiny. With the Shadow Blade, he is a ruthless killer. Now K1 dead for 40 seconds, no buyback. His Claymore just sitting in his backpack. That is just reminding him of the economy he's missing to be able to do it. But I would be surprised if Aurora, of course, with the force that. There's no real need.
New.
All right, now what's the crazy play OG's gonna make now? I feel like they're just gonna draw a line, and K1's gonna run down that line and press God Strength at some point.
They still have this Aegis on Dartmago. Just shove him down lanes and see what happens. Tends to be the strategy behind these Aegises.
But Aurora have kind of ignored the Kunkka Aegis very well. Like, we expected it to be a bit more annoying for them, but Aurora have gone, wait a second, why would we go on the Aegis Kunkka? Let's just ignore him. We'll kill someone else with global. You know, it's not the craziest of concepts. It's not like we're, you know, breaking the game here. But OG Latam, they felt like they probably should have got a little bit more with this one. It's now 2 Aegises in a row where they've lost gold whilst having the Aegis. 2,000 gold in the first one. The second one, they're now losing around 6,000 gold.
Global
mirror.
silence. Just get the shaman out of there. That is pretty wild. It might just be an invitation. It's the moment that Clouds comes up. Hector onto the high ground, but he needs to get off his BKB. The box will help. It's nicely done from El Misho. And now Hector tries to unleash, but he doesn't really want to jump into this. It's getting awkward very quickly. Kiyotaka bouncing around the fights, controlling on the supports and being super duper annoying here. But finally, they will be able to get that Yules out onto him. And now the lockdown is there. The damage comes in. Bye-bye, Kiyotaka. Big kill from the side of OG Latam, and Mago just zoning out everybody else on the side of Aurora. They cannot get past this Kunkka. They'll kill him off the first time, trigger his Aegis, and now they'll back themselves away on the side of OG Latam with the God Strength coming to an end. That is the end of their invitation to the high ground.
And discipline being shown as well. With the God Strength, like you said, expiring, they know that Storm Spirit could potentially buy back, so they don't want to sit in the high ground and play into Firestorm and a Hex, and now Storm buybacks and kills your Sven. Like, then you know what? We don't need to do this. Let's just walk away, see what happens. And I like that. That's good from OG Latam.
I'm interested in the Sven's build here. I feel like there's 2 schools of thought, and he has gone for it. So you either go Satanic in this situation, or there's a world in which you go for Refresher and just try to kind of wait out the first volley of spells from Aurora, which are sort of consistently going to come down, as we've actually got Panto in trouble here. He's got 8 seconds until his global silence, so a great time to kill him off. His courier takes the gem off him. Nice moves from Panto, getting that gem to safety. Really, really cute play there, utilizing the courier tech. But
K1's back up again.
God Strength on autocast, dude. straight up to the high ground. Mira, he's going to get chefed up here as well. See you later, buddy. Tries to defend those barracks, throws another body onto the bonfire, which is taking place up in the top lane. Nightfall comes and says, where on earth is my team? What just happened? Why are my supports dead? But in comes Attacker, back from the dead. Double buyback from the supports here. They just want to bring down Hector, but Hector's got the Satanic. Fighting up into this, keeping himself alive by smacking, but cut inside these straight. Oh, but there's a lovely box coming out from El Misho, getting Hector to safety. He doesn't die. Double buyback for absolutely nothing, just keeping the barracks alive. That is not what you want to be seeing on Aurora. You want to be getting more than that with that sort of reaction.
They just didn't get it. Again, OG Latam, they're showing that they're going right up to the edge, playing on their god strength, and as soon as they think, you know what, this is not the fight, run away. And I just, you got to respect the fact that they're playing with, if they see like a millisecond of a chance, they just take it instantly without even second guessing themselves. I mean, the fact that they don't second guess themselves forces Aurora to now overthink everything. It's like, whoa, we weren't ready for this. Normally teams, they spend an extra 5-10 seconds to set themselves up to protect the area. Yeah, they are playing with that just go mentality, and it's working out for now. Sure, we saw as soon as I said that last time, K1 died in the bot lane. So I'm trying to be hesitant, but I look at the minimap, he should be fine. And now, 40 minutes into the game, K1's like, you know what, I might need a blink dagger.
Yeah, so fully uncommitted to ever looking at the refresher angle, just straight up. I need to get in this fight. I need to blow people up. If I'm not killing stuff in my God Strength BKB timing, then what's the point?
Radiant are scanning.
Maybe that's a blink just to hit buildings quicker.
Yeah, it's quicker to get up the high ground with a blink.
Yeah,
dagger,
exactly.
isn't it?
You also minimize the time traveled to the building.
Absolutely. Well, they're starting to move around the top side of the map because, of course, Roshan could be respawning any moment in their eyes, but we know that it is still 2 minutes 30. It is the longest possible respawn, basically, for Roshan this time. So we'll lull the game into a little bit of a stalemate for a while, but also gives Aurora a chance to regroup and try to fight this.
Massive pickup there for Kid Tucker. He just completed the Hex. And the way that K1's been playing, he walks up the high ground with absolutely zero cares. Sure, he's got a Satanic and a BKB, but if you hexed up, if there's like combo break, you need a combo break. And again, it's like, what, there's Nullifier on the Underlord. So yeah, they should have every tool available to 100-0 the Sven if they have the vision.
And I was about to say, I really want them to keep this hidden, and that's exactly what they do. Smoke up with the Hex. Do not show it until you can catch this Sven out. This could be huge for Aurora. Are they aware? It's also kind of come out from nowhere, right? Like he didn't really pick up the components. He wasn't really showing what direction he was headed in.
No, for sure. It was a hidden one.
And the minus accelerating his farm. Oh,
sees
this could be a huge bait. He walks into the pit. What is the response going to be? Global Silence coming out. The BKB's out very early from Hector, though. Immediately going to just bring down Mira. But now he's got to be careful. The moment that BKB ends, they'll be looking for the opportunity. But actually, Kiyotaka jumping onto a cliff in the backlines? All right. Well, that's going to allow him to just take down Panto. Nightfall's in trouble as well. Wondering where on earth his team is. Slowly getting hammered down. Kiyotaka finally jumping into the backlines, but Nightfall is dead. What a fumble from Aurora! That is not how the script was written. And now into the pit they go. I mean, T, what on earth am we watching?
Aurora, they went around the pit. They kind of encircled K1. They used a global, but then there was just no follow-up. There was no oomph to the fight, right? K1 just hits BKB and goes, oh wait, Shaman, you're dead. Who's dead after? Like, we're going to watch the replay here. Kiyotaka, he's zoning, what, 3-4 heroes to the southern side of that engagement. But now, if you off screen, you just see that, Sven, by himself, he'd already killed the Shaman. He, with the help of the vacuum, killed off the Silencer as well. Chases down Nightfall. Like, Aurora, they were just way too split. Your Tiny's in one place, your Storm's in another place. Like, the reason why Aurora can take the fights is their ability to enter with explosive damage. The Hex from a Storm with the damage of a Tiny, or the protection of a Global with the Firestorm, and this, like, everything has to be together. But they just weren't together. And OG Latam, they're like, thanks guys. We love these long, disconnected fights where you're not on the same page.
The global silence isn't really doing much, yeah. Like, I understand the the desire to get El Misho killed off to stop him getting off these escapement acts, but you know, you have the nullify, you have everything they need. You literally, I mean, T-Governor literally just said they have everything they need to 100 to 0 to spend. And they just don't, and now nullify taking place, global science being used, but not to much effect. Kiyotaka jumping into the backlines, trying to make some use out of this, but there's the box coming through, saving moves. Kiyotaka, he's running out of BKB time, he's going to need to back himself away here. Does have the greater Lotus and will eat it up to make sure he's got the mana. Hex out on to Sven with the shackles as well, but the moment it ends, he jumps forwards onto this Shaman, and Shaman will be dying. Kiyotaka got to be careful from thief damage as well. K1, his God Strength does now end, but he's the one with the Aegis, so happy to keep on smacking, but that means Mago might be a little bit vulnerable. Yeah, Refresher Shard coming out in just a second. Here we go. Round 2 available from the Sven. They got to do a lot of damage here. Village is going to get dropped. K1 just going for the barracks here. He's going to die. Oh no. Respawning with absolutely nothing available. This is going to be back-to-back deaths for K1 here. Not the execution you're looking for in that Refreshing Shard, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was rough.
A little bit, but
he gets out.
Yeah, they're managing to get the rest of the heroes away here. So the first kind of big fumble coming out from OG Ladam. That said, they still get yet another tower and yet another range barracks. So just 2 melee barracks remaining for Aurora. Still damage dealt to the base, still progressing towards that victory on the side of OG Ladam. What can Aurora do with this time and this space they've been given whilst the Sven is dead?
I mean, this is why, again, Dota is such a great game. Like, look at the net worth. The fact that from like minute 18, OG Latam have just not been in a lead, right? They've been behind in gold the entire time. They're the one that have taken mid racks, the range racks in top and bot. Like, they're the ones progressing it. And sure, K1, he could have used the refresher better. Maybe die the first life on Aegis, have full mana to then use the refresher better in that second life. It was a mistake, but we'll see how they now recover from that one.
Cool.
Hex up onto Dark Side. They have the X. Yeah. Hex and the X, and he's back to safety.
Hexes and X's as the global science coming down, making sure that LH will fall. LH doesn't have buyback critically here. He did just buy out for something. I don't know what. Hector jumped into the front lines and he's stunned forever. He needs to do something. Oh, nice boat comes crashing into Kiyotaka. That's going to chase him away. He might just be dead regardless. There's a lot of dots on him. But no, with the zips, narrowly keeping him alive. Mira gets beaten down. Panther trying to TP out. Is Excel. Never mind. There we go. We've got the torrent coming through. Both supports dead. It is a Sven buyback, though. I don't know if this is worth it.
But look how shaky the late game is. Sure, Sven used buyback, but Tiny doesn't have it for 1,000 gold. Like, it's not as if Nightfall can suddenly play on the character carry matchup buyback advantage. And Kunkka, he's got a buyback. Buybacks is not really a thing at the 43-minute mark for either of these teams. Both of the supports, though, on Aurora will have their cooldown return for their buyback. Only Silencer can afford it.
It's interesting. I think it's because Aurora's been under this constant pressure, this constant high ground pressure from OG Ladam has made Aurora feel like they're on the brink this entire time. They're always like feeling like they need that next item, which is very interesting for the team that's far ahead to be at least in net worth, to be the ones sort of feeling that sweat and forcing into buying without buybacks. It's, yeah, the economy game is super interesting in this match.
But now Nightfall has buyback, right? Like, there was going to be this, like, 45-second, 1-minute window where maybe OG Latam could have gone a little bit crazy, but of course, with God Strength from cooldown, they didn't, you know, overplay their hand. Nightfall then identifies that. He's got the gold. So Tiny and Storm and Silencer, they all have buyback for Aurora. That is the key thing. The fact that Sven, if he dies, this game is probably just over for them. K1, he cannot mess up now. He cannot mess up his Satanic or his BKB, who he goes on. He's made one mistake in this game. He cannot make two.
They're looking, they're hunting. Kiyotaka, do they have what they need to take him down? Yes, they do. Hex reveal from Dark Mago. Global Silence comes out, but that is not going to help. Kiyotaka is dead. Buyback available. K1 looking at the high ground, but right now, it's a little scary. If they buy back on the Storm Spirit and get that Hex off, there is no buyback on Hector. Do not forget that, folks.
The way he was stutter stepping at the low ground as well, like, you knew he wanted to try.
Yeah. I'm gonna do it. Great wards here, by the way. from Aurora. And this might be the difference maker. Hex comes down along with the shackle BKB from Mira, but there's the box helping him out. Hector gonna get a chance to get out of the BKB and just TPing out of this one. He knows that this fight is over. The initiation is botched, and they were going to try and lead. They'll get out on the Ducks here as well. Moose will not be so lucky. He will be the other kill for Aurora. Buyback from Kiyotaka nets them 2 support kills. Can they turn it into anything else? Seems unlikely.
K1 had like 7 seconds left on his God Strength. Like, that was such a bold call to make. Like, he was hoping to find like a shaman or someone, like a squishy hero right at the tail end of his God Strength, but he goes in, BKB TP's out, supports die. Now for Aurora, finally they got some time to think. You know, the Sven's back in base, they can shove out their waves. Roshan will be the big, just the make or break point in this game. Who can set up first? Who can get there? Of course, OG Latam just lost a gem. So there's going to be a gem on the side of Aurora to be able to deward everything around the pit. And on top of that, there is a refresher, as we mentioned earlier, on the silencer. So 2 globals. We've got 2 gems as well, Shaman and silencer, so double deward action happening.
Double deward
And the
action.
Agnum's picked up. Oh,
T-Government's very excited about this.
I'm very happy, yeah. See, this is the correct way to deward, guys, you know? You earn your way to get a gem. You walk across the map. You look. You don't just have Barracuda. Barracuda.
Bloody Barracuda.
Yeah. It's a very dark map.
Yep, and as we just saw there on the mini-map, enlarged, that the site game very much belonging to Aurora at the moment.
They are blind, yes.
Poking into the dark. Smoke out from Aurora. I want to play into this vision here. I mean, I don't think they're going to get lucky with this. I'm not sure OG Latam will want to come out of their base that easily.
They're offering up
go.
Bunker though. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not Xing himself either, which feels bold. He's Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka runs away. He doesn't want to get hexed up.
He has
He's just
5
running
actions.
down the middle lane. He is running it down right now in every sense of the word. Global Silence going to come out along with a nullifier. It will allow them to get this kill eventually. And I'll jump in. Oh, Hex out, but he manages to get the BKB. Hector will take down that Shaman, get rid of that stun. But now it's getting awkward. He doesn't have another target to jump to, and his BKB is out. So it could be tricky for the Sven to stay on targets in these fights. Global Silence comes out once again from Panto. That's a refresher reveal, but it doesn't really matter as once again trying to get on Mira. Hector does not like Mira, but blink away as Kiyotaka jumps in, trying to hex him up. Does get that hex onto the Sven. The follow-up damage. He's surrounded suddenly by Aurora heroes. They're trying to take down Hector. Hector, if he dies here, does not have buyback. He needs to hit. He's got the Satanic, but it's not going to happen. Mira, he gets his number and takes him out. And now we'll look over towards Dartmago as well, who's brought back into this fight. This might be the end for OG Latam here, as they are struggling. Mago's going to fall. 4 dead on the side of OG Latam. Aurora play it perfectly.
You got to feel a little bad for OG Latam. Sure, Aurora, excellent kiting in that fight, you know, always disengaging. Mira the Shaman, not getting, you know, the Sven jumps him, he disengages, keeps himself alive, then Panto forces the Shaman as well out of the fight just a little bit more to keep kind of baiting K1. You can get us, but he never got him. But no, I keep having flashbacks to when K1 had the Aegis, had the refresher. They had every tool at their disposal to take the racks to win the game. But that fumble of his mana. Oh, that's a really long shackle. Oh my god, yeah. But Aurora, they've just done it.
What that tongue do? Yeah.
No comment.
That is I mean, they're still trying to hold on, bless them. They're trying to hold on to this game, and they're not doing a terrible job at it, to be honest, but a minute is going to feel like a very long time. It's going to feel like an hour. Still, the daggers are doing an insane amount of work.
Quick reset.
Quick trip back to the base.
Vacuum.
Vacuum going to stop them. Is it going to do anything, though? Illich is just going to die. Buyback available from him. The delays, the pokes, it's being so annoying. 40 seconds still on the Sven, though. Come on. Where is that clock? A buyback out. The buildings are still alive. Mira's got to drop the stakes, and this is going to start the timer for real now as Nightfall jumps in, blows up Illich again. Now looks towards moves. The dream, it was nice, but ultimately it was just a dream as they can look to take down this Ancient and put an end to game number 1. And there's your GG. Game number 2, sorry, going the way of Aurora, making this series a 1-1.
Yeah, this is one of those games where Unfortunately, there we go.
Producers are brutal, man. They just love
They
cutting
are.
to the despair shot straight away. Like, how they lost. Look.
Look
Jesus,
at
guys, chill. There you go. Aurora looking all happy.
Yeah, for Aurora, it's like they're winning this game based on experience and discipline, right? Because there's OG Latam, even though they're at a network deficit, they were making these like explosive plays. Like they were really just breaking open the game with like K1 just seeing objective, I take objective, right? And that logic enabled them greatly. He did 19,000 building damage right in this game on this Sven, but it just takes one fumble and it comes tumbling down. I think it's actually this is the replay. Yeah, this is the point, right? Where they've already taken mid racks, they've taken top racks, and K1 here is like he hits range, he's chilling, life's good, but now he has this choice. Like, how does he want to enter the fight? And you see he backpacks the refresher, he uses it, and now he doesn't have mana because he gets comboed up and he dies, and it just gets all clunky. He has no BKB, no. It's just if this is just cleaner, they win this game, in my opinion. This is the point.
Yeah.
Where it's rough. It happens. And then Aurora, after that one fight, go, you know what? We can win this game. We know how to win this game. Kiyotako bought the Hex, bought the Aghanims. They kite them out. I think, again, the supports, Mira and Panto, they just showed a really, really strong kind of read on like their positioning and what they had to do. And yeah, they just kind of outplayed in the fight. But again, I feel bad for OG Latam. I kind of feel like they could have won this. But for Aurora, it's why they have been top 6 in over 50% of their tournaments. It's fights like that, moments like that when they're behind.
Absolutely, yeah. They're looking good here. I mean, they're showing that you can put pressure on them all you like, but ultimately they're still just gonna do their A to Bs. They're gonna make sure that they've filling their flow charts and never really getting too panicked. And again, like we did mention, the pressure was forcing them to not save for buybacks, put themselves in these tricky positions. But ultimately, OG Latam were in the trickier position, even though they were the ones being aggressive, even though they were the ones, forcing this game really, really hard. They were the ones using buybacks and kind of making the first move every time and felt, I don't want to say desperate, but it was sort of frantic gameplay from them. And I can absolutely see this overwhelming a lot of teams, and then some of, like, I'm not even talking about, like, other SA qualifier teams or, like, other of the, I can see a lot of the top teams being overwhelmed by this, because this isn't just throwing spells, this isn't just running down lanes, this is really well considered aggression, it's really well considered pressure, and I think it's something different to what we've been seeing from a lot of the other teams. And if they can perfect this a little bit better, then this could be a serious competitor in this DreamLeague. We'll have to see though. There's still a very, very long journey, opening series here. We'll see how they can continue to move. We of course have a break available, so we'll jump over to it and find out what happens in game number 3 between OG Latam and Aurora Gaming. See you in a bit.
Best of 2s.
Oh, okay.
Also, we have an interview.
All right, we're not going anywhere.
Had none of the script. No matter nothing.
No, I did not.
Great.
All right. Let us then instead jump into our interview with Toronto Tokyo. Hey, Toronto Tokyo, how are you doing after this game 2?
Hello. Yeah.
Glad to hear it. I mean, OG Latam, are there a team that you've faced before, and what were you expecting coming into this series?
Nothing. Just play Dota. We'll see if opponents play better or good.
Excellent. And yeah, I mean, that game 1 was really interesting. I mean, it felt like a really fun game to watch from us because there are just so many spells going around. How did you feel about that game 1?
I told my team something to Warlock is OP combination. They don't listen. Yeah, they will.
Yeah, man. I mean, there was a moment which really defined that, to be honest, was at that Tormentor when they just had 2 heroes run at you and fight you at the Tormentor. I mean, that was crazy. What was the conversation after that moment for you?
Unlucky.
Yeah, what else can you say, eh? T-Gov, you got a question for Mr. Toronto Tokyo?
Yeah, alright. Kiyotaka, mid lane. My guy is queuing up 4 Midases after his laning phase. Was he telling you about this? Did you look at his quick buy? Did you see the amount of Midases he had? Or was it him just kind of memeing and you full focused?
No, I'm saying, guys, I'm out farming this Dark Hills so much. That's fun.
Mm-hmm. Nice. And in regards to Aghanims on Underlord, we haven't seen many offlane Underlords by Aghanims. Was this an item that you thought about until after game 1? Because I saw Illich bought it in game 1. Like, were you thinking of this item, or did he inspire you to go, you know what, this item's good?
I think everyone is buying this item right now on Underlord, like fourth item. It's OP item.
Okay.
It's just an OP item. That's it.
Would you ever buy it earlier? Because like Illich bought it second, and you bought it a little bit later. Like, do you think it's that good that you can buy it like really early in the game, or do you think it needs to be like later on to surprise your enemy?
It could be like you can also buy it later or early. It depends on the game, what you need. If you're stomping, you can buy it early. I think, yeah. And also in late game, you just catch fights with this item.
Okay, and yeah, I had no other questions. Number, do you have any other questions? Again, great series. Thank you for that one.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Toronto, thanks for coming to talk to us. And, well done on the Game 2 victory. 1-1 for you guys. And, good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Toronto Tokyo. 5-1 his Underlord, winning his lane, farming up a storm, and eventually bringing his team to victory in that second game. But very interesting series. But, as always with Toronto Tokyo, just cool, calm, chilling, enjoying the games, and being like, yeah, I told them Warlock was OP, they didn't listen, we lose. So that's how it goes sometimes. At least he's validated.
Yeah, and now you are too, Nomad, because this is the end of our best
Hooray!
of 2 and the end of our interview. And now after the best of 2 and an interview, we now go to a break for our next series of the day. That'll be, I don't know, some unknown amount of time, shortly.
Excellent stuff. Alrighty, guys. We're going to be back pretty shortly with Avalus versus Talon in our second series of the day. So stick around for that one. We're all done, but we'll jump over to a quick break and then we'll be back. So we'll see you in a bit.
I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I gotta find me an angel to come and set me free. Need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. It's the only thing I know that will take hanging over me. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I gotta find me an angel to come and set me free. Just longing for a glance from you, yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do, hey. When we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from. Just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true.
Hello and welcome back to DreamLeague Season 26. I'm Nomad, I'm joined by T-Governor, and we're getting into our second series of the day, T, which is going to be hopefully another pretty exciting one. We've got Flips to Talon versus Avalos here.
Yes. Sorry, I was bamboozled by me breaking the fourth wall by having some green particles in the bottom corner. But yes, we do have... Oh god, it's so weird that Flips to Talon. It's very long. Very long name. But either way, we do have Flips to Talon versus Avalos, and being brutally honest, coming into the series, just a little bit underwhelmed by Avalos in general, right? I think when they changed up some of their players, they instantly went from being like a strong middle pack team to now being like happy to qualify on paper. I think they're going to have to spend a bit more time kind of refinding their form. But luckily they do have some good foundations still built within the team, right? They've got, Jibe, Smiling Knight, they're kind of like the core. But I'm a big fan of Desire personally. I think he's always got some moments to play for, and is kind of like a one of the most underrated 4 players in Western Europe. But still yet to see him shine on this in this roster at least.
Yeah, and we can take a closer look at them, as Avalos have been a team going through a lot of changes, a lot of swaps this year. They decided that their previous roster wasn't really looking how they wanted for them, so they made some changes, and this is how the roster is looking at the moment, and I believe this is going to be the roster they'll be playing with for the rest of the season. Feels like they're pretty locked in, so yeah, it's time to make some more kind of focused changes. I would say not changes to themselves, but I want to see this team moving, progressing, and getting better, because they've done their changing now. They've decided on this. Let's see them really work hard and see what they can come up with.
Yeah, no, for sure. And that's the key thing, right? It's always going to be about they're developing as quickly as possible, right? We're in the final tournament in regards to the EPT leaderboard. Then we have the qualifiers for EPT in the World Cup. We also then have TI. It's like, if there ever was a time for the roster to click and to become, as good as the previous Avalos, it would be in this tournament. So I have very high expectations for them, but that is also coming from a place where I'm also not impressed by them since the roster swap.
Yeah,
so it's very conflicting. Yeah.
One of the players which has joined the team is, of course, Desire, so we can take a little look at him and talk about this guy. I mean, you mentioned him being a standout on the position 4, but not quite yet in this roster. You haven't really felt like he's been enabled just yet, but do you feel like Desire and Fly is like a very strong combo?
Honestly, again, I don't know. I mean, on
That's fair.
paper, they're meant to probably be strong, but I think the thing for Desire, it's not about the support duo. I think where Desire was his best was when he was playing on Night Pulse with Devi Lama. I think that was such a weird partnership, but it was so aggressive. It was really, really dominating, right? Because Devi Lama is he keeps running at your enemy, and he's sacrificial. He makes weird plays, but it works, and it's just he's annoying. And then Desire uses all of that to then match that level of aggression, and he's a big playmaker. So whenever he gets a bit of space, he turns that into being, I'm a 4 player who can control a game. And I'm yet to really see that partnership of Desire and Jibe kind of become the same level as Vailama.
Yep. And we can have a little quick look at Talon and a quick look at that team and who's playing for them. Because, of course, we know the roster. It's they've got one change coming into this tournament where 23 Savage is going to be on loan from OG for them. So we'll see him standing into the carry role, see if that's a good fit for the team. Should make the team a bit more scary. I mean, this team has the makings of a fantastic team, and we can take a little closer look at 23 real quick as the stand-in. Because you got 23, you got Makoto, you got 2 huge players with loads of MMR between them. This team has the makings of an upset waiting to happen. For any SEA team to go deep, I would expect it to be this one. But of course, still a lot of pieces need to fall into place for them.
Yeah, I think it's just nice for 23 Savage to be back in Talon, right? We can continue this conversation as the draft is underway, but it's he had nearly not a full year, but most of the season, let's put it that way, where he was in OG not really doing very well. The team wasn't doing well. They've disbanded. Now he's back to Talon. You know, Talon is the type of team and an organization that from the SEA region will very often be in the top 2 spots, right? So I think for 23 Savage, it's going to be good for him to get back to competing a lot of the tier 1 tournaments. I feel like he is a player that should be competing there. So yeah, we'll see how he handles returning to a region where maybe his mentality is very different now because he's been playing in a Western European kind of structure for so long. Maybe it helps, maybe it doesn't. Again, it wasn't a very successful structure, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how quickly he returns to Talon.
Yeah, exactly. It's just nice to go home sometimes, isn't it? And you know, play back for your region, especially after a somewhat tumultuous time in a different region. And we'll see if that's sort of enlivened him, and we get to see a bit more coming out from 23 now that he's got a new chance. I feel like every time a player swaps into a roster, usually we see them enabled and doing more, and you know, like finding that freedom after a rough time. So hopefully we get to see a bit of that coming out from 23. And already Avalos showing respect by banning his Morphling, and they'll be picking themselves up the Bristleback.
Oh, little Bristleback. And already we're mentioning the need for bringing some life to that offlane. Bristleback is one of the best heroes at doing that. I didn't want to say easiest, but you know, it kind of is, right? Like, you put so much pressure in the lane that it gives so much life to your 4 position. If you want to play a ranged damage dealing 4, you can play it. If you want to play a map playing melee hero, you can play it, right? Like, Bristle kind of feels like he can enable everything, and already Talon, they go, you know what? You've got your Bristle back. We don't care. We're going to make sure we have that 15 level break on our talent, and we can eventually kill you and have that lockdown. But again, Shaman rising throughout this tournament. It easily, if you just track the last 3 tournaments, it went from like barely played, kind of played, to now in every other game, it feels like.
Yeah, we're seeing him about, and he's having success as well. Been very, very impactful. He's a hero you just have to kill at the start of the fight, otherwise he is just going to give you so many issues from your carry, especially if you don't have any of those dispels available. Like, it's just a pain in the ass. So you can either grab some dispels, or you can just commit to trying to find him and kill him every single fight. That's your 2 options, and those are your only 2 options against this hero. Of course, still a lot available for both teams when it comes to the big meta picks. You know, there's still a Beastmaster, there's still a Ringmaster. Both the Masters still available. But again, just really focusing on 23 here, Avalos. We're trying to push him out of his comfort zone a bit.
Yeah, that's a lot of these bans. Another cool little thing as well with DreamLeague is, because the event lasts longer than other tournaments, we have teams like Tan just boot camping in Western Europe, so they get to just play European pubs. They get to kind of like experience it. I don't know. It's just cool. I love when we get like tournaments in other regions, so then players like Western European players have to go play like Chinese pubs, or you know, it just really helps deepen the knowledge of all the players. They take the Abaddon, sure, with the minus healing on the Abaddon, plus the break on the Shaman. I would like to say that they have the Bristleback answers. Now,
It feels that way, doesn't it?
But do they ever flex the Bristleback? Because Smiling Knight, he loves playing the carry. We talked about it being offlane for Jibbe.
Yep.
And we've seen how Malady at Blast Slam just played it, in the 5 position. So what happens if Fly suddenly takes a Bristleback to 5? And now you got to play a game like this. Like, again, I'm not saying it will happen, but sometimes it can occur when you all in on counterpicking.
Yeah, that can always be what you leave yourself open to, but I just don't know if Avalos are that creative, if they're willing to pull that off, and especially with this Ringmaster pick. Definitely leaves some doubt in my mind, but that does give you some sort of save versus the Shaman, which is going to be very, very welcome, because as I mentioned before, if you do not have any kind of save versus Shaman, then you're basically just setting them up for a super free game. Next pick up from Avalos, probably want to be getting either your other support here, or maybe getting your... Well, if you pick your offlane, you reveal the Bristle as you carry. If you pick your carry, you reveal the Bristle as the offlane. So maybe leave it blind and just grab another support here.
This is the pick that reveals pretty much everything for Avalos. It really forces them down a very specific direction. they are eating so much time. They've only got 38 seconds of reserve time left. They really are just pondering on this pick.
Yep. The flips of Talon are kind of just like, okay, well...
What's happening here?
Yeah, we still have all of our reserve time left pretty much, so they're just patiently waiting. I mean, I kind of respect Avalos for taking their time over this, you know, like, you want to make sure you're getting these drafts right, you want to make sure you're talking through every option, make sure you're doing the right thing, but hoping there's not too much question coming into there, or hoping they're not overcooking. Earthshaker's going to come out for them. Very interesting pickup. Hero which has really kind of slowly been on a downward trend over like the past, I feel like, year. At the start of the season, it was definitely like first pick. You know, everybody was playing it mid. Nowadays, it's more of a speciality.
Be careful, that player in the green, yeah, it's Desire. You gotta be careful with him. But also, I was saying that there was a player, he was alt tabbing. Gotta be careful nowadays. Can't alt tab when you're.
Yeah, true.
God, I don't want to be the source of drama, guys, but you know. But no, yeah, it's mainly Desire. It's the reason why they're picking the Shake here. Sure, they can, like you said, flex it, mid, this and that. But we said when you pick Bristle, it gives life to melee fours as well compared to other offlaners. And Desire, he is one of the best Shakers there is. The issue with the Shaker pick is you are picking it into a Shaman that will naturally have his ability to just turn to chicken and walk away from the slam. Yeah, he will die to a fissure after, but it's always something to consider. A bad that doesn't really care.
Really annoying.
Yeah, there's like a lot of stuff that Talon don't really care in regards to Shaker. Now they have a global as well. There's like, do you Echo Slam an Abaddon? Probably not. Are you killing the Shaman? Yes, but it's going to be kind of annoying. You're going to get globaled. So yeah, it is kind of rough, but I do love that little graphic there. 100% of drafts the Ringmaster is in. Same with the Tiny, the Sand King, AA, and the Darkseer. Of course, that means picked or banned. I'm going to pick up the Nature's Prophet. Most likely going to be the mid Nature's Prophet. I believe Mobile loves playing this. I mean, technically with their heroes, you could still use that flexible word quite a lot. They don't have ultimate last pick in the draft, but it does feel like they want to just get Bristle into the early game with the Treant behind him from the Nature's Prophet, take towers. Don't allow the Storm to farm 2-3 items. Don't allow the Abaddon to slowly get his way to Radiance. Like, if it is a core Abaddon, but he's not a quick farmer. Sure, he has like the Blade Mail facet for his shield, but it's not crazy farm. Like, it's very, very slow. That is where Avalos are kind of going, you know what, we're going to see through that scaling that you require, and we're going to try and break the map as quick as possible.
5 seconds remaining.
See if it works out for them. It feels... It's very reliant on Shaman and Spirit. You know, it's very weird, this draft from Flips to Talon. I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's something about Abaddon Silencer paired up with Shadow Shaman and Storm Spirit, where you've got two heroes playing the game like right on the front lines, trying to like do it all. And then two heroes kind of just, one of them's pressing R, one of them's pressing W, and that's kind of their contribution.
I think the issue that you're looking at is there is just no damage with these heroes in like the first, again, if we exclude laning phase, because I think when you talk about Dota, like, there's the laning phase, and then you have like the end of laning phase into the kind of that how you break the map part. Lanes, sure, they're strong on paper, but after lanes, there's no like sweeping map play, there's no quick damage. It's just, you might get a kill with a Storm and a global, but they just exist. The entire draft just exists, unless they crush lane, and then it's like tempo based on that, but you can never really factor, you know, winning 3 lanes as a draft point. Yeah,
it's nothing you can ever plan for. If it happens, it happens. Hango banned out. They want to get rid of these kind of brawly heroes. They still don't really seem to know what Avalos are doing, and I think that's fair enough. Like, you can't really pretend to overthink this one and be like, okay, yeah, they're gonna put the Prophet in bid. They're gonna put the Shaker as a position 4, because I think if you do that, then you just sort of setting yourself up for failure. You just got to look across all roles, ban out what you think the best thing is going to be, and then hope for the best. Avalos will have to show stuff with their final pick.
Again, Talon do have ultimate last pick, but there is a world where I see like just a Tide or a Brewmaster. Like, just an annoying hero that has like early game timings could be pretty good. The issue with Brew is like your Abaddon needs to buy Radiance and your Brew can't buy Radiance, and maybe it's just too much awkward crossover. They do go for the Kunkka, so now yeah. Bristle to offlane, Kunkka to carry. Prophet. I mean, technically, all three of these cores can play all three roles, so we're not going to even bother trying to deduce where they're going for talent.
I am. It's Nathan Prophet carry, it's Kunkka mid, it's Bristle offlane. That's what I'm saying.
Sure. I mean, that's also fine.
Right, they could do anything. It could change based on this last pick. Flips to Talon. They got plenty of reserve time to think about this one. What do you want as your offlaner?
So they either have to get a really tanky hero that can just delay the game so items get farmed for their cause, or you get a really explosive damage dealing offlaner that then, or technically carry, because Abaddon go offlane, that brings you some early game tempo to follow behind, so then you have fights. So I think it's either big tanky guy or explosive damage, let's go, let's fight into Avalus. I am intrigued to know which path they're going to take. They do have 12 seconds, and also the debate was Abaddon to offlane, Abaddon to carry.
Yeah, that's
where's it going to go?
I think WS Abaddon sounds not so good. So yeah, that'll be the WS Doom, I think. Yep. 23 Savage Abaddon, Makoto on the Storm Spirit. Okay, well, Doom going to give you a way to catch out the Prophet. Obviously, if you get it out onto Jibe on the Bristle, he's going to have a bad time as well. And it was, in fact, it was a Kunkka carry, the Prophet mid lane and the Bristleback off lane. Shout out if you got that one right at home. You probably didn't. Okay, so again, this Doom, it's not bringing you a ton of damage. This flips a Talon draft. It really doesn't do much in terms of like hitting heroes until this Abaddon comes online, until this Storm has like a Parasma. So they're really angling for the late game, but I think that's kind of okay. I'm not sure Avalus are going to be able to play at tempo that hard. We'll see. They can. Their draft can, but I'm just not sure they're a team which will do that. So
we'll see.
Yeah, let's see.
Again, I think the nice thing is, at least with the Doom, it gives you moments to play on in the early game that delays the grouping of Avalus, right? Like, if the Kunkka steps up and he gets doomed and you kill him with a Storm, now you have to wait for him to respawn, get resource, and go again. Sure, there'll be this whole window of like, is Doom available, is Doom not available, but it maybe isn't the pick that I was maybe thinking of, at least for fitting that role of like the tankiness and buying time. But if played correctly and every Doom is a good kill on a core, it can buy just enough time to feel like it can enter, your team can enter the game. So yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure on WS to do well on his Doom, but also there's technically some pressure on 23 Savage, right, on the Abaddon. Like, in theory, it is a free farm Abaddon lane. Like, you shouldn't really die to a Shaker and a Bristleback. So a lot of our concerns for their draft might not even come into light if he completely obliterates the lane, gets top net worth, super early like Radiance items, etc., and then off we go. So yeah, we will we'll have to see. But of course, a little bit of all chats happening here.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this reference to a pub game, something like that. Pause one off feed. I'm not sure. Either way.
Also, just to continue the Battle Cup narrative that I had with Januel earlier with Boom, Cuckoo actually was going to play Battle Cup with me. He was in the party and then he left because he wanted to have dinner.
Man, you're going.
But he did join the party. He was ready to play and was like, you know what? I just can't do it this week. And he said he'd play next week. Okay. The issue is, if they're still in the tournament, that's it. So he needs to lose the group stage so that he can hold to his promise.
They lose so that they can play Battle Cup with you. Sounds good.
He promised me, Nomad. He said, I promise I'll play next week. So that means he already...
He's a man of his word. Either way, they found the ward. They know where this ward is in the middle lane at least. So Avalus will be able to de-ward that as the fight starts. But WS grabs a bounty rune from them, being very cheeky on the Doom. And that is going to secure flips to Talon the 3 bounty runes to start off this game. But Fly gets the D-ward, so who's the real winner?
Let's go with Fly.
Yeah.
The dopamine of finding a ward, like, you're just playing battleships when you're position 5, right? You put your sentry down, you look around, you see the little observe, you're like, yeah, you know?
Yeah, but that was the battleships with cheats though, because he already knew it was there, so it's just like
Doesn't matter.
he'd already
ever played-
the submarine, and there was only one more place it could have been. So
Have you ever played battleships on the plane? Because like, do you know how all the plane seats on like the long haul flights have like the little games on the TVs? You can actually play multiplayer battleships with other people on the plane.
yeah, and a little pop-up comes up when you invite them, and there was a guy in front of me once on like a flight to America where I could see his screen, so I figured out his seat number and just kept chain inviting him whilst he was trying to watch a movie and was just watching getting the rings. It was really funny.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say that you beat him by cheating, but instead you just annoyed this poor soul.
No, I invited him once just to see if he'd do it, and then I could have cheated because I could see his screen, but then he just instantly declined, like really, really aggressively, like smacking on this thing, being like, no, go away. And I was like, oh, you didn't like that. All right, then.
Perfect if it told you the seat number, but it's like he just turns around. It's like, bro, chill.
I think it does, but like he never looked around for me or anything like that, so I was just there like, oh, good time.
Hi.
Shout out to that guy. He's having a miserable time. Just trying to watch, I think it was some Bollywood film. It was like really, really long for some reason. I enjoyed it. I was watching it.
Desire dragging the top wave. Often what you need to do on Shaker. You fissure the first wave, you then grab the second. Shaker is like the hero to set up good lane position. It is very, very hard to stop him from doing his job. That's why Cuckoo, of course, has taken the Glaive of Wisdom to try and just get as many clicks in as possible as he passes by.
Yeah, he'll always lose the trades, but again, you just don't trade with this hero on position 4. You just do this. Play in the weird places, block, try to grab wave. You're tanky enough to be able to soak a bit of harass without a single stat item.
Ooh, Cuckoo actually, he grabbed a range creep. So now with that one range creep, he might be able to just stop this entire pool. Yeah, Yagering it. Very nice.
Oh no, Desire in tatters. His entire game plan out the window. What do I do now?
LGB has to come in and Quill to protect it. Yeah, overall, Flips the Tanner are going to be pretty happy with what's happening in top lane.
Yeah, 23 having a pretty free time. Jibbe getting what he can. It's not going to be a whole lot. Also, the Doom being pretty heavily bullied down to the bottom side as well. I mean, Conqueror is just such a strong laner. WS stepping up here. What are you doing? Stay away! And he will stay away. Joam going for the 0.1 second shackle. Oh, no. Okay, WS just decides to tank it with the Fairy Fire, but this is incredibly awkward stuff down in the bottom lane. WS might just consider a trip back to base. Oh god. So scary down here, I don't like it.
He has a salve coming out on Courier and a second Bracer. You know that regen is going to be the key for him surviving this lane, but it does mean he's pretty much just pushed away from this entire creep wave, and Jocam, he's not going to complain. He's like, you know what? I'll take a wave under the tower if my offlaner can't. I'm just more intrigued to think about what's going to happen with Mobile and the Mid-Nature's Prophet. Right? Like, I believe in pubs when I've played against him, he's just gone for Mjolnir build most games. Like, he's not tried to go for early Orchids or anything kind of spicy for tempo. As I did make us look towards mid, they do get the kill on the Shaman bottom.
Yeah, Fly also getting kind of low here, but there's a fight going on in the river as Makoto tries to go for the rune and does do so successfully. So maybe rather than splitting up the wave and going for both, he just tries to bully Makoto on the bottom and knows that Desire's going to want that top water rune. Lets him get it because he has no bottle, and life is good.
There's also the small thing for the efficiency. Oh wait, Fissure.
Smiling Knight getting jumped a little bit here, but might be going for this actually. Jokum, he's going to have another shackle available in just 2 seconds, giving Smiling Knight a pretty tough time here. They'll just be able to run him down. Right click's coming through, Impalement comes in from the side, but it won't save him, and Smiling Knight tries to bury himself in the trees, but there is no gap, and he will be falling.
That was a very, very nice kill. I think as soon as you identify a little bit of disconnect between the +5 and the +1, you need to apply that pressure. And Fly, he moves back to the small camp. Kunkka steps up, boom, you go for that kill. Doom, even though he's a kind of a greedy offlaner, against correct matchups with Infernal Blade, you do plenty of damage to get the kill. I think both of their offlaners, I just see a Baden, I just think offlane. Even though it's been played carry multiple times by people now.
Yeah.
Both of their side laners are pretty happy in the overall. Even though the CS is not looking very good for Doom, the fact that he just got the kill, that fixes it for him for sure.
Yeah, it shoves a band-aid on there. Little plaster. Maybe a Mr. Man plaster. Yeah, they're looking to fight this one. Desire coming in, and that extra stun is going to make the world of difference here and allow him to kill off WS and maybe look towards Jokam as well. TP in from Mobe, that global potential going to secure them the kill onto the Shaman. Of course, super annoying with the little hex at the end, but still gonna fall. Kodo grabs the invis, so he'll get the active rune. It's good news for him. Good. A little bit of damage, a tickle of damage onto the middle tower in the meantime as well.
Yeah, I take it back. Doom's not happy. Avalus, after they get one kill on the Kunkka, and they're like, you know what? Let's make sure this Doom is not in any way content. Yeah, they rotate really nicely down bottom, and they're diving a little bit top here. And they don't have any TP cancel, so Jube could just TP out if he wanted to, but he opts not to.
Yeah, Jube is gonna fall. 23 Savage grabs that kill. And now look over towards Desire as well with a rotation in from Makoto. Gonna get stunned up, but it's not gonna make a difference. Desire still gonna be going down here. That'll be Makoto grabbing a kill. The pretty key rotation from the Storm Spirit here. If you can find these early kills on Storm, start getting those galvanized, it just makes a huge difference to your game. You can farm better, you can move around the map, but it's better.
And 1 for 1 on the Wisdoms. Neither team trying to contest, just respecting it.
You're a trusty mate.
He has the ultimate available again, so if he wants to try and find a kill, just to set up a side lane with a little bit of damage and he can be there kind of like the killing blow. And I think the easiest target will always be this Doom. Trying to kill a mid-Storm Spirit when your lockdown is... The lockdown from Avalus, it's what, Shaker? And then a little bit of Ringmaster, a little bit of Kunkka, right? Especially for a Storm Spirit. I think Makoto, with the game that he's at, he could potentially just take over this game and really, you know, lead from the front. Has Desire, he walks towards mid and he finds 2 supports and a Storm Spirit.
You're a trusty
He's dead. He just throws down a ward.
Oh, it's such a costly death as well, because you're not just losing out on the obviously dying, but you're giving both a galvanized stack and a brain drain stack as well to Cuckoo. You know, these kills, you can't really be giving them away for free like that. Right, it's tough.
Avalus also haven't made any Ancient stacks. I think a really nice thing I love to see when you have Nature's Prophet on your team is to stack up the Ancients, right? You get 1 ward there, which means every time Nature's Prophet wants to gank the map, he can full charge the damage on an Ancient and then send it through the map, everyone taking full damage. So Avalus aren't really making any of the motions to enable that damage from the Prophet. Again, they are reacting a lot to the aggression of the Storm, to the Abaddon, killing off the Doom as well in the bot lane, but I would like to see these small things happen to enable Mobile to feel a little bit stronger in these engagements. 23-7 gets Bishop blocked.
Yeah, this is quite the adventure he's going on here, and the Goo's time to stack up. He doesn't have another shield available. Mobe comes in to say hi. Ulti used by 23, of course, going to slow him down. Mobe just doesn't stop attacking him. Wrath of Nature is available, but they don't really need it, and they're not going to use it. Bring him down the old-fashioned way. Smite Knight does die down on the bottom side at the same time as well, though, so both carries taking a full. All in all, I'm not really sure where that leaves us. I think it's a win for Flips to Talon.
Honestly, it's a bit more of 50-50. It really depends on how they deal with the tier 1 towers, right? Because middle tower's already half HP, top tower's getting pressured, bot tower's getting pressured. Wait, what is going to be the play? And they have the tree from Nature's Prophet, but they don't really keep any other resources up here.
And Savage is back. He just rocks up back into the top lane again. Of course, they can come in. Yeah, okay, well, the Wheel of Wonder a little bit off the mark, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter. 23 Savage is just straight up going to die twice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Jokam and Cuckoo trying to deal with Fly on the back lines. He's, of course, got the Escape Act, but yeah, that keeps him alive, and Cuckoo goes down as well. Okay, never mind. A big win for Avalos here as they make some very questionable moves on 23 Savage.
Yeah, you know how like I'm talking about like the tier 1 tower, are they gonna take it, are they not? And you take a tower and another kill on the Abaddon, sure. It's a massive win. And it all starts because 23 Savage was posturing to take the offlane tower for Radiant, right? He gets fissure blocked by Desire on the Shaker, who's had quite a quiet game. And that single fissure kind of creates so many other moments. He is now once again picked off by the double sports and the Storm Spirit. I have said that once before in the cast, I probably will say it maybe once or twice more, but yeah, 23 Savage losing his tower like that is... Well, let's just say rough. Yeah.
All I'm seeing is +5 in for Silencer.
Okay.
He is draining those brains.
Yeah, but like it never drains enough, you know? Like we always see like 20 here, 30 there, right? But have you really cast a game where it's like, oh my god, you can't cast your ultimate because you're that lacking of intelligence? I don't know. It needs to be buffed.
Never does anything. If you get the shard at 15, then maybe. Even then, I think it's yeah, it doesn't really do a whole lot.
Jokes aside, it's like it's one of those spells where it's like, or innate, sorry, that I think it's not amazing and it's also not terrible. It's just like it just exists and it's just there. And Desire's dead again. They're just feeding off Desire.
Quicker than I thought, I'll be honest. Nice catch onto Cuckoo here, though. He is definitely going to go down as he gets stuck between a rock and a hard place. The Wheel of Wonder takes him out. Mikoto on the run. He's pretty low on mana, but has 5-1 charges and a shield rune. So bringing him down, shield and double damage. So bringing this guy down is no easy task, and they do realize that, and they back themselves away. Jibei really into the top lane here, but there is a ward down right in his face, and this double damage storm comes jumping on in and will be able to take him out. Jibei is gone. Desire, though, looking for the slam, does find it. Damage coming down. They'll take down Shokan, but they can't really do a whole lot more than that. 23 Savage looking on towards Smiling Knight. Smiling Knight is absolutely fine, and Avalos regain themselves as 4 and try to look for a target. Mikoto is out of mana, but he's also too far away for them to catch, so they will be able to back themselves away on the side of Flips to Talon. Overall, a very, very good engagement from them as they continue getting the better of Avalos in these small little skirmishes.
Yeah, I think it's critical for Flips to Talon that they don't bleed out a couple more kills in these moments, right? Like, when you kill the Bristle, if you trade a support, that's fine. It's now how you kind of react to the post-end of that fight. Like, if Mikoto overstayed his welcome and died, then sure, it's bad, but Smiling Knight, I'm saying overstaying your welcome. You're half HP. You've not seen the Storm Spirit show on a wave and you just go down. That's why I think Flips to Talon are just playing the map just better than Avalos. Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah. It's his 5th death.
The speed or a Doom, you just can't escape it. WS, he's too quick. But is he quick enough? Let's find out. No, he is not. Wheel of Wonder catches him out. WS will be falling. So, I mean, a kill on Desire and then dying with Doom on cooldown. I think you take that on the side of Avalos.
Yeah, but
Kind of fight you're happy about.
they just keep TPing top and fighting.
They really do. They
Relentless.
sure do.
It is the wisdom, 14 minutes.
Yeah, true. There is a reason for it this time around. Jibei trying to keep himself alive and is actually able to do so. Mikoto jumping in deep, gonna take a fall as they actually get the shrine on Smiling Knight as Savage so very low. No shield, no bird time, no life. Mobe takes them down. Finally, they outstay their welcome on Flips to Talon, and that is a very, very costly stay as well. Both your 1 and your 2 going down in that engagement. The team have no chance of being able to come in and help them out. We will see this one again.
It's just one of those games where, do you know when you're having a really good game on like or whatever? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, think about when you might have a good game at some point in your Dota time, right?
That'd be amazing.
And then you convince your carry that the game's good, so he starts joining you for no reason. That's the vibe I'm getting. Like, if 23 Savage just chilled out a little bit, let his team do all the active play and the map breaking stuff, he would already had Radiance by now. Like, or maybe not now, but like he would be completing it very shortly. Like, there's a couple moves that he's making where it's like, I don't think you need to make them. Like, your team's just doing too well without you. Just chill. But of course, that is like the That is the style of 23 Savage. He does like to be with his team, joining the fight, and we'll see if he can kind of tone it down just a little bit to ensure that Avalus don't just, delay. Mobai, the Nature's Prophet on the mid lane, 9,000 net worth, of course. An exceptionally good farmer from pretty much any role, but sitting at 3 kills, 5 assists, got the Mjolnir. He is doing everything for his team at the moment. My concern for Nature's Prophet is always, once the snowballing of the game stops, that's not English, stops, what happens when you can't do damage in the fight and you're not level 25? Like, what happens in that kind of like weird transition of the game where the enemy's actually strong enough now to deal with you? Of course, I'm talking maybe 10 minutes ahead, but...
Yeah, you rat. That is what Nature's Prophet can do. Shut out waves, go play in the side camps with these Mjolnir treants to cut waves and just make it to 25. Of course, this is future planning. Who knows if we'll get that deep. And there is an issue with that plan in that you're playing against Storm Spirit Doom. They have multiple ways to catch you, to lock you down, and to punish you for being out on the map, so... I'm surprised that 23 actually has as much farm as he does. I know he's been pretty much untouched up here in the top lane in terms of like pressure, and his deaths have kind of been from his own sort of decisions to fight. Yep. But still, he's doing okay, and he's going to have a reasonably good timing on the Radiant.
It helps that they've taken 3 towers, right? Like, it's all the small little things that kind of just help. $50 gold away from the relic. That will then be able to create Radiance. Decent item timings coming across the board, right? SMY on the Doom, Radiance on the Kunkka. Everyone's getting some big ticket items.
Might be a bait here. It's that, like, yeah, they're gathering up in the top lane, looking at 23, but we're past the point in the game where they can just run him down twice without them being able to respond on flips of Talon.
The real problem with Avalus is the fact that you have such a disparity in net worth between your mid to your off lane, right? Like, the Bristleback being at 6,800 net worth, if Bristleback doesn't take over the early game, take the early tower, push his team forward, he kind of just becomes like a walking blade mill, right? Like, he has no other kind of utility, no other playbook. Just, please, do a bit of damage to me, guys. And you compare that to a Doom who's going to have SMY and BKBs and this critical strike creep that he's eaten to do big damage. Like, there is going to eventually be this shift of the fight. Spikoto jumps across Desire, really long zips to make sure he doesn't get hit by any of the spells of Shaker.
I just want to ult here, he might, but no, doesn't throw it down. Knows that he's just dead. Trying to make them work for it, doesn't really work out. As Fly's going to be able to get down to the low ground, utilizing the whoopee cushion nicely to evade Makoto. Was very much hunting for him with this regen rune. Yeah, this game's really sort of stuck in this neutral state at the moment, and I don't know how it's going to be broken. Maybe a Roshan attempt? Shokan is in the area, pinging it out. This would be a way to progress the game for flips to Talon, and that's exactly what they want to do. Snakes come down. 3 Savage. Gonna get started on taking down the big beast.
Avalus is there, hanging out there, still looking. He does have the blink dagger and a smoke. If they want to go a little bit crazy here on the map, then this would be it. They just ooh, I like it. It's the fake one. It's like, it's the tip of the hat. Like, we know you're there.
Yep, we have the
Desire. He's doing a deep wraparound on the right-hand side.
The Fly is in pretty deep here, and may just be falling. He's got a strongman tonic if he wants to use that to buy himself a little bit more time, but yeah, certainly does. And, well, it buys him exactly that, a bit of time, but still will be falling. As flips to Talon, they get themselves an Aegis, they get themselves a kill. And still, Avalus unable to really piece together a big play. A couple of skirmishes have looked okay, but in terms of these big game-deciding plays, it's just been pretty much non-existent from them. Desire will die. Makoto gonna be fine. Aegis now in hand, so he's just gonna be doing tricks.
1%.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. That's the carry.
Jokam found him. He didn't die. Then Doom was like, yo, what up? You're doomed and dead.
Yeah, that'll happen, hey. As I mentioned before, you know, if this Prophet is seen on the side lanes, then we'll probably just send one of their many, many Prophet-killing heroes to go and deal with him.
And another reason why... Okay, let's watch Makoto. He zips around Jibe, gets protected by the global.
Yeah, he's having a great time. Just been trying to finish off Fly, but Fly's got the box to try and get himself out. Cuckoo very low to Jibe. It doesn't quite finish the job, but now Jibe's in an awkward situation. Smiling Knight is behind him. A boat could become available if he wants it. The problem is, killing off Makoto here just doesn't feel good. He's going to respawn, he's going to have full mana, full health. Slam comes down though. They see the opportunity to get that ulti out from 23 Savage pretty early, and they're going to take it, but it's going to cost them very heavily. Jibe and Desire, both full. Sure, they get an Aegis, but it's really very, very high cost.
It's kind of desperate plays getting made there, right? It's like under the threat of the Storm Spirit. It's like, you know what? Let's just take the Aegis away. Let's remove a little bit of his confidence to then maybe take the fight later. Especially as they knew the Global's on cooldown. But it just doesn't feel good. Makoto, he's just zipping around the entire map. He knows he is close to unkillable, especially when he gets that BKB. He's only one creep wave away from it. There it is. Incredible timings coming out from Flips to Talon. BKB on Doom, BKB on Storm Spirit. Like what? Okay, to be fair, 23 Savage. I was hoping I could say Manta as well in the same sentence, but he's 1,000 gold away. All right, he's still cooking, but
I do like it when you start like a big impactful statement and you click and you're like, can I just lie about this part of it? No, it's a bit too far off the truth though.
Yes.
We'll have to do a bit of
unfortunate.
backtracking, but yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, Cuckoo though, he's a happy lad. He does have the greedy enchantment on his silencer. That is critical.
Oh, yeah.
You always want to get to refresher. So it's like as soon as you get any of the greedy options, you take them. Because your perfect itemization is refresher second. But Jokam, he's hunting for Smiling Knight. But doesn't connect.
He's just watching him.
Yeah. He is.
It's a bit of a... He just likes to watch from the tree line. Fair enough.
I see.
Yeah, 22 minutes again. Like I've just been waiting, and I think I need to stop waiting for Avalos to make a play because I don't think it's going to happen. I think I just need to accept that.
Do we need to like have a slight intervention potentially for Mobai to stop using his ultimate? Because he's just taking every drop of gold from the map in regards to like the creep waves. So now his team's forced to only jungle. So like your mid Prophet is buying BKB and Mjolnir. He has Pike. But now like your
he's farming a dangerous part of the map and he will be punished for it.
And then he dies.
TP's right under a ward. This is my Prophet right here, dude. This is my guy. Well, this is scribbling on the map from Smile Knight as well. This guy's been having his farm stolen this entire game. Like, Wrath of Natures has been catching him out, and he is not happy.
Did you see how passionately he was talking for a second as well? I don't know if we have player cam reactions, probably not, but it's fine. He was like, you know, like the like one of those ones.
The rap
he had a bit of a vibe on that. But that's where
I don't blame him. He's been having his farm stolen. You know, like this Prophet's been going really far ahead, and then you go make a mistake like that. Like it feels bad. I don't know if that's what was being said, but
sure. But it's a beautiful ward though, in regards to the shaman, right? Like he puts the ward. Because naturally in Nature's Prophet, you want to try and farm like the corner camps, right? You TP in, you farm them, you send your tree out with the Mjolnir, you take the creep wave, you get the XP. Like it's a really efficient way to farm. So any side lane ward means you're gonna kill. So now look at his next TP from the Nature's Prophet. He comes down to the ancient camp. Like you're always one bad TP away from a shaman catching you, and it's why shaman is, rising in popularity. Is this fact that you naturally like to hide in the trees, get that one kill. Like you don't mind AFKing for 2 minutes if in the 3rd minute you're killing a core, right?
Yeah. But I think you also like the reason it's an extra smart play from Flip Satan is because they realize that Mobai had just picked up his BKB, so they know that he's going to be feeling a little bit more confident and that he's going to go to these dangerous parts of the map to start farming under the cover of the BKB. Full sense of security, absolutely abused perfectly by the Blink Dagger from Jokam. I love it.
Right, he's dead.
Now wait. Yeah, he's dead. Close though.
I think I've just been conditioned where I don't like when someone says a hero is dead when they could still live. So I now always say they could die, but then obviously it's like they're gonna die. I don't know, it's awful.
Yeah, I mean, to get into the weeds of that, I think it's always.
Oh wait, the moment you've just TP'd into a Doom! What the hell?
What? Oh, well, he has got the BKB, but is it going to make a difference? I don't know. He might kill him. Hurricane Pike out. Now he's trying to survive, but he's just never living through that. So yeah, that's. This game's kind of cursed, huh?
For MOBA, yeah.
Yeah. it's just like the one hero that could kind of make this a game for Avalos is just getting owned. Unfortunately, he's getting caught out a lot.
Just so that we can kind of complete the conversation, right? Do you know when I said my concern with Prophet is when you finally hit the brick wall of not doing stuff and you're waiting. We have very happily already hit this point of the game very, very quickly. Like for him to fight, he cannot stand his ground against an Abaddon. He needs his team to be ready. His Kunkka went for S and Y, so it's like he can't really, BKB and brush off that damage. The Bristleback has nothing. Jupei's walking around with a Sange and Blade Mail at 27 minutes. Like, it feels like everyone's just playing for their own game, and there's no, like, I'm not seeing a single item or option for Avalos where it's like, okay, that's the team moment, right? You compare that to Flips of Talon, every item, every move, it feels like one person's enabling the next guy, right? And yeah, that disparity really is just giving Flips of Talon just the edge. Now 8,000 gold ahead, and they are looking to most likely get the next Roshan and then try and progress the map.
Yeah, they've still had a lot of map to play on Avalos. It's just the one hero has been caught out time and time again is their most rich hero, the one that's been taking up most of that space. So it's a problem, but we'll see how they address it if they can find a way back into this one. Again, going for that TP pretty deep into the enemy side of the map, but you sort of have to. It's just how the hero plays at the moment. Dark Nature comes down as well, which is really going to signify to Flip the Talon that they don't really want to be playing anytime soon. Like it's a big safety thing when that Wrath of Nature comes down. You just know, oh, okay, they're not trying to make a play. We can do what we want.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wisdoms, they're trading wisdoms. Flyers able to very smartly grab theirs, whilst 23 was on their opponents as well. So 1 on wisdoms, Mobe trying to cut waves.
We do have a potential double AC occurring. Both the Abaddon and the Doom are looking to purchase it. Yep, the Doom has got the plate mail. Yep.
Doom has Devil's Bargain, so.
And that is why 23 Savages have got the Basher instead. Nice.
Yeah, okay.
Your angle on that was luckily Doom can just sell it when they both buy it. As if communication wasn't going to happen in the next 5 minutes.
Obviously the ideal situation is that they say, right, we're both buying one, let's one of us not. But in the event that they both did, it's not really a big deal compared to normal games. Yep. That's the best thing about Devil's Bargain, is that if you're bad.
What's your most played hero, Nomad?
Definitely not Doom.
Big wrap around there from Avalos. Desire leading the charge. They see Joe.
It's a good kill. It's a very good kill to just blow up Jokam to start this one off, and they're trying to do that, but jump in across from Mikoto, looking to get the return onto Desire. And they haven't even finished up Jokam yet. He's still got the chicken fingers, but there you go. The Wrath of Nature comes through, finishes the job. Mikoto's got to be careful. Mobe does a lot of damage, but in comes WS, just charging into the middle of the fight, looking for the Nature's Prophet. Gets a lot of damage off. The box is going to buy him a little bit of time, but I think Mobe's days are numbered. He's just got to turn around and start clicking, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He does go down. Buyback coming out. They want to turn this fight around. 23 Savage, he is going to be going down here. WS not particularly healthy either, but Jibei falls before he can start getting those slows off. Mobe buys back, TP's into the fight, and there's just nobody there. But there is a Roshan up for grabs. This could make it worthwhile if they can find the angle to grab it, but Flips of Talon are about to be back with 4 of their heroes. I don't know if Roshan's even on the cards here.
It's also walking from top to bottom, right? Because it just turned daytime, but we're going to see the highlight of the replay of the fight here. very, very split from Flip to Talon. You got, 23 Savage fighting on the left side, you got the Storm Spirit disengaging on the right side, WS then solo dooming the Nature's Prophet, kind of committing by himself with the BKB. Everyone was just kind of all by themselves, and still the question mark on the buyback from the Nature's Prophet, that will be maybe something that we talk about in 5 to 6 minutes time if they aren't able to convert.
Going back to live, we have got a Roshan attempt taking place here from Avalus. Flip to Talon though, they're in the neighborhood, and Mobe has been extremely blocked in by Zhokap.
There is no doom for 42 seconds.
You need to kill these snakes. You need to kill, there you go. Okay, Snake's dead, Vision gone. Yeah. Will they have 40 seconds to wait? Makoto jumping on the backlines, trying to find Desire once again. Desire with the Eels, going to buy himself a little bit of time. Flies in trouble as well before something himself up to the high ground, but Desire is dead. Down goes your Earthshaker with no buyback. Fly is dead as well, but WS, he is getting beaten to a pulp by Mobe, but Mobe now gets hexed up. Cuckoo and Jokam on him on the side, doing the damage, but the BKB comes out. Global Silence comes off cooldown, used immediately here as Mobe is just being chased down by 23 Savage. Mobe tries to use the trees to get himself some space, but he's dead. Makoto takes him out, now looks towards Jibe. Jibe's going to fall as well. It's an ultra kill from Makoto. It won't be a rampage as
no
they
bash.
do get out on Smiling Knight. Yeah, no bash coming out from 23. But a fantastic fight from Flips to Talon. They poke and prod and delay long enough to get everybody back in the engagement, get their cooldowns back, and they tear Avalus apart. And that will give them an Aegis on Makoto now once again.
But look how beautiful that fight was. Right? The Shaman found the Ringmaster. Makoto then goes from the Shaker, so he goes from Ringmaster to Shaker, then goes to, Ringmaster's back to the high ground. Let's re-zip to the high ground to make sure we kill him there. I don't know, just the fight selection, who they went for was beautiful, and the fact that Nature's Prophet had used buyback in the previous fight, the entire time it was that threat. What if the Nature's Prophet dies? Can you truly fight? And the argument is you can't, right? Like in a full 5-on-5 clash, the Nature's Prophet, until he gets maybe like Butterfly Satanic and he's not doomed, he cannot really ever stand his ground. Makoto just continuing to
criteria.
Yeah, look at him just destroying the map.
Lock.
Wait.
Last word. Oh. Pop.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Brain drain.
Yeah, the way that they've been playing this, other than that top fight where Avalus did do the double buyback and it kind of looked a little bit disconnected from Flip to Talon, everything else has looked so aggressive. And now Smiling Knight's top. They just showed middle when he's just by the... yeah. They're looking a little bit lost, mate. I'll be honest. I would be surprised if Avalus... That is very true.
Yeah, just take it back to basics. Get Smiling Knight back on his carry. It's just, I don't know. This has felt like a very impotent game from Avalus. I mean, I don't want to take too much away from Flip to Talon. They have played really well. Makoto 12 of 1, just zipping around, having an absolutely beautiful game on the Storm Spirit. WS with some nice dooms as well, but I don't feel like they had to work too hard for it.
But I think like early on the group stage, you're looking for teams that can win a game in their style of Dota, and it be their game the entire time, right? And that's a good sign of a team that can, make upsets and make runs. Sure, we are looking at a group stage 1 to play a group stage 2 to then play a playoffs, right? Like it's not as if a group stage is done in 2 days time and suddenly they're playing like the big games in a week, right? They really have to make sure that this form holds true the entire time, but it is a very good sign for Flip to Talon, especially with 23 Savage recently joining the roster on loan, that they can play in this fashion. I mean, Makoto has always been just like a star player from the region, right? It's
yeah,
a very exceptional mid laner. Yeah.
Yeah, never had that like big breakout, never had the high finishing play for any tournaments or anything, but he can play with the best of them, he can. There's Mobe getting caught out, once again up in the top side. BKB used as he tried to get away, but 23 bashed him up, abyssal him up, stopped him escaping, and it's going to be another death for the Prophet.
Yeah, I think the best result that they had was the 2023 version of Talon. When they third.
Animage? Yeah.
No, it was Reared Masters 2023, Lima Major. They got third in both of them.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's like they have had good form before, but yeah, they've been on a downward trajectory kind of since then. Desire running through the river, getting global Mumo. 23 Savage just taking some casual buildings.
Yeah, neutral creep denies Desire.
But he tried to blink dodge, but still gets out.
Yeah. I don't think he cares though. He's kind of just chilling on the front lines. His whole team's behind him. I mean, there is no global, but Shurkam's there. The long old shackle to help out. Correct.
1 minute left in the
Savage
Aegis.
is not allowed to leave. There's a nullifier finished off for 23. I really love how he's embraced this role of kind of like secondary carry. You know, he's kind of more of the mid laner, he's enabling Makoto.
That's good.
Blink and
You have 3 cores of it equally scaling. Like the net buff is just beautiful for them. Any core at any minute could just become the carry of the game.
Very luxurious position to be in. You can go for these utility pickups like the Nullifier and feel absolutely fine with it.
Finally, the butterfly is now complete on Mobai. What's his scoreline? I remember saying it, like 80 minutes he was, what, 205 or 305 or something? He's now 5, 6, and 7. Like, you can really see how well Flips the Talon did at just shutting down the Nature's Prophet. Like, forcing 6 deaths onto him, minimizing his kill and assists by what? An insane amount. Like, this butterfly timing, like, imagine if the Nature's Prophet didn't die, right? He didn't get picked off. He got the butterfly. He then got another item. Like, this easily could have been a very different game, where we're praising the farm efficiency from the mid lane, but Flips the Talon, they identified that very, very quickly. And very masterfully stopped it. And WS has the Satanic on the Doom. The right-click Doom with the AC, the Satanic, it's so hard to kill him. Like, how would you actually kill a core in this game? One's got borrowed time, one has Satanic, the other has, you know, Ball Lightning.
Yeah, had a global
by a global. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's feeling pretty impossible. Flips to Talon in a fantastic place in this game. There's yeah, not much left in this one, I think. I mean, we might hear that 25 timing on Prophet, and then we've got this weird sort of ratty situation to be in. But again, like, Prophet is an OP hero. Like, nobody would really argue that Prophet isn't like a ridiculously strong hero at the moment, but if you let it through and you have a good idea on how to counter it, which they obviously do on Flips to Talon, then you can just nullify this hero. As long as nothing else becomes like a secondary threat, which you don't have answers to, which has not been the case, like Smite Knight has not been an issue, you're going to be absolutely fine, and that's really what we're seeing here. Just an out strategy from Flips to Talon. Like, I realized earlier when I said it's not too, it feels like it hasn't been hard for Flips to Talon. That does take away a bit too much from like what they've been able to do in this game, because it's not like they've violently outdrafted or anything like that. I just think their strategy has just been so much better. Now, it hasn't looked hard in the game, but the preparation coming into it was obviously very, very good, and their ideas coming into it were just very strong.
I mean, this is probably the harshest statement that you can ever make, but it feels like we're watching a team versus a stack.
I don't blame you for saying that. I don't. 23 gonna get down to the low ground, and with the borrowed time buys himself some time. But won't be able to really approach the high ground again until that's off cooldown. It's WS kind of being focused at the moment. He's getting low. He's gonna pop the BKB, and then the Satanic coming down, trying to keep himself alive, trying to heal up. Mobe and Smiling Knight cannot finish the job. He gets off the Doom onto Smiling Knight. Man to dodge out onto the Slam, but 23 Savage is dead as well. Hold on. We have a game on our hands. Smiling Knight's still going to go down to that Doom, but Flips to Talon really trying to push that high ground with no Aegis, with no borrowed time as well. It got very awkward very quickly. That was almost a little too fast for Flips to Talon, and you know, there's still some life in this Avalos team.
A little bit. That's why, you know, when your back's against the wall as a caster, you gotta pull out the team versus stack line. You know, that always empowers a team to play a little bit better.
Use your caster curse for good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I did it for the good of the community. I wanted a competitive game. See, right there? See where that arrow is? That's team versus stack. Bam! Look at that.
Yeah,
I just don't know if... I just don't have another one in me. I feel like I've used my biggest card very early on.
Will it normally be enough for Avalos? Will they be able to become a bit more cohesive, become more of a sort of...
Say it.
Team. No.
Monka. Right, that's your move.
Desire gonna get himself out. Makoto doesn't have the most mana in the world right now, but oh, never mind, yes he does. He's got 1 billion lotuses for some reason. Thanks, team. Just send your team off to farm lotuses for you if you're a mid lane Storm Spirit, guys. It's that easy.
Wait, he's gonna do so much damage. Like, if the Nature Prophet is uncontested, he's got the Daedalus, he's got the Butterfly, like, everything that you want on your Nature Prophet is in play. It's just, can he get in the right position? Can he get the right clicks off? Is he protected by the Kunkka? Sure, they're down 15k gold. Sure, they're down, 1.5 racks, but there is still that sliver of hope for them because of just how much damage they can do. It is just hard to replicate the previous fight they had. That last fight as well, it was Doom by himself. Storm was off in the jungle. He wasn't really trying to make the commitment to the fight. But they are smoked up, both teams.
Looks like they're going to clash here. The Prophet has not entered the fight just yet. They will be waiting for that on flip to Talon, but WS getting his Doom because, oh my god, jumping from Makoto! Finding a great jump in the backlines. Fly and Mobe deleted in the blink of an eye. Fly with a buyback. Makoto still jumping around, doing whatever he wants. Mobe gonna have to buy back here if they want to stand a chance of winning this game. Desire also gonna use his as well. WS still alive, finally falls. Makoto though, just doing what he wants, killing Smiling Knight. Another buyback coming in the pit. Here is your Prophet. He's getting controlled up for now though. It's an ultra kill from Makoto and he's not done yet. Mobe jumping on Tim now, trying to fight up all by himself. His team are not here yet. Mobe is completely alone, trying to do it all by himself. Desire on the backline, take down 2, but Mobe is dead. Desire's gonna die next as well. It's a rampage for Makoto as he takes down everybody on the side of Avalos. They keep coming and he keeps killing. Nice shackle, but the GG's been called. Game number 1. It does go to flips to Talon.
And what a game as well. Like, the way in which they did it. we keep showing the losing team. Oh no. Okay, but anyway.
Yeah, there's a happy boy, there's a happy Makoto. That's what we want to see. The silhouette of the happy man.
It was just again, the layers of their aggression, right? It was like the initiation from the Shaman, and protected by the globals of the Silencer, the pick of potential of the Storm Spirit, finishing 17, 1 and 13. And then you have the ever scaling of the Doom and Abaddon. Like, at any minute, you know that the Prophet can't stand his ground because the Abaddon will kill him, or the Doom will clutch up and just just delete a Kunkka. Like, I think the Doom pick really just stopped Avalos from feeling confident, because early on they got a kill on the Kunkka. They focused a lot on the Doom lane, like they brought multiple heroes to kill him, but then Abaddon free farm, Storm free farm, sure. Then 23 Savage did die a couple times in a row and made the game a little bit funky, but I think the overall team logic for Blitz of Talon was just go behind Storm, keep getting kills, and for Avalos, they really quickly became 4 protect 1, in which the 1 died 4 to 5 times in a row. Like, it was really, really tough to watch from Avalos' perspective, as we never made them see them make any move. Like, the Kunkka kind of did nothing. The Prophet, after 15 minutes, kind of did nothing. The Shaker honestly had some okay slams, but everything was very quiet. Like, Avalos, their identity, when they used to be a top team, a contender for like top 8 in any tournament they go to, was kind of the way in which Talon just won this game, right? They have this layering of their 4 enables their 3, their 3 then breaks open the game to play with their 2, Smiling Knight then comes in after all this fight to be the carrier.
Yeah.
I just don't see that anymore.
They always had like plans within plans, and these days they just kind of have concepts of a plan. It's never really coming together. I mean, sometimes it does, you know, they've not been entirely like lost, but it's so hit and miss now. So unfortunately, yeah, I don't feel particularly positive for a game 2, but this game 1, not looking good. At the very least, though, this was a bit of a strat which didn't really feel super figured out from Avalos. Like this whole drafting where they were like, haha, you don't know where this bristle's going, and haha, you don't know where this Prophet's going, you don't know where the Shaker's going. It was good. I don't dislike trying to draft like that, but I also think that maybe the Kunkka last pick just it didn't do a thing. Like you last pick Kunkka, okay, great. Like it really wasn't good. Like it did fine in lane, okay, and then they didn't fight with it. They didn't make plays with it. He got all his farm stolen, so he was kind of feeling poor the entire time. And yeah, in the end of the game. He just kind of does 5-6. I mean, what was his damage even in this game? He did, 23k damage compared to, 41k from Makoto, 26k to Abaddon, 41k on Mobe. These are difficult heroes to kind of compare a Kunka's damage with, but ultimately, what did he do? Nothing. So it was a really rough pick, I think, and I don't think it made their game easy, and I think it allowed Flip to Talon to just pick up Storm and just have an absolutely free time with Makoto. So that's going to do it for game number 1. It wasn't pretty for Avalos, unfortunately. They had a few moments, but ultimately they could not quite put it together, which means we're going to have to go into game number 2, and hopefully we'll see a bit more coming out from them after this break.
coming out the gate with the heat. Everybody's playing in the street. We got the summertime magic in this beat. Sun is in my eye, feeling high. Only good vibes, I'm alive. And if you see me driving by, don't be shy. I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up.
Blow up, show up, soak up aromas, float to Sonoma, roll up to Nola, trope up, blow up, slow up, show up, get real, choke up, you're flowing, you're glowing, astral samosa, you're landing on Europa, your horns blowing, you're chosen, all the deep cuts you know it. I got the pre-glow and the post-glow, inspiration knows no boundaries where it flows, your fingertips to the globes tilt to the universe on stilts, hold on and chill.
I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up.
You're gonna be a cold winter, baby, without your loving around. I will be waiting until you come back home.
Welcome back to Dream League Season 26. Wow, 26 seasons of Dream League, and we are here in the group stage for this season. Group stage number 1, in fact. We've got multiple group stages, and we are here with Flips to Talon versus Avalos game number 2. For those who were sleeping or watching another game or, doing something else or second screening us in the first game, T, can you give us a synopsis of what happened? Give us the page notes.
Talon strong, Makoto strong, much team fight. Wow, done.
Wow,
Gotta keep it very simple.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and it looked like there was a bit of conflict within Avalos, both in what they were picking and how they were playing it, and maybe the communications as well. This Mobe Prophet, whilst it was getting all the farm, doing a lot of damage, turning up to the fights, but ultimately it just kind of nullified the rest of his team. We just didn't really see a whole lot coming out from Avalos in this first game, unfortunately. So we're fully expecting a bit of a pivot here for Avalos, whether they pick differently or put the heroes on different players is kind of what I'm expecting, is what we'll see. But of course, there's plenty of other Dota going on right now, so we can take a quick look over at the other channels, have a little sneaky peek on, watch from the bushes and see what's going on over there. So, Navi Junior have taken their first win. Gaming Gladiators also took a victory, and Paravision clutched out a victory versus Falcons as well. So those are the score lines. I don't think anything there is super surprising, T.
No, yeah, unlike the first series of today in Group A, I think the first games are like, oh wow, we had like Boom beating XG, we had OG Latam beating Aurora, but for here, I kind of feel like, like you said, we are in the expected. Yoko, nowhere near the same power as we saw them before. Navi Junior is meant to be the better team there. Gaming Gladiators versus Edge, Gaming, again, the better team. So yeah, it feels like Group B feels a little bit more on the predictable side compared to Group A. And we shall see. Avalos, though, they do need to make quite a lot of adjustments coming into the second game, as I believe the draft is ready. And that is going to be the key talking point. You already spoke about the Nature's Prophet. The thing with the Prophet is I didn't mind it. Like, it was top net worth. It was breaking the early game. The issue was there was not a single hero in the core role, be it carry or off lane, to create other moments for him to shine, right? The Kunkka has to farm, the Bristle was farming. Like, if they had one hero that could go, you know what, I go to this area and we kill, and then Prophet TP's in and you both die, then economy will occur on everyone, right? So I think maybe change the offlane or the carry pick, and the draft would look fine. And probably the carry would be the easier one to change due to the fact that Bristle was a first pick and enabled the entire draft. So
I feel like the idea was fine with the Kunkka, it just, like, in the game, it just never came about. We never saw those moments where the Kunkka was able to go in, get an X marks, the Prophet to follow up. It never made sense to me, which is unfortunate. So hopefully they can rewrite this strategy for game 2 if they are allowed to play it, and it does look like the draft is going pretty similarly in game number 2, so we may well be seeing a Prophet again for one of these teams. Is it going to be Flips to Talon who take it, or do they prioritize something else? And yeah, they will be getting their hands on the Sand King.
Very, very scary hero. Yeah. I think the nice thing with Sand King is I like it when teams are able to put it in mid or off lane. I think there are some teams in the world that still only play it in off lane or only play it in mid. But I think nowadays being able to obviously play it in both feels like it should be mandatory. And it's just some mid laners just make the hero feel so explosive. But for now, Avalos, they just pick up just the Tiny. This was a bit of a drafting pattern that they did early on when Mobai joined, where it was like, just picking the Tiny, he can play any game, we're super strong, we know that we have skirmishing. I don't know if I like it too much, but we also saw this draft from Aurora, right, earlier today, that one take Sand King, one take Tiny, both heroes play the map well. It's more about the heroes after now that really will dictate this.
But this was a hero I was going to suggest when we were talking about replacements for the Kunkka. I think Tiny could be an excellent replacement for Kunkka if you still want to go for the same draft. Go for the mid-prophet, get the Tiny, give him a Shadow Blade or give him a Blink Dagger, have him start things. And I think he's a stronger hero at doing that than the Kunkka just because it offers more damage. Prophet, whilst he does do a ton of damage, you really want to be jumping in to finish somebody off and not be dragged into like the start of a really long fight. I feel like that's such a major mistake, which almost every Prophet player makes, is that you turn up to a fight and it's just beginning, and then that makes you a target. If you can start up to the fight like midway through, or like once the initiation spells have been used, then the fight becomes playable. It's not even a question of that. So
I can't. Smiling Knight's camera. The first camera was like him being straight faced. The next time we look at him, like he's just getting more despair. Sorry for jumping in front of you there, but
oh, you're good.
Oh god,
camera moments are important.
If
Also,
we could do like
cinematic with his, look at that. He's got like the out of focus foreground. You know, it's the true mise en scène. They call that, I think.
You hope.
I hope.
Okay, now the next time we cycle,
they got a chessboard in the background on top of 2 bins. Wow, that's ghetto. But like,
I'm sure there's a joke to make there, but it's fine. I'm just waiting for the next cycle of the camera to see what Smiling Knight looks like. Is he going to be happy? Is it going to be despair?
who do you think the chess players are on Avalos?
I think Mag, the coach. I'm pretty sure there's been some like news articles about him being pretty good at chess, but maybe I'm just making it up. But
That's okay. You can make stuff up.
sure, I'm gonna go with Mag.
All right. Then just Mag alone. He just plays chess by himself.
Yeah, he's that good.
Okay,
Yeah,
wow.
he does the whole.
Sounds fun.
I'll try and beat myself. I don't know what your next move is. It's like, ooh. Okay.
I'm so smart.
think Flip's
I'm my
Italian?
toughest opponent.
Are they taking the Warlock? So then they have Warlock Sanking, or are they?
They should, but they won't. Slark gonna
Wait.
come out.
They don't always have to take it. It's just like so it's available. But yeah, the Slug.
You're telling me
Very,
Toronto,
very
you want to not listen to Toronto Tokyo as well? You're just like Aurora were in that first game where Toronto Tokyo said no, do not pick Warlock, do not let Warlock through with Sanking, it's too OP. And this team said it's fine.
I think the caveat to that is if you have 4 melee heroes that also have to kill a hero in melee range, you might amplify the Warlock Sanking just a little bit.
Toronto Tokyo never said that.
This is true. I'm trying to evolve the point.
Nope.
Slark though, I hate with a passion. 4 position Slark, 5 position Slark, any position Slark in this, if it's support, is very, very annoying, of course.
Yes, because whilst you're there like, aha, I've calculated the most efficient wards and where they're most likely to be according to my calculations, and from where I've been watching your hero for the past 5 minutes, I've seen that you have one less ward than you did, and you're hanging out in this area. Meanwhile, Slark's just like, oh, Barracuda.
Pretty much. It's very, very upsetting. But I still will value and appreciate a team that picks Slark when you see Pickoff being the main theme of the opening, right? Shaman, Tiny, they need that pick. They need that one chance to open up a fight. If they never get it because the map is dark, the game plan gets very difficult. So that's where the Slark naturally will thrive. And, okay, going for a Morphling pick here. Of course, you could argue they're trying to take it away from Flips to Talon to close a phase with a Morphling on 23 Savage with the flexibility of a Sand King, and yeah, that could just be absolutely devastating for them. We're intriguing to know what 23 Savage will want to pick up here to now counter the Morphling. He has pretty much all the information he requires. He knows what the mid-tempo will be. He knows what the carry will be. He knows what the 4 position will be. Sure, he doesn't know what the offlane is, but you got 2 bans to protect it. It's kind of cool to go into the head of one of the best Morphling players in the world.
Yeah.
Now go, hey boss, what do you want to beat it?
Not afraid of the Silencer, apparently. Not afraid of the Sanking either.
I don't know.
Not particularly good bodies for him to steal just yet, but I'm sure one will come available when the carry and the mid and or offlaner comes out.
Medusa. So not a counter in regards to I instantly kill you, but more it's like a battle of you farm, I farm, but my timings are more team-based than you. Like where Medusa buys Manta and she might poke her head into a fight. Morphling's like got Vlad's and Yasha. It's like, okay, I don't want to yet. When Medusa gets Butterfly, she goes, you know, it's go time.
Yeah, if this is a carry-to-carry matchup, there is a chance they put Sand King mid, Medusa off lane. I don't think that's particularly good.
I mean, it's always
They
possible.
could do it. Yeah.
But no, it can be good, right? Just in the fact that the Morphling can never kill the Medusa. The Medusa will get Meteor Hammer and take tower, so on paper, it's fine. You got Sand King into Tiny mid lane. You know that they'll both farm well. Sand King will get a blink. But yeah, in theory, the Medusa offlane is strong. I just think it's there are some offlanes available that can threaten the Morphling really nicely. Like there's technically Enigma, if you want to do that route. But Avalus, they're still banning out the carries. They're worried of the tempo playing behind the Meteor Hammer of the offlane Dusa with the aggression of the Blink Sand King. Like another carry that can be impactful, like a Monkey King. So yeah, they're still scared of 23 Savage. Plenty of options available for Flips to Talon here.
For sure. I will say that the anti-mage ban sort of implies that this Medusa might be the carry, because I don't think you pick anti-mage into offlane Medusa. It's not as good as a matchup as people believe.
You ban it no matter what.
No? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. You're forever a mana bomb, and if you're offlane Medusa and there's an anti-mage in the game, like technically they could do offlane tiny mid morphling anti-mage free farms and game gets weird, right? Like anti-mage and Manta, you don't get a silencer. Anti-mage Sand King, good matchup. Like I can see it. And Avalus, they're banning out one carry, one offlane. They're like, oh god, you're flexible Medusa. We hate the carry and we hate the offlane version. What is left? If they want to go for more utility, there's still
Seconds remaining.
like Centaur. If you want to go for some chill stuff, I mean, so many options. You probably could build a narrative for many heroes here. Enigma to win the lane, Centaur for the game. I wouldn't mind an additional stun just to help with the lockdown. You only have Burrow Strike at the moment, and then leashes and roots.
Pick. Radiant team pick.
Another stun would be pretty good. Interesting. So they're gonna go for survivability is the key theme. You jump a hero, you got what, the Depth Shroud of a Slark, you got Global of a Silencer, you got Rum of a Kunkka from Boat Buff. Like killing a hero is very difficult for Avalus once we enter the mid game.
Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is. I'm very curious to see how this works out for Flips of Talon going for the full survivability lineup. Avalus, what are you going to do in response to that? Just get yourself your Underlord, get yourself your Brick Wall hero. Also something which thrives against heroes with high health pools, so I suppose it makes sense. Give them that sort of global potential as well, which they seem to like playing us with on this team. And we'll be laning against that Medusa.
It doesn't inspire me too much in regards to, like, you're not bullying the Medusa out of the lane. But if you get the correct items at the right time and you sync up with like the tiny jumping in to then get the control, like it makes sense, but it's not like an impactful 24 pick where I'm like, oh my god, wow, this is like the best Underlord game ever, right? Like it does feel like he's gonna do his job, he's gonna buy his auras. I'm just concerned that 23 Savage, unless something like wild happens in laning phase, should be able to get to like Manta Butterfly relatively quickly, like in the first, 16 minutes of the game. Maybe, yeah, 16.
Very, very strange drafts from both teams in terms of like, well, actually, I think Avalus's draft is pretty normal. Not too super surprised what they picked up, but Flips of Talon, they've definitely gone for something a little strange. They will need their damage coming out from 23 and Mikoto. These heroes have sort of item-based damage timings more than just straight up being able to do it naturally. So there are timings available for Avalus where they can really abuse Flips of Talon and potentially take this game early. Especially if Smiling Knight can have a good time. So yeah, let's see how it goes. Game number 2 between these two teams live now. Let's jump into it and find out exactly who is going to be taking this series. Is it going to be a 2-0 for Flips of Talon, or will Avalus be able to make it a 1-1? We'll find out.
It is so critical. Every time, like for Flips of Talon, right? They already won game 1. Getting a 2-0 here, only the top 4 teams of each group goes through to the next group stage, right? So it is so important that you don't just drop a game because you're getting a bit relaxed after your first game win. Like even the best of 2s don't feel as stressful as a best of 3. You need to make sure you get as many points as possible. And we will see, of course, Avalus are the ones who need to kind of bounce back, especially after that game 1 defeat.
Yeah, they need to inspire a bit of confidence in themselves and in us as well.
They did look defeated on the player cams, like across all the board. None of them had like a joke or a smile. It just felt like everyone was very serious. Everyone was very... So why is the Slark on fire? What cosmetic is making this guy burn?
It's pretty intense, isn't it? Yeah, I believe this is one of the Bug's gems, I guess. Oh, we have WS having to Burrow Strike away from danger here. I'm not sure they have the catch enough to be able to bring him down, although they're keeping it going here. Fly believes. So you have the chicken fingers, not quite yet, but he's going to have another shackle available. Desire continuing to chase, and there's a power shot finishing the job. Desire gets first blood, perfectly timed as well, as he was going for the Burrow Strike there, but Desire letting go at the perfect moment to get the kill shot.
Not only did he get the first blood, he also blocks the camp with a sentry. So stopping the ancient stacks from getting made is going to further annoy the Sand King. And he takes Bar Strike. Like, you never want to take Bar Strike level 1. But yeah, very, very good stuff for Avalus.
Jokam already being annoying by getting the D-ward mid by utilizing Barracuda.
He also does see the other ward as well. So he will D-ward that relatively soon.
Top lane going to be a little bit annoying for Jibbe. Certainly not a free lane versus Medusa. The constant snake harass gets very annoying very quickly. Nice last hit from Desire down the bottom. Yeah, Fly. Not having a wonderful time here. He's got the shackles, but if he goes for it, then WS will get in range for a Burrow Strike, so it certainly seals his fate. So does the right thing and just runs away, and will eventually get away. Smiling Knight going to be left to this lane by himself. A big switch up from game 1 for Smiling Knight. They're playing the Conqueror in the sort of utility core, not really a carry in that circumstance.
The Slark's so obnoxious, look at him. He just followed fire the entire time on the Slark, just keep chasing him.
Please leave me alone, bro. It takes some unnecessary tower hits at least.
But also Morphling's Courier is stuck at the tier 2. Like, because of Jokam's positioning and how aggressive he is, like, we're not getting the tangos out on the Morphling from the... He might send them out now, because he does see the Slark disengage for a second, but uses the Barracuda, gets another D-ward. You see that on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. But because of the D-ward, now we get to see Morphling finally get his tangos from Courier.
Hooray.
Very, very annoying so far in the laning phase. 2 D-wards. A lot of pressure on Shaman. Didn't get a kill, though. But elsewhere,
Jokam knows what he's doing. Meanwhile, over towards mid, it's been a bit of a trade. I'd say a slight advantage for Makoto at the moment, as Mobe will be able to grab this water rune, which he's been savouring. Bring a creep wave around. Makoto just trying to be annoying, catch out Mobe, and does do so successfully.
Can be a little bit rough for Tiny, right? You are a 0 armor hero. He gets the very annoying, physical damage deal in the early game.
Yep, some nice CSing here though. Gonna try to help even the score a bit, maybe even push him ahead a tiny bit. Of course, Makoto has a massive wave coming in at the moment, so his CS looking deceptively lower than it should be. As Makoto gonna secure that range creep.
Cuckoo in the Lotus fight top.
Ooh, is very low here. Might just be finished off, although a nice snake bouncing back from 23. Might get the kill onto Desire. No mana for Desire. Wishing 23 can bring him down. Jibbe coming in to fight up against 23, and 23's out of mana. Pops a mango, pops a stick, realizing he's not going to survive this one. Oh, a mango from the courier! Where did that come from? Is it going to be enough to turn this around, though? I don't think so. Jibbe is just clicking. He just clicks. He just keeps on clicking.
Yeah. The 60 bonus damage, just click away, sure. The 1 courier delivery, that's pretty high, but because he gets the Lotus, he wins the trade. Maybe if the courier is a little bit quicker and then he doesn't give away the Lotus, then the Medusa gets the kill, but he had to disengage from the Lotus contest to then get the Mango. It was a matter of seconds, could have changed the outcome, but fair play to Jibbe from standing his ground there.
For A-clicking on the hero.
Yeah. Fair play,
Yeah, sometimes that's what Dota's about. You don't need to drop the Firestorm. You don't need to cast spells. You just need to commit to doing the right thing. Bottom lane, that's a pretty aggressive shackle coming out from Fly here. A burst strike through the both of them. Is that going to save WS's life? No, it is not. He does go down, but it's going to be a trade as Fly will fall as well. But a trade which they'll be very happy about on the side of Avalus, giving Smiling Knight a better game, although this Slark is not giving up on the Morphling. 9 stacks of Essence Shift, pretty annoying, but he can now go full Agi, pop the wand, and get to relatively high health again.
And you know Jokam's mentality, right? The fact that he had 3 creeps he could have CS'd there, and instead he's like, no, I'm just gonna keep clicking this Morphling. Like he traded farm for the fight, and it is interesting to see like different 4 players who have done different things there, but yeah, he wants to bully as much as possible. I mean, these lanes are all about the bully, right? It's like Windrunner with the power shot, Slark with the Essence Shift still. It's
Jokam is stuck. They don't know
a little
he's
bit
stuck, but yes.
He's now dying very, very slowly.
Freedom! Run! Yeah, top lane Jibber getting kind of low. Ooh, Fly seeing an opportunity at least to go in and place some vision down, trying to catch WS, going for some stacks here. Doesn't quite do so, but recognizing that he's been gone and that maybe there's an opportunity to catch him farming, but there isn't.
Dire's structures are fortified. Are scanning.
I was looking at Kunkka mid there, could have been a solo kill, but in every lane there's so much bullying. Like I'm looking mid, we're watching top, bottom's fighting. Everyone's fighting everywhere.
Shotgun making some stacks for WS to take later on. As Desire gets the haste rune away from both Makoto and Cuckoo. Very risky to go for that one into those 2 heroes by himself, but you know, he's got the heart of a champion. He'll never back down from a situation like that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Desire trying to go for the body blocks.
Structures are fortified.
There's no real damage there. Even if he was to hit a shackle, you'd need like the Underlord to be in right click range to even entertain a kill.
You also need Shackle Shot to be leveled up.
It does help. Leveling Shackle before like 4 is pretty illegal.
A little bit.
Unnecessary.
Oh, here we go though. Rotation in from Fly, managing to close the gap onto Cuckoo. Makoto's here though, trying to help out. Throws the boat down onto Fly and will be able to kill off this Shaman. Shaman will not be able to kill Cuckoo. He lives. Power shot available, but not going for it. Desire doesn't believe. That's fair enough.
Looking at the net worth, we are seeing Morphling doing pretty well, but Kunkka matching the farm and the Medusa also just slowly creeping up. Can Smiling Knight do enough? That is the question. When will he join the fight as well?
Yeah,
Soon
we're
gonna have to have
anticipating early
complete-
fighting from Morphling. I feel like every carry these days, if they get a decent start, likes to turn up to fights.
I think he's required for a tier 1 siege, but he has to balance the fight like near perfectly. At any point he joins a fight incorrectly, he will just fall away on the net worth.
Yeah.
As the Tiny does combo on the Slark and goes, you know what, I can't kill you, boss.
Could be in some danger here. Makoto's nearby, of course, with the invis. Doesn't have the boat for another 9 seconds, though, so that's going to make things a little bit awkward. And Fly coming in from the sideline. Looking for a bit of retribution. Not sure they have the damage to bring down Makoto, though. Maybe trying to go for a toss back. Does find it. Gets him under tower. Morphling is here. They need to kill him off, and they will do so. There's a kill shot coming out from Desire. Makoto killed, and supports can't really do much about that.
Very, very good rotation from the Morphling. If he doesn't come in, like, do they do enough damage? Do they enable Desire with the power shot? So we said, like, when will he be active? And about 20 seconds later, mate. That's exactly when he's going to be active.
Absolutely. Sees an opportunity like that, why wouldn't you?
They take a stack. Yeah, Avalus has done a very good job at stopping the stacks, right? They blocked the first Ancient camp. They took the double stack. There is a triple Ancient stack now available for the Sand King if he wants to take it. We're not looking at, like, quad stacks and, you know, big economy. That's where Avalus have identified a really, really big threat, and It could be the lifeline that they need in this game too.
Approaching the 10-minute mark, and again, it's just been a game of farming, stacking, the occasional kill, but very much focused on this. And Jokam, he's been particularly annoying in trying to swing the balance in that regard. He's been jumping in, he's been stealing creeps, he's been giving vision, been taking wards. Like, Jokam, probably the standout player so far in this game on the Slark. I'm sorry to say.
It's fine. He's literally on fire. It's okay.
Yeah. Lovely cosmetic.
I've not seen the 5 neutral item versus the 0 neutral yet. That's that's where you have Sand King farming jungle very quickly. Enemy team not really hitting jungle.
Yeah, Medusa farming Ancients as well.
Yeah.
Certainly helps.
Quite damning.
Yeah, I think they're the one.
Choose what they want. Yeah.
One of those like passive buffs. Well, nice shackle shot out onto the Slark, and now the shackles onto the Slark, but Shadow Dance available means that Jokam shouldn't really be in too much trouble here. Though the power shot, of course, a little bit scary, but it won't have enough damage to kill him even if it lands. Barracuda's just too damn good. Healing up nice and quickly in those shadows. As Makoto's almost hitting his first time, he's going to have a Blade Mail pretty shortly. Again, not one of those items which you kind of run in and make stuff happen with. More of a run in and stop stuff happening to you with.
They're smoked up. They've got the Shaman, the Windrunner, and the Tiny. Are you going to make a deep wraparound from mid to top to try and find the Medusa? 23 Savage,
I think you might be right.
Yet to have a point in his ultimate, so there is going to be no Stone Gaze here. Unless he's able to get level 10.
Not quite.
Not from that great wave.
Doesn't quite get there and should be going down here. Global Silence comes down, but 23 Savage, he's toast. Nice rotation in from Avalus. They show a bit of life, get the kill onto that Medusa, and start their game off right. 23 Savage is gone. In the backlines though, Jokam just farming couriers. Now an Epicenter coming out onto Mobe, trying to bring him down. They're going to take a lot of damage, but they do have it with the Sand King and with the Kunkka. Kunkka now being beaten up though. As a response though, they're looking for the kill and they're going to find him. Makoto goes down, Jibe gets the kill. Jokam under the cover of the Shadow Dance, trying to bounce himself out of this one. Cuckoo also trying to help out where he can, throws out a last word. They'll get his support out of there. But they do lose the Kunkka and the Medusa in back-to-back engagements, trading out the Tiny for it.
WS. I was about to just walk into the Morphling there. Yeah, the speed in which Avalus played was very, very good. They get the kill on the Medusa top, instantly then Fiend's Gate to the mid. And it's like these quick plays is why you would pick the Underlord, right? It's murder, look. Oh wait, they're out of position. Go again. Because as soon as that global fades, they chill for a second. They're like, okay, what's happening? Tiny TPs, and we're going to jump back to the
Another fight going in. Yeah, Desire's going to be brought down, but they do snake trap Sand King. He's got the phase boots though, but it doesn't matter. He gets blasted by Mobe. Mobe backs out from the side. Very tempted to toss Fly in there just to watch him die, but doesn't do so.
They're your thoughts. I'm pretty sure competitively that's not going to be happening.
Everybody that's playing Tiny has always got it in the back of their mind, trust me.
Yeah.
It's just the pros bury it deeper than the rest of us, but they're there. So I could just kill him.
This is where the carry's itemization will take a slightly different path, right? You got one is going to have Manta on the Medusa. The other one is still, diadem and a recipe away from the Manta. Sure, eventually they might, still buy the same items, but for 23 Savage, will he join the fight like the Morphling's been doing? Will he continue to farm? Like, is his big timing just the Butterfly or the Scardia? Like, that's why I'm intrigued to at least get into the mind of 23 Savage.
It's a very interesting point as well, because just as heroes, entering a fight means incredibly different things, because Morphling is so mobile and has attribute shift, which means that when he enters a fight, really it's kind of like casual. You're allowed to soft commit and escape and save your spells and, be safe. Meanwhile, Medusa, if she's in, she's in. And your whole team better be in as well. And talking about the whole team being in, they are in at the middle lane, and Mobe is going to get dropped. Epicenter coming smashing on through and giving them the damage they need to kill off this Tiny. And now 23 Savage arrives for the siege. Fly,
It's good to see
trying to
20
get cheeky on the Wisdom Shrine, but has to back himself
Radiant's
away.
middle tower is under attack.
You cannot stand your ground against a slot. I don't think many supports can even go near that hero.
Radiant's middle tower is
Oh, he had snakes. Do you think he could have just dropped snakes and tried to...
He'll just pounce away or push shadows, but he does get the Hex after he used the Dark Pact, and very, very nice.
Solo kill for Desire.
Big solo kill. Very rewarding when you do eventually kill a Slug. The worst thing is, like, even with Dark Pact, there's like this weird like lingering of like the final stages of Dark Pact where it still dispels and
top tower is under
you go for a Hex.
Yeah.
Oh, I just mistimed it by like 0.1 second and he's gone. So that was a very clear, like, that had faded, he hexed, you're dead.
Absolutely. Ooh. Just narrowly surviving that attempt on the Tormentor. And then you go hit and sit in the most rubbish heal in the game. I despise
Omni-Knight would
the
like to have a
heal
word,
from
actually.
Tormentor. Yeah, true.
Okay, it can't be more though.
You hate it.
Yeah, but it can't be more. It would be, how broken would it be? You take Tormentor, lose your HP, and then get full HP from going, like, from taking it, right? Like,
But just don't exist, you know. Like if it's gonna be there at all, then either make it do something or don't do something. Just be a bit like, oh, I guess
I think
get a slight. You basically get a tango for a bit. Enjoy. Here we go. Jump in on to Desire. Nice catch coming out from Jocam and WS. WS has been extremely active on the Sand King. It's really nice to see.
going back to that hill quickly, it feels like it's just enough hill to stop like Zeus ult killing you. It's like a Valve dev one day died to Zeus ult at the Tormentor and was like, you know what, I'm gonna add just enough heal so that I will never die to this one spell again, but it has no meaning for literally anything else. That's probably what happened. Look towards the Talon are just, they feel content. I'm not feeling any desperation in them, even though Avalus is the one making the plays and Morphling's having an exceptional game, right? 1-0-5, got the man to the Bloods at the 17-minute mark, like, looking absolutely incredible. But it feels like Flipslam just don't care. Maybe 23 Savage and this Skadi timing is all they want. So you hit this, run down the lane as 5 and you're good, but Avalus continue to try and speed up the game, taking the ball.
Roshan. It's been pinged out though. Makoto going to go in with the bungee cord already. Jocam trying to give them the vision, trying to figure out what's going on, but it's a little scary. Now he's used that ulti, could be an opportunity. Mobe going to toss him back into the reaches of his team, and they will take down Jocam. D-Ward is going to be successful from Cuckoo, but it's getting awful gusty over here as Cuckoo gets dragged back into Mobe and Jibe. They're going to be able to chain this up with another kill. Cuckoo is gone. Roshan still being taken slowly but surely by Smiling Knight and by Fly. The two of them inside of the pit will finish off the Rosh and gain ages towards their Morphling. Avalus are coming online. Flips of Talon not ready and not able to stop that Roshan.
They identify the timings of Flips of Talon and just keep playing just a step quicker, right? This is so refreshing to see, especially after how disconnected they were in the first game. It really just felt like they weren't on the same page. This game, it's so different, right? Like, they get an opportunity to kill, they go. They got the tossbacks on a tiny, they're killing. They see a hero out of position, they're fiends getting. Like, it really is just a much better Avalus from game one.
Ooh, Desire
Opening to
able
protect
to...
the...
Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Global Silence comes out, stops him being able to get a stun onto 23, so he can just TP away. Nice setup, but, unfortunately, Global Silence.
Very good spell.
I do like that. That's just a universal truth in Dota. Ah, nice play. However, Global Silence. Ah, okay.
Sand King getting picked up from the bot lane. He's 100 gold away from his Agnums.
Yeah, you can buy it. Oh, he had a chance.
When I say picked off, he did initiate the fight with Epicenter and then died.
It's a very 15k way to die.
Oh. We went and looked at the sky for a second.
Yeah, that was Desire's POV. Middle tower finally going to get taken down here, most likely. Spine Knight leading the charge. And the last few events has sort of brought everybody down to Mobe's level. Not to be too cruel, but Mobe was not having a game before this point, but so many of the big cores have just died chained together on the side of Flips to Talon that he's now kind of just level with everybody else. He's been able to be around, just picked up the Blink, picked up the Yules, and he's very much back in the game. I was worried that Mobe was never really going to come online and we were just going to have one of these awkward tinies sitting around trying to combo down supports and failing to do so, but no, he's doing fine. Jokam,
One thing
looking at Fly, looking at Jokam. He's that shackle looks hilarious from the stunned animation. I'm not sure we want to be in model view whenever you use the shackle. Might be a bit not safe for stream. Doesn't quite look right, I'll say that.
So posturing behind the Morphling. And like he wants to progress the map, and the key thing to note with the tiny build is modern day mid tinies, they go for Blink and 4-star, Octarine, maybe they swap the Force for a Yules, but it's always like hyper control.
In the bottom lane. Fly's gonna find him, the jump in, the catch. Yeah, when you got a Shaman on you, it kind of just feels like there's no hope, but the shackle is interesting, but that's all fine. Bug Spy comes out.
They didn't use Global though, because they know their team timing is happening. So if they waste Global to keep Zanking alive, it would further delay their ability to make a move, right? We've got the Radiance on the Kunko, we have the Skadi on the Medusa, the Aghanim's on the Zanking. Like, if there ever was a time for Flips' talent to take the fight, it's going to be now. They found Fly, but 3-man Avalanche.
Yeah, really slowing down the initiation here from the side of Flips to Talon. 23 Savage needs to get off that damage. It's only really going on to Fly right now, and he's still keeping himself alive with those shackles. Will eventually drop. But the return kill is coming in the other way as Makoto is running out of life. Global Silence is going to come down. It will be enough to stop them from chasing down this pirate. Makoto is going to get away. As 23 and Cuckoo still just sitting in this little choke point, hammering away at these snakes as Killshot comes in, catched out Jokam. He can't survive through that one. Was just 2 seconds away from getting off that shadow dance, but unfortunately didn't get the chance to do so. Will be another death for Flips to Talon. A very awkward fight, but Smiling Knight might not be done. Jumping in is seen, going under the tier 2. Smiling Knight, that is aggressive. I mean, man has an Aegis with only a minute left on it, so I guess he wants to do something with it, turning into the Medusa, turning around, doing quite a lot of damage back the other way, and even stealing the voice lines as well whilst he's at it. Jine coming in, trying to help out. They're just trying to bring down everybody, just get that damage off onto the entire team on the side of Flipster. Smiling Knight might finally have to go back to Morphling form now. Oh, Happy Center coming on through. That's going to at least kill the Aegis and Jibe at the same time and zone out anybody who's thinking of coming in to help Smiling Knight on his second life. Mobe is still in the neighborhood. He's going to have to pull off something special if he wants to save Smiling Knight here. Here he goes, jumping in the backlines. Knight's have a toss onto 3. Double kill shot from Desire. Juicy from Desire. As now going to go towards Makoto. This fight is blown wide open. Yells out onto Morphling, trying to buy Makoto some time, but he is out of options. He is out of life. He will be brought down by Smiling Knight. He will take down Desire with him, but Smiling Knight gets another, and now they'll keep searching, they'll keep looking. 23 Savage, he's really out of mana here, and the right clicks come through from Smiling Knight, taking down everybody in this engagement. Jokam back from the dead and back to the grave. It is everybody dead multiple times on Flips to Talon. This game just got broken apart by Avalos.
It all started with Smiling Knight just going straight underneath the tier 2 with the Aegis, right? He kind of like baited Flips to Talon, like, hey, you think you can kill me? Yeah, you know what? Yes, you can, but you just can't kill my second life. And the amount of control from Avalos there is just exceptional. I think Fly on the Shadow Shaman just getting multiple jumps, and Mobai getting the the 2-man Avatos to then set up for a 2-man instant kill from both the power shot. Like, all the small things done by the players of Avalos enabled them to crush the fight there. And I think fundamentally there's just is no damage on this Medusa. Like, we're luckily going to start the highlight all the way back when Medusa was stuck at this low ground. The Fiend's Gate, the Gale Force, the Serpent Wards, like everything possible to stop the Medusa from walking up this high ground was in play. Like, I don't think 23 Savage even moved a single unit for like 15-20 seconds. He just A-clicked awkwardly the entire time, right? And that's like just one fight. And then the next fight as well, it's the same thing, right? Does Medusa do enough damage yet? It just isn't really the case. And if Morphling can get Butterfly before Medusa even gets to, her second item, Smiling Knight, he could just truly take over this game. 23 Savage. He needs to farm quick.
There'll be another kill onto Jokam. Yeah, Medusa, she's going to need a way to move around these fights. So maybe even like BKB or something, I don't know, but 23 for the last engagement was just entirely stuck. That does seem to be a problem. See what solutions 23 Savage can come up with, or whether he just ignores it and hopes he can get better positioning in the next one. I don't know. Or it could be the case that he just feels the game's going too bad at the moment, that he just wants damage and farm, and keep on holding that high ground for as long as possible. In the super, super late game like this, Medusa will become the Giga carry.
We are talking, 3-4 more items for sure.
Yeah, that's a long way off. And level 25.
And a rapier, and many more. I don't know. I was about to list like so many items. No, not the time.
Actually, it's the Aghanims you need now, not the 25.
Oh, you're just talking about split. Sure.
Yeah.
That was one of the nicer changes, actually. I like the fact that Medusa can like purchase the ability to have modifiers on her split shot.
Ooh, they just get seen here. Mobe is going to be able to escape. Desire likely will not be getting out of this one. A bit too much damage coming through onto the wind. And she will fall. Still, it's a big gank. It's a big move from Flipster. And they don't really find anything down here. I guess they can get Tormentor, actually. It's decent. It'll be on a core hero, I think, now as well. Oh no, Cuckoo still doesn't have his.
If you're Flipster Town, you keep playing for the small wins, right? Like, they yet to get a shard, but that aside, it always feels like they're one item away from feeling strong, but then another item appears on Avalus and we're looking for another item, right? But I think Avalus have done an exceptionally good job at just delaying that big moment. Like, they had the Blink on Sand King, they had the Scar, they had everything available to them, but they just kept finding these little poking kills to prevent it ever really coming into a favorable position for Dire. Now Smiling Knight with the butterfly. He is going to feel so unkillable in the fight. We'll see if maybe he overplays his hand. That could be a possibility. But does he just die to a Sand King Kunkun? No, probably not, right? Like, he just mantles away from the global. He waits to join the fight until his Tiny or Underlord sets him up correctly, even the Shaman. I really feel like if Smiling Knight's to die, it's going to be his misplay, his overextension. And that's exactly what Flipster Talon are going to have to try and bait out from Avalus. Try and offer up a fight that looks better for them.
Was very quick there from Jokam, going for a pretty deep D-ward when his team is nowhere nearby, but manages to get off the ulti before they stop him in his tracks. That kind of
way.
Yeah, that kind of kick play is just like ridiculously high value. There's not many other heroes in the game that can pull off something like that.
23 Savage just completed the Daedalus. He's been asking for some damage, and it's a nice bit of damage. Sure, MKB is going to be also required for the Morphling, but
yeah, just thinking that.
Not yet.
Well, Jokam didn't have the ulti available. Actually, he did have the ultimate available at the time. They just caught him out.
He was tossed in the air.
Can't do much. That. But smoke out from Flipster Talon as they're looking to see if there's any opportunities at mid. 23 Savage gets revealed and starts clicking away at Mr. Mobe. Mobe's got to be careful here. He's not going to survive an awfully long time. And there comes Global Silence. No BKB out from Mobe here either. So he's got the Yules out onto himself. Going to have to throw that down here. But with the boat coming in, the damage coming out from the Medusa as well with the Skadi, Mobe is going to fall. Takes a while, but it happens. And now it's a Medusa fight in the middle lane as these two just clicking away at each other. No one else can come close, but they're both out of mana. But that's a worse sign for 23 Savage than it is for Smiling Knight. As Smiling Knight just flips back to Morphling and finishes the job. That is a painful matchup for 23 to be playing into.
With the item disparity, the Morphling just does not really care at all about the Medusa. You're talking about the late game Medusa being the best carrier of the game, right, to some degree, but you still need the Ags, the MKB, the Hurricane Pike, the Satan, all these random stuff. Ignore the Satanic, terrible items, but you get the point. It's I'm just doing my default carry builds.
Up to some tomfoolery, but tomfoolery is all it is. Yeah. He does get caught out, doesn't even get off the depth shroud.
But
nice to give it a try, but yeah, nothing to grab there.
it's just the fact that every Roshan goes the way of Avalus, right? Like if one Roshan went the way of Talon Flipster, or Flips Talon, sorry, it gives you that extra 5-minute window of, you know what, they're not going to be too crazy on the map, right? Now Medusa gets her items. So the fact that they've conceded both Roshans is really going to hurt them. And maybe the argument is going to be, the second Roshan, sure, you lost the fight, but the first Roshan, when Morphling wasn't super hard to kill, when the game was like impossible, that could have been the one that you contested. If you want to apply some hindsight to this. BKB on the Sand King. Yep, it is great.
Especially in my pubs. So the number one thing I like to do is point out what we should have done previously, what mistakes we made, rather than focus on what's going on now and what to do next. It's way more important to look at the past.
Yeah, of course, 100%. I love Dota players that only talk about the 4-minute laning death the entire game, rather than the 32-minute clutch Roshan fight we could have won. You know, it's oof.
Absolutely right. You know what's up. Desire, just going to poke forward, get rid of this Watcher. See who's hanging around. There's Jokam, and Blinks at Dawn. Mobe and WS both using theirs in synchronization. WS does have some of the best reactions out of many of the pros. He is extremely quick.
Oh, I thought you meant like, you know, face reactions, like on camera.
Oh,
like,
no, absolutely not. He is a rock.
No, okay, sure.
But here we go. Might be in trouble now. Didn't react quickly enough to that one. He's got the BKB still available, though, and he's just chilling out for now. Then in comes a Morphling. Blink away, though. Doesn't get caught out by that waveform. Great reactions. As it's getting a little awkward in the front lines here. Koko's got to be careful. The global's been used to not much effect. As now, surfing into the base. Jibe doesn't really want to be here. Still has both of his auras, but is trying to save it for the actual fight rather than use it early here just for the push. That's absolutely the right players, Smiling Knight and the Snakes. Sounds like a very weird band going for the barracks. As Smiling Knight's actually stolen the Sandstorm here. Is going invisible and being very annoying in the front lines, but realizing it's got to get back to business, but get back to work and take those barracks. That's exactly what he will do. 23. He may have learned his lesson about standing and fighting versus the Morphling now, but a beautiful shackle shot from Desire from the low ground. Mobe coming in to help out as well. She needs some help, but she's not going to find it. 23 Savage going down here in game 2, and maybe costing them a lot more than a range of barracks as they'll look over to the side. WF desperately trying to get off some abilities here. I mean, the Epicenter doing so much work, but he's got to be careful because in comes Smiling Knight. Where he comes, you must leave. Shokam's trying to play around the back lines here, but he's just going to get chased away. And power shot it down. Desire catches him again. He's had Shokam's number throughout the entire game as Makoto's the next one to fall. Smiling Knight brings him down, and there just aren't the buybacks available on the side of Flips to Talon. This might be it, and it certainly is. GG gets called in game number 2. This one will be a 1-1 as Avalus looking like a completely different team in game number 2.
Yeah, I think the important thing for all the viewers though, this is the way that Avalus used to win their games, right? And you know, sure that I think they just want to qualify as well, but like this type of game plan is what I want to see from Avalus. This is like the happiest form of Avalus, right? Jibe continuously being like a nuisance factor from the off lane, ever present with his positioning. Then you have Smiling Knight being like the carry of the game. I love when he gets to take over games, be it on his Morphing or whatever he wants to play, Terrorblades versus anything, right? Like this is the philosophy that I want Avalus to try and replicate in the upcoming games and the rest of the group stage. Not what happened in game 1. Game 1 just felt like a completely different team. But this second game, this is the Dota that I think they play best, right? And you know, hopefully for their sake, they can find ways to replicate that in other drafts, in other kind of play styles. But in the overall concept of farm priority and fighting style, this is exactly what I like to see from Avalus.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a really strong performance from them. Never really dropped too far down, playing around Smiling Knight really well. I think Mobe also looking much better on his Tiny than he did in... I mean, his profit didn't look bad, but you know, he was just able to get so much done on this Tiny. Just being a presence on the map was a real trouble. And Desire, of course, as well, on the Wind Ranger, constantly finding moments, you know, the kill shots to secure quite a few of these kills, which I just don't think they would have gotten otherwise. Exactly what you'd be wanting from your Wind Ranger. Yeah, overall, just everybody seemed to know what they were doing. Like, it wasn't a simpler draft, but they played it super well.
Yeah, no, it's can't really fault them. in this second game at all. If you want to talk about flips of talent for a little bit, it is a matter of you got this Medusa, and then you've got Manta, and then you don't really ever get a fight. Like, we never really saw the cores come together, right? Compared to game 1, where they had this like beautiful overlap. Just look at the score lines, right? Like 3-4 on the Kunkka, 5-6 on the Sand King, 5-5 on the Medusa. Like, then there was this moment of like, this is our fight, go. You know, it was always, we lost first Roshan. All right, dodged him. We lost second Roshan. Okay, dodged him. We lost the game. Okay. You know, it's like, it just felt a little bit empty. But that's also because 23 Savage, he had the Manta, then he needed a Skadi. Then he got the Skadi, then he needed Daedalus. And by the time he had all these items, suddenly there was a butterfly on the Morphling, right? And it was very, very difficult for that. So yeah, maybe a little too greedy. Maybe Medusa pick would have been better to go to the off lane, and then you find a different carry. That could have maybe created more tempo for them. But either way, I'm happy that in this series, both teams played really well in their wins. Like, it wasn't like back and forth in the win, but it was like they commanded their own win at least. So they just need to find some consistency at least.
If we'd have had a game 3 here, it would have been really, really exciting, I reckon, because both teams seem to figure themselves out. One team in game 1, one team in game 2. And yeah, when we're talking about Talon, like kind of going back and looking about what they wanted to achieve in the game, you know, they had these 3 really, really tanky frontliners. They had these 2 heroes behind them, which was supposed to kind of buff them up, make them even stronger. And we kept saying, like, how is anybody going to die? How is anybody going to die in this game? Well, when Morphling gets this much damage off in fights, it doesn't really matter. Everything kind of goes out the window when Morphling is overfarmed like this, because he is the hero in the game that does the most damage this early on. He is just an absolute monster, so you really have to be on the board and find a better way to shut down this Morph, and I just don't think they have that in them. Smiling Knight completely uncontested. He didn't die once this game. Is there any adjustments to the draft you think they should have made to deal with Smiling Knight?
We could ask a player instead, Nomad. Maybe rather than asking me, we could ask Desire.
Okay, all right, let's do it. Desire, hello, welcome, congratulations. How do you counter Smiling Knight Morphling? Can you tell us the secrets?
How do
you counter Morphling? Yeah.
I mean, we said if we ban Doom because AA is banned first phase, we can just pick Morph because they will take it 18 if we leave it. It will be hard to answer. We had only Rasta to answer. And we just stole it from them.
Absolutely. I mean, it looked like such a good game as well, and great game from you as well on the Wind Ranger. I mean, constantly getting kills with those kill shots. You know, is there any complaints from your team about securing some of these kills with the kill shots, or do they know what they're signing up for with the Desire Wind Ranger?
I start casting the parshot when they're half HP, and my team just doing a lot of damage, and I'm like, while I'm casting it, I say, sorry guys, sorry. And then the parcel goes off and she's dead.
Sorry, didn't mean to. It happened again. My bad, guys. Yeah.
I hear the 6 on Discord, but let them see.
So how's it going in the team at the moment? You know, like you guys made some changes, obviously, bringing in Fly, bringing in Mobe now as well. How are you guys feeling? And is it like proper kind of grind time and just trying to get in shape for the for the next few tournaments?
Yeah, we went to PGL with kinda zero practice. It was a bit, let's say, depressing. We were getting stomped from everyone, but now we came bootcamp and it's 10 times better. Last time the same happened. We started scrims when it was on Echo and we were losing to everyone, and then we came bootcamp and we kinda shaped up, so now it feels very nice.
I see. So why weren't you able to bootcamp previously? You know, why did you have to wait to get together and really get the practice in?
Because Soneko just left last second, then we had straight PGL, we couldn't bootcamp back to back. People are tired, traveling all the time, tournaments.
Yeah, that's difficult. But you guys seem like you're getting in better position this time around, already starting with a win against Talon. So what are you looking for this tournament? Like how far do you think you can go? Do you have any teams you particularly want to beat, or you think you can you can face up in the kind of top positions?
I mean, we're looking for to finish at higher place than Shopify or Nigma, I think. So we qualified for a year, but yeah, what's best we can do. They're not in our group, but we we want to pass the first group stage. Second, top 4 would be nice. Need to be humble because there is so many good teams.
Yeah, for sure. You gotta work hard for that, but I think you guys can get there. T Governor, you got any questions, Mr. Desire?
Sure. Hello, boss.
Hello.
What do I ask? How does it feel for a player like yourself that you've basically lived online for many years, right? You played on Night Pulse, you had Dandelions, maybe you bootcamped a little bit there, but like, how does it feel for you, who's like one of the best European 4 players, to finally get to a team where you have bootcamp and to have like the extra little bit of support? Because I feel like you, for me at least, you've always been the player that's been like, after the teams get a player, you're the one who should be on a team, but you're not. And now, like, I feel like you're on a good team. Like, how does it feel for you to get here?
You said best European players?
One of the best 4 players. Yeah. I'm saying like from like all the free. Not. Oh, calm down, my friend. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, last year I went to Watts and I had a talk with. This is going deep. I had a talk with Seb and she told me the same. Like, I think you're really good, but you're doing something wrong. You need to find the routine. I was lacking. I was not playing that many pubs. And then something clicked in my head and I started grinding all day. Morning gym, then 10 pubs, and I full grinded, and finally I'm in a team that I can compete. Tier 1, it feels nice.
Would you say like the gym and like that routine like enables you to deal with like the pubs? Because obviously like everyone who plays pubs, it's emotional, right? It's up and down, right? But like, would you say having something outside of Dota enabled you to get better
for
at
sure.
Dota?
Mental shirt, yeah. I never tilted in pubs. I used to be biggest tilter in Dota, toxic, everyone hated me. But now, whatever goes wrong, even when I see Xibe next to me, he's getting tilted too easily. I tell him it's just points, it's pubs, relax, just try to improve, try new heroes, fix your lane in pubs, and there is full animals everywhere. I mean, there's full griefers and stuff in pubs, whatever. Yeah. It helps, yeah. Zim helps a lot.
Okay, and my last question would be, everyone's expecting a patch soon. If you were, let's say, a Valve dev, and you could make one change to a hero to make it viable, which hero would you like to be viable in your role in the 4 position? Maybe it's a classic and old school hero. Like, what would you want back?
Yeah, Air Spirit for sure. My best hero.
Yeah.
And Mirana is kinda sit on form. They mostly played 5. I tried to tell my team pick it, but our coach Mag always says no, she is not good. I wanna go this right click build with Sard, but never picks it. She says she is not good. So Air Spirit, yeah. I don't know.
No Rubik?
Very weakly. Rubik also I suggested today first game versus Rust Abba, but they always just give me the side eye, flies.
Come on.
No, not this yet.
I'll message Fly out. Yeah, I'll try and help you out.
Come on, fly, Mag. Let Desire fly. What is this? Stop clipping his wings.
Rubik Air Spirit, this.
Wonderful. And, thank you very much.
Yeah, final question from me then. I wanted to ask, how are you kind of fitting into the team in terms of like the practice, the strategy, the conversations? Are you getting involved with that, or is this just entirely sort of Mag and Fly having these conversations, and you just kind of chime in with whatever you see as relevant for your role, or are you getting a bit involved with the strategy and planning and stuff as well?
Mag Fly mostly, and when the draft starts, I just keep suggesting new different heroes, and they're like, Desire, we plan something else, stop talking. Ruben. I'm just chilling, playing my game.
Yeah. And then, whoops, I'm stealing all the kills on Wind Ranger. You better not pick that again. Yeah, there you go. That's tough. Alrighty, Desire, thank you so much for coming to talk to us. Congratulations on this win. A very exciting series versus Flipsatan. Excited to see you guys playing more and seeing if you can improve through this tournament, and hoping for a good result for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Goodbye. And there you have it. Avalos take 1-1 against Flipster Talon. A pretty even series where both teams got to prove that when they're in their top form, they can look like a pretty clean team. But we didn't get to see both teams coming against each other on full form in both games. One of them was looking a little bit behind the mark. So very excited to see if these teams match up against each other again and what they can do in this tournament if they can fix some of these issues. That's going to be it from us over on this stream for now. But of course, do not go anywhere because we've still got plenty of Dota coming up on this stream, of course, and all the other streams. So much Dota going on across the board. So, T, before we go, give me one thing you've learned from today. What did you learn from watching the games?
From the games? No, just from interview.
Or from life. Yeah,
it's from life. I want a life lesson here. It's just get a hobby outside of Dota to then further amplify your ability to play Dota. Because I myself, I don't go gym. I don't have any lively anchors that enable me to pursue this, this high MMR career. I'm stuck at like 12.5K. I need to get higher. So now I'm gonna hit gym, gonna get 13K, gonna do it.
Nice.
So thank you, Desire. From your lessons, I will also take the same knowledge, and that's my takeaway from today: is hit the gym, instantly get 14K MMR. Instantly.
Nice. Get big juicy muscles, get big juicy MMR, become a Giga Chad. Sounds good. Great life advice from Desire. Thank you very much, T. Thank you very much for watching. Of course, stick around as Math Magician and Hasgill taking over from the next games. But we're all done. Thanks for watching. We'll see you later.
today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. Want you to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better. Gotta be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted. The grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted. I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden. So how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding on, can't get enough. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. Want you to be all mine. Oh, yeah. Got all these choices, yeah. But I so made up my mind. There's nobody better. Gotta be you. Got to be you. Voices, yeah. 'Cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. You, yeah. You, yeah. You, it's gotta be you. Gotta be you. Gotta be you. Gotta be you. Yeah. Gotta be you. Oh, it's gotta be you. Yeah. These choices, but I so made up my mind. There's nobody better. Gotta be you. Thousand voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Hey. Nobody else, no. It's gotta be you. We're gonna keep it going. We got this now, you know. We're getting closer now. We're ready for some more. Now is the time, reaching for blossoms in the sky. Sun setting low, making us golden as we ride. Now is the time, reaching for blossoms in the sky. Sun setting low, making us golden as we ride. We've seen the magic tricks. We don't care. We so good for me. In my mind all the time, no one I could turn to. Now that I can see your love has set me free. You came along, made me strong. I've waited such a long time, and I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. Oh, I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Feeling this good. Feeling this good. Ooh, feeling this good.
I want
Music, music.
good music playing and dancing to the groove. And I want
Oh, singing, singing.
to sing at the top of my lungs. The evening has just begun. Hips are swinging and feet are stomping.
Happy people gather round.
We will party all night long. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to have together. No more limitation. We united as one nation. I want
Keep on moving, moving.
keep on moving. The sweat is dripping. I want
Oh, shake it, shake it.
shake it to the beat of the drum. No need for hesitation. Bass is pumping and everybody smiling.
Happy people gather round.
We will party all night long. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Dream League Season 26. It's Math Magician Hanskin here, and we look so pretty with our matching backgrounds now for the first time in forever. Hanskin, how you doing?
No, I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing wonderful, man. I'm excited for these games, ready to go. I haven't seen a Dream League in a bit, man. We had Raleigh to open it up for this year in terms of our casting stuff, and now we get to be back at the Dream League. So I'm pretty happy to see, of course, the Shopify guys go at it again. Unfortunately, they had a rough first series, but both these guys looking to kind of come in strong. Extreme got a 1-1 already, so they obviously feel pretty good with their performance so far, but in classic Shopify fashion, we just want to get like an even split for the first day, and I think after that, you can feel pretty strong about your groups as long as you're riding that 50-50 for day one.
Yeah, I think so, right? I mean, Shopify, they're pretty much the only NA hope we got in Dota right now, right? And I think, you know, making into these lands is always going to be a bit of a transition phase, like when you don't have the best practice in your home region, right? So I think for them, it's about getting as much knowledge as possible in these games and then, you know, evolving through the tournament.
Yeah, and these guys, I mean, they played Nigma Galaxy first, which is unfortunate. I think Nigma balled up in their first series here. So they played really well. I was watching it. They Shopify, unfortunately, got one of the 2 losses that we have on Medusa so far this tournament. So that's another hero I kind of wanted to talk about. I know we're going to eventually go over our offlaners here, but Medusa, a hero that might not be picked up as much. People have been really min-maxing these lines to get a super tanky hero, but I think Medusa is really hard to pick into Chinese teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. In some sense, I feel like this hero has gotten figured out as well, right? We've seen so much hype around the hero, but lately I just feel like it looks underwhelming, especially from the offlane position. It looks cool on paper, right? You get this Atos, Meteor Hammer, Radiance whenever you're this tanky guy, but I feel like it hasn't looked good for anybody almost, right? It has some good early games, but after that, then what, right?
Yeah. No, it's definitely fallen off. And, you know, Shopify, they actually did end up playing that in the safe lane for Tomato whenever they lost on it. Played it into a Doom, which sometimes, you know, that's a good game matchup. But I tell you what, I've played that lane a lot. Dooms are very smart. They're going to get that mana burn creep. They're just going to like pin you down. It's hard. It is genuinely hard to lane. Maybe one of the hardest lanes Deuces can face, but you know, you always pick it for that game state. Unfortunately for Shopify, they just never really got there. You can see the lineups here. I tell you what, I have so much hope with this lineup right now. I love the Vailama. I feel like I've seen him all over. Of course, for Heroic, they were super dominant. Got that first South American land win. So I mean, this team has a ton of hope.
Yeah, I'm excited for him.
They just got to perform.
For SR, right? He was on Heroic, like I said, that really strong team. Then he went to OG to stand in, I think. And then now he's on Shopify, right? And I think he might just be the, you know, he's like this guy with a lot of energy, right? That brings a lot of hype to the team. And I think that's something that they could really need. You know, they're quite a funny mix, right? They have players from every region almost, and they need somebody to bring them all together. I think Lama can definitely be this person. This is like, he's still very, very new in this team, so I'm excited to see like what type of role he's going to have with them and just see how they mesh in general. I think it's going to be a good fit. Definitely more of the playmaker type compared to like Pakas.
Yeah, I mean, people like to clown Shopify for, you know, how many NA players they actually have on the roster, but there's nothing more North American, especially in USA, than just having the great melting pot of everybody in there that you could possibly get. So I've no shame, man. I'm still down for this North American star hopefully come through. And Devi, very aggressive offlaner as well. I think that's something that has been quite common with Shopify offlaners. I mean, even when we were back in the Saberlight era, a lot of these heroes kind of overlap between the two of them. Very like first pick heavy, things that can just kind of survive and then dominate a game, even with the rough laning stage.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely exciting to see what he's going to bring there. And now, you know, XG, they already qualified to EWC. As we know from the Chinese region, but they're not only fighting for themselves here, like, because the fact is, if XG, if they get a really good result in Dream League here, they can actually make sure that Tidebound gets one of their slots, right?
Yes.
If they get into the top positions, they're just gonna make sure another Chinese team gets to the event, and of course that's Ame's X team, Xinqiu's X team, so there's a lot on the line for them, even though they're still qualified technically.
Yeah, no, it's really cool because like they already have that like essentially slot secured with the Asian Championship League. So having that already in their pocket, and then they can, you know, double dip, knowing that would go into the runner-up then instead for Asian Championship League is like so cool that yeah, you get to enable your region. I think that's kind of like every region wants to do if you're not Western EU, right? Western EU already has a ton, but like any time that you're succeeding in your region now, it feels like you're literally enabling the strength of your region, more experience to come through, more tournament opportunities for everybody else when you win.
Yeah, for sure. And XG, of course, they also had a bit of a roster change recently, right? They added Poloson. Yeah. And this guy has been in the scene for such a long time. I looked at his profile earlier, like he's been on so many teams. Like it's ridiculous to go through his team page, but he doesn't. He hasn't never really had like this super amount of this huge amount of success, right? But he's always been a solid support. He's been 4 and 5, and I think if there's one team that is really gonna be like, you know, that's gonna bring him the achievements that he deserves, it's gonna be this one. So I'm excited to see what they can bring. Obviously, you got a lot of star players on this roster. Shinkyu, XXS, like we see here, the Ame, you know, it's you can't talk enough about these guys, right?
Yeah, historical, I would say, from these guys. And I'm very excited, of course, to see these two play. And already, I believe we're going to have a draft starting up very soon for these teams. It is going to be first pick for Shopify Rebellion, which I think is still really strong right now. Even though Medusa might not be as favored, still plenty of first picks on the board that people are really prioritizing. Ringmaster being a very strong one, Tiny as well for that flex potential. I'm a little surprised whenever you see a hero like Ringmaster getting first picked, first banned. You can tell like how strong a hero like that is because it's not getting flexed really. Like this hero is going to be at least, you know, usually a 4. It could also be a 5, but usually a 4. And even though you can see where it's going, people are having such a hard time finding a counter to this hero.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it also comes down to the fact that the support pool is pretty small, right? We got AA, the Ringmaster that are like the top ones right now. We also see a lot of Rasta in this tournament. But yeah, when the TA is left in the pool, you're just going to go for that, right? I think pretty much any team would take the TA first pick if it's available right now. It's just probably the best carry right now. I mean, in a draft sense as well, right? You can just first pick this hero. You know you're going to have an amazing game regardless of what happens, pretty much. Yeah.
Really good for them right now. And honestly surprising, you know, I just talked up this, you know, AA Ringmaster, and then it got left in, not even touched in this one. Holy moly. And you can see most banned heroes. Yeah, Beastmaster has only been ignored in one series, and actually one of the ones on this stream, that was the Avalis game, actually, where nobody really cared. Avalis and Talon, they just let it go for one game, which is really surprising. That hero has insane flex potential. It's a BKB piercing disable, lots of damage, lots of lifesteal. It's just like, what can't the hero do?
Yeah, it's true, but this game is gonna get ignored though, and they respond with another flex, right, at TB. I feel like this hero, it's also looking really strong, right? People play it off lane with, you know, the aura build, they play it on a carry, it looks really good. It's especially good if you have the flex potential to the 4, like we see. I think Power Vision, for example, they are the best TB team for me. And I think when I think about it, you know, based on the fact that they have 9 class being able to, you know, run a very threatening +4 TB. But I think if I'm XG, I should have the same potential, right? Like Shinkyu, he can for sure run a TB. They got Ame that can play it, and no doubt XXX will be able to as well. So I think this response makes a lot of sense, actually, for XG.
Yeah, because Zara has 2 good matchups, right? I think this carry matchup is also something very favorable. Something that's high armor, lots of extra hits that you can work down through that refraction pretty well.
High armor as well.
It's always quite nice. There it is, Zero, the ET. So they're kind of doubling down. Not only do they have the physical protection, but now also just going right through any Agi carry's armor. So this TA, if you do manage to catch her out, could be really hard. I think the only thing I want a follow-up stun, something that you can get that sleep and make sure that there is no blink away from the TA. But thankfully though, you are able to sleep a refracted TA and work through her for refraction charges before she wakes up, because she's not taking that damage to her health. And
that's true. Yeah, can't really abuse a blink refraction mechanic against AT.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's it feels so Chinese, right? The ET first phase, or second phase rather. I mean, it's not a hero that we see too often lately, but he did play it earlier today on Poloson actually, and he had a ton of impact in that game. So
This is the number one reason I don't think you can pick Medusa into a Chinese lineup. I mean, these guys, they'll pick up this ET anytime, and much like the TA, Medusa, you will not wake up from sleep until you take damage to your health, which is all of 300 that you have by the time you work through the full mana shield. So another one that this ET hero, you know, kind of feels like the AA of the past, where like you list it off and you're like, man, this hero has really good matchups. You know, he feels strong. I wonder if he's going to become the AA of the future, where all of a sudden people just pick up because those matchups are so good for you.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I think one of the trends we can definitely see with the supports lately is that you want to be able to scale, you know, regardless of position, right? This is just how Dota, or what Dota has become, right? I think we're kind of past the days of the Crystal Maidens and these type of heroes. You want to have like damage amplification or abilities that scale, or, you know, just utilizing items well. I think ET, he does everything like, that you need, so definitely solid. I want to say the Rasta that they picked into it seems like a bit of a risky pick to me. Like, it's a low movement speed hero. It doesn't really have like amazing control in it. I mean, I'm talking the laning phase, right? And also later in the game you have this, you know, insta shackle counter if you want, like, so.
Yeah.
It feels like
really nice.
a bit of a self counter pick if you're Shopify on the Rasta there, but maybe I'm proven wrong.
It's got to be. It had to have been that they were running something that could like make it. You're not picking a spirit or a puck, right? Anytime that you're able to pick up a lion or a shaman, it kind of like eliminates all these picks. That's another reason I think AA is really good, especially for first pick lineups. Just knowing that on 24, you're not going to get Huskard. You're not going to get, you know, Necro, even Meepo. Like any of these cheese picks you really see from mid, all of a sudden feel horrible whenever you have an AA on your team. So right now, for Extreme, actually, that have this second pick, they're able to go for something maybe a little bit safer as a support, which is the Windrunner. Very good pick. And now they have this tiny flex. They have this TB flex. You have no idea where these two are going. And Shopify, they get the Divine Llama Timbersaw, which looks like to already having pretty good core matchups.
Yeah, let's go. I love the Timber. I mean, it's one of his llamas, one of his classics, right? I think this was probably the hero he played the most when he first broke it.
I think so. I think you
came onto the scene. Yeah, I think he's got the Warlock as well, the Rasta. He's got some good setup here, but XG as well. They look very formidable, right? Everything just makes sense when you think about it. So easy to make or to execute these combos, and they've got this TB to scale or the Tiny if they prefer. They can even go for new carry, right? So they, like I said, there's so much flex. Shopify, they still have to worry about like an Ursa coming out for XG or, you know, anything of the likes.
So we can do some really fun trivia here. All right, so this is a baseline, a really cool player that I think you may have heard of. So Limp has Death Prophet at 112 matchups for premium professional games. So that is the top all-time all-leader for Death Prophet. How many games do you think, knowing that stat, how many games does Divine Llama do you think have on Timbersaw that's ticketed?
I feel like it has to be more almost, but I don't know. His career has been what, like 4 or 5 years in Tier 1 Dota?
Oh yeah.
I don't know. It's close, so let's say 120.
Holy, you're very close. It's 115 games, 64% win rate. Man, when Divine gets this, you're already in a good spot. And imagine how many times, especially like old SADPC, you know, like you're picking that hero really early. There was a ton of flex potential, so it was going everywhere. So now you get it later and later into the draft. I'm sure that win rate has to go up to even like 70% or something. But yeah, also the limp fact is 100% true. I was looking it up because there is somebody in this cast, I won't say who, but they did say that whenever Limp comes back to Dota, they could possibly come back to Dota, and you know he's ranked 10 right now. Suit up, Hanskin. It's time for the call.
Let's go. All right, so Ember Warlock Timber. That's some juice, man. I gotta say, that's a lot. Of juice.
They got so much damage, a lot of mobility from them as well, and honestly a lot of your lockdown is coming initially from this Blink Tiny, so I'd like them to keep the Tiny in the mid lane and then kind of take this TB to the carry role. I still think the carry matchup is good, even into the Timber. Pick up a strong offlaner here. Is there anyone that you want to see? I mean, I could see an Underlord for all I care.
Yeah, I could see the Underlord as well, potentially, but since they picked a TB as a response to the TA, like immediately, I wouldn't be surprised to see them just go for an Ame hero.
Okay.
But I don't know. Like, the obvious TA answers are not there, right? It's usually Darkseer, or even the Brew. It's banned right now, so they got the Underlord for XXX or the TB for him. If they want to go for Ame's hero, because I don't think Ame's gonna play the Tiny in this game. There's no way you put it against it, the Timbers. Yeah.
No.
Shit.
Yeah.
Luna. So it's kind of a push strat coming out for XG then.
Yeah, they're definitely going on a bit of a timing here. I like the lane versus Timber. This is actually kind of like a classic counter. You would go for the 202 Luna build, and it would always feel pretty strong for you. Knowing that you have the ET as well, that's only stripping base armor, so Timber doesn't really care about that, but also base magic resistance, so obviously you love those mixed damage carries whenever you have the ET on your team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's a high moon speed here as well against the Timber. You know, even once Timber hits his level 6, you get the chakram out, it's pretty easy to sidestep it. You abuse the Medic 1 charges really well in the lane. And I think this combo, it's really nasty, isn't it? ET Luna against the Rasta Timber. I feel like that could be a really, really tough lane for Istar, actually.
I'm trying to curb my enthusiasm because I do not believe in the Luna that well, but as I look across the board here, it should feel pretty good, right? Your Glaze are very good for popping that refraction on the TA. Your build in the laning stage should be good versus the Timber. It works well with the ET. Like, I like what they have going here. I feel like I could cope it up and really expect a good Luna game.
No, I'm with you actually, because like we've seen a lot of teams do this like TB plus Dusa lineups, right? Also Spirit do it, was the other teams done it. But I think one of the really big downsides of running that sort of strat is that you don't have like this push, like, because you're building a lineup that doesn't have like the usual, you know, categories of what you want. You want stuns, you want team fight, push, whatever. But I think when you go for like the TB plus Luna compared to the TB plus Dusa, you can actually push way better. And in that way, you can leverage your pipe build. You know, you play a really fast game, you know, 30-minute end, you know, let's go for that type of strat. And I think the Luna offers a bit more than the Dusa in that sense. Although, I mean, we don't see Luna a lot for a reason. Like, it's not considered one of the better carries right now. But I think if you're playing push, it can be, you know, definitely look good.
Well, just like Tomato, we're all excited for this game. Number 1 here. Getting into it is Extreme, of course, versus Shopify. Shopify already 0-2 in the group so far. They are desperately looking for a win to keep themselves in pretty good favor as they get into day 2. But for Extreme Gaming, of course, they're on a roll. 1-1, not so bad for them so far, and a good start. And they want to keep it going here, hopefully getting themselves a 2-0 to propel themselves to the top of this group. We got PTP on the OMS and Handskin. So who do you think won the draft overall? I mean, we're talking about how much it could be a good Luna game, but who's winning this one outright based on the draft?
No, I think it's actually pretty even. I think a lot of it's going to come down to the early game, whoever gets the momentum in this one. Because I think Shopify, they have a lot of potential to snowball. I'm really looking out for this bottom lane, how it go for them. If Llama has a good lane, and if you know, Rasta, he can get an early dagger. He has so many heroes to play with. But it's gonna come down to, you know, I think Shopify, they want to make a lot of chaos in this game, and XG, they want to play slow and steady, 5-man, ball it up and go for the end. And I think if Shopify are able to stop them, you know, building this momentum, stopping them from free farming everyone, and they're gonna have a chance. But I think overall, the odds are pretty even for me.
Okay. Boy, I see Divide Llama Timbersaw, and you get such a good game for it right now. Feels really good into the ET, still feels really good into the TB and the Luna. Like, man, I have a lot of hope for this Shopify lineup. So, especially, you know, TA, one of the premier heroes this patch, even though they did try to get some good counters into it. Hey, Blink Deso goes hard no matter what. So you got to live through that burst, and then maybe you can counter.
I mean, you don't always need to carry to, you know, be the ones dealing with enemy cores, right? In some ways, TA can be this leverage in terms of tower damage and Roshan damage, and because they've got tools for these other heroes, right? With the Warlock, Ember, and Timber, they have so much damage. I don't think it's gonna be like a Tomato solo carry type of show here. It's more so gonna be like the guy making sure that they can actually get objectives and having a really solid early game start, right?
Yeah, and so far, pretty good right now. In this top lane, a lot of harass on Tomato, but hey, Warlock is one hell of a laner. We typically see it paired up with the PA, but TA, you're looking at a lot of the same stuff. Try to trade up close with the enemy offlaner, wear out some of that HP, and then just kind of heal you up at the end. So this should still be very good for Shopify as the levels move forward.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, their safe lane on SR is super strong. TA and Warlock, some of the best laners overall right now. Maybe they don't have the best synergy necessarily, but you know, 2 really strong heroes makes for a good lane, usually.
And Tomato, like, he was using that meld to get the deny. It ended up taking a lot of damage, so he went level 1 Q, so there's not going to be a heal for a bit. This could maybe hurt his first few waves, knowing that he can't really pop up on this wave. He's going to take too much harass.
Yeah, for sure. XXX already taking a lot of damage in this lane and not guessing that well either.
Yeah, and this was a level 1 reactive armor from Divine Llama. So again, this guy probably has the most amount of games of, I want to say anyone, but I won't commit to it until I see the real stats. He's got a lot of games. So if he believes that level 1 reactive armor is the way to go, then I believe him. But the CS really isn't showing it just yet.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it did help him secure the extra boundary rune at the start down there, so they got freeze. Maybe that had something to do with it, but also I think he's just trying to chill here, you know, make sure that he gets XP, then Hellscream can roam later on in the lane. So I think for Llama, it's mostly going to be about, you know, sticking around, getting his XP, and then at some point he's going to be able to pressure the Luna once he gets his 6.
Yeah, level 6 is one hell of a drug now. Lunas have been going for more of this, like, even 302 kind of build, and then they get their ulti at level 6 still, and you're not free to dive unless you have a creep wave behind you. So maybe with some good lane manipulation, you won't get forced down as the Luna, but I'm sure, you know, if Divine Llama gets 6, you know the rest of Shopify is coming down to take this tower.
Yeah, for sure. And look at the last hits on Jopai in the mid lane. He's doubling up on the XM already. Minutes 3. That is definitely
He's always had some
unexpected.
very good laning stages, man. His CS is very, very good. And Ember's still a premier mid laner. Like, this guy, still super strong, lots of damage. I feel like maybe it's not the best game for him, right? A lot of mobility out of these supports. They're not the easiest kills. High armor heroes all around, so that corrosion is going to give you, like, a ton extra. I don't know. Do you think he's going to be able to run this mid game even with just the corrosion?
Yeah, I mean, I think just Ember, once he has his Mage Slayer and Warlock backing him up, I think he's going to do plenty in this game. And I think parts of his job in this game is going to be, you know, like, we see Ember do it all the time right now, right? You go for the face boots, Mage Slayer into SNY, and you're just this kind of kamikaze guy, just going in, tanking everything, giving vision to your team. And then you're going to set up Llama and Warlock to, you know, get their game going, or their positioning rather, in this sense. So I think, especially with the start, I think it's going to be very formidable. Like, considering the fact XG lockdown is very limited, it's really only the Windrunner and the Tiny.
That's true, yeah. I mean, you got to get some good startup stuns, and outside of that, should be free to roam for a while. I tell you what.
They're going next time.
Ooh, they are. I mean, they have the shackle, but yeah. Just able to kind of get away from that one. It's a pretty early rotation. You don't often see this for the 4-minute room. I'm sure that once we come back in 2 minutes, there's going to be a real party in the mid lane.
That could be rough though for XM. He didn't get the water rune actually, so now he doesn't have any resources for a long time now. And, you know, obviously no refills in Dota anymore, so that could be costly, really costly for him actually, considering the fact, you know, his early start as well.
And even worse, man, once you get level 6 on the Ember, Ember is one of the only heroes in the game right now that can actually refill his own bottle. Him and Kunkka, pretty much the only two that you really see, so as this lane keeps on going, like, Yogopaj will have considerably more resources. He's already got the CS. XM probably will end up having to spend more in region as well. Just the net difference from these two, probably, you know what, we'll see like a 500 lead, maybe 1,000 by the time this lane stage is over.
Yeah, already 500, so.
It's rare. It's really rare that you see a lead like this happen in the mid lane anymore, but thanks to that bottle change, I think the mid lane has started to kind of get a little bit back more to skill-based matchup rather than just having, you know, support kill themselves in the bot lane and then TP in to refill your bottle. Like,
it's definitely way less of a snooze fest compared to what it used to be. Oh, this is interesting. Llama is stacking up a huge wave here.
Yeah, he's got a big one. Yeah, he's 202, so he's not taking a ton of damage to this, but he also doesn't clear this as quickly as 220 build. And now, Tomato getting gone on here. So much damage already. One more hit, and Paulson draws the first blood. He goes down right after, but Paulson, yeah, no, I mean, a really good job trying to run down this TA, get themselves a good kill early for that first blood gold for the team.
That's actually like perfect read from Paulson, right? You see Llama stacking up this waves. He's like, oh, what do I need to do at bottom, right? My Luna on Ame is free farming, so I might as well just go use the gate and get a kill onto Tomato here. So perfect heads up rotation from Paulson, you know, the new guy on the team.
Yeah, a huge heads up play. I mean, Luna, as you said, still getting a ton of net worth for themselves, going right into the Mask of Madness, no setup item, so gonna be farming quite well. And Yopaj, man, taking so much damage. XM still chasing around the tree throw. It hits, but not enough damage. Yopaj very confident. Oh, maybe should have been a little less confident. Didn't even press the fairy fire, tried to TP back, but at least he's got a remnant to come on in once he's alive again.
Damn, face is washed.
Dude, that was such a good snipe. This Windrunner hero, just out of nowhere, always doing pretty well. And this rotation is something to be terrified of. There's no TP on the Ember, and there is a Tiny going for your Wisdom Rune. This is a very common rotation for mids to come to this bottom Wisdom.
There's no way you fight this if you're SR.
I don't think you can. Already with the Avalanche, your armor is not going to protect you from that. Jump in on Paulson as well. Another tree throw kill, and that's going to be another Wisdom for them. Thankfully, on the other side, though, it's going to be Shopify taking the enemy Wisdom. So it'll be 1-for-1 trade, but still very good for this Tiny, coming back almost entirely from this mid lane deficit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so many good things happening at once there, right? Getting the kill onto Yopai, first of all, the snipe from Shinkyu, and then understanding, like you say, they don't have TP on Yopai anymore, so there's no way he can respond. And then Llama, he doesn't have the reactive armor, so, or sorry, the Timber Chain, so he can't get away from this play. And I think just a lot of small things going wrong there for Shopify, and also at the same time, a lot of really small heads-up moves, especially from the supports on XG. You know, getting the snipe on the mid, getting the kill up top, and then making the proper rotation. I think, yeah, just very heads-up, very present and aware from XG. Super nice to see.
The odds is calling me out. I say Tiny's coming back from the mid lane. He's still like 1,000 down on the I really thought, like, dude, he just got like 2 kills. I can't believe Yopunch has been CSing like an absolute god to keep this Tiny still at this low net worth. Paulson, yeah, he's already down, and now they are trying to go on the Tinys. InQ just sniping from the high ground, though. Tons of damage from him. With level 6 on Divine Llama, they're going to keep on going for this kill. A nice Remnant forward, but here comes Ame on the high ground using the Eclipse, but still able to run out without that extra damage amp from the ET aura. Honestly, doesn't really hit as hard, and it feels like a bit of a wasted TP now.
Yeah, for sure. Not what Ame wanted, but in the end, it's not. The worst thing is that they lose a Tiny, right? They Shopify end up retaliating. They bring 4 heroes. Llama gets his 6th and instantly makes use of it. I think this is exactly what you wanted to see if you were SR here. You know, get the Timber involved as soon as he gets his 6th, and I mean, all of a sudden they're in the lead now, right? Ame has this great game, but everyone suddenly all of the cores on SR, they're doing fairly well for themselves, actually.
Yeah. I don't love the net worth distribution. I mean, I know there's nothing you can do about it now, but like, Luna's a hero that can always farm it up, and I'm happy that Ame has this start. It should really progress the rest of the build, but man, your Tiny needs to get more involved, and the further and further away you are from this blink, the less map impact you're gonna have. And even though Luna has camps now, give it another 5-10 minutes without a Tiny running the map, you're gonna lose a lot of your camps.
For sure. Now Paulson in trouble as well here.
Yeah, Paulson trying to run out of this one, but yeah, these chakrams from Divine, way too important, way too much damage. So they should take this bottom tower. Ame able to clear these camps now. He's actually farming back. This is a crazy camp to hit, right? Am I?
Yeah, I mean, XG, they're looking to defend this, but
And TB is not a stack taker, so I feel like you could go into the triangle now if you really want to. Looks like they have found XM. We'll see who Roach bashes. Who does he hate more? It's Tiny. All right, one back already. Next up, does he get another one? He gets another? Dude, but he won't get the kill. Well done from Shopify, adding a 6th hero into the mix to get themselves that kill. Thankfully, though, Paulson, he does get the DD, taking that away from Yopaj, so he doesn't get everything out of this trade.
Yeah, I mean, very unfortunate for XM. Like, I can kind of see the idea why they want to defend the bottom side for XG, because they don't have any pressure on Tomato top side, right? So they understand that if they give up the bottom tower for free, then they're not going to get the trade up top. So I can see why they're trying to defend, but they're just so weak compared to SR right now, right? They got the Golem already. They didn't even have to use it, and I don't know. They're in a little bit of a pickle right now for XG, because this Ember is kind of running the map over right now, and now they're going on Ame bottom as well.
Uh-oh, yep. Rock used, and that's going to be an easy kill for them down there. Shopify, they definitely have advantage right now, and this TA finally got the top net worth. This is going to be a dangerous timing for Shopify in this mid game.
For sure, and I really like the idea that they have on SR right now. They're just like, whoever shows up bottom, we're going to kill them. It doesn't matter what we have to throw, right? I mean, it just so happens that there's a Luna there, they get the Golem right away, and they're really, you know, trying to use their cooldowns as soon as they can. And here comes the fact that I mentioned earlier that XG, they can't really trade this top tower easily at all. Now Q in trouble potentially.
Oh, he is in a lot of trouble. Yeah, Divine Llama running right on through, trying to turn around. XXS, though, just going to have to stay on the retreat. Too hard to fight into the Divine Llama right now. And I mean, you got to get BKBs, really, if you want to fight him. And, Lord, we're so far away from a blink on Tiny. BKB is even further from reality.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the map is going to get so small right now for XG, right? Tier 2 bottom, Tier 1 bottom lost, Tier 1 top about to get destroyed here as well. And now there's going to be 3 TA traps everywhere. There's Ember going to run around. Yeah. I think runes are going to be hard for XG. I think realistically, walking into SR right now, when you have a TP offlane, it's not...
it's hard.
Yeah.
And now this is one of the more beautiful snakes you see. Sometimes you're forced to snake on like a half HP tower. It doesn't feel too great, but now snake's gonna get about as max usage as you can. They are still bringing people in though. I mean, XM, the first one to show, but Divine Llama is still hunting around. Yo Punch comes in first, gets a nice root on Xingqiu, forcing him back into the tower. He'll focus fire Divine Llama, but that man's already got plenty of points in the passive. That will do near enough damage. They get the tower, keep forcing rotations to try to defend it, and all the meanwhile, this TA still farming up a storm topside, way above this Luna right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, really well done by SR so far. They're utilizing Jopai's strength right now really, really well. Davai shows up to everything as well, and the supports are really productive. I think, you know, no complaints right now in terms of macro for SR taking every tier 1 round. It's going to be so hard for XG to deal with, because realistically, they don't have anybody that can show in these waves. These TBUs are not strong enough to push out the waves, and, you know, Luna is nowhere near a Manta yet. So I think we're going to be playing cat and mouse here for a while if you're XG.
I think so, yeah, because the Mantas are obviously very important. You have 3 heroes. Oh, Timber, what you doing, buddy? Why is he so low? Okay, yeah, those ancients are really hitting back. But, yeah, I mean, you have a Timber, you have an Ember, and a TA, right? These lanes are going to be so far pushed in for Shopify. You really need this Luna Manta just so you can try to get some semblance of map control, right? Someone to push the dead lane without actually showing.
I think what SR is doing right now is they should prioritize the Blink Dagger on Hellscream right now. I think he's taking the bottom wave right now, and I think the sooner you get this Blink, if you can get it around the next night time, minutes 15 to 20, it's gonna be so scary for XG, because that's gonna be pre-Dementas like we discussed already. And then, you know, you got this Ember, you can push that anywhere, Timber as well. They don't really have the kill threat for XG, and then, XM in trouble as well.
Now they're playing on the rune, already has the Mage Slayer done, so even less damage that they're taking. Now a nice sleep from Paulison will keep them away for now, but XM still getting chased. That is the mid lane Tiny. You may not think it, but he is just evaporating to the Shopify damage. He will get away thanks to the ulti of the ET, but yeah, they're just gonna take this one right into Roche. He's already got the death, so they've already got snakes. They don't need to use it on another tower. And all the meanwhile, Yo Punch is still forcing them to respond to him near a tier 2 tower.
I mean, if anything for XG, this is gonna maybe get them to tier 1 top, but I don't know. SR are really, you know, they're fueling the engine right now.
They are. They look like they want to defend this right now. This is a dangerous tower to defend, but Yo Punch doesn't really feel like they can touch him at the moment. They do try. They have the shackle, even giving him the lash so they can get that extra damage. But yeah, this is such a hard tower to defend. Good job from Extreme here, getting that one and at least getting some map back for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's you really had to get that tower, because now you can actually get some sort of map presence, but yeah, we see the problem, right? This Ember shows up, he can always calculate, or like, am I gonna die? If Tiny and Windrunner is not there in perfect synchronization with their stuns, and like minimum the Luna or the TB hitting you from the start, then you're never gonna kill this Ember, so.
No. Now they get both. They already have the shard for the Shadow Shaman, making him even more frustrating to try and kill. And honestly, Hellscream's been having a great time. Already very close to this Blink Dagger. I don't mean to jinx anything just yet, but it looks like he will get it about the same time as the Tiny. That is never a good feeling when the pause 4 and the pause 2 item timings are lining up.
Well, let's see if XM gets the rune.
Oh, looks like does get himself a shield rune. He's just trying to bottle up right now, make the most of this, and that is a blink on the way. So blink shield rune with all of his points in his Q and W. So this could be a nice go if they really want to make something happen.
could be something for sure. Tiny is not that weak right now, but the problem is who is going to be there with him, because they have this TB Luna, right? So I don't think they're going to enter a fight anytime soon.
Yeah, no, I mean, right now, Shopify even looking to pressure this bottom tower. They got Roche, they got the Shard from Tormentor, and they have Snakes. I mean, their tower pressure is just unending, but oh, Tomato! Maybe in a bit of danger, does get slept up. No refraction active right now. 2 seconds, toss up. Does manage to get it before the land, so now he's still alive. They wasted, well, maybe not wasted. They did force some rotations back towards their the enemy side of the map, so that was quite nice. Maybe even saving this bottom tower. Oh, missed on the stomp here. Still jumping around on Yopaj. Okay for now. So, you know, Extreme, they tried to force maybe a kill or maybe getting Aegis on the TA. Although they didn't get it, still keeping this tier 2 alive bottom is very good for their team right now.
Yeah, for sure. I think Tomato is going to get it over now because they really want to get him to the enemy side of the map, right? Make sure that you have tower threat here. Yeah. So let Jopai clean up the top wave if you need it, or, you know, make sure that Tomato can actually go with the team towards the tower, and then you can move with the rest.
Yeah, they're trying to keep every tower alive that they can right now. Extreme doing a good job of trying to move people across the map, but still waiting on this Manta, as you said, like really important for lane control from Extreme. Without it, it just feels really hard for them to be around. Even with this TB that should also be helping, he's really not able to. That's not the build that you're going for. He's also trying to still get involved in some of these fights, so a little bit distracting from him as well.
Do you see Llama here?
I see him.
Can they get him though? They're gonna need a really good shackle.
Yeah, does get the Timber Chain away once, even throwing the Chakram to make sure they're slowed up even more. He's going deeper and deeper to their side of the map, but at what point is this space? Because this is a thick kill. I think if they get him, it doesn't matter how much it takes. They need this one. Divine, the Eclipse that takes down Almay, getting the kill for him. And on the other side, all they get is maybe an ET, but I don't think they're ever gonna get this one. Very good move here from Extreme.
Yeah, super nice. And everything being set up by the ward as well. Up top near the Ancients, planted by Shinkyu earlier. So really heads up from XG, that's exactly what they needed. Shopify weren't really able to get any sort of retaliation, not getting the ET, or no significant pressure on the tier 2 mid as well. So far, I mean, that's a really good recovery right now for XG. If they can... Okay, they're thinking about going for Army here, but...
Thinking about it. I want it.
Yeah,
a little bit hard.
They are gonna go now.
Yeah, there's the Manta. Got the Hex, but yeah, it's next to a tier 2. This is a spooky thing to do, Shopify. You've got a great lead. Don't dive into a tier 2 and give it up.
For sure, and you don't have Llama as well, right? And you always have to wonder, like, where's the ET gonna be, right? Because if you end up going for the committal shackle, you might just get like a triple stomp or something, and then that's scary.
It's still hard to all in. I will say that's probably what's contributing to Shopify wanting to make these moves, because they do see some natural counters on the enemy team. You don't want these guys to get items. You don't want them to finally be in a place where they think they can fight you. And here's something that could work out, but it's on the high ground. Ward trap once. They have Fatal Bonds going as well. Paulison, they're going to cancel his stomp for now, even though he already got the ulti off. So they'll still kill XM. They have a rock and wards right on top of this tier 3 tower. Can they keep this push up?
Yeah, at least for a little bit, right? There's no initiation really for XG right now when the Tiny is dead, so... Well, they're gonna decide against it. They have their sights on Army instead.
Yeah, and they want to take down XXS as well. Yeah, TB. They're chasing on 2 different sides, but both these heroes are just running back to their safe haven in this triangle. Shopify, I mean, I like getting the kill on the Tiny, but that was a lot of ults used to not actually get any extra tower pressure done.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's not like a waste or anything, right? Like, you get XM, but I feel like you could get more, is what you're saying, right? Like,
yeah.
Like, you want to get this tier 2 mid and tier 2 top as soon as possible. And right now, I think you're gonna have a hard time, like, really claiming the enemy Ancients, because you don't have the rock, like you said. And then, so I think this is gonna give XG some time to farm, but it's not like a game changer in the sense of, like, you know, was this the game? You know, the moment where we lost the grasp, right? Because, but I think when we get the BKB up on the Luna, I think that's really when you're gonna see like XG potentially fighting back. Maybe for the next Roshan even at this point.
I mean, I wonder if Shopify are making a read off of the Shadow Shaman. Like, usually you wouldn't see a hero even touch the high ground until you have the second Roshan, but Maybe without they want to take a fight. Hellscream already takes so much damage. They didn't even need the ET with this one. The next time says he wants this. He gets it. He gets the Sunder off and up by Llama. Even with the Agnet Scepter, it's already gone. They're trying to turn this one. The Eclipse, could he take it down? They do. They'll trade away Paulison, but hell, you'll take that trade any day. Taking Divine Llama down and the Shaman on another failed attempt from Shopify.
So brave from Llama. His Axe buff is expiring in 1.5 seconds. He's seen it 2 energy and he's Timber chaining in. What a madman, but I guess that's Llama for you, right? I can appreciate the effort.
1500 HP removal there. XX pretty much gifted, honestly, that Sunder at very low HP. And another move, Extreme Gaming, if they keep getting moves like this, it could be nice. You can see how much damage with that Avatos, even though XM is so far down right now in the net worth.
I wasn't able to finish it there. Went for the Remnant onto the Tiny, thinking that sort of that, Llama would have died to the power shot there, I'm pretty sure, but...
Just a little bit disconnected there, and maybe needed to wait for the Ember to fully come in, and this will be a nice kill in response. Anything to get some gold on Tomato here, he'll pick that one up. And now on the other side, Yopaj still chasing down. Now you know there is no Sunder on this guy, but Yopaj, do you have the damage? I don't think so.
He's gonna have the Sunder ready now if they can land the Shackle, but it's really tough. Oh, they're trying.
Oh, there's the Shackle, but XXS, he already got too much health back from his regen, and also it's spooky down there. If you're not on the high ground, it's still a little bit rough.
For sure. Ame just picked up the BKB, so that could be the difference maker now. XG potentially wanting to fight. Yeah, for sure. There's also an Orchid coming up here for XXS in about 50 gold, so I think once they have that, they got the Yule on the Tiny, Orchid on TB, and BKB Luna. I think this has to be go time, right? I think you want to contest the map so that you can get, contest the next
Roshan. About to be
Roshan.
taken out. Looks like it could be a good time for them smoked up on 2. Who's the big fish? Who are they really trying to find and pop? Is it actually just one of the supports, or do you need a core kill now on your first jump?
I think at this point you could probably get anybody apart from the TA potentially, because he has the BKB, but I think you can definitely get Llama if you get the stun lockdown. Because you got the Orchid, right? He can't get his axe off if he's silenced.
Toss.
Do they see him though? There's a nasty position by Llama.
On the high ground, there it is. He jumps down, but they're just trying to escape to somebody else. They find the TA. She's going to be turning this one around. The Eclipse already used, and the rock dropped on to this Tiny. He's got to yield himself up just for a second, try to buy some time. But the silence now, plus the Shackle. He'll go out. Ame trying to close the gap, but she doesn't have near enough protection on Luna. Got to back away from this one. There's way too much damage from Shopify now. Silenced up. Can they kill this TB? They do. Rip him right through with the Chakram. And Divine Llama coming back in full force. They even take down the ET. It's 3 gone. Luna and Win, the only ones to survive.
Actually, so well done by Llama. He kind of looks like a maniac move when he's sitting there on the high ground, just going into them as soon as he sees them. XXS going for a jump on the right side in this fight, and like Llama just completely messes up their position or like their formation on XG, and then they're not able to, combine any spells at all, and then, yeah, we're gonna see it here. You see XXS.
It's so hard.
Yeah, XM goes for the jump on the right, but there's no way for, XXS and Ame to follow up on this. And then after that, like if the initiation fails for XG, and then your Tiny dies like this, I think there's not much left in the tank.
Yeah, I mean, both things, like your initiation was rough and Shopify's initiation was great. You have this Timber Saw just like completely skating on the backline, making your supports just like force backwards. And your Avalanche, I don't think the Avalanche even connected with Tomato, so it's super hard to take this one. They're going to try to follow Roche as he goes up to the other pit. He's doing a good job. He's living these, but I think they should have enough damage. They do. Picking it up in the river here. Aegis for Tomato, and now Ame showing in this mid lane. Gotta be careful. Very close to a Blink Hex coming through from the Shaman.
That's your BKB for Llama as well now, so whenever he wants, he's just gonna go into all of them, right? There's no way you're killing him once he has the BKB online. Come on. Oh.
I mean, he's able to BKB Axe as well. This Yule Scepter will be damn near useless. Not able to get rid of his passive, and now there's XM just evaporating. My lord, this TA does so much damage.
This is right outside their base as well. The mid wave is about to enter, so they can go for the high ground if they want to.
It's the perfect pickoff. Get the mid laner right before a wave comes in. They have wards. They have rock in a few seconds, right? It shouldn't be down for too much longer, so.
Say 20 seconds.
Yeah. should still be able to take this fight for sure.
Yeah, and there's really not much you have to worry about if you're Tomato here on this push, right? There's no tossback potential.
I thought they were going to try to sleep him there, just kind of keep things at bay, but I guess not. Snakes are already down. They have the banner as well. There's just too much protection on this creep wave, and this is a Deso with 10 stacks. I mean, Tomato, he's going to rip through this Rax if they don't do anything about it now. Looks like they finally cleared. Yeah, it looks like they don't want it.
I mean, as far as they forced everybody back on XG, right? I think that's the... If they're all sitting in base, you can afford to be... Llama.
Divine was in. He was like, I didn't hear no bell. Just jumped right on. I mean, that's kind of what he's been doing, right? Trying to start some disadvantageous fight for Extreme. Maybe they commit some resources for him. Maybe he gets out. So just trying to tempt the waters before they pull back.
Yeah, for sure. But this could be a cue for XG to fight, right? Because now you have a condition to kill the Timber all of a sudden.
Yeah. Let's show. There it is. Blink Avatas. They should take down this Shaman. There it is, Ame getting the kill. And now they're looking for more. This could be a really disconnected fight from Shopify. No longer having the Shaman, but still having Aegis on Tomato. He'll take out one, using the trap to silence and slow the two cores here from Extreme. The chase continues. And another trap. He's gonna have to use himself up in the air, keep him at bay. Silence now. A lot of damage still from TA coming in on Divide, but he doesn't have the BKB. He just drops. They don't have anything to keep him alive here. Now the ulti from ET. It'll take another support out. They're gonna buy back on ZinQ. But TA, can she get away? Yopaj is also trying to escape. I mean, damn, he wasn't even a part of this fight and he wants to leave. So really nice job again from Extreme. Feels like they're taking some fight wins where they do not have any business in competition.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think this fight starts out well for them. They get the jump on Hellscream, right? But then Tomato, he makes a stance, of course, with his Aegis and his BKB. Yeah, they're going to get the kill on Hellscream. And then, you know, as XG walks up the ramp, Tomato is going to make his stance over here. You know, which he should with his Aegis and his BKB. But then, like we mentioned, Llama doesn't have a BKB. He's going to come in here in a second. And, you know, XG, they're so ready for it. This is the reason they went for the smoke in the first place. Because Timber has no BKB.
And that was without the Ags as well. Oh no, the barrier had already gone out. Oh, that was about the worst time to go in there, huh?
Yeah, I mean, XG, they have so much damage to deal with the Timber, but the problem for them is not damage, it's more like the control, right? And if you take the BKB out of the equation, then...
Scared the mess out of me, Shopify, I tell you what. These fights from behind, almost died to Tormentors, man, I'm scared.
Yeah, Tomato is about to have a Daedalus finished in about 1000, so he's going to be hitting hard. There's no butterfly for Ame coming out this game. He also went with a straight Daedalus, so...
Yeah, he does a lot of damage. I wouldn't even be surprised. Okay, yeah, so he's going for the butterfly now. I could see a world where maybe Hurricane Pike was it as well, but I think the BKB is enough to protect you from Divine Llama that you just want to do damage after that, so I'm pretty happy with the butterfly, especially knowing that this TA kind of needs an answer still. Your team has had a really hard time dealing with Tomato.
For sure, and he's... Yeah, they're gonna go for the push. They got another 40 seconds on the Aegis. Just getting the range track, so the Llama is up top still, so definitely don't want to commit without him.
A lot of good gold still for Ame here, just getting the snakes, yes.
Yeah. No, he's keeping up with Tomato surprisingly well, you know, considering the fact that the early game was so poorly. Had such a poor start for them. And the same for XXS. I mean, obviously they have this, you know, illusion, shadow push type of thing going, but still, Shopify has been putting a lot of pressure on this map, so...
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a good scaling lineup for Extreme. You know, give him another 10 minutes here. You got a Luna and a TB that's coming up. We'll probably have a Tiny that actually has items. So that'll be nice. And at the end of this Aegis, it is a 1,000 net worth deficit for Shopify at the end of these engagements. So Extreme, maybe finding their footing now.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting more ready by the minute, but the problem is still going to come down to, like, how do you nail these initiates, right? Because XM, he doesn't have a BKB. He needs to find the perfect initiation for him not to die, and then also set up a perfect fight. There's a lot of pressure on him in all these fights, so...
A lot of pressure indeed.
Well, he's about to finish the BKB very soon, but even if he gets that, there's still going to be a rock, and there's still going to be, like, so much to deal with, right?
Yeah.
The TA is...
It's got it, like... These BKBs really do a good job of, like, kind of annexing Divine Llama, but still the rest of the team need some other answers. It feels like it's coming up Luna, right? Like Luna's the one that has to eventually be the one that's just going toe to toe with the TA, and that is such a hard ask.
It is, and it's also like they're so elusive on SR, right? All the cores, the Timber, Ember, TA, all of them have some sort of, you know, mobility. So even if the Luna is technically stronger, you know, once he's outside the BKB, it's not easy for him, and if he can't kill them during the BKB, that's... So it's tough for XG. I mean, it's not impossible, but they need to really execute in this next fight, because Roshan is about to be spawning in another 90 seconds or so.
Yeah, at least that mobility matters a lot less when you take a Roche fight, right? Like then everybody's kind of clumped around. You're able to fight around your towers, and your Luna basically is your tower in this one. So hopefully it goes a little bit better for Extreme there, because you give another Aegis over to Shopify, you're losing a lot more than a range Rax.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
oh, Tiny already in danger here. Got the barrier up. Yeah, BKB, you can see just how good it is against the Timbersaw, but now he's running away, and Divine Llama was his stuff up in, well, 30 seconds. So still very good trade for Shopify there.
Yeah, map is looking really scary for XG. I mean, they're losing the bottom pressure right now based on the fact that there's the range tracks taken, right? When SR is controlling this hill as well, I think the only realistic way to get the map back is to, you know, face them somewhere, but it's not easy, right? Especially with the BKB being down on XM.
So far, they're doing a good job of positioning for this next Roshan. I mean, they're kind of just like taking control of top, making sure these lanes are in, and then yeah, smoke right across the map. You either have to show yourself on this bot tower, or we know somebody's around this bot side that we can drop a ward and jump on them. So really well done from Shopify here to kind of clear the map.
Yeah, let's see if they're gonna find something. Well, they're camping their ward right now for XG, but Ama is not ready.
The XXS, they jumped somebody. It is a Tiny going down. Yo Punch picking up the kill. So much damage out from Shopify here. They'll take XM down again. It's been a hard game for the Tiny.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's no buyback as well for him right now, so SR should know it. He's had a, you know, pretty rough game on the Tiny, but I'm not sure if SR is gonna go for the high ground here regardless. I feel like they seem happy waiting for the Roshan at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it could spawn bottom. It looks like it might actually spawn bottom if that timer is correct. Not at the bottom. That timer is fake, and I hate it. But the one that was in Roche looked like it was spawning pretty soon, which would still be a bot spawn for a little bit.
True. I mean, in a way, the fact that they got this XM kill down bottom, just even though it doesn't transition into any objectives, let's say, it still gives them time to deward everything, and now there's 0 wards on the map for XG, so anywhere they want to go, it's gonna come down to either illusions or, you know, holding hands, really. And I think Shopify, they're not gonna feel so stressed, you know, to keep the pace up. They just want to make sure that they keep control of the map, get his Aegis, and then we're talking high ground, I think.
Yeah, this next high ground is going to be fierce, but you're going onto a map where Shopify has the advantage in the net worth. They have traps all around. It is very hard to try to catch them off guard right now.
Yep. This is the butterfly for Ahmed though, so that could be the difference maker potentially.
That's big, but XM gets jumped on immediately. No BKB out. He just gets ripped apart by Divine Llama, by the Shackles. And that's going to be another fight where if you want to try to contest this Roche, oh my lord, 1,000 pure damage.
Yep. No hesitation from SR, and I mean, there used to be an XM there. I mean, what can he do, really? He's had such a tough game, and it's not getting easier for him. He can't really find any farms.
You damn near need a Lincoln Sphere, but that's just not on the menu right now. Ami's trying to come back and help protect this one. Divine jumps in again, doing so much damage, and then just the leisure to get out. He does not have to stay. They have so little control for him. He keeps doing this where he's able to start a very good initiation for his team, allow them to decide, do we really want to jump, really not, but the whole time Extreme, they still lose resources out of it.
Yeah, for sure. And Llama, he can afford to play really cocky without his BKB being, you know, having to use it because XM is dead, right? So really well done from SR, getting that, you know, double pressure mid and bottom at the same time, making sure that they got the Millirax, and now, yeah, Roshan. I don't know if XG can really contest it in time, but I feel like...
I think you have to.
Yeah, but they have
It's
smoke on
hard,
Shinkyu, but there's no way they're gonna be in time.
Yeah, I think if you're not able to take this fight now, boy, them walking up onto your high ground with snakes, that becomes even harder.
Yeah. Refresher as
There it
well.
is. Oh, refresher.
That's a refresher warlock with agonist. as well.
Both your heroes. Which one do you want? Do you want the BKB piercing lockdown, or you want to take their towers with it? I think in this case, you have so much damage from the rest of your team. All you need is double rock. They're not allowed to move. You'll kill them.
Well, they're giving it to Llama right now, which I can definitely respect. I mean, send this guy in, right?
Supports get nothing. All right, and you take away the one refresher they could have gotten. Despicable.
It's true. I mean, it's too good, right? The double warlock or the double Rasta. I mean,
yeah.
Come on, guys.
No respect for support.
All right, here we go.
Jump in, Divide, immediately used up, so no more barrier for him. Ame trying to step forward with the BKB. He's got the butterfly, he's got some good damage, but you gotta hold these guys down or else Ame, he's just not able to hit. And you can see here the shackles keep him locked in. He's trying to turn with the lifesteal, getting a good amount, but where team? Somebody needs to help this guy. He might kill Divine Llama. No, he can't even get that. Finally the kill at the end, but he's already gone. The TB, the one sitting here still with the Sunder, I suppose, but I don't know if he's able to defend this one against Shopify's onslaught.
Yeah, I mean, even if he lost Llama here, it's so hard to defend, right? They can even just wait out the meta if they want to, because I think the really only scare factor for Shopify is going to be Ame on that Luna, and he doesn't have a buyback. He just bought the Satanic.
It worked well. Honestly, he stayed alive for a lot longer, and I think he was allowed to. The rest of the team just wasn't really able to kind of group up behind him and help him out. So they get Divine Llama at the end, but I fear it could have been more. They were
I mean,
around him.
Ame is so strong. The problem is, once again, XM, he goes in, he gets like one combo off, right? And then he just dies. And if you don't have any sort of control behind you on this Luna, then he's just not going to be able to deal with anybody on his own, right? I think XXS as well, he's not strong enough, and these supports, I mean, the AT is nice, he offers a lot, but compared to the Rasta Warlock, they offer way more in a teamfight setting like this, so you can't ask for much more from Ame, right? And then you need that everybody else to show up.
What he could.
Yeah,
that guy was on like 100 HP, turned around with a Satanic, and still almost got to like 3/4 HP. You know? he literally used as much of his resources as he could to try to take that fight. You have to save some sort of stun for the shackle. I feel like that got a lot closer than it really needed to be. You have the sleep, you have the shackle. You even have the avalanche if you really want to. I think something needs saved for when they finally lock down this Luna.
Yeah, 2 more minutes on the stages. Shopify, though, I mean, they understand that XG are stuck in base, so they can afford to wait for the rock a little bit if they want to, but I wouldn't want to drag this game too long as well if I'm my star, right? I mean, you're happy right now, but we saw that Ame, he can do a lot in this game.
Yeah, no, things are starting to scale. I still like the hero matchups as we get later and later. BKBs are obviously very important as well, but as you said, you know, Tomato is just so damn strong.
Yeah, he is. It's gonna have a Swift Blink as well in a sec here.
Right now, XXS got to be a little bit careful. He's been playing very careful on the map so far since he has this gem. He's trying to clear away the traps and the wards, but he can't step too far forward because, yeah, giving the gem over after everything you've already lost on this map would be devastating for Extreme right now.
For sure.
Looks like
Invest bottom.
Pick it up on Divine here, see what he can do with it. He's still playing super aggressive on Divine, not really worrying about his life, just making sure he can enable a fight for his team. And honestly, using the Yules to cancel his barrier, it's fine. Like, that's good, but that's so much less control. It's one of your, like, 4 stuns, at least stops that you have.
Yeah.
Extreme lineup.
But if you do, then that's just Llama's just gonna press BKB, right? And I don't think you're killing him through that, so. Range
Warps down from Hellstream here. Does get the jump away. Gonna be a lot of gold for your team, but still hacking away at this Rax. Extreme, they're feeling it. Like, they've got to get out on the map. They know that basically continuing to close in on them. They can't just stay here and wait for Shopify to whittle them down to the megas.
Yeah, I mean, Hellscream, I mean, this time he didn't focus the range tracks, but I feel like next time he could, and then I don't think you're stopping that, right? You're not going to use a glyph just based on the Rasta wards. The cooldown is like 5 times longer on the glyph compared to those, so if you want for us, or you can keep doing this and then control the map. But because like, even if technically XG can scale well, right? You got this TB Luna together, they can scale really, really hard. It's not gonna solve their issues in terms of control, right? It's still gonna come down to XM and then Q, but it's really tough to execute these combos. And later in the game, the later in the game we go, it's just gonna mean that heroes have more HP. It's like you need more. It's more emphasis on the lockdown hitting, right? And then it's just. I don't see the the silver lining for XG really. I think it's gonna come down to like flawless execution once and once again, or Shopify.
Flawless execution at about 6,000 gold, so you can get a hex.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can get a hex on an XM potentially, right? That would be the only guy.
I don't think you're waiting on him for damage. I think he only has to be controlled. But like utility Tiny is very popular right now. It's not like this is some sort of like wild build where you don't have Ags in a Daedalus or something. Like a lot of these Tinies have actually been going, for Blink Yules, maybe a Force Staff. So a Hex is not completely out of bounds.
Yeah, the question is just how we're gonna get that amount of gold, really.
Yes.
Llama killed
dash gold
here.
That could be it.
They need a
Avalanche
shot.
tossed up, got the Scotty for the extra heal as well. Now with the BKB and the Ags, there's no dispelling that barrier. XXS is ripping into him, but you can see here, he's got plenty of protection. Now he'll finally pop, but you're taking this into the high ground of Shopify. Skem's gonna try to get onto the low ground, back high ground to the BKB from XM. He needs to go support here, but Tomato just beating them down from the high ground. Could take XM a few more hits. He got it, and they'll trade away for XM. He's gonna buy back on this one. Devi again coming in with the BKB and his Ags, thanks to that refresher. But Ame, he's standing his ground to get the Sunder as well on the TA. Tomato drops. Devi needing to escape here, but XG, they finally done it. They took a decisive fight and well in time. Oh, the snipe from downtown. Holy moly.
That is actually really surprising if you consider how the fact, or like how the fight started, right? They get Llama, or we're gonna see it here. XM, he's going in completely crazy here on the supports. He gets the jump onto Skem here. He really doesn't golem anything, and then Ame, he just bossing it up. He's going straight in there. Llama, of course, he only has the one BKB remaining with the refresher, considering he had to use it earlier. And then this stomp into Shackle on Tomato is what really gets him in the end there. I mean, we said they need flawless execution, right? And I feel like they delivered.
It was pretty close, yeah. So they had the sleep, and they were able to Sunder out thanks to him not breaking on the refraction just yet. And now they're walking up a high ground. This is a huge high ground hitting lineup. You thought that Shaman was pretty good. Well, let me introduce you to Terrorblade Luna. Watch that face disappear.
I mean, Tomato has no buyback. So, they're going for it. There's no golem for Skem here.
I don't. Somebody's gonna get back to business. He's trying. They're gonna use up Devi. He doesn't have much else to help out with. Ame's just focusing down this tower again. The base is exposed, but the rest of the team, they're gonna try to go in and stomp them out of their base. Ame with the BKB, turn around with the Eclipse as well. Hellscream trying to jump away, and the damage from XXS. He gets the Sunder on Scam at the very last second. He needs a DPO away, and he can. They just got away with murder in the enemy base, and they lose no one.
Damn, that's so funny. We just keep saying that they have no chance in this game, right? And they suddenly get an amazing fight, double Rex, double tier 4s, and then, I mean, Shopify, they have to be scared now. Like, they don't have a glyph as well, right?
No, they have glyph now, but
yeah. But I mean, we mentioned their push in the start. I mean, maybe this didn't turn out to be the push strat that we wanted from them, but holy hell, they kill towers fast.
That is a crazy swing. All right, we go from 92 to 8 to 76% in favor. My lord. Yo, we are so back. XG is back, baby.
Oh, shit. XM, he's got an A on disc as well now, so he can afford to play like...
This is what it's like to have gold.
Exactly. No, I mean, they're scaling well, right? The A on disc for him, he can afford to play Kamikaze. And you got the BKB on XXS on the TP as well, right? He's gonna have a blood form in a moment too, I think. I mean, they're getting strong. We already knew Ame was strong, but I think now he's gonna have the backup that he really needs. And at the same time, like, Tomato, he's been fully slaughtered for like a good 10 minutes now, right? So I don't think he's getting much stronger. It's really gonna be Jopash and Llama. in that sense.
He doesn't have anything else that he can give up, but your team, I think your team is going to really start needing a nullifier. I don't know who's going to be up to that. Yo, the blink in, Ame. Buddy, you've had a really great game so far. Let's not do anything rash. Yeah, I feel they need a nullifier. You're looking at an Aeon disc, a Yules from this Tiny. He is slippery. He is survivable. You got to do something for him. And plus, not to mention the Windrunner, who's always getting away from you with this extra evasion versus a TA. So I feel like it needs to be in your inventory, but you said it, you know, TA, what are you getting rid of here?
That's the problem, right? I don't think you can. Oh, we're going to see. Yep.
Hey, Aeon Disc, perfect. That's exactly what it wants to do. All of a sudden, these Shaman wards are away from the base, and on the other side, we have TB Illusions encroaching here. Finally, our Rax advantage is available for Extreme. It's the Shopify base that's going to get pushed more often than not, thanks to the creeps, but Roshan is up. Let's see what they can get here. Devi is trying to make some space. This is for the first Rosh. I think that both teams can fight.
Yeah, for sure. XSX TP is over as well, so XG are definitely going to try to contest this. There's no BKB on any on disc for XM though, which is the...
That's big. That's really big.
That it is. No, he can't afford to just be crazy here. He needs to nail a really good jump, but
he can't afford to do it, but he might still do it.
Exactly.
There's one thing that I know about the Tiny of this game is that he does not value his life. If he blinks and gets an avatar on a support, he's like, my job is done. I got my man, and he will die afterwards happy.
Oh, this is super tense. This is going to be game-defining Roche for sure. Shopify going to do the smoke around potentially here.
Buyback available for most on Radiant. Still missing it right now on the Ember. If you pick him off first, really, really rough. But they don't know that, right? Shopify, they know there's no buyback on Tiny. If they get him, that dieback should be their Roshan free. Jump forward.
Oh, Lotus.
The Terror Blade, but the Lotus, it helps him out for now. Getting the BKB, turning around, and Divine Lava for the rock. Can he get any thunder off? No! He dies. Needs to get back into this one, but the BKB already used from Tomato. He's trying to escape as well. The shackle on Luna. Where Team XG Savior? Man, they can't. He goes down as well. Avalanche just a little bit late here, and Tomato feels like he could be free to fight this one without the Luna to contest him. Now they're going to buy back on Q as well. You know, Extreme, they feel the pressure. They feel that they need to get this Roche, but there's still no buyback on Tiny.
Yeah, really well done by SR. Super decisive, right? I feel like this is the first fight in the last 15 minutes where they actually have gotten proper initiation, and I think it just goes to show how much changes when that happens. We see here Hellscream and Llama. They just go in, and yeah, really good timing on the rock here, making sure that they can't get the Sunder, right? Just this Axe on Warlock actually, you know, getting that secondary stun as well.
Yes.
Is what really changes that, like, because if it wasn't for it, he might have been able to get the Sunder off.
Yeah, imagine if there's still a TB, even still a Luna there. All of a sudden that Focus Fire probably works out. They get a kill on Tomato, who's kind of been having a fragile game, but now kind of securing the Aegis, securing where he is in this fight, knowing that he's still one of the strongest heroes on the map right now.
Yeah, they might have a chance to actually force the buyback still here for Ame if they're really quick about it.
They have to go for...
I mean, it's 2 lanes.
I think at this one, Extreme, they'll give up Megas if it means keeping the Luna buyback.
Right? I mean, we've seen that if XG can win a fight, they can definitely, you know, they have what it takes to throw them back on SR, so they need to value the buybacks over this. Yeah.
So far with the fortification, still alive for now, but they're trying to split, using the snakes to get one Rax here. Yopon's using the BKB. He doesn't really care about the kills. He's just keeping them off his Rapier TA, who is taking the other Rax. So with this one, Shopify, wait, where are the creeps? They're not taking it just yet. Divine Lava forces himself to run away. The team is coming back up. Are they able to chase this one at all? No, the stomp misses, but they still have Rax. They still don't have Megas just yet on Shopify. You're telling me there's a chance? It does, and they smoke up. They're into the Aegis TA. They gotta feel really confident to try to smoke now. Who's the big fish? Can you afford to just take out a Warlock? With Rock down, I don't think so. I think you need to jump on this Ember. I don't know if you can jump onto Vilo. Oh. There's TA. They will take down just the Aegis here. Do you have anything to put on the ground so he can't blink out? Looks like the Rock is going to drop for now, trying to dissuade them, but the BKB already out. Thankfully, the ET stun keeps everyone in for now, but Ame, he's got to turn around on this one. Already using the Satanic just on the rocks. And he's kind of left in no man's land. Somebody come out and save this guy. Popping the BKB, trying to turn on Yopaj. He doesn't have any mobility. He's gone. And that's going to be still buyback available for the Ember, but he is out for 96 seconds. Yeah. Still hard. Still. No. Now, Shopify are expending exactly as much as they can without losing this triangle control. They won't take a fight when it means that they lose that. Even if you trade, 3 for 4 or something in a way that you can't still just hold on to this triangle by yourself, they'll do anything to keep control there because it's keeping XG from making any map movements. They've got the Rapier still on TA. So plenty of damage, but honestly, because of that, I think it's going to be even harder for them to push high ground. There's nothing that you want to do in order to like risk losing the Rapier. We'll see. We'll see if they're able to keep a hold of it. At this point, it does mean that XG, they've kind of extended the game. Knowing that with the Rapier on TA, they probably don't want to push, at least nothing that's dangerous. This game should go on for another 4 minutes unless Shopify tries something very spooky. Maybe they want to get a wards play down with BKB. He's sitting on the wards, yeah. I mean, they want to kill him. They can't kill him. There it is. A little bit more damage. The Yule's up. Can they stop him? They do. There it is. Divine Llama still holding the high ground here. They're starting to at least send illusions, so that's something fun that they're actually able to encroach on, but still 53 minutes in. Rapier on TA, and Shopify, they're going to start now. Trying to get on top of this ET. Gets the Lotus off, but the jump through from Yopaj. He wants everything he can do to get Paulus, and he will. Hellscream already bought back as well. Ame trying to get himself out of here as well. It was a Metamorphosis that was popped by the TB. So much of their defensive measures already gone thanks to the skating around from Yopaj. They're all smoked up. Still looking for high ground. Now we have the Aeon Disc, the Yules, everything available for the Tiny, but they might not know it's coming. Yeah, jump through, Hellscream popping the BKB, getting the wards down, and they take down Ame. He dies almost immediately, has the buyback, gonna get back into this one, but even with the BKB on XM, I don't know how much he's able to contribute to this fight. He's taking so much damage, the physical, it's overwhelming from TA. They get the Megas, but XSS on the other side, Divine Llama, he actually gets cracked a bit. Has to try to get out of this one. He BKB TPs. How does he get away with it?
Oh my god, everybody gets away as well. I mean, that's gotta feel so good, right? You get Ame buyback and XM buyback and everybody gets out. I mean,
and you get Megas. It's almost as if nothing happened for Shopify. All they're getting is pluses, and it's it's the amp damage on Tomato as well if he really wants it. Hell, they could probably end the game with
that. They want to save it for a bit, right? Because they want to get their BKBs up once again, and then he's gonna bottle it.
I tell you what, dude, XM just evaporated again. Shackles, just a little bit of damage. And even like Ame to start that fight also got shackled, also got melted from miles away. I mean, this team has had such a hard time dealing with the TA burst. I don't know if we're going to see it again. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. That could be it. That's a long shackle. You don't live those, and that's going to be DB down 2 minutes. It's up to the rest of your team to try to split push, but you're split pushing against Megas now. This is not the same game it was just 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, and he's not going to have a buyback for this duration, so, I mean, you're going to need a hell of a stand here for XG.
They've had that before. They've had team fights. I don't think they had any business winning, but this is maybe even harder than all of those.
For sure. I mean, Tomato, he actually didn't end up using the DD for the TB kill, so he still has it. Okay,
wait, does Ame have a Rapier on Courier?
It seems like it does, yeah.
He has to get rid of the Manta. That's an important item, but... Okay, I like that so much more.
Okay.
I mean, the attack speed is nice, but at this point there is an MK. Oh no, he's dropping the MKB on TA.
I was gonna say, Timado doesn't have his MKB, so I mean, there's no way for you to know that if you're Ame.
That's true, yeah. The double blind. Still smoked up. XM showing first is a bit dangerous with the jump through from Devi, finding oh no, the Tiny. He gets just linked and destroyed. It's just too easy for Shopify. And with that one with the DD on Tomato, as if it didn't get any worse. Now he's going to try to take down these racks, take down these last towers.
Ame is he's gonna have a. What can he do really? He's gonna go for it here on Tomato.
Nice forward. They do shackle him up here for the rocks. Double rock. Ame trying to turn this one back on Devi. He's doing a lot of damage, but Tomato, he does damage too. And that's going to be the Luna down. Everybody out for XG. And that's going to be GG game 1. Well in control for Shopify. They may have slipped a little bit, but at the end, it is still their favor in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a super decisive win we wanted to see for SR, but I mean, I felt like they held control of this game firmly, apart from that one fight, where they lost the racks. Overall, they played really well, and I think they deserve the win, but a bit too hectic, this was not a clean victory, we feel good, like we did everything, according to the book here.
You have to feel very rough about losing that fight, where you send the win percentage all the way back up. And like, this is definitely your game to win. If you want to keep on winning games in this group stage, you got to tighten that up. But the other, 55 minutes of the game, you looked really good from Shopify.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the Llama factor shows in this game, right? He, a lot of explosiveness coming out from him, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. But I think SR, they look inspired to play. And in some ways, they look refreshed compared to, other tournaments we've seen them in. So definitely excited to see them keep this up, because I think we have to consider the fact that they're still fairly new together, right? Especially adding Llama, there's a lot of things changes, right? When you add new players. So bringing down XG, a team that is qualified to EWC already, which is definitely a really good, a really good comeback from the series earlier today for them.
No, I mean they obviously both teams want to end out the day even on the win-loss. Shopify, of course, battling back from that 0-2. They need a little bit more. But they look so good. I think there's so much that you can say that, like, first off, you got the TA. Your draft seems really solid that you're able to center around this. You got Yopaj Ember, Divide Llama Timber. I mean, what else do you want out of this other than your core line? You pretty much got the perfect thing. Was Extreme cooking too hard by letting this TA in and trying to counter it out with the TB and the Luna?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you're giving the TA away like this, you're gonna need to have a really solid plan, right? And they went for the TB offlane. As we saw, it didn't really pressure Tomato at all on this TA, which obviously is not easy, but you need a better outcome than you got here. Like, if you can get a Darkseer or something, maybe it's gonna look different, but I think TB wasn't it. At least we didn't get to see it at all in this game, and I think TA is the first big hero of the meta for a reason, right? It's just so hard to stop in the lane. I think, if you're gonna give it next game, you need to address it differently, but I would probably just remove it.
Absolutely. No, I would not want to play against this again. Even though, like, I'm sure that they're going to look at this game and be like, okay, we were hitting their racks. We got bottom and mid racks. And we ended up losing this game. So, like, what happened? I know they're going to look back at it, but you cannot look at the rest of this game and think this is another game that I would love to play and just slightly have a comeback at like 45 minutes into the game.
Yeah, exactly.
They want to draft something a lot more solid and hopefully give themselves a better chance. And we'll find out what that is, because that was only game 1, guys. We have plenty more Dota on the way. So stick around. We'll be right back after this break.
took a walk down Pico, heard someone shout from a crowd of fed up people, getting told they should calm down. Didn't wanna fight, but the tears that fill their eyes are brought by the people sworn to preserve their rights. Oh, how could you not see it all coming? Stuck in our ways and running out of time. Time to change. We've got to at least try. But what will they do when the people are stepping out of line? Oh, oh now, oh yeah. What will they do when the people are stepping out of line? By the ocean where we hit the ground, when just one block away shops were burning down. No surprise, the peaceful pay. We can't kick our feet out till justice takes its place. Oh, how could you not see it all coming? Stuck in our ways and running out of time. Time to change. We've got to at least try. But what will they do when the people are stepping out of line? What will they do when the people are stepping out of line? What will they do when the people are stepping out of line? Stepping out of line. I wanna know when they're stepping out of line.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to DreamLeague Season 26. It's Math and Hanskin here, and, well, we got some good stats that we can work with, and the only one that matters is that last series, XG lost the first one, won the second one. So clearly, that's what's going to happen this time, too.
True, but Shopify also lost 0-2, their last one, right?
Oh, damn. It's already so different. I don't know what to do anymore. The stats, they're not going to help me out. Well, some other stats that I have for you is I think we need some better picks here. That mid lane matchup was very rough for XM. And when you combine a mid lane matchup with an 18-pick Timber Saw that also does well versus your hero, and a farmed as hell TA, that is just a recipe for disaster for XM there. So I don't know if I really need the pick to be different or the order to be different, as long as maybe we just ban out some of these heroes that Shopify are clearly very comfortable on. But there's so many good bans in this league right now, right? I mean, between the AA, the Ringmaster already being good support pickups versus your team's own comfortability, I think that's something that really important that Devi really brings to this team, is that I think he does have heroes that need to be first banned. And that's not really typical out of offlaners right now. You usually focus on other things.
Yeah, for sure. I think, I mean, so first of all, the XG, they have the choice this game, so they're going to go for first pick. So that means probably no TA for SR, I would hope at least. Either XG is going to have it or nobody's going to have it, and I think that's already a better start because they did not have an answer for that. And then I think get something else for XXS, you know, like let him play the initiator or like this, you know, classic offlaner. Don't put him on the TB or Dusa. I think, I'm not saying he can't do it, but I feel like he's just so damn good on these other heroes, right? So I would definitely look to see them play more classic Chinese Dota for XG, and I think they're going to have a way better chance.
Yeah, no, I mean, it feels like the only reason they tried to shoehorn that TB in was because they wanted that counter on the TA. I still think, I mean, obviously, in hindsight, it looks better, but I think I would have rather it been a TB carry, and then you just kind of run something else in that offlane.
But then you're playing into Timber, right? And then that's where the issues come. Like, it just... Because it's so hard to address the TA right now. If you don't do it immediately, then you're not going to have heroes. And I just think it's kind of the wrong frame to, like, give SR the obvious best hero in the meta, and then you try to counter it, compared to, like, you know, let's give them something that is, it's good, but it's like we don't have to, like, you know, stop them already from the first pick, if you know what I mean. Like, put the focus on yourself.
You're already down. You already need something with a hard answer, with already, you know, 7 bans already out of the way too, so it gets a lot harder there. And Shopify are good, you know, on first pick, you get the first ban into the first pick, so if there's one thing that you know would be good for their lineup, you're able to take it out. That's why first pick Medusa has been so clear for a lot of other teams. Whenever you're not playing against Elder Titan players, you just ban AM, pick Medusa, and all of a sudden it's like top 60% matchup or something. So draft is ready again. We'll see if there's any switch up here for either team. Of course, it is first pick for Extreme, so hoping that we get to see a little bit different from them.
Yeah, still sticking with this Venom ban for SR. Just
that's crazy.
I guess it's for Shinkyu, right?
Yeah.
Jungle Venom.
Yeah. So for Extreme, it was Coddle, Tinker, Beast, Bristle as their bans, and for Shopify it was Venom, Monkey, and Morphling. Now I wonder, I think that Morphling on first pick is still a little bit hard to do, so I wonder if they leave that one out. But so far for Extreme, it's pretty much the same. It's just whether or not they ban out the Timber, or the Tinker, or the Beastmaster. Looks like Beastmaster already out for Shopify.
Okay, so TA is in the pool, so we're gonna see if XG wants it. I would be surprised to see them not go for it. I'm gonna be honest. Like, just ban the Darkseid, get the TA, right?
Yeah. Looks like last time, so it was Shopify, they were banned down to the Morphling into the TA.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a solid answer, right? So TA.
You can see that most fan heroes just keep on taking them out. You know, I'm surprised the Beastmaster actually got 2 picks. That seems wild to me. It is at a 50% win rate, so, you know, bad hero, washed, people just scared.
I don't know. I feel like all of these heroes are they're so formidable, right? I want to say the Rasta is also one of those that's coming up.
Oh, okay.
I know that. Tinker, okay.
They banned the TA. Take the. Huh.
Interesting.
And yeah, they leave the Darkseer in.
The Darkseer.
Darkseer right now 3-5. It's gotten banned out a ton, as you can see, but it's still quite good, and it means that you no longer have to ban out that Medusa. You already have the Monkey King banned out, which is one of those favorable matchups against the Darkseer. Some other ones are like Ursa, maybe a Lifestealer, if you depending on who you are, but feels like the way to protect this hero is quite easy to just give it a game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, every team has different philosophies about Darkseer right now. I feel some teams are more about like, okay, is the wall really gonna screw over the enemy carry? Then yes, it's like a Darkseer game. Other teams are like,
it's
Darkseer
like always.
Yeah,
there's very
true.
few.
No, but what I'm saying is like some teams they're like, we can just pick Darkseer regardless. It's gonna be solid. It's gonna have a game. He can buy whatever items that we need. You know, either go for the classic mech pipe or Crimson. And we see 3/3 he goes for like the Blink Orchid. Some games like you can be really flexible in what you bring, and it adds a lot of team fight, which I think is important still in Dota. So
it's going to be a lot different for Divide Llama's game, right? Like last time he was playing the Timber, he was able to kind of skate on the back line, kind of create chaos for these supports. Now he's going to be more like centered with his team, right? They need to play around him. He needs to be the one making initiations on 2 or 3 people, and his team needs to be with his auras to make it work.
Yeah. Definitely a bit of a different style for him, but he can for sure pull it off. But we're gonna see how much time they've had to gel on SR, right? Because he is very new for this roster.
Ooh, the Ricky banned out as well. So I know that's probably more of a support right now. Well, we can pretend that it's a lot of carry bans out of the way right now. For Shopify, it feels like both teams have an area that they want to play around, but Tinker, it's not the best still into the Darkseer, right? Like Darkseer is so kind of burst reliant. You get the vacuum wall, you want your team to just dump the stuff out right away. The Tinker kind of has a lot to do in that space, right? You got to get a ton of marches out of the way, and ideally, as long as 3 marches aren't already on the ground, it still should be a Darkseer favored fight.
Yeah, and also Darkseer, he has a lot of, he can help your team catch a Tinker really well, right? With the Surge and the vacuum, so. Definitely a decent answer to the Tinker overall, but Tinker is still a beast of a hero, right? There's a reason we see this hero contested so much.
Hard. And no natural dispels right now for them. Yeah, Tide picked up
potentially a carry Tide. We've seen Amma do it before.
Oh, it wouldn't be the worst. It's a good chase down. It's something that doesn't really mind having its illusion stolen. At worst, at this point, you'd be giving a Vlad's over, so that's not so bad. It's also a very hard hero to shackle until you have the Hex Breaks talent.
Yeah, that takes a long time though, usually.
Mm-hmm.
5 seconds remaining.
So Sand King's still in pool, if they really want it. But the Nature's Prophet also in pool, which is a crazy good hero.
Yeah. Also amazing into the Tide offlane, like Tide doesn't really do anything to Prophet, right? For pretty much the entirety of the game.
I wouldn't mind seeing a Clockwork here. It's another hero that can kind of help find the Tinker. It's good lane synergy if you really want that with the Nature's Prophet.
It's possible, yeah. You could also just go, something simple like a Jakiro if you want to, even though it's there's a Tide. It's just good, I feel like, with the Darkseer combination.
Jakiro is having a rough time in this tournament so far. Jakiro is 1-6. Or 1-5.
Oh, got him. Clockwork.
Out there. Oh, I'm so good at this game!
I mean, that's a Tide killer for sure, right?
Right. It looks like really simple for it.
Oof, already I think Tide is gonna struggle if he's on offlane.
Yeah, and I mean, you were saying it could possibly be carry, which at this point, for the hero specifically, it is better as a carry in this one, because I think that lane is hard. But again, yeah, for your lineup, I don't think you have that opportunity. They go ahead for the Gyrocopter, something that's able to kind of just do overwhelming AoE damage. It's something that also has a button to press for his damage, so that also makes him good versus the Darkseer. It's a classic matchup. I like it, but we do have to inject a ton of gold into this Gyrocopter for him to feel like he's formidable, as you said in this one. Because, I mean, Ame, he did get that last game, though.
Yeah, the gyro, it's interesting here. Like, it's really good like against the Darkseer, like you mentioned, but I wouldn't say it's like the best matchup into Furion usually, right?
You get outranged, right? That's rough.
Yeah, you do. You get sprouted, and then you get Pike, Prophet. Everybody does it nowadays. Gyro, you can get a blink, but that's gonna come really late into the game, right? You're gonna need a lot of items before that.
No, I mean, I like, so specifically on Gyrocopter. So Gyrocopter has a chop shop. One of the most fun things I think you can do with the gyro is anytime you know you're going to get a Hurricane Pike, you can go for this early Dragon Lance. You disassemble it for your Ags later on, reassemble later for your full Hurricane Pike. But it gives you that like quick option kind of go into the Ag Interceptor if you really want to farm it out, that usually you don't have that option. You're not always building a Hurricane Pike on this hero.
That is true. Definitely nice benefit of the hero.
Yeah. Because you get to go like crit stick Dragon Lance now. And like it doesn't feel like you're wasting that extra gold since it's still going to go into your Ags.
Yeah.
It really helps you show up early, like versus these quick initial fights where you're going to be fighting around your Tinker, your Tide ults. Like you can show up, throw out your ulti, throw out a few flak hits, and then go back to farming.
So XG. Do you think there's a chance they go for the Tinker mid? I'm not sure. Oh, they banned the Swarm, so okay.
Tinker mid seems so hard into this lineup, right? Like there's already a Clockwork that's going to find you. Thankfully, they do go for the Kunkka, which should be your mid matchup here. I suppose there could be some modicum of flex between the Sand King, or sorry, the Tide and the Kunkka, but I don't think they really need to do that. No Monkey King in pool. It could be OD if you're a dangerous man on Yopaj, but hero hasn't been seeing a ton of favorability just yet.
I think you just run the Ember again, right? Why not? There's a limited lockdown for XG and good synergy with the Darkseer as well.
His Grandmaster Ember that just rocked you last game is still in pool. I guess the only thing is like Shard is super good on Tide, right? Versus the Ember. That's something that they probably didn't have from last game. They might have a little bit more lockdown that helps it out.
But even so, you've got this Darkseer protecting you. I feel like you're chilling.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I mean, Occam's Razor, man. It's gotta be the Ember. I feel like that's what makes the most sense.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the Kunkka can do really well into the Ember, but we saw XM got kind of clapped last lane. I mean, obviously, that's a much tougher lane, but...
Oh! Okay. Hold up! This is a Darkseer mid?
No, it's Timber.
Oh, no. You picked Timber and you didn't. I mean, I guess that's part of the lineup, right? Yopaj and Devi. Another reason that these guys are probably really happy to play together is there's a good amount of overlap with their hero pool. So this is something that's still a Punisher for the Tide. It also builds Yules, which is very good versus the Kunkka. And then overall, that lane should be very good for Yopaj again.
Yeah, I think this makes a ton of sense as well for what they want to do with their lineup, because Darkseer is very self-sufficient on his lane, right? Same story for Furion. So this gives the support a big opportunity to just rotate on the mid lane, setting up TPs for Timado and pressuring XM a ton. You know, he didn't really have the best game in the last map, but it has potential for it to be rough for him once more here if Shopify gets the ball rolling.
Shopify, it feels like in the draft, at least I have Extreme Gaming's number. Like, I feel like their first pick draft was really good, of course, getting that TA first and kind of punishing them with that. And then this time, having second pick, even though the Tinker is pull, I think they have a good understanding of the hero, knowing that like mobility and burst damage is the way that you take this Tinker out of the pool. Anytime that you're forced to fight in his area, take long, drawn-out engagements, like that's when this Tinker feels good. But you can see in this one, between Timber and the Shaman, like you're looking for a full lockdown, full burst.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, did you notice that they put Gem on the Shaman and Hellscream on the Clock?
Oh, interesting.
That, not sure that I agree with that, actually, because, I mean, I understand Clock Darkseer is great, right? But I feel like the Clock is so useful against a Tide in the lane phase, and you also want items on the Shaman.
You're trading like a good lane across to now, like, you're kind of putting the Nature's Prophet in jeopardy in my mind.
A little bit, yeah. And also, I feel like Darkseer Clock, I mean, sure, they can be good, but I think against a Tinker Gyro, you're not going to be like, you know, that's not going to swing the tides in your favor in terms of, you know, trading with, like, even if you have a shell, the tide, even if you have a battery assault ion shell on you, like walking into a rocket barrage, March of the Machines, it's not, I mean, we're going to see, maybe it works out, because they do have this Prophet that can definitely turn the tides.
I mean, it's one of the best heroes right now in the game. You did say like its matchup versus the Gyrocopter is already pretty good, even though Gyro technically, like with the AoE that you're hitting, like this Treant doesn't matter as much to you. It's specifically the Natures versus Tide matchup. Even whenever it was small Treants, Natures versus Tide was one of the best matchups you could ever have, because you just have this front liner that kind of keeps the Tide away from you without taking some harass, and then he's forced to only anchor smash those things. You get the full right clicks. And the beautiful build right now on Nature's Prophet, of course, including that corrosion. Oh, wait. Oh, is he not going corrosion? I feel like if you're queuing up 2 circlets, it's no longer a corrosion game for the Natures. You're only going to
Yeah,
side
it doesn't
items.
seem like it. I haven't seen it too much lately, actually, the corrosion for him. I know it was super popular for a while there, but people lately, it's pretty much been the same build every game, right? Double null, treads.
Hey, null is great,
there.
man.
Yeah.
All that extra damage, mana regen. Sometimes I don't love the double null. I like 1 null, but double null is still really good. It's just like you already have that TP, you're already moving back and forth. So
Yeah. I think the double null makes sense if you go for the build Mickey's doing with high level sprouts, but if you don't, then I feel like you don't need it as much.
Yeah, right. Like 1 is probably fine. I mean, he could also just be finishing one of them and like keeping the circle, which is also great.
Yeah, I mean, just ton of stats, right?
Yeah.
What is
They
this?
are really
All
pushing
right.
XM away. They do get the ward kill. That's all they were hoping for. That's about as good as 1 rune by the end of it. Just a little bit less, but that XP is what really matters.
I mean, 100 gold as well. Not bad.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm here. They got him.
Already pre-skill in the barrage, by the way. That's not every day you see that.
Already worked out here, and you can see, ooh, trying to
That's
block
interesting.
with Cog. That's pretty creative. Gyro's not the worst here, especially with Rocket Barrage. Not the worst hero to CS with under the tower. Sure, you have some pretty low damage early on, but yeah, the Rocket Barrage can help tailor out some CS that you don't get. Oh, and he beautiful aggro. That's
It's
about
still gonna
perfect.
push though. They got the range creep right away.
Oh, man, yeah. Range creep out. He's really trying to pressure this. He should get this last CS as well. Yeah, okay.
You know, Llama loves to do these things. He's kind of the king of this, like, you know, back in the day, it was all about free and Saksa, but I think in some ways, Llama, he's the king of the, you know, the nerdy, really, really small place, you know, that gets the wave into the tower or whatever. That's why he's so good at Lycan and heroes like that as well in laning stage.
Right. Yeah, I think it's also a symptom of like anytime that you're trying to like you know, solo carry a pub, you know, you got to do that sort of stuff. Ensure that you have a good lane, any chance. Doesn't matter what farm the enemy carry is getting in. Yeah, he's getting a lot of hits, and that Ion Shell will not save him. Paulson though, getting the first blood, not going to the gyro, so that's something. But on the other hand, wasn't the Clockwork like pulling waves? Yeah, so
yeah, he was.
Oh, rough.
That is rough. I mean, definitely heads up skill build from Ame, you know. I feel like a lot of players would just auto go for the flag there, but
real ones go for the Rocket Barrage.
Yeah.
201 build is insane on the Gyrocopter. I love it.
I love
just so much damage that comes out with level 2 Rocket.
But also pre-skilled it as well, right? It's just
That's true, yeah. He knew. He knew exactly what he wanted.
Oh, do you see that? He blocked a small camp with the cogs.
Oh! It's a ward type unit. Yeah.
It is?
No, that's... What a smart guy.
Yeah, dude.
Blocking the wave, blocking the camps. This guy's good. Once again, Paulson, one of the only heroes that really can trade comfortably. I'm surprised he's not just bouncing him around in the cogs, though. Didn't want to take some of that mana away.
Yeah.
Oh, the laser. Thank you, Obs. You know, you're a great person.
A lot of smart people in this lobby right now.
A lot of smart people in these calls. I hope to be one of them someday. They are just
not the best
down.
Yeah.
Maybe he actually ends up going 102 just so he can keep on that pressure on the wave. If you're not going to get close to them, just keep shoving it in under tower, then like you don't need the extra points in your Rocket Barrage.
I guess, but it's just one extra hit, right, on the flag.
Yeah, but it's good for your farming whenever you transition out of it, you know? You get that lower cooldown.
It's true. Well. I mean, like we see here, I was kind of debating whether it was the right choice to put the clock up here, and you know, we see how the lane is being played right now. There's hardly going to be any opportunities for SR to be aggressive here, which is why I feel that you might as well have had the Rasta here. You know, a better stacker, better rotator in some waves, and also it would make your bottom lane better. So,
right? Yeah, you get some just like boots first and just kind of like run it down. You know, get some stacks.
Yeah. I mean, it's still early to say, but I feel like so far the clock hasn't been, apart from that, you know, blocking the camp with the cogs.
Yeah. Oh, he's doing everything he can, but
yeah,
I think he could have also done everything he could down here, and maybe it was a little bit better. But so far, I mean, at least the CS going really well for the Nature's Prophets. That's something still going well. Yeah, only the one stat item. We'll see. I think he's going to keep it there, which is nice. I think this is exactly what's needed. Especially since you're playing into a Tide, you're always going to have a ton of stick charges anyways, so I think the extra null doesn't do much.
Yeah, you don't probably need it that much. Just get that faster Milner.
Yep. It's all like the Mjolnir timing on Nature's is always like the one. It enables you to push out with these waves so far. Then you go for the Mjolnir, and then it's like always easy to push waves. Send out that tree and put the Mjolnir on them. Walk away. But Ame's still getting some good CS up here. Of course, this game is going to be very, very good given the start that they've already had. 201 build for him is plenty of damage, even if Divide tries to step up. And that'll help him out later on, of course, if he does get walled. That illusion will disappear whenever he gets rocket barrage like that. How about this mid lane? Yeah, I feel like this mid lane was specifically chosen like this so they could get the counter, but XM seems to be doing well with the harass. You're not going to build up a ton of charges on that passive as the Yopaj until the wave is actually pushed into you. Otherwise, that Tidebreaker is just going to hurt and hurt and hurt.
Yeah, I feel like in some sense, the Kunkka is going to be completely fine into the Timber, right? So he can put up equal, if not even better harass to him. So, but what I would like to see from SR is that they have potential to like really overrun this Kunkka once they get to 6 on the Timber. You know, especially bringing the supports and the Prophet as well. Like, but we're gonna see. Because right now, you know, Llama has resorted to the jungle. Hellscream is doing his best to get XP up top, but I feel like this is not like the happiest game pace for SR, you know?
I mean, on one hand, it's like, yeah, you did first pick the Darkseer, so like whatever you can get is good, but man, Ame is getting a lot. And anytime you give a free lane to the Gyrocopter, he is one of the best heroes when it comes to scaling with levels and gold simultaneously. Because anytime that he gets this, like, oh, there's a quick Falcon Blade, or oh, a quick Hellstream kill in the mid lane, that's good for him.
That's really nice. Getting to use the boat immediately. It's always nice to see.
Anything you can get on Ame, man, his farm is going to ramp up. Already Falcon Blade complete, looking at the treads. So yeah, he's going to start farming like a madman.
Are they going to try for the kill here?
Oh, he wanted to play for
Surge him in. Oh, the cooldown. That cooldown is so long, man, on Surge. Level 1 Surge.
Really is. Like everything on Darkseer, he's got like 4 ultis on him. Except, I guess
Ame's
3.
coming in.
We won't include that. Bolson goes down already. Hellscream getting chased. Look at the damage on the level 3 rocket barrage. That is so much. Yopaj coming in to hopefully get some revenge. That is a DD on him. Dropping the rocket here. Yopaj, it looks like he might not actually get close. In fact, Ame, he is testing the waters maybe a bit too much. It looks like the wall on
No man on
XM.
Yopaj, though.
Yeah, he's still alive right now. Just trying to create some space. It seems they are going to get the kill. Nice TP in from Yopaj to get something, but on the other side, Skem gets the shackle. Paulson not able to get the wisdom, so they'll get one. Oh, no, okay. He'll get hit by Jinkyu. Well done on the whip. That's still going to be a trade, at least a kill for Arun, or a wisdom. That's going to be...
That's your tower as well.
It is.
Going down minute 7.
That's 2 wisdoms.
2 wisdoms and a tower. Minute 7.
Oh.
Only with the level 1 treant as well.
Oh, so he is going for the build.
The build, yeah. Oh, Llama. He's gonna have a call down here as well if he needs it.
Oh, there is so much, yeah. Even tossing it out. He's got the rocket barrage move speed facet as well, so it's just impossible to outpace Ame right now with that rocket barrage.
Yeah. I mean, Ame doing super good once more, but XXS is struggling hard. And
it is. I think Tide is much better at just
boat,
being like
pusher?
a body with level 6, right? Yeah, they're dropping the boat on Yopaj here. Had the raindrops, a lot of damage absorbed already, trying to get out of this one. Looks like he will be fine for now. They've exhausted a lot of resources trying to get that kill. So, pretty good job from Shopify there to get him out.
yeah, I feel like they could have maybe gotten him if they were just slightly more decisive. Sprout! A little bit! Sprout's gonna have it. Yep.
Oh! Gets the kill. Tomato. Well done from him. Very unfortunate right now for this Tide. Yeah, 330 damage out of that ulti. well placed from Tomato, but there's no stacks right now, I think is the biggest issue, right? You need something to get this tied back in. I just don't see the way in without just balling around him to try to get a ton of kills.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, if there was a time to form the stacks, it would be now, right? Because sooner rather than later, this Tide and Timber and Darkseer is going to show up and, you know, try to contest you. And yeah, SR showed last game what they can do when they get the ball rolling, and I think it's going to be no different here. They want to play really fast in this game and really take control over the map.
Yeah, I am astonished. You have a Kunkka and a Tide, and there are just not many stacks in jungle here. And you can see Shopify, I think they may have tried to stack, but look at the warding that they have all over this base. I mean, yeah, blocking the camp.
Really bottom focused.
Oh, no. Well, so there is a way that you can drop a sentry there that sees the full camp and that high ground.
Yeah.
I believe it's north side. So that's a little unfortunate. He will not get to stack this one again. And Shopify, I feel like they've either done their research or they have a very good understanding of this NP into Tide matchup, knowing that the only way back in is stacking.
Well, as soon as he realizes this camp is blocked as well, he's going to get that obs. So, surely, right?
At least he's going to get gold. Yeah, Jinkyu, he already got one obs. He'll hopefully get another, so at least he'll get gold out of this triangle.
Doesn't seem like he realized it just yet, though. He's not moving over.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I don't know if they're going to notice, actually. How much longer is left on that obs board? Does it actually expire before? 1 minute 45. Okay, they should get it, but who knows?
Okay, nice scan by XG. And Paulson is already camping on me here, so...
Oh, look at Ame, look at Ame! Look at his build, look at his build! It's so cool. It's Dragonlance.
It's the Math Magician.
That's my build. Ame, please. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm coming.
Now you realize the Ancient is blocked, right? Surely.
Oh no! Oh no, don't walk away! Oh no! This is the most value sentry I've ever seen. How on earth is this thing allowed to stay alive? It's like 3 different times they've tried to stack it. And each time he just goes back like, yeah, that's rough, man. Must have missed it by just that much.
Oh, they got Hellscream.
They do, but Hellscream way behind enemy lines right now. Does not have a hook. Should be a kill for them. He is damn tanky. No, he doesn't get away. Tell me it's not true.
X in 5 seconds. Oh, nice cog.
Okay, turns around and shoots the cog as well. Okay, there you go. Gets the kill finally for them. So I mean, they needed that, and the whole while, the Oppon's just taking some stacks. They've got the Nature's Prophet farming across the map. Still though, Gyro farming up a storm on his own. It's got to be so many items for him. I mean, I see a BKB in his future since you're playing against the Timber. You got to have the Hurricane Pike, got to have Ags, and oh please, oh thank God. They did it, but where is this? Did it expire?
Yeah, it expired. The sentry on the camp.
Oh no! And now he doesn't get the obs.
I wonder what the gold would have looked like if they actually had those stacks the whole time, right? It would have
the stacks, have the ward.
At least be dead even, if not favored for them. Like this Conquer would have had another 1,000 or the Tide.
The Tide desperately needs it, right? I mean, he has a Ravage. Like, he is a hero still that's able to participate in fights, but it would have been so much better for him. Just those extra levels helping him out. And now it looks like they've kind of stopped everything that Extreme is doing right now, but there it is. A nice hook right on this Shaman. So Skem goes down for 1. The rest of Shopify, they'll just evacuate the premises again. Yeah, man, you're going to have me asking what if for this whole game because now it's less than 1k net worth lead, and they're pushing this mid tower as if they could stay around.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting scenario there, like Shopify entering the jungle, but as soon as XG shows up, Shopify are like, we don't want to fight this, so...
Yeah.
Kind of interesting what the idea was to begin with, right? I mean, there was no boat for XG, that was probably it, but... Yeah. I mean, because Shopify, they really want to get this mid tower down. If they can do that, then suddenly this raw stock clockwork, they become so much more potent, right? The map is way more open for them to move around and get opportunities.
Right now, they're feeling really strong. Tomato almost to his Mjolnir, very close to it. And Gyro talked you up this whole time. Respect me like this and not disassemble your Dragonlance. Yeah, I hope that they get the kill on him for not disassembling. All right.
Ravage.
The Ravage coming out, though. They could turn this one around. They have a beautiful wheel right into the 2 heroes here on Shopify. ZQ with a double kill out of it. What a bait from Ame there. He dies, but his team will certainly prosper from this one. A beautiful triple kill for them, and that is supports doing work thanks off a very low net worth Tide as well getting involved.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you wanted to happen if you're, I mean, not if you're Ame, but if you're XXX, like, you just
for
find a
everybody
way
else,
to
it was really great.
Yeah, and I mean, I love this combo, right? The Ravage plus the Wheel of Wonder. So nice.
You just get the perfect setup. It's exactly what you want. And maybe just a little bit quicker on the TP too, and Ame probably lives there. Compared to me at least in one of these kills.
No, I mean, we saw the power after team fight here. It makes you wonder, what is this game gonna look like if, you know, you have a really strong gyro in the front lines as well.
Yeah. And now, I mean, the net worth difference between Devi and Tide are very low. I mean, these guys are essentially on equal footing now. Given what the lane started out as, it's very good for XG. And they're looking to kind of pressure.
I'm in trouble once more.
Yeah, they got the Atos, X as well. So one of the best things you can do versus this Darkseer, just kind of X him, keep him involved. Now the Rocket will chase him down, but way too far away for the rest of XG to keep following. So I think they're just going to look at this tower. Still have the wall available. Do they fight this?
I feel like this is the fight you want, right? If you're SR, there's no Ravage. Both just came online, so that might change things, but no Ravage still.
Ward on the backside. He sees Paulison, but look at the march. You don't want to fight into this at all. The wall down. They're trying to do it here. XXS is just going to leisurely walk away as if nothing happened. And yeah, Shopify, I think this was a failed gambit to try to take this. And now Skem maybe stuck behind enemy lines.
No, you still want to contest the tournament, so... Oh, Hellscream's going.
Oh, they find this gyro, but the box keeps him alive for now. He's able to get out, and the damage overwhelming on Hellscream. Too much to handle. He'll be out of here, and it just keeps on getting better for XG. They get the wards as well away from a tower even, so not even getting any pressure off of this. Taking a ward down too. It's just an influx of gold for them. They're walking up a high ground. Is this too spooky? It should be spooky. Yopar's got some good amount of damage early. Tomato TPing in, sprouting Ame as well. The damage does jump on the backside. They finally have it. The Ravage, it's just too late again. XXS may die to this one too. He'll finally back out. And I think the rest of the supports just have to fight for their lives on XG because your course, no, XSS, he's coming in for more. Tomato may have stepped too far forward, but it seems that he still feels very strong. A lot of points in the whip. He'll turn back on this Kunkka, get himself a kill. And so far, there's just nothing to pressure him. In fact, he TP's into XXX. The damage, just barely missed. One more proc of the Mjolnir, and he would have had it, but
holy shit, how did he even
looks even
there?
Right?
I mean,
the scan.
Yeah, I mean, this fight turned out way better than expected for Shopify. Like, perfect jump from Hellscream, right? They get the jump on Ame, putting him on half HP already. You know, trading the clockwork for the both. Not the best in theory, but I feel when the fact that Ame is so low, he's scared to commit in this fight, and then, you know, Ame, he just has, or sorry, Tomato has a free fight on his Prophet essentially, when he's already has his Mjolnir, you know, minutes 17, so once he's free to fight, then
you don't even have a chance to drop the call down, right?
Yeah. We gotta consider as well the fact that the Ravage was on cooldown for the beginning of that fight, so if they had, if it was up, they would have committed way harder, and that would have changed everything, so really heads up from SR.
Hellscream. Yeah, it's the kill. Oh, gives it to Divine Llama as well. That's a 3-kill spree actually going to the Darkseer. That's a really good influx of gold for him. Going for this Crimson insane value versus the Gyrocopter to just kind of limit all those flat cannon hits, the damage they can do.
For sure. Nullifier not going to be here anytime soon for anybody in XG, so.
No. I don't even know. I mean, it's a good Nullifier game. Like, really good Nullifier game, but I don't know when someone can get it. Looks like they have the shard already from XXS. Talk about how good that is, but yeah, the wall, it's dropped down. They are fighting into the boat, though. It's a good amount of damage reduction. XXS, he's the one to step forward. Skem, he's taking so much damage to the flak hits, and he does go down. Well done there from Ami to get involved with the DPN from Yopaj. Now XM is in sure danger. He'll go to the Timber, and the rest of the team just trying to run away. I don't know if Tomato wants to try to TP in aggressively on this one, but Hellscream, he'll lock in on XXS. The Chakrams take him down as well. Yopaj feeling pretty good right now and what he can set up for his team.
Yeah, I mean, you see the power of the pipe on Llama here, right? Skem gets caught there against the Tide and the Kunkka, and they can't even bring him down, right? Like, eventually he ends up dying, but that's to Ame, not to them. And then just, they're so tanky on SR right now, just based on the fact that Llama has this pipe, and, you know, we're gonna see it here.
Yeah, it's just a lot of survivability from everybody. But now you can see like Scam. Genuinely, I think he lives so much of this. It's when the flat cannon comes in that finally they're able to take him down.
That's, yeah. And then Yopaj shows up, there's no cooldowns remaining, and just cleans up the house. I mean,
Yopaj has such a good game until BKBs are out. I mean, until then, he's still God.
Yeah, for sure. And we didn't mention, by the way, but if you look at XM's inventory, that's a Rod of Atos Kunkka, which is...
that's... I thought that was on Rainmaster whenever I saw that Atos come out.
Yeah, right?
He is much poorer. He does not have an Atos on Rainmaster. Wow.
So yeah, I'm not sure what to make of that. I feel like
it's different. It's really different. I guess that's because there is a Darkseer, so you don't want to go for the Radiance build. It's very surprising because that would have been one of your only ways to get a Nullifier, was to have a Kunkka with Radiance who just disassembles later on.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like you still go for the Radiance. Like, you want to have this scaling on the Kunkka. You need damage on this hero, or it doesn't. It's like, if he doesn't itemize to scale up his damage, then isn't he just really a support? And then you have like double supports in the Tide and the Kunkka, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you have to be overwhelming control. At that point, I'd want to see like a Bloodthorn, a Hex, something that's still enabling damage, at least for someone as well. But that's.
I mean, I could see this if this was the old Axe Kunkka, like the Torrenstorm, right? Like, this would make way more sense, but.
Do you imagine old Axe Torrenstorm with like Gleipnir?
That would be hilarious.
I would cry. I wouldn't play the game anymore. It looks like the Divine might not want to play either. Gets a nice wall, but the rest of the team really has to get in here soon. He takes a bit, gets the wall back in, but Ame, he's still doing too much damage. Now they're locking in on the clockwork here. Hook back on Yopaj. He's trying to close the gap on this gyro, but he's able to run away. He'll have to change targets. Explodes right on top of this XXS Tide. And now with the BKB, doesn't really mind hitting into this blade mail target anymore. And XM jump through the Chakram. It misses XM. Oh, they're trying to get away. Yopaj, does he get it? No, misses that one. He could get out of here on XM. Tomato? Sprout. Oh, they're running so far to get this kill. Oh my god!
Second gotcha Sprout. I mean, they say this fight, Llama is so freaking tanky, right? Like, see, he's tanking everything here with that pipe with the Vanguard.
To start. Yeah.
It just takes them so long to kill him, and in the meantime, they get the perfect jump onto Pulse on a Tinker, right?
At that point, the fight is almost over once the Tinker goes.
Yeah, and XXX, he still has the Ravage here. He decides not to use it. He gets blown up by the Axe of Yopaj on the Timber. And I think, I mean, regardless, I think there's not much fight left in XG's tank, right? Some nice jukes there by XM, but...
Dude, Xin Q is genuinely, like, paving the way for that fight. Yeah. Like, for XM to almost get out. He gave him the Strongman tonic as well, plus the Yules to stop Tomato. Or to stop Yopaj from getting him.
Tomato here, maybe, but... He's has a Timber chasing him as well. Not easy.
Oh, yeah. Somebody was killing that Kunkka, just depending on how close to the fountain they were getting. But now Yopaj, we're finding out just why this Nature's Prophet is so good. He's participating in these fights, jumping across the map, continually farming Ancients. I mean, there's just no place that is out of bounds right now for Tomato, especially given how much his team is ahead.
Interesting build. No talents as well. That is pretty cool.
Oh, but yeah. I guess if you're not going for the extra points in Nature's Call, then your 10 talent is quite useless. Your 15 talent is a little less than useless. So I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, if you're already getting all these tier 1 and tier 2s without it, then sure.
Yeah, I almost wonder if you're doing this, if there's any I don't think the Wrath of Nature based damage does anything really, since like with the max targets, you're always going to be eclipsing that damage anyways.
Yeah.
Maybe the TP barrier. Maybe.
Maybe. It's not that.
But he's got so much tanky heroes. I mean, you just praised how tanky Divine Llama is. I don't know if they need any help tanking damage right now.
Yeah, I feel like regardless of having a barrier or not, you want to have like this, you know, good amount of distance. So yeah, I can appreciate his build in a sense. I mean, if they didn't get these towers, then I would question it. But you know, considering the state of the map of the game, no complaints.
I mean, still a tier 2 left on bottom and top, but we still haven't seen one Roshan get taken, so I'm sure they're just saving those for a rainy day. They would just want to pressure the map right now. Doesn't really matter what objectives you're getting out of it. And right now, anything you can do to try to find this Tinker, that's got to be your first jump if you want to take a fight by a tier 2.
Yeah, for sure. Get the Tinker out, remove all the healing potential, and then you're good shit, I think.
Now they've pushed everybody back. Now they're going in for this Roshan. It goes down quite fast. Tomato is just pumping the damage right now on this Nature's Prophet. Already has the crit stick. BKB is really good.
Not that far off a Daedalus as well. So this guy.
He doesn't need this Hurricane Pike, right? Like he doesn't need to close the gap right now. Just having that extra attack range versus the gyro is enough for him.
Yeah, and I think it also has to do with Aegis to some extent, right? You feel a bit more confident once you have that, and it's not like the Pike is gonna be that late because of it. It's a relatively cheap upgrade.
That's true. Oh, to find him. No. Just TP'd away right there on Paulison. Really well done. XSS is a beefy boy. I don't know if you can kill him even if you jump him right next to the tier 2. Looks like they're trying for something in the mid lane here, but yeah, he's got the Aghanim Scepter too. I don't know if you really have a prayer. And they do have a Yule Scepter on Xingqiu, so like that's something. By that time, you've wasted so much time that this very mobile Shopify lineup could just lock on in.
Yeah. XM actually picking up on Ags right now in the Conquest, so very unorthodox build for him. I mean...
Wow. Yeah. Honestly, at this point, I would have been okay with, like, you know, triple crit. You're not going to go for the Radiance. Try to run it back.
I mean, I guess I can see the wombo combo, right? When they showed it in the top lane earlier with the Willow Wonder and the Ravage. So if you're able to get like a 2-3 man combo or something, then, you know, it's just going to be layer on layer on layer. But I feel like the real issue is not going to be like, can you create this like mass destruction ball in the center? The real issue is going to be like, can we deal with Tomato and the Prophets? I feel like, I'm not sure if this helps.
Yeah, it's like one person is only ever showing at a time, right? Like they're not showing the Dark Seer and the Timber and the Nature's like all clumped up together. It's just one hero does the job, and with the Aegis, this is why they're allowed to do it.
I mean, I suppose it adds lockdown, right? If you want to go for the Darkseer, potentially, like last fight down bottom, he was able to get everything off, even though he was like focused. I guess if you have more stun layering, then potentially you can kill him before he casts, you know, the wall. But
that's kind of why I want the Hex. I think, I don't know.
Yeah,
I also want to go like the Mars thing, like, but even Mars has more inherent damage in his kit. Whenever he goes for like, you know, Refresher Hex. Looks like they are trying to do a little bit of tower pressure up top here, but thankfully this is going to be XXS just getting some free gold for himself.
Okay, XG wants to fight, even though there's an Aegis on Tomato.
Like they are pushing them back. I mean, this is a shield room, but it's about to wear out.
Bottom, so they're going to try it.
Yeah. Oh, nice shot for Tomato. Does see where everybody is at for now. This Aegis still got plenty of time on it, so if you swing at the king, you best not miss, because he's going to turn this one around. He's got no fear, even walking into all these healing bots on Paulison, but they don't care.
Yeah, it's just so scary to commit, right? Like, you need to kill him in like a non-commitment way, because if you have to use any of the big cooldowns, then Timato's just going to press his BKB on the respawn, and then you're cooked, so...
When you press R, that means you're leaving.
Yeah, exactly.
You get that kill once, you do not stay in for the second kill, but they want both. 28-minute rune. Looks like he's going to be in that damage rune. Going to go over to Ame here. Pretty good timing for him, to be honest. Maybe they're going to kill. No, the Yule's up. They're going to delay for just a second, but the bow lands. Now with the Ravage as well. They'll finally kill Yopaj. How much more can they get out of this one? Namato stepping forward, using the charge as well. They see Ame, but he has to break himself out of the Sprout using his BKB already. There's still Aegis. I don't know how much more you're able to fight this one. Ame, he may want to back out because XXS is just dropping. And the whip, it may bring a little bit of time for him, but still ends up following the blade forward from Scam as well, finding the Rainmaster, and a TP in from Tomato. He sees the Gyrocopter. He's trying to take down the Gyrocopter, and he has so much damage. Tomato hitting from every angle. They'll get a double kill on this Natures as he leaves. That fight could have been better in so many different ways for Extreme, but Shopify, their execution is impeccable.
Yeah, I mean, they get the Timber kill, like they get Yopaj down right away, but it costs so much, right? It costs a Ravage and the both from the Kunkka, and then after that, Tomato just has a completely free fight.
Yeah. If you're not able to lock in on Tomato here, you're not able to. I think after this initial burst, when they got the Tide, or when they got the Timber, I think they even got a support out of it someplace. Like, at this point, once the BKB is gone from Ame, you need to leave.
Yeah, they just don't have like a third layer of initiation, right? Yeah. Like Tomato, he still has his BKB at this point.
Yeah.
If they try an X on him, it's not gonna work. And you see Ame, he's so scared to, you know, even hit anybody here. Like, he's nothing to flack on. Yeah. He wants to play it safe. I think the only time he's ever really gonna commit is it's gonna be under the boat buff, and yeah.
I think at that point you had to leave. As soon as you were on the high ground, no BKB, you gotta get out of there. And
yeah,
Tomato takes complete advantage. TP'd right in a blind spot away from this Gyrocopter. So Ame, he didn't really see the Nature's TPing in, so just really well done there from Tomato, knowing his limits.
Yeah, and it's in some sense like in some sense, like you can be happy if the Darkseer gets committed on like this, or the Timber, you know, completely. Like, you lose one guy and then what? So Shopify, they can afford to play this way the whole time. Even though they don't have an Aegis, like, they can afford to lose a hero potentially and still be fine.
Right, yeah. And when you have this much of a net lead, Nature's Prophet is basically 2 heroes right now, so as long as he's up. Zinq getting gone on here, and he just goes right away. Yopaj. That guy does some big damn.
Yep. Once again, map is small for XG, and this time they don't have the luxury of the illusion shadow pushing.
The way it's actually, like, isn't it worse in every way? I feel like Darkseer is just tossing ion shells, running away, right? Timber is so hard to kill. He can stand a lane by himself. Of course, the Nature's Prophet. So, like, how on earth are you ever going to get a map? I feel like you need to farm somewhere else, like get on their side somehow, but there's just no way. In fact, now somebody farming right next to the base. It's still dangerous.
Oh, I want the Ravage.
Oh, we're pulling. We're pumping the Ravage, but where's the rest of the team? You have the call down all ready to go, but it just gets absorbed by the pipe, jumping forward even more. XXS.
Oh, nice boat.
He will end up falling. The boat, yeah, it does connect, but so far, just not enough damage. Shopify, they're all still alive and very healthy. Paulison trying to get a few more heal bots before he goes. He's actually alive for now. It looks like he'll stay alive for now, but Ame, he's not able to get into the fight still. They've lost too much.
I mean, I get the idea from XXS there. You want to get the Ravage shot, like potentially turn around and save Paulson, but the problem is you need Ame there right away once the Ravage hits. If that's not the case, you're not going to win the fight. And for Ame, it's like he doesn't have this mobility, so I just felt like that was not really going to work in the way it was set up.
Just finished the Hurricane Pike, right? So like now things are a little bit better, but man, you're playing into a Darkseer that has Pipe, that has Crimson. I mean, your magic damage just isn't enough at any point in this game. It's all absorbed by the Pike. You need overwhelming physical damage.
Yeah, and you need super clean execution, right? You need absolute conviction when you go for this, because as we see, Ame, he's not going to be able to sustain these long fights. It's all about the cooldowns for XG once again, and you need Ame like pretty much on top of the target once they hit, and I think it's tricky, but that's what they're gonna need.
You know, the world isn't ready for this build yet, but you know, if I'm Divine Llama, you see a world where only physical damage gets XG back into this one. They do not have a nullifier builder. You gotta rock that double heart Crimson Guard, you know? that damage block is based off of your health, all right? Just pump as much as you can. The way in.
Why don't we see that more, actually?
they're not as good as I am. You know, my builds are just ahead of its time. We'll see it next month whenever people realize just how good I am. But until then, they're gonna be sleeping on it. Ame, he's going for the Satanic now. He's going to try to give himself that extra life. It's a very good Satanic game for him since I don't believe anybody has a Vessel or any way to reduce healing. Yeah, so he's got a good way into this one with his items, but it still takes a lot of time. I think XXS needs the gold to help lock people in so the Gyro can hit.
I mean, the Satanic is nice, but it's still going to be similar-ish, right? You need to get on top of Timado because he has like the Sprout and the Pike. He has so much mobility. He has a lot of people to go in front of him. Pretty much anybody on his team.
He did get rid of boots. That's something. Because you are going to get some move speed already from your Rocket Barrage facet. You still have boots, so the perks of not being 6-slotted. Am I right?
I guess so. He's super jacked though.
He really is, man. You get close to this guy, he's already hitting so hard. He's got his second life in that Satanic, and it's not like you have a way to kind of disrupt that either.
He's gonna go for the Butterfly, actually. That's quite interesting, because right now, once he sees the Reaver on Ame, he's gonna realize there's no way he's gonna have an MKB in his kit. I mean, at least not for a long time, right?
Yeah, right.
That would be still the items or the boots, or I mean, upgrade Ags.
Yeah, you could upgrade the Ags. It's always a good one for that extra route. Especially like versus the super mobile heroes and the Tinker too.
Yeah,
it's kind of hard. Anytime you're forced to go like for any evasion or evasion pierce item on Nature's Prophet, it kind of ruins your build. You're keeping the Mjolnir, you're keeping the Satanic. You want a crit, so like you see this like 4 slots are already gone. There's no way you get away with without a Hurricane Pike for most of these games. So like you have 1 slot that you get to mess around with. Usually that's Butterfly. A lot of people doing that.
No, it's so good.
That point. Very
That's
hard
from Hellscream as well. Kind of like it. It makes Timado so much stronger. And also the illusions, right? Not the most common clock item, but I'm a fan. I think it makes a ton of sense. He doesn't need to...
Jump through already, man. Shit. He just disappeared on XM, my lord. 21 kills, 21k net. Lining up pretty well for Shopify right now.
Yeah. I mean, Roshan is alive as well, so... He's gonna eat the Moonshard for the Aegis, presumably. And then it's time
honestly, if it gets to that point, I guess he gets rid of his Mjolnir. At this point, like...
I guess so.
You need that evasion pierce, but if we get there, right, he's gonna have Aegis, gonna start walking up this high ground, and Ame.
We haven't really even seen the level 25 Treant coming into play yet, so now it's gonna be a push here with potentially Treant pushing another side lane or something.
And we have we have the home runs queued up for Ame. It's the Satanic and the Rapier. Those are the ways that you can get back into this game. So dash gold 8,000 and we'll be there.
Yep, I mean he's gonna need it, and then he's gonna need to get on top of Timado. If that happens, they have a good chance.
Oh no. Oh no.
This is
I mean, so you can't really complain about like fortunate AD spawns. They literally had a fight in the river where the Lord dropped an AD rune in front of their gyrocopter.
Yeah, it's true.
So like, nobody can really complain about rune spawns this game.
There we go.
Next up, jump forward and Jinkyu, my lord, took so much damage. Barrier already up in the vacuum, and Devi will not let them leave so quickly. But they were able to escape. Just trying to get any poke damage done. Ame is taking a lot, but the barrier really helping him out right now. Keeping him up, and so far this banner, they kind of need to get to it, because yeah, they're just losing their racks anyways. This is only the first racks. They don't have to do too much, but force forward, and then the Hurricane back. So just back and forth, but at the end of the day, they still haven't done a ton to the Nature's Prophet. He's low enough, but the jump through from XM. They're keeping Yopaj in for now. He used BKB. They will kill the first life of Timado. Do I smell a fight brewing for XG? Ravage connects right away, getting the BKB as well. Can they get on top of the Danger Prophet? He's getting the force away from the Cogs. They keep Ame away for now. Wanting to TP out. Get him close. Get the kill. No! He just barely TPs away. And Shopify once again narrowly avoiding disaster at the 40-minute mark.
All right, I see what they got going. XG, you used the boat, kill the Prophet once, and then time the Ravage on the respawn every single time.
Yeah. Really well timed. The only thing that they were lacking there was a bit of dam, right? It's all up to Ame right now to do this extra damage since you have a control core and a control core, a healing support, and a control support. There's no other damage.
Let's see. Jopash is going to commit here in a second as well. He didn't really get much return on his jump.
That's true, yeah. You can see here, he's just like, Ame's not taking that much damage. In fact, Tomato is taking so much more chip damage compared to Ame.
Yeah, I think just having the sustain brought to you by the Tinker, right, helps so much. And this all started with the 4-staff back success,
That
right?
4-staff was huge. That was really funny, but huge. You know, just to get him displaced somewhat, and that's when Yopaj wanted that jump in.
Yeah. See, Jopash is trying to go for the tide kill, but it's so hard when the Tinker is not addressed here, so...
Yeah.
Take the power of the
Tinker
position.
value.
Yeah, the power of the positioning as well, right? And of course the Ravage. XXX doing a lot in this fight, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like starting the fight with the 4-staff, you know, surviving.
Maybe if he was able to run downhill first instead of going around the Sprout, maybe they get that kill. Yeah. It would have been really close.
There's always a chance you get the X as well, right? Yeah. When you have such short BKB durations, but it must have been a cooldown in this instance. But
so now Tomato, he does have that butterfly completed as well, so I think that also helped out. So at this point, yeah, Gyro, he's going for the MKB. He'll replace his boots with those. And I think the difference between the Gyrocopter and the Nature as a whole when it comes to their item builds is that Ame with his Ag sucked in, he already has this AoE presence. Nature's the only AoE presence he has is that Mjolnir, which is making it a little bit weird. If Gyro, right, if he does get this MKB, if he does get a butterfly on top of it, then how does this Nature's respond?
Yeah, I mean, at some point, Ame, I feel like he doesn't really outscale the Furion, right? But it changes the tides completely. And the benefit that Tomato has is obviously always going to be the distance. But if you can break that somehow, you know, getting an angle on XG, that, you know, find a nice angle, get around him somehow, that changes everything, right? And I think if Ame gets to the point in the game where he can, like, where the flak becomes super deadly, like, not just, like, you know, Crimson is going to take care of it, you know, type of story, then, you know, they could be overwhelming on XG, but I'm concerned about his Conka, man. Like, I feel like he's not scaling properly. If he had more items, then I would have been more hopeful, you know?
Straight up, man. I want a Daedalus. He's going for the dig, and now because he said this is essentially a support Conka, he's got to be somebody to deal with this Nature's Prophet Treant, so he's trying to deal with it that way, but... And somebody's got to get some damage in this lineup.
Yeah, and it's not going to be tied, and it's for sure not going to be the support, so it has to be him, like, really.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like in some sense, they got to read that they don't want to play too greedy with their lineup, compared, you know, in game one, they played a very slow game, like TB Luna, but this time around, it's sort of feel like they went too hard in the other direction, and they balance is there just on the other end.
I mean, Rainmaster's actually about to have a Dagon, but one isn't enough, right? Now that he's wrapped around, he's got these talents, so he's got minus 10 seconds on the Nature's Call, he's got the extra move speed, so these things are just up all the time. One person with a Dagon actually isn't enough.
It's true. I mean, these treants are never going to stop coming, so...
This is an impressive spot. But Dagon complete on one. See if they can find Skem here. Needs to blink away. Looks like he's out for now. It's a 27,000 net worth lead for Shopify. They're just waiting for Roshan to spawn in Extreme. They're just trying to get any advantage they can on the map, any amount of farm they can allot to this Gyrocopter, because he's got a lot of items he needs to get on the way. And on the meanwhile, Snakes, oh no, they've dragged you to one side of the map, they push on the other, but in the meanwhile, their BKBs, they're stopped, their TPs, they have to try to turn and fight this one. Tomato fighting with the butterfly. The Satanic is maybe enough for now, but the evasion keeping this Nature's Prophet alive. He needs help, we need friends, but Ame, he doesn't want to jump in, and in fact, he's gonna get Yule's up there, Concave right on top of the Gyrocopter. I don't know if they can save him. They're finally going to get on top of XM at least. Ame's already gone, and Tomato is just one big bad natures. He is way too much damage, and there's nothing that XG can do about it right now. Trying to get into the base on XXS. He won't get it. It's 4 heroes gone. Make it 5. Only one buyback available on Tomato. He's not going to wait for Megas. He wants to get the game right here.
Damn, what a way to end it for Tomato, actually. He TP's straight in, so brave. I mean, we were talking about the positioning the whole game, but he's like, screw you guys, I don't care. I'm just gonna go straight in, I'm gonna end this shit. And, it's nice to see. 2-0 for SR. I mean, definitely deserving on this one. They looked way better than XG today in the series.
And this game looked a lot clearer. It seems like the kind of mishaps that they made in game 1 that almost made the game back in XG favor, they definitely cleared that up. And now this game, incredibly secure for them. It felt like there was never really a doubt that they were the ones holding this one. I mean, think of how many items we needed this gyrocopter to have, because there just wasn't enough damage at all on this lineup, on these builds from XG.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, in some ways, I feel like, I mean, they have this gyro into profit, right? But it's not the best. It can work though. I mean, I'm curious about it can work, but I don't know about this build in this Kunkka is my problem. Like,
right? Yeah.
I wonder
there needs to be someone else.
What is this game gonna look like if he just goes for the Radiance and like scales himself up? Because I think you need it. You can't just have the solo carry gyro, which is already in a deficit in terms of matchup. And
he never had to get any evasion pierce. We talked about how much like evasion pierce actually messes up the build of the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
And without that, without any, you know, even just the Radiance, right? The Radiance mischance might have made enough that he had to try to factor that into his build, but instead, Ame, look at this. Look at how much he is losing this man fight, knowing that one hero has a butterfly and one hero has the evasion, and the other just does not have that mischance.
Yeah. I mean, I think it could be a completely different story if XM has a, you know, more threat or in his build, yeah. But nonetheless, I think Shopify, they played a really strong strategy and they executed it well. I mean, I think this Rasta hero, they played it twice now, is looking really strong. It clears a lot of issues in your drafts, and it's just a nice hero. I think it's gonna become more popular, especially as we see these other supports being, you know, banned early on in these games. And they definitely showed that they are really gelling already. And I think it's not perfect, but it's looking really good for them.
Now, the Shaman is definitely like it's a draft enabler. Anytime you pick up a Hex hero, all of a sudden your thoughts about, you know, pucks and storms and embers and stuff, they go way down, knowing that you have some way to insta-lock them. And it's free bans, right? Like, it's stuff that you're able to enable for your team. They played it really well 2 times in a row. I think this game was a little bit easier for it, right? Last time it was into the ET. It was really hard for him to get these like full duration shackles. Now it felt like he was just able to sit and rip. There's no threat to him at all.
Yeah, and I think, you know, speaking about the Shaman, I think there's one theme in this game, in this whole series actually, is that I feel like XG, they're all constantly on the back foot, staying together, sitting together. They're never able to get the map in control because they're constantly holding hands, you know, anticipating a potential jump from SR. They're playing way more explosive, and I think the Shaman is one of the centerpieces to this. Of course, you need the damage from like your Timber or whatever, but I think it's starting with the pickup potential is always a good idea.
Oh yeah, no, the pickup is like really good for them 2 times in a row. I think that's part of why they seem so coordinated. Is like they had that ease of execution, right, to just jump in and get it. And we will have an interview on the way for you guys here, of course, with our second game out here of the day. Hopefully, get to talk to Divine Llama. But I believe what are we going to ask him, Hanson? What do you want to talk about?
I mean, I guess what is his obsession with the America region?
True. Why are you staying here? All right. Oh, we got him now. Hello, Devi. How are you?
Hello.
Hey, man.
Congratulations on the 2-0, man. You guys looked super dominant in this game. Now, I guess, you know, we saw you earlier versus Enigma Galaxy. It looks like you had a hard series, but in this one, you guys looked absolutely dominant. Was there anything you think you guys changed going from this first series to second?
Nothing fundamental. Just play better. Like we reset. We didn't really play our game against Enigma, so we decided, you know what, let's forget about it and do better next.
It certainly showed in your drafts that you were playing your game. I mean, you got the Timber Saw in game 1, kind of baited them out with it in game 2, you know, didn't know who was going to, ended up playing the Darkseer instead. It feels like your hero pool fits in really well with Shopify. Does that bring a degree of confidence to you into these drafts, knowing that you can flex these heroes? It feels like your style fits already really well with their team.
Oh yeah. I'm very confident in my hero pool. You know, I think that my pool is very good in the meta as well. You know, my teammates also say they're very happy with my hero pool, so no, it's quite nice.
I wanted to ask you, Llama, what's your role been like in Shopify now? Because I know that you're a guy that likes to, you know, share your ideas and like be really like a guy that is kind of in the center of the team. Is that the same story in Shopify, or has that changed?
Yeah, we only played together for what was it, 3 weeks, I think? Well, you remember, huh?
Yeah, I do for sure.
Well, yeah, I try to like bring some ideas, but I have to find a balance, right? Like this team already has its identity, you know. It's been quite a roller coaster for me as well this year. You know, first up with Heroic, and then I did my own thing on Night Pulse where I had a lot to say. Then I traveled with OG, then with a new potential secret roster that didn't end up, you know, being confirmed. But you know, so there's like a lot of different rosters I've played on, and it's just about finding balance. Yeah, like there's definitely moments where I like push too much for my ideas right now, and there's also other people like don't trust me enough, I think. But overall, we're improving a lot, right? Everybody's really happy playing together, and it's going well.
Yeah, I can definitely tell. I mean, now that you mention it, you've been in a lot of different, I guess, teams this year, and that can be frustrating as a player. But is there something that you feel like you took away from the season overall? Is there something like that made you grow, or that you realized with Dota or team-wise, anything that, you know, you really took away from all these experiences you had with different players?
Yeah, I like the last like 6 months, I've grown so much. Like you know, from going to heroic roster, you know, the stuff with Parker, then playing with Yuma for a week, and then like having to make my, you know, like do my own thing with Niples. I was able to like implement a lot of ideas I learned, but I could also like push for my own ideas. You know, yeah, I've been able to like learn so much about like how team functions. You know, like how to, you know, help people, how to motivate people as well. You know, I've done a lot of different things the last couple months. Now I'm just, you know, still trying to like find my, you know, the perfect balance of like what I should do in this team, but you know, it's going in the right direction.
Yeah,
that certainly seems like it, man.
Glad to hear it. It's looking really good with SRs right now. I think this is. I mean, I don't want to jinx you, but it's looking good compared to other games I've looked at with SR in the, you know, the past 6 months. So good luck.
Of course, yeah. It's been looking good. I hope you guys keep it going. Obviously, you know, NA fanboy myself, and I know you fanboy too.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have American citizenship, you know, and I'm representing America, you know.
we have a North American on Shopify Rebellion. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, hey, thank you so much for joining us, Devi. It's been a pleasure, and keep it rolling, man. Hope to see you do well tomorrow.
Thanks.
All right. That's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful. I guess, you know, him mentioning like how much has changed in 6 months, to come out of like basically hopping from like a new team like month to month and say like I learned a lot, and I feel like I've had a positive change out of it, like has got to be good, because I think you've been in that same situation where you kind of like jump around rosters and you're not really sure what's going on. To come out of that with like a positive experience has got to be a gift for him.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think it's very easy to get demoralized when, you know, the circumstances change on the daily almost. You're gonna have this feeling that, you know, I don't have this place that I belong to, or like I can really start growing and like really like compounding or training in. And I think in some sense I feel like he's taking it as a positive. He can learn a lot of things from different people and different teams, and then as long as you don't give up, it's gonna pay off in the end, right? Now I think he has the perfect approach to that. I feel like he's not a quitter in this sense. You know, he's been around the scene for a long time, but he hasn't been in tier 1 as long, and I feel like it's getting better and better for him every year. So
absolutely, a ton of personal growth. That's what we love to see. All right, Dota players, better at Dota and better at being people. You know, that's the exact kind of stuff we want to see, and we get some more of it too, guys. That's not the last game for us. We get to see some more China Dota here, the Occult Brothers versus Edge, coming up after this break. So guys, there's more Dota on the way. Stick around. We'll be back right after this break.
it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. I'm lost in the shadows. Tell me what can I do? 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Dream League Season 26. It's Math and Hanskin here, and, I already got my wish today, all right? I wished for a North American victory, and damn it, I got it. So, Hanskin, what's your wish for today?
Good question. Just great series, I don't know. Boring
Amen, amen. A great series of Dota that we can get between the Occult Brothers and Edge. Now, these guys, I don't know. I feel like we've seen a lot of this kind of sort of Edge roster. We've seen a lot of Pike. I believe this was from Team Waska originally that we had seen a lot of him. So then we also saw Vitaly, a great Blink initiator. But now Michael Udomi coming in here with DPMS as coach still, again, as with Waska. So I don't know. It's kind of familiar. But I think this Edge team, the biggest thing that you and I saw was that they're aggressive. And they just like blink up wherever they can. They do not care. They're going to try to beat you in pure skill.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're going to see, the classics, right? SA a bit more risk-taking style of Dota, and Yakult's going to be more... I mean, they have emo, so maybe not the most structured, but yeah. I think in some ways this matchup between these two teams are like these are two teams based off sort of the outcasts of the region, right? And I think
I agree with that.
Yeah, and I mean Yakult are kind of updated version of old IG, which was super duper good back in like 2020 season, right? But, I think they have a lot to prove right now. I think they haven't been on top of Chinese or international play for a while. These guys, obviously, they're really known. And for Edge, it's more like you have these guys that are somewhat known. They haven't really pulled through in international play. And yeah, one of those guys are PP, indeed.
Right in there. Beautiful segue here. Yeah, I mean, Pippi, he's had a lot of, we talk about the slightly unknown from the region. It's just because, like, there's so much competition in these core slots when it comes to South America as well. I think about, like, from the mid lane, Dark Mago is one of the most, like, premier mid laners that you see. So you kind of got to, like, ball up on that guy in order to kind of make your name. Same with Pike, at that time, we had Bakaz and we had Parker who were getting a lot of face time. And you have to be on that level. So I don't think it necessarily means that these players are worse, but like, man, you got to perform to get in that spotlight.
Yeah, you do. And I mean, it's always with these, like, because SA has always been like a qualifier region, right? You don't really have this household name that's just going to be invited to every single land like you have in, Falcons in MENA or SR used to be in NA. I think you really have to prove yourself every single day if you and I even get to these lands. And so it's always a bit of a tough road for yourself if you want to get experience, and we've seen a lot of these guys show up and do well, but what we're waiting for is kind of like, what is the moment going to be like, or when is the moment going to be where they just pummel through and get like a top 3 in a solid tournament?
Yeah, and that is really where it comes to. You're like getting to the lower bracket finals, right? Like that's whenever you're like, okay, this team is real. These guys have managed to champion the whole way through, whether that was making it through upper bracket or like kind of beating so many teams in that lower bracket run. Like once you finally made it at least to lower bracket, then you're kind of solidified as like, we are a good team.
Yep.
And we're also looking at the Occult Brothers here. Of course, they already have a 1-1 on board as well. Took that to Navi Jr. Kind of looks like 2 stomps in a row for either side there. But they did manage to get their win there with the Morphlane and the Silencer. So some pretty meta heroes, well. But yeah, they got a Centaur though in there. That's a hero that you and I both like. I want to say like 1 out of 3 drafts are always like, man, it looks like a really good Centaur game here. Like, nobody ever picks it. So it looks like these guys, they not only picked, but also got a dub on it.
There's like 2 players I think about when I think about Centaur. It's Ace and XXS. And if those guys aren't playing it, then I feel like nobody is.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, we saw, so like back in that time, Saberlight would get picked on Shopify. He would get picked Centaur like first pick because his like the laning stage was always good for him. They would like sack him. They'd pick it first pick. He'd get like 8 counters and they'd still be able to solo the lane. So it's a very weird hero. It fits a few niches, but you can see here for emo. Another hero like this is somebody that we've actually seen a lot in the regions across the board. Very dominant mid laner, stylistic. Unfortunately, we don't have the Void Spirit in pull right now, else we might see some dancing going on in the mid lane.
I mean, he actually did play it earlier today, I think.
Oh, he did? Oh, that's me. I knew that, and I was making a good segue into his other series.
That was the 24 pick Void Spirit into a puck, and they got destroyed. I mean, the Void Spirit got destroyed.
Oh man, that is not. I mean, I can kind of see why.
Yeah, I mean, this hero has
Ags
been
on Void Spirit is kind of good, but I think the rest of it sounds awful.
Yeah, I feel like it sounds kind of good on paper, but then it's like a 1.5 second silence or something, and then you're like,
Yeah,
shit, why am I the zero?
Yeah, I get it. Like I've seen, obviously, we've had TA2000 had picked the Void Spirit and carry. I think there is a world where, like, on 24 picks, you can see a Void Spirit, but boy, in the puck, you are asking a lot.
It is. I mean, it was good when Universal was kind of overtuned the numbers, but then I feel like they
super damage
needs a rework, which is a shame for Emo because that's one of his better heroes. But obviously, I feel like when he came into the scene 4 or 5 years back, he was known for his Ember and his Storm and all of these things. And then he had a stint where he played carry more. And I don't know. I want to see old Emo back, do crazy things and just be backed up by Oli and Baboka, which are very competent supports. So I feel like they have potential, but they just need to grind it out and they need to prove themselves to be better than these other teams like Tidebound and Extreme.
Is Edge at the Team Liquid facility?
Yeah, it did look like it, right?
Yeah, unless they have some very confusing branding going on. I'm pretty sure that's where they're at.
Wonder if they are Liquid there. Not sure actually. Their bootcamp.
I don't know.
Because they don't have Mickey with them, right? So maybe they're there by themselves.
Maybe.
All right.
Oh, so a lot of the Chinese teams are at the Liquid facility. Oh, that's very nice of them. That's cool that they get to do that. But one thing, so in this matchup, we see if they're willing to take risks like that on Yakult Brothers in the draft. I think something that we didn't get to see in those graphics is DPMS. I have a lot of faith in him as a coach. I think every time I've talked to him, he seems so collected. And one of the things that he kind of wants to preach is the discipline of this team, how they can be a little bit more reserved, still play aggressively, but not necessarily where they put themselves at risk. And that's not only in the game, of course, that is also in the draft, kind of nailing somebody down and be like, you will not pick Broodmother into Tide. You will play the Ursa like a good boy, Like, sometimes you gotta have a coach that kind of puts that into people.
Yeah, I mean, it's easier said than done as well. It's important, but it's hard to find a balance. And I think if you have a guy that can instill that into a team, like, I guess similar to what Astini is doing, right? I feel like he's doing a really good job. And I think DPMS is definitely a contender to be the second guy next to him from that region that, really makes a difference in a team. Because sometimes it's hard to measure how valuable or non-valuable a coach can be, but I feel like I'm with you on that. Every team he's been on has been looking much better than without him.
It's a good comparison. I think we could see him go the Astini route where even if his teams don't necessarily find success right away, like he will, just because I feel like South America is like the hyperbolic time chamber of coaching. Like you're in there and sometimes it'll take a while for you to get up and going, but once you are, rosters are changing all the time, and you're like forced to think dynamically about the game and not necessarily center around like a certain few players that you're playing with.
True.
I love this. I think this is one of the only other heroes versus the AA that kind of makes sense. The Medusa's already banned. The only other two heroes with some sort of health swap mechanic would be the Weaver and the TB, and I'd like to see some more Weaver carry, but I don't think we're going to get that anytime soon.
Yeah. I mean, people have tried it. It doesn't look amazing, not going to lie.
No. It looks really good still as a support sometimes, but not carry.
I was thinking about this before. So the AA, I see everybody's trying to do like the TB now and the Dusa, like you mentioned, like this health, that things that don't have interactions with the Ice Blast, basically, like you don't get shattered. But in a sense, I feel like AA still offers what AA wants to offer. You know what I mean? Like he removes strength right now. He adds damage amp. He's a pretty solid laner. He has a good shard. It's everything. Like he can buy all these items, Glimmer, Force, Solar, whatever you want. And in some ways, I feel like shouldn't the appropriate answer to an AA be like a Tusk or a Ringmaster more so than like a Force?
A jumper.
Yeah,
a
or
jumper
like
or save.
even somebody that hides the hero. You know what I mean? Like the Ringmaster or the Tusk Snowball.
Yeah, no, I get
But
that.
I mean, I definitely not against the TB.
It doesn't seem like the end all be all, like people are trying it for.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It makes sense. It's good and all, but I feel like you have to be really good with TB to be able to pick TB this early in the game. And sometimes I feel like people pick it earlier than they should for their team. I feel like if you're Power Vision, then go ahead, right? But I feel like not every team is Power Vision.
Oh, I think that's true. They do get the tiny. This is something else that'll help.
Yeah.
Something that's able to jump that guy. A little bit of flex. I think the only weird thing is, like, again, you're not Paravision. This TB probably isn't going to a 4-roll, so you already know this is a double core flex. At some point, Nicole Brothers, you just have to be satisfied with your support duo versus these 2 cores. They go for the Sand King, plenty of overwhelming damage, plus the stun, plus the AA reducing all that healing. So I feel like they've got a good, strong team fight start here for the Occult Brothers.
Yeah, it looks really strong. I mean, Sand King plus AA, it's probably the best combo with AA, right? I can't think of anything better right now in Dota. And then you've got
it used to be like a Mars, right? But this is so much overwhelming damage that
just
the control of the Mars isn't as good.
And then you got the Shaman on top as well, which is, for me, he's one of the better 4 heroes right now.
Absolutely. And look at the anti-hero that they have. They have the AA, so you're no longer picking these like high heal, potentially cheesy heroes like a Huskar or anything. Then you have this Shaman, no pucks, no storms. There are so many mid heroes completely out of this pool right now. Honestly, I think this has to be tiny mid now. I don't think you have another choice.
Yeah, I would think so as well. Then you have another tough pick here to make, because you're picking blind. You don't see the core.
Oh, you have no idea, and honestly, if you don't pick a support here, your Cult Brothers know where these heroes are going, and they can wallop you in the mid lane. I mean, Monkey King's still in pool. Could be spooky.
I guess you just go for the Warlock then, or something like that. Pure Edge.
Oh. Do you need something... do you need a different pause for? Yeah, okay, I was about to say. I like the Hex up. They're doing their own kind of anti-hero. Now nobody wants to pick the Storm Spirit, the Ember Spirit. I like that. I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah, it makes sense. It kind of fits the bill for what they need. But in a way, I feel like Lion is an inferior version of Shaman right now. It's hard to say.
Ooh, you were so far up on this Lion Hero too just a few months ago. You were like, this Lion Hero better than Shadow Demon. The pause 4.
What can I say? I'm into the chicken man right now.
He's a good man. I mean, his laning stage has gotten so wild with this like right-click hex. It is so weird. Then he's kind of the better version of what we used to see with Rubik Sand King, right? You'd have this lockdown, a little bit of nuke. Like, he does that, but better now.
Yeah. No, definitely. Also, the Aghanims upgrade is pretty cool on Shaman and stuff. You can farm well. I mean, Shinkyu, he did a Aghanims Rush Shaman earlier today. Not our series, but the series before that, and it looked pretty good. So I wonder if Baboke is gonna think about the same.
Yeah, maybe. It works well. Looks like, okay, I like this ban on the Monkey King. I think that could have shredded the lineup as is, even with the AA in pool.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of dancing, a lot of like just raw laning stage potential. Now this Edge team, like, they've got some good lockdown. They've got some damage. They've got some physical damage too if they go this TB carry. They've got a lot of bits and pieces. What hero piece is it all together for them?
For Edge?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you have to be looking at a pipe right now, right? On somebody.
Okay.
And I don't know if there's a better carry for them compared to, compared to what they already have, like the Tiny or the TB. They could run the TB offlane in Tiny 1, but then what's your mid? I'm not sure. It would have been the Monkey, right? So I don't see anything else. So
that's a great point. So Vitaly, as I know him, is a blink stunner. Like, that's what he wants to do. And I was in my head, I was like, okay, it's got to be Tiny 2 or 1, but actually, I wouldn't mind them being Tiny 3, TB 1. I think more realistically, though, I would like this to be TB in the off lane, since you said you need a pipe builder. He does well with that. Also can sunder your AA target. And then Tiny in the mid lane. I don't think there's many better matchups out there, even though the lane is probably going to get worked versus the Ember.
Yeah, it's hard, right? I think this AA screws you over so many heroes over.
Maybe it's possible that you get yourself a good mid matchup, but right now your Cult Brothers are looking for some carry that makes it just impossible. And hey, that hero should not be around right now. I feel like that's a good hero.
That is a nasty draft, actually, from Jackal Brothers.
Oh,
I mean, because AA sometimes his weakness can be the laning stage, like you can get run over by certain heroes and stuff, but Prophet is just so solid.
They just have like the best hero in each role. I feel like every one of these are making an argument for like top of class.
Yeah,
and I mean, you've got to do something wild in this last.
It's not only that, right? It also makes sense together. That's the thing. I feel like if you're Sanking, what do you want on your team? You want Warlock or AA? If you're Ember, what do you want? You want Warlock or AA? All right, cool. If you're Prophet, what do you want? You want stuns. You know? If you're Rasta, what do you want? You want tier 1 pressure and somebody that can farm stacks. Because you might have a worse laning phase. Like, I feel like everybody has their best buddy in this game as well.
This has to be a miracle, an absolute miracle of a pick. I don't know if it exists.
Shaker. Mid Shaker then, right? Is
that a miracle?
No, it has to be mid, yeah.
It is. Okay, on one hand, I love the 2-3 style of draft. You have these like a 3-2 style draft. You have like these 3 super strong cores, front line, just jumping right in. In this one though, I don't know which one of your heroes really wants to get initiated on. I mean, Pyke, hopefully he's going for the Snatch Resist build. He could be someone that gets started on. They use the Sunder to kind of keep him alive afterwards. There's a lot of moving pieces, but it definitely could work. And then they have these 2 supports, pretty strong on the backside, right, with a lot of lockdown, a lot of damage even coming out from this Jakiro. I see a world where this draft does come out on top, but I have to cope so much compared to a Nature's Prophet, Ember, Sand King, Tricore, with 2 of the best supports in the game behind them. I just cannot ever convince myself that you beat this lineup. Any team, I don't care who the team matchups are. I think this draft is enough to overwhelm anybody.
Yeah, I mean, if we were disregarding all of the supports in this game, I would be like, all right, Edge, you gave them a lot of good heroes, but then you can play like, I can see it. You got this Shaker, he can pop off, whatever. But I think you have this Rasta AA on top. They're so strong, and I feel like compared to the Lion and the Jakiro, I feel like the Yakult supports are going to scale so much better. They're going to be so much stronger once the game goes later. And I think, but in some sense, I think this is Edge in a comfortable position, right? They can, because they, in some terms, they need to play faster and they need to take over the game. And I feel like if there's like they love to play cat, not mouse, if you know what I mean. And
yeah, no, that's true.
So I think if they have to play fast and win this game through that, I think that's better for them compared to trying to outscale and be smarter, if you know what I mean.
Like the 65-year-old mid player apparently, with his sponsor tag being 1965. He's an old man out there playing mid lane.
That's awesome.
This is good representation of the Dota scene. Looks like this is a spooky one actually. That's sometimes a hard smoke to make, like even up the high ground. Obviously if they broke, I think they would have just backed away, but there is like, it's possible Sand King stun, maybe like a right click stun from the Shaman. Like it's still a spooky go up there.
Yeah. In some ways, I feel like teams haven't really figured out the best level 1 patterns yet, because everyone is doing it so differently now compared to before the map change.
So there's also just like the stand on the high ground and pray.
Look at that AA. Orb of Venom AA. That is crazy.
Holy moly.
I mean, everyone is shitting on this item, Nobody's buying it.
It's the can't miss with Venom, right? Like that's what people really are doing so far, and well done there. Whenever you're hexed, you can still pick up a rune, not whenever you are stunned. And it looks like, oh, Baboka. Holy moly, how did he know? Map hacks on?
I don't know. Actually.
Oh,
I guess
I see.
I guess it was
Watcher, so that's how they saw.
Yeah. All right.
And those are critical camps actually for the Sand King. People have loved to stack those, kind of enable his game that way. And AA, one of the best stackers in the game right now.
Yep. It's funny how the offlane changed so much based on the fact that there's 2 camps there compared to 1. Free kind of showed everybody that Sand King and Darkseer are imba now because you can't lose lane. You can always do 50-50 at the worst, or even if you're jungling, you're 60-40.
I think that's something that's going to change. I know that like whenever that existed in the mid lane, right, where there were the two camps that were side, so there was no losing the mid lane. You would always just go back and farm the small camp that was right next to you, and you would have to go back and block it like that. So I think the devs quite often are like, we don't want you to play the game like that. We want you to play the lane.
Kind of reminds me of when I played with Kyle, you know, Iron Talon, off lane meta, jungle level 1.
Yeah. Oh, Yodomi. Yeah, you know, I felt the lag. I saw it there. And yeah, there is a Sand King. What's the radius on that? Is it close? I know the level 1 stuff is not large.
No, it's not close. It's like he's like halfway there.
He is slowed, but his move speed is a tight 234 right now. Sand King is somehow even slower thanks to the tree throw. Yeah. Might actually.
That number is pumping though.
That's true. So it's a downtime for 3 seconds. Cooldown of 9. Rough. 6 second downtime. I mean, so far this is I don't know. The blood grenade is wearing out. He could be a liver in this one.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably gonna survive, but is he happy though? Is the question. He's not gonna enter his lane for a long time.
You're laning into a Sand King and an AA. Nobody's happy.
There's an Iceman covering the ramp, and you're not entering. There's an Iceman with poison. Yo,
he's so sad. Oh, fly, picking up the first blood, going for the TP level 2. That is entirely off of crisp laning CS. That first wave, making sure that there were no denials from this TB, or I guess only one.
Damn, he got poisoned by the Iceman, dude.
Yeah, actually, how did he get that? That has to be in like lane control, because there's actually 2 denies on the Lion. There's 1 deny on the TB. I'm actually surprised he got such a quick level 2.
No, it's just because they pushed the first wave, right? Somehow I didn't really catch it, but the wave was pushing, so that means the creeps just die faster, right?
That's true, that's true.
Oh, Baboka's here. Not gonna... Actually, this is huge. PP doesn't get the bottle, so...
Yeah.
Slight
He
harass.
has to run back. Emo is about to have at least 1 wave.
I mean, he gets the bottle, but he's not gonna have any charges, so that's rough, actually.
Emo is about to take control here. And Baboka, he's just like allowed to do this. So the Sand King, he's still getting CS. That's really surprising, actually.
As long as Sand King is getting XP, I feel like they're gonna be happy. That's really what you need. Like at this point, he could always go back to the jungle if he had to, so. I mean, he's taking around mid, he's de-warding as well.
Good God.
They really try to
He's just getting dual lane mid.
Yeah.
They're dual laning the old man. That's rough. No respect for the elders.
This is... They're gonna kill him, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he's just walking. It feels like he's just like...
Chains?
He's just accepted his fate. Oh no. The root into another root, and Baboka, he's just dual laning it, and it's working. Emo getting himself another kill now, and it's just very good. Even popping all these creeps beyond, he's getting everything that he wants from this lane, and he's only, he's by himself.
It actually shows a lot of game understanding from Baboka's side, understanding, when he can leave and when he cannot, and then of course getting that kill also served for profit. It's actually, in some sense, winning every single lane for his team right now.
There it is, root into the root, the cold feet should connect there. All that it's showing now, though, is that they have the damage, and Emo, he's allowed to keep spamming like that.
Is he gonna stick around for this rune as well? Yeah, stacking first, and yeah, no rune at minute 4 either for PP.
I feel like as a Jakiro, you've got to feel a little insecure right now. The other support is going into the mid lane, ruining your mid laner's game. What are you doing that's really getting this value back?
I mean, you have 2 options,
I don't know
right?
that he's getting a ton.
Yeah, one of them is either you contest this camp right now, like this camp is farming right now, or you're following the AA around to the mid lane, right?
Yeah. Thankfully, he did get a pull. I mean, that's something that's good, getting the shared resources. Your carry gets a free wave, you get a small camp. Like, that's not the worst way to make this work, but you can take farm away from the Sand King, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like the pull matters too much if Sand King's not there anyway. Like,
that's true. Yeah.
I mean, you're getting 2 small creeps, basically. But you're not denying anything away from the Sand King because he was not going to contest it anyway, so...
This is entirely, like, Baboka, them winning this for the first 5 minutes has been entirely him. He de-warded the small camp. He rotated into the mid lane, and he's making everything work for his team. Where I don't think it should have been this easy.
Too. Yeah.
Oh my lord, yeah.
It is popping off big time. If you want to learn how to play Pos 4, you can watch Baboka right now. This very game.
Pos 4 AA. I know the AA is very good, but we don't often see it on the Pos 4 just because of how fragile it is, and you don't really need a ton of gold. There's Udomi. Kind of pumping forward, but yeah, this is a dangerous move. There's a lot of people around here. He does get the tree away, and Fly, he's chasing for this one. Emo should come over to help get the kill here. Udomi, oh, he already has the tango going, but the tree and chasing him down. I don't know if Fly is able to get the kill here. There it is, another one.
Oh, missed.
Oh, the miss uphill. Oh, the tree and finally getting the kill. So Fly, I mean, he chased around a while. Do we count that as space whenever the Natures can just go ahead and TP wherever he wants now?
I mean, it took him quite some time, right? But
I guess, yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Holy moly! Did they stack stuns at all? No, okay. Pippi.
Game is actually recovered right now.
I know, right? Now he's got the net worth advantage. Now Beyond, though, he's about to start getting some good gold, all right? Getting this hard stack. Then he might actually be able to help contest for that Wisdom Rune. A very common move we've seen is going over as the Radiant mid laner to help contest this. I don't think he can do it right now. And in fact, Ollie, on the other side, this is where they go. Perfectly acceptable right now, honestly. If you are your Cult Brothers, this means that the mid is not on your Wisdom Rune.
Oh, no.
Now, if they get Emo, this could be pretty good. They have the Hex, a little bit more damage, but the jump in from the Sand King Vitaly, he's taken too much. There is no Sunder on the board. He'll go down. Now with that kill, they get the ulti from Sand King. They'll take down Pippi as well. Pyke, this is a carry. He showed up. He's out of here. It's 3 gone. An Edge. They just went way too far, and now he's got to fight for his life on this Wisdom Rune, and I think it's going to be his life. Fly, getting the Wisdom. This is a beautiful move from the Occult Brothers. I mean, this is a bait. I don't know if you want to save this guy.
No.
Jakiro already gone.
More TPs.
They are, and Beyond, he is low. This is somebody you can maybe get here. They had the vision already down. That fissure was off the mark, but the avalanche was not. Now, looking at Emo, a little bit more damage here. Pyke, he has a tree throw, but that's going to be it for him. Not enough damage.
God damn.
Oh. Huh.
Well, PP got involved, but the real winner out of all of this has to be Fly and Jackals, right?
Yeah.
Double Wisdom.
I think so. I definitely think so. I feel like him getting 1 Wisdom plus those kills already is way too much. This was a really aggressive move. They were trying to do it with a catapult, and like this part of it worked out, right? It's everything that happened afterwards that was a bit of a disaster.
Yeah. And you know who enjoyed this all more than anybody, probably?
Okay.
Baboka. He's almost level 6 right now. Minute 8. All this time while they were fighting up top, he was sitting bottom, making more stacks, getting XP, soul XP for himself. You know, that's the benefit of having so many stacks for the Sand King early on. He's so high level, he feels like he can respond to this move. Like minute 6:30 into the game. You know, look at him, he's level 7, minute 7. It's a lot.
That's a lot.
He's out-leveling his mid-hero by 1 full level. You know, the mid-hero that got like the super treatment.
Oh, they really wish they could have gotten this Emo kill. I mean, they already brought in Pyke. Him getting the kill on the Sand King was definitely good, but this team has such good early item timings. They're already up 2,000 net worth. Thankfully, this time at least, they'll get some rest. It's Emo not able to get the root there.
Beyond is so fun in the Sand King as well. Like, this is why this hero is so powerful. Like, why we see all these tier 1 teams just first pick this hero all the time.
Yep.
So easy to enable, and if you just get a Warlock or an AA as well, then yeah.
Oh my god. Well, there's the AA.
Yeah.
Easy kill there.
Level 9 on Beyond. God damn.
They
what
lost
do you do
2
about
Wisdom
this?
Runes, right? So like,
It's true.
You do not have the levels.
That is true. And we did mention as well, Warlock, Jakiro and the Lion, they need to be the ones bringing the pace, because they don't have the skill.
Yeah. And they're not completely ulti dependent, but like whenever you're missing damage this early on, these level 6s matter a lot. You can see in the mid lane here, they do have Ice Path, but it's just not enough. They'll have to echo only this Shaman, getting the kill there for Yudomi. Meanwhile, on the other side, it is going to be a TB trying to push out this lane. Firefly actually taking a lot of damage. There's nobody really around to help Vitali get the work done.
Yeah. I mean, they had the idea earlier, they just weren't strong enough, right? They didn't have the echo when they went for this tier 1 dive. And well, it looks like there's gonna be a tower trade then.
Yeah. Looks like with the catapult coming down, this should be more than enough to take the tower.
Oh, they want to kill this.
Meanwhile, they don't want to trade. They want to try to get both. This tower, it should die, but they're not putting the illusions on it. Fortify up, yeah, just not committing right now on edge. They're running away from this, and this means that there'll be an early tower plus still some space up here for your Colt brothers.
Pretty smart not showing the Sand King here as well. They have absolutely no idea we're beyond this right now.
He does have the Blink Dagger, so he's allowed to kind of show off map. As soon as somebody shows, that's when it is important for him. But honestly, like, not showing when you have a blink could sometimes just be as dangerous. Knowing the enemy team can't show on the waves. Like this guy, it's a little bit dangerous right now. Think they kill him? Oh, Lord. Doesn't pop the Sunder, huh? Well, unfortunate for him, he does go down. I don't think he was able to see the Sand King. Now, Michael, he will get away just barely. 5-5 TPing in to help out. Right, so far it was fine enough disengage after the TB went down, but Emo, he's getting some stacks for himself. They see everything that's been made for Edge, and he's just going to take it for himself. Oh, no. Oh, the Sand King's going to get in here and take the Ancients as well. Yeah, they have to TP in.
You almost have to stop this, but I don't know if you're ready.
No, I don't think so. I think if he finishes that TP there, he just becomes another victim of the battle. You're not able to fight it, and now you Colt brothers, they're floating a 4 or 5k net worth lead so early on in this game. Baboka and AA, a dastardly duo that I think if any team watches this game back, I don't think you hand that over to him.
All right, so you need the Blink Dagger for PP. It's not so far away, and then I think it's go time, right? Maybe the pipe for Vitali, but it's gonna take a while for him to get it. He's still, you know, far away from that. So it's a matter of the supports and the PP, but they don't have the sixes on the supports. No Finger, no Macropyre. It's not easy to burst people, right? Like, even if you echo the Ember, he's not necessarily gonna die. Unless it's like on a creep wave or something.
Yeah, you kind of need Finger of Death as well, and he's about to get the Mage Slayer to make things even harder. This is just a symptom of not getting the Wisdom Rune at 7. It can honestly be a doom like this. If you lose both Wisdoms, you're probably losing the map state, and you're just not going to have anywhere to farm. So now you have to wait for the second Wisdom Rune to come up before you finally get your ult on the support.
Yeah. And while they're waiting for it, you know, they're going to flash farm on Yakult. Sand King and Furion, you know, they're not going to slow down at all.
Getting so much. Not even really like TPing around to Ancients. He's just kind of like farming all the camps in front of him, allowing Beyond to kind of like be a bit more aggressive to farm. They're trying to run at this guy. Echo takes a few of the waves as well, and they'll get the kill. So Bippy getting the kill on a very farmed Sand King, but Fly TPing on in. Senses some danger, and gonna get the TP away. No, beautiful route there from Emo with the DD. They'll at least get one, but beautiful trade there from Edge, of course. They'll take that any day.
Really nice TP from PP there. If it wasn't for that, you know, he had to get out immediately, and that's exactly what he did. So really nice job. They also opened the top tower thanks to Vitali at the same time, so signs of life here.
Yeah, definitely going well. That's a huge net worth swing for them as well, coming back into their favor. So we have the pipe coming. You said in the draft specifically they need a pipe builder, especially versus this AA. So step 1, but step 2 is not going to be losing your Earthshaker. I think that might actually not be on the list.
Probably not. I mean, yeah, it's rough. Like, where is it gonna farm, right?
Oh no! I know where your Colt brothers are gonna farm. They're gonna farm right under the tier 2 here. of Edge. Gets out one last macro. It'll be the last thing he does before death there. At least it'll clear the wave, hopefully keeping them off the tower for a while here. But Yakult brothers, they just feel so damn strong under tier 2 tower with no response whatsoever.
Yep, the pipe is finished now though, so I feel like it has to be time to go soon, right? Because I feel like sitting back and farming and dodging here, it's not gonna cut it. You're gonna get so outscaled. Like, not just outfarmed, but also outscaled. Oh, they found Pyke.
Oh, there it is. Ice Blast connecting, and Pyke, no amount of status resist is going to save you from that one. Maybe even 100% wouldn't have been enough, but they still get the kill. Michael going down as well. Now Beyond jumping in with his ulti. Yadomi trying to be somewhat of a frontliner for his TB. Does manage to back away for a second, but there's so much damage out of this Yakult brothers lineup. They have to back away. And that's going to be a 6,000 net worth lead so far. Nature's able to get involved and get on out to farm some more.
Yeah, and now you might as well just go back and kill the Stormy, right? If you're Yakult, and then you don't need to fight him anymore. You saw this pipe, you saw the Shaker Dagger, you can dodge them for a little bit. Wait your cooldowns if you want, but...
You're about to get a ton of objectives. Like pretty much anything you want here, right? You can get yourself that Tormentor, maybe even get yourself a Roach here soon, just with how much damage you have on your team, but Beyond. Sitting and waiting with that Blink Dagger. No ulti though, should be fine.
Looks like they're gonna give up to Tormy, Yakult, which...
They don't want to play into the Blink Echo. I mean, I feel like Pippi, he's been 10 since he's gotten this Blink Dagger, and he has not gotten his second level yet. He's still waiting a while.
Yep. Nobody's going for the Tormy, actually, so... Actually works out perfectly for Yakult here.
Yeah, they're just keep on farming it up. Mjolnir already completed here for the Nature's Prophet, so getting even more farming capabilities from him. This Terror Blade, I feel like you've got some damage on your team, but you might need some more. You want to see him go for something like a Manta and then go into a carry build, or just keep on beefing up?
No, I think he can go for the Orchid if you want. Just go for the Orchid. Oh, Michael.
Ooh. Lord, Michael, yeah, he's just dead. That is so much. What? Does he just not have armor? Oh, no, actually, he doesn't.
No.
Oh, no armor on him. I've never seen somebody pop like that. Good lord. Oh, dude, and he's got the Syrian Signet. I think that is so fun to pick up on Maelstrom builders because it does proc.
That's true.
Any burn. Now on the other side, you're free to use these wards against a tower only. Pyke, of course, not the best clear of these sneaks. You can try to follow the tower and get the last hits, but even his attack speed is a little bit low for that.
I mean, you can feel for Edge at this moment, right? You can tell with the builds that they have, they want to fight right now. They really want to make it happen. But the problem is they don't have any way of leveraging it, like they don't have a way to just go up into a tower and hit it, right? They're not at that strength yet. They don't have the tools.
Yeah.
So really, they're gonna have to like smoke and find some random pickoff. And YB, they're just playing around it perfectly, right? They're just controlling the map, making sure that they play around the Ember and the Prophet's map pressure, and then for Edge it's so hard because I feel Yakults, they have to understand as well. Oh, there's a pipe TB. This guy's not scaling. Let's just not give him the perfect fight, right? Let's just take the fights that we want, and you know. The smokes are gonna look like this a lot of the time for Edge. You see, the smoke, it's so hard to make it happen, like, because you're kind of shooting in the blind. You don't know, you have no idea to realize where Yakults are because you don't have any pressure on the map, really.
Yeah, I feel like this is a little bit like the second smoke I think that we've seen.
Yep.
Oh, got it back out of that one. Yeah, second smoke that we've seen, that they try to get a kill at this Echo, it just hasn't happened. I'd like to think that this eventually benefits Edge because they should have a tally pushing waves on the other side. If you're completely dodging the smoke, then something's going to happen. But somehow you're smoking like this and all the waves are still in on your side of the map. Blink Echo finally connects here. A little bit of a stack there on the stuns, but the Finger of Death will take him down anyways. A lot of ults used for one boy, but hey, you know, that's almost 900 gold.
Yeah, I mean, you'll take it, right, if you're Edge. The problem is it doesn't really change the status quo of the game. Like, they still didn't get the Tormy, and there's no towers to claim from this, so... Because I feel like if you're this TB, right, it has to feel really bad what's happening. Like, you get this pipe and then you cannot create any single scenario to fight.
Looks like they are doing a lot of damage to Torm. Should be fine. Giving that shard over to Baboka. That, damn, he earned it, but whew, that is a good shard.
The Leipner Baboka soon.
Good God. He's a solo killing machine. I don't think he even needs Beyond's help here. He just, Borderline gets the kill anyways. Oh my, yeah, that 36 damage, that was the, he doesn't get the kill without that. Good God. I mean, this is just a masterclass
He's almost overtaking Emo, you know, in terms of farm.
Oh, dude, he's actually so far. It's not even like, yeah, sure. Everybody here in this little section is about the same amount of farm, but Fly is just completely eclipsing everyone.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. Getting schooled by AA in the lane, and then he's also out-farming you.
And the whole time, like, these items that you're getting on Nicole Brothers feel so much higher impact. Like this Gleipnir, the Blink Ags, like with your net worth, it feels so much more solidified. Whereas with Edge, you need items both to enable your own heroes, but still respond to the draft that your Cult Brothers have given to you. They don't have to worry about that. Your Cult Brothers is building their own stuff and they're happy. They don't have to respond to anything on the Edge's side.
Exactly. I mean, kind of all you need is just to be tankier, survive the echo, and then you're Gucci, right? And I mean, if you can do both with a Gleipnir, it's actually hilarious. I don't think I've ever seen a minute 20 Gleipnir on AA support before.
Right? I've seen it maybe on some AA mids.
Sure. Some dandy AA.
This has got to be one of the records. Has to be, especially on support, but probably of all time. Gleipnir AA. Now they get a smoke up. They're able to scout with this Treant. Not a whole lot that's going to kill it. And there it is. Just an easy jump stun. Finding this Jakiro. And nobody's going to be able to save this guy. So Yudomi goes down. Another kill for Emo. And this one, it was pretty close to the Roach Pit. It looks like Fly, he wants to get it going, even without that crit stick.
Yeah, for sure they're going to have enough damage. What can Edge get in response? I mean, doesn't look like much, right?
I don't know if they're going to get a Torm. It is on the opposite side, of course, but they're not really grouping up for it.
YB already took it, right?
Oh, no, they did, yeah.
So yeah, Aegis on Emo, looks like.
Looks like.
So now he's gonna... He can do whatever he wants now for the next 5 minutes.
It's not the difference between these two mids.
Yeah, and we're getting to the point now, right? If you're Edge, if you use an Echo and don't get like a significant kill or something, then your map is completely screwed, because then this Ember is gonna run you over with the, you know, everybody else, and Fly is just gonna take all your towers. So you need to be, not only do you need to like speed up the game if you Edge, but you need to do it, like you need to be really precise about it, because if you screw up, then you might not have any tier 2s afterwards, even in just 2 minutes.
I think that's the thing with their read. Their read on this right now is like, we just got to take it late. We cannot fight into them. They're farming complete, like 3 heroes on this top side of the map. Nobody's even trying to get into the jungle. Like, they want to farm this one out. Do you believe in their scaling at all on this one?
I mean, I want to say yes, but my brain tells me no, right? I feel like just a Jakiro and the Lion, they just offer way little compared to the AA and the Shaman later on in the game. If they can get an Axe on the Jakiro or something, sure, but then
it's like
for me, it's like how do you get there, right?
Yeah, like Lion at 100% power and then Lion at 99% power. It's just Blink Dagger. It doesn't matter what other 4 items are in the inventory slot or whatever. It's just Blink Dagger. So at that point, you've kind of eclipsed like your value until maybe you're getting like an Eon Disc or something. Some things that are cool, but definitely not like game defining. Same kind of with the Jakiro. I feel like you have some good items. I think maybe your Ags is good in this game, but yeah, it's Glimmer. Like Glimmer is where you're finally like you're able to cast a few more spells, you're a little bit tankier. But I don't think that the rest of the items really mattered that much to you compared to, you know, this AA who has Gleipnir now.
Right.
I don't know what else he's able to get, but I feel like everything with an AoE bonus feels pretty good for you.
And the same story for the TB, right? He's gonna have a Pipe and Hurricane Pike, and then It's like Baboka is gonna look at him and he's like, I'm gonna solo kill you, man. Like,
right? He needs so much. I think at this point on the TB, you just hope that you have 2 farmed as hell carries. I don't know how you find the map space for it though. Like, how does this guy pull up out of the jungle with Manta Daedalus after the start that he had here? I just don't see it.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be clutch as hell, that's for sure.
Yeah, and you've got to find so much farm. Split the map somehow versus a Nature's Prophet. He's dominating right now in this game. I think the only silver lining here is that they did use snakes on a tier 2 tower, which means they won't go high ground.
Fair. But yeah, the goal it just keeps on building. They actually see Fly on this obs top, so that would be amazing if they can get him.
Would. Smoked up. TPing away. You gotta jump now. They get him. He has the BKB, and there is no Aegis on him. Avalanche toss, echo it up, just send the whole thing. Use the kitchen sink, and they get the kill. Fly, that is damn near 1,500 gold going the way of Edge. That is exactly what they needed.
Yeah, I don't think it could have gotten a better situation out of this, you know, with the Aegis on Ember as well. So, like, he couldn't have gotten anything better for giving up tier 2 than this.
They may not even get that ward because honestly, look at where everybody is playing. It is natural to assume that a Nature's Prophet would be farming those Ancients up on the top side of the map, which is almost exactly where they jumped to. I don't think they're even going to get that D ward.
No, probably not.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. If Emo walks in the vicinity, I guess he'll get it. Yeah, they're just trying to push everybody back out.
Kinda. It's like, surely there was a ward here.
I guess they missed it. Really well done there on the warding. And I guess, what is the Tiny going to get out of that one? Because Tiny was the one who got a lot of that net worth.
Probably just his BKB, right? I would assume.
I think that's definitely the way to go. I think your BKB being able to just like sit and hit matters so much in this game. There's so much just like stuff on the ground, plus not getting like Shaman full duration stunned. You kind of need it.
Yeah, just way too much damage as well if you don't have it.
Yeah. I mean, I like the Tiny scaling in this one. Theoretically, he's going to have a good amount of armor against Fly, but Fly already ahead of the game, going for the magic crit and the Revenant Scrooge, so kind of bypassing the armor of this TB of this Tiny anyways.
Yeah. I think the Revenant Scrooge is always kind of the item you want into a Tiny and a TB. The downside is sometimes when you're playing into a TB carry, he's going to have a very fast Battlefly, and then sometimes you regret the Brooch, but with Tiny that's not really the case as often. Like the Tiny, you can get Butterfly, but it's going to be way later, usually.
I mean, we talked about the slot issue on Nature's Prophet before, right? You don't have any AoE farming unless you have the Mjolnir. Gotta have a BKB. Definitely need a Hurricane Bike this game. So you already have 4 slots getting used. Satanic and Butterfly are both on the market for you. You won't have a way to pierce evasion, but I don't think you get a Butterfly. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, brother. Okay, he's just super dead. That did force out a BKB. Honest to God, that might be worth.
He actually got the shrine actually, so
okay.
Worth.
Shrine and BKB, my hero, but oh no, they jump through, stun, trying to get out on this TB, but he doesn't get the Sunder off. Emo is just a monster, gets a double kill out of this one. I didn't think they could go high ground, but with 3 dead, maybe they test the waters.
Yeah, I mean, poke it a little bit. They're gonna have the Shaman wards as well if they want to drop them, so yeah, definitely go poke it a little bit, right?
Man, just a beautiful timing there from Emo. Using the double runes, had one bottle, just used it immediately as he got another one. And there are the snakes. Honestly, TB, the only one who can go up and clear these. So Ollie, good heads up play here to just drop them.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It ended up being like what? 2/5 of tower damage?
Yeah, something like that. So not bad.
Yeah, I mean, for Shamanal, if you can guarantee you're getting 40% of a tower every time you drop it, that's not bad odds.
Yeah. The map is looking really comfortable for Yakult. I mean, Fly is farming everything, and the others are controlling the triangle. So
really
Looks
not
like he's
much.
going for full mobility, man. He's going for a blink dagger, then a harpoon.
I think it makes sense. He already has like a decent amount of damage. It's kind of a similar story to what we saw Ame dealing with the Prophet last game, right? You have a gyring as a Prophet. Tiny is kind of similar. If you can't get on top of the Prophet, you're not going to win the man fight. So I think that's what it comes down to. And also, he's gonna be strong enough to kill the supports, regardless if he has one more damage item or not.
Yeah, I mean the Shaman will be a little bit weirder just because of the foul play, but AA should be a candidate for murder. And what they doing over there? They're just trying to find somebody that's farming around here.
I guess so, yeah.
There's absolutely not a Tormentor down there. That just spawned top as they were going through.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
All they don't want to defend their tier 2, it seems, as well, so.
If they're just trying to make a calculated move, this is the best that they can get out of it. I mean, will they get this tier 1?
They want to see if Emo is going to respond to that bottom wave or fly.
They got 4 points, yeah. Finally, they get somebody here for the TP in. I believe that is a Nature's Prophet. Went in on Yodomi. Does not have a 4-stat just yet, so he's going to try to get the wave cleared. And with his macro, he might get it. That means the rest of his team able to go bottom, but there it is. Blink ulti here. Can somebody save this Earthshaker? I don't think so. A beautiful ulti there from Beyond, getting the kill. And yeah, might even take this tower.
I don't know, Michael.
Oh, there it is. Good blink away. Beautiful.
Top tower has fallen.
I think that was started fine for the Jakiro. You're willing to trade that for people to come back to you, but unfortunately he is kind of the combo breaker on his team. Lion doesn't want to get that close. Jakiro is the only one who has that range to kind of like stay away but also save, so it means they kind of left him out on an island on Pippi.
Vitaly on his TV, I mean, Pipe, Hurricane, Pike, and BKB.
Yeah, I mean, he's
some damage,
got the
I guess,
foundation
but
for a good hero, right? We just need like some oomph in there. Right now, he lives. I don't even know if he's doing that well.
yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess he could maybe save Pike on Tiny, and that would be his impact.
Yeah.
Okay,
Man.
time to
I
smoke.
feel like this is a high-quality butterfly game for anybody who can afford it. I don't think that anybody can.
At this rate, Baboka is gonna afford it for anyone on Edge.
The Gleipnir butterfly. AA coming to your pub soon. He's going for Hex now, and he's just monumental control from his team. And he still is killable, though. You need to see him, right? Like, there's absolutely no reason for him to show risky at any point in this game. He can toss his spells from miles and miles away, and he has no desire to get closer. Makes used. Thankfully, at least Jakiro helps to clear these pretty well. But once again, going to be about 40% gone. Oh, Shaman does get gone on first. Looks like the Ember Spirit forced the BKB TP away. So once again, the Occult Brothers are trading away some life for some tower damage and the Roshan.
Yeah, actually, it's very important that Emo BKB's there. So not be greedy about it.
I know think about no snakes here. Can you fight this?
Nah, there's no way they're in time, right?
No, definitely not.
They're gonna try it anyway.
Nobody told Pippi that though. Oh, he thought he hit someone. Okay.
Like Edge, they smoked to Roche area and then circled back to the triangle, found the Shaman eventually, and then they run back to Roche, and it's like it's hard. You're not gonna catch up if you don't find kills, but you're not gonna find kills unless you put map pressure
if you
somehow.
don't catch up. Oh.
Oh, right.
Oh my god. They're like full dodge. 3 ninja gears. Just like try and find us. It's hide and seek out here.
It is indeed.
All right, now they're trying to get some. It's amazing that they're able to walk out of the base with a Nature's Prophet Aegis and having a 19k net worth lead. But they have a pretty good idea that most people on Nicole Brothers, they are sitting bottom right now. Yeah, he's got the Wrath of Nature's Quota. He's just firing on all cylinders.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Yakult are coming, and Edge has a fairly good setup here.
I mean, Vitali, it's hard to get started on him first. Pike, he's going to see the Ember come in first. There he goes. Another Remnant right on top of Yodomi. He tosses out an Ice Pass and a Macro Pyre in 2 different directions. He's going to be the sole benefactor of that Ice Blast. Does get the Sunder off of Vitali. They get the kill on Emo. That's really good for them. Now Fly sitting into the trees. That may be your house, but it could be your grave if you're not careful. Vitali finally getting locked up here. He'll lose his own gem as well. That was not the worst. It wasn't great. It wasn't the worst thing, though, here for Edge to at least get a kill on the Ember.
Yeah, at least you get him. But now you don't have any cooldowns, right? You don't have the meta, you don't have the Echo. And I mean, Emo definitely a little bit overzealous, but yeah. Now you have to deal with the Prophet without your cooldowns, and...
It's hard. I think this is where Tiny, you gotta have somebody else who's still playing in front of you. He's not a good first target still for his team, especially not with the Terrorblade up, right? Maybe with Sunder, you're able to play a bit more forward. They're gonna try here. He's got the grab, but there is the Force Staff away. Even getting the BKB, it's really nice, but you've already gotten the mid-racks. For all that your Paul brothers care, they got what they came for.
Can they finish it melee though? Not sure. That was a really clutch Force Staff nonetheless.
Oh, wait. There we go. There we go. And this a beautiful job from Emo, honestly. I know that eventually some bad things happen, but he's really dancing in these fights. Oh, that Echo. I didn't realize that Echo also clipped Fly, but you can feel the lack of damage that we have from this Tiny. Just like really not able to face up against Fly. He's force staffing in super aggressive. He just doesn't care. He still has this panic.
I mean, they understand right away, like PP and Pike, they need to get out of there as soon as the Echo is spent.
I feel like this is going to provide an avenue for the Tiny to become a real boy in this game. With no Butterfly and Fly, Tiny can rely on raw physical output in order to still kill this Nature's Prophet. Doesn't have many armor items as well. He's relying on just base armor. Yo, throw a Daedalus on this Tiny.
It's true.
I think he carries this.
Yeah, you can potentially pop this Prophet, but yeah, you're gonna have to deal with everybody else. But that's a good start, at least.
Yeah.
Oh, they're looking for the jump onto Kira here, though. Oh, they're actually in trouble.
Oh God. Yep. Times 3 health. Times 3 damage.
Nerf it, Ice Frog.
Oh my goodness. Already. They could get themselves another Rax here, dropping the snakes as well. TB Illusion's gonna have to go to work here, trying to kill, well, basically everything. But I don't know if he's gonna get the chance.
It's actually so obnoxious when you think about it. Sorry, Prophet and Shaman. It's like you need to. It's like some cookie clicker game mode, you know?
Yeah. Oh, they're still looking. They want something, but I mean,
they need to place a ward and then you need to get a jump. But you know, you can see that YB's experience is showing. They're taking the proper halving all the time, and they're moving as a unit. Well, this is a huge...
His instincts are showing. There it is. Blink, Echo, give that man some damage, and Pike, he gets the kill. Fly. You know, that should have been safe, but really well done there from Edge. They just move exactly where they need to. That's 2,000 gold injected right into their team.
That's a Daedalus for him. He wouldn't have had it otherwise, so...
Oh, no.
He can TP out.
Well, he can.
Oh, he's baiting.
Well, he should. Well, he might. Oh, they want to take this fight into the Axe Macro Pyre of this Jakiro. Maybe this is a fight. Pike gets himself one more kill. Beyond, he's showing now. Your team is not around here. Trying to turn around with the ulti, but no, the damage is here. Slap him up and Edge. We are so back.
We're so back. I mean, do they have to do this though on YB? I don't know. Like, you lost. You
don't
lost
understand. They had to take that fight without their Nature's Prophet.
I mean, Pyke is getting strong now with the Daedalus picked up as well. He's gonna get so much more gold. Like, this map is clear for another minute at least.
Now, we've seen this win graph before, okay? There was a jump up, but unfortunately the last game we didn't see the full comeback, okay? Edge, they're still down 14,000 net worth. What's step 2?
Kill Emo. Oh, they're scared.
Kill, okay.
Wait, he's going?
I gotta wait for the BKBs, right?
Isn't this crazy?
Oh, how did
2 arrows dead?
This? It
Yo,
should be
Edge.
crazy.
I feel like Edge.
Nope.
Alright.
Step 2, sacrifice Jakiro to the gods.
Sacrifice him. Get 25 on Tiny. Get that double avalanche. Or the double toss, rather, I mean.
Yeah. Double toss can sometimes feel insignificant, but like the amount of like lockdown essentially that it provides to be able to toss someone up 2 times while beating their ass is like, it's pretty good.
Sounds like you have experience of that.
Not on the right side of it. I'm looking down as I fall to the fucking sky 2 times in a row. Big ass tree guy just beating me up.
That fucking tree guy.
I hate that tree guy. No,
no,
not the tree guys. There's so many tree guys in this game. They're all awful.
There's way too many tree guys.
Where? Oh, yo, TB. Okay, TB's kind of getting thick too. Like, okay, so Tiny, like, we already know. All right, this guy can hit. Add Vitali into the mix? Like, do we run out of damage at all in this Yakal Brothers lineup? You know, Pyke, tons of armor. Sand King is scaling with physical damage off of his Aghanim Scepter. So the raw armor of this Terrorblade, of this Tiny, you already have the pipe to kind of help out with the Sandstorm, with the Ice Blast damage.
Yeah.
Do we need some more pumping from this Ember Spirit? I feel like he's going to start to drop off a bit.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, the problem is still, I feel like Vitali doesn't have enough juice. Like, if he can get one more, like, if he gets 6 slotted, sure. But I feel like just this Revenant's Brooch with a Pyke, it's not going to be enough. But at some points, I'm with you. Like, they're going to get so much stronger. And right now, Pyke is he's making a case for himself. You've also got this 18 coming up on Jakiro, which is going to be amazing with the Ags, of course.
Yeah, he's got the grab and go build on Pyke. He got the grab in that harpoon. He's got the go and the blink dagger. So he's definitely able to get somebody if they show on this wave. Plus with this Aghanim Scepter on Jakiro, it's susceptibly a lot of damage. It's pure, so it hurts.
Yep. The matter it's gonna be a matter of like, can you get the first on? If you can, great. Then you're gonna you're gonna be able to chain these together, because there's no save for the dire side. You have 2 supports itemizing completely for themselves. That means no force staff, no glimmer.
This is big. Yakal Brothers, they feel the game slipping away a little bit. Now with this Bloodthorn, look at how quick this Roshan is about to fall, and they are nowhere close on Edge. They're gonna have to battle through Aegis on Fly. Your kit is great versus 1 life. I don't know how it scales into 2 lives of this Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, it's tough. The upside for them though is that if they get a fight around the Arax area bottom, that's like at least that's like a choke point for them, which is where you can use the Macropyre, the Echo. So that's great. They're gonna camp the Sub-Zero right now, but I wonder if YB is gonna... They're probably gonna be smarter than that, rather than to walk in right into the trap, right?
They've been very disciplined.
Yeah,
I
feel like
really doubt it.
Aside from the 2 pickups on Fly, it has been very, you know, by the book from them.
Pressure with Aghanim Scepter, with BKB, man. Emo, damn near unkillable. This is where Ice Path is going to come into play, because if you can land the Ice Path, there is a good amount of follow-up stun and damage. You could lock him down for that whole time.
It's true.
It's tense. Man, there's an Aegis and a cheese and a refresher on Yakal Brothers, but I still don't know. Obviously, it's their advantage right now. They got plenty of net worth, plenty of buybacks to make this happen no matter what, but I think Fly's build, this was made to end the game about 5 minutes ago. It's spooky now.
Yeah, they don't really want to go for the high ground at any point. Like they're trying to sniff them out on Edge, but Edge are not letting their presence be known.
Doing a good job of dodging, and now that these Terrorblade illusions are actually that big, they're starting to get these waves out a little bit more than usual. Finally getting some semblance of vision on the map.
Dire are scanning.
The hood of invisibility.
But they're still positioning very aggressively on you, Cole Brothers. Making sure if anybody steps out of line, Blink Hex will be right on the mark, ready for some nuke damage.
Here we go. YB grouping up.
He's going hard on Ember.
Interesting. I guess he just wants to be the super tank.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. He wants to be the combo breaker, making sure that nobody on edge can blink, right?
Yeah.
If you stop the blink on PP or Pyke, that's gonna be enough for your, everybody to survive. Oh, that's a perfect
okay,
jump.
they go after the AA here. Stun connects, they get the Finger of Death as well, but Pikey is locked in. They don't have any way to get him out of this one. With the BKB, he's not away. Now he uses the majority of his BKB to just be sprouted. They will kill Baboka finally, but it took way too damn long to get that done. Now they'll trade away for Yodomi here. And wait, they... was that? Is Aegis?
Yeah, Aegis is gone.
What?
That was the perfect jump from edge, honestly. Like, you can't get a better target than Baboka like that. But I guess they know...
believe that they got that trade. I mean, they didn't even use a buyback on anybody. This is a fragile push, but look at the Treants. The Treants maybe do all the work.
Oh, goddamn. I mean, meta is about to end, so I feel like with his heart on Emo, with the cheese as well, I feel like they're going to be really confident here with this push, even though they don't have Baboka.
You got to start taking out this banner somehow. This Blink Echo could be on the way here. He doesn't want to fissure. He doesn't want to make himself known.
They're going for Emo.
There it is.
Yep.
Blink, Echo in, toss up as well. Toss up again, but he got the cheese off. Now turning around in the midst of the Sand King ulti. There's too much damage. They'll lose Pyke. He does have a buyback here, but he might not want to use it. They already lost Megas. At this point, if his team can hold the base, he will not come back. Holy.
Damn. Is Emo going for this? He might.
I don't know. They are going to buy back on Pyke. He knows it's coming, but now they want to go back after the Nature's Prophet. Get him. Toss once. Pyke beating around. Toss again. They get the kill on Fly, but it costs him a buyback. Chasing after more. Ollie. They break him. They get the kill. Another one down, but they don't get this Ember. They don't get the Sand King. The two cores live for your Colt Brothers, and they got Megas.
Yeah, I mean, they have a chance. They're still in the game, but they had to use buyback on Pyke, and they don't have, the Megas is lost, so... it was clutch. It was close. They almost killed Emo,
Yeah.
But they got the cheese off, of course, and with the heart as well.
Your Megas push won't be really good until you get 25 on Jakiro. Then at least you have like 2 or 3 heroes that you can kind of hold back depending on what their ulti status is.
Yeah.
Now, they see
this is really scary for Pyke. He doesn't have buyback, keep in mind.
Oh, grab and go went on the backside. He actually found the Sand King. They have a sentry down, tossing him up, trying to get the beats down, and they get him. No! He's able to jump away. Tree throw at the last second. It crits, and they get the kill. Now on the other side, they're trying to find Emo here. He's gone around on the backside, trying to find this Earthshaker, but he can't do it. Yeah, it's quite weird.
All right. Okay, so they only get
a kill on the SK. We like that.
And buyback on Ollie, so yeah.
Huh.
For a second, I thought they were gonna get the jump on a Tiny and potentially buyback on Fly, ending the game. Edge, they bring the heat when they need to.
Well, they would. Oh, that is so much gold. All right, that was like 500 apiece. So you're looking at a good 2,000 gold. He just got.
That's like a kill on Fly, in terms of gold.
Yeah, honestly. Just completely undone. Now at 40,000 net, and that's close to as 6 slot as you can get on the Nature's Prophet. Has a refresher that he can backpack. Maybe he buys out his Ags. But that's enough for a full Ags and the Moon Shard. Of course, he wants to save his buyback though. A reliable person. So he's just gonna go for the full
refresher. Okay. But what does it drop? I guess nothing for now?
No, it's probably like TP back to base, refresh your BKB and Satanic, and then TP back in.
Yeah, probably.
Looks like they are going to try and take the Tormentor. I don't think many people are without shards. This one might be a gold. Let's see. Maybe Ember? No. Oh, wow, really?
That was the only one, yeah.
That's a good amount of damage for him. That's still a very valuable shard, so him getting that kind of opens up everything else for him. You can see the net worth here still. Fly is the majority of the lead right now, so that's why there's been so much just thrown on him, since that's where a lot of the net of Colt Brothers is lying, but still so many formidable opponents right now. This Ember, he's thick. He moves around a lot. Impossible to lock down this Ember, even with just, you know, lowest net worth core. Feels like he's sometimes the highest damage core even.
It is true. Hex onto Maboka as well. Holy shit. Hex and Shadowblade on Maboka.
Jesus. He's such a valuable kill. And it's kind of up to Pyke, right? Like, he needs to be the one that's going on these supports. He almost wants to kill both of them. One of them has a built-in Eon Disc, and you have no nullifier. Vitaly is better at sitting and hitting from behind. His Butterfly could change things for them, making him another opponent that's very hard to kill. You basically be Tiny at that point.
This is... Okay, they're not gonna spot each other.
So, drops a ward on the backside here. Saw Beyond.
They can kill him for sure. Pyke has so much damage.
But the DD wore out. And Pippi died? No, they're going on somebody else anyways here. Trying to get the toss up, needed to back out, so the toss can be only on the Sand King here. Pop the BKB, but he's already gone. Now Emo sitting in on top of Michael, and Michael trying to get out here, blinking a few, but it's getting canceled by the burn. He will finally go down, so they lose two. Trade away for the Sand King, but the Sand King has no buyback, so worth?
Yeah, kind of. I feel like they should definitely be able to hold here for Edge. With the PP buyback at least.
Yeah.
But YB, they're gonna try to force it.
These treants are big. Now the attack speed slow from the Jakiro maybe helps out, but he can't stand too far in.
And he's kind of a scared push.
Looks like they find the Tiny here. Somebody needs to come over and help him, get him out, and maybe even thunder him, but on the other side, somebody needs to save your TB. Nobody does, and he just goes. Now the Echo coming through from PP. It's like it healed them for a second there. Finally on top of the Shadow Shaman, they are going to get a kill. Now Fly, stuck in the center of it all. Already used the BKB, trying to get the TB away from this one, but the stun, it's there. They get the kill on Fly again. They fortify their base. They still have one to look at. And Maboka, too much damage for him maybe. The grab and go from Pyke gets the kill. Now Emo, he could be in danger here. Stun connects. Avalanche now too. Emo trying to get the damage reduction from him, but the Hex up Michael. Can he keep him on lock? Edge! They are alive. They have everybody available, and they still have a base to think about.
I feel like every time for YB, they're missing a hero and they still go for the play, right? And it's, this time it's no different. I mean, Edge has used all their buybacks pretty much, but
they do.
But they hold. They stay in the game. They reclaim a lot of gold.
And this was a huge start. This is where you say, like, this is what started this lopsided fight. Now, Emo did get a kill on Michael here. So it was a 2-for-1 trade that they wanted to go high ground with, but I think the issue was committing to the high ground so heavily. Could this be?
For sure. That's triple buyback. You kind of need to just get out here if you fly, right? But they end up, you know, trying to fight it out, realizing too late they have to get out, and that you don't have your BKB to get out with the TP, and yeah, signs of life for sure. And also PP surviving here is so clutch, dude. 50 HP.
I didn't realize.
He also sets this kill up, you know. See? Look at this.
Yeah. 50% cooldown reduction on Echo is a wild talent.
Yeah, it is.
The fact that he was like, I saw him use Echo and I was like, that's a really like weird way to use your high cooldown, but you know, it's 30 seconds. It literally does not matter.
Yeah. Oh no, Maboka, another freebie potentially.
I mean, the Shadowblade is actually putting in work. They know that Pyke is around as well. He should be safe. What they really want is Roche. It's up right now. But with everybody up still from your Colt Brothers and you have no buybacks, you need a pickoff.
The problem for Edge, of course, is that they have to leave a hero behind in the base all the time. So they're gonna be missing this damage from Jadomi all the time. Like his Ag's Macropyre is not gonna be used in a fight, at least not outside the base, and in that sense, it's gonna leave them with, you know, probably giving up to Roche. They can't afford to stay out on the map for long, so.
I think we're nearing like somebody needs a dig, maybe. I think probably Lion.
Yeah.
But once again, this is going to be Aegis, Cheese, Refresher. Going the way of Cult Brothers. This is what Megas gets you, all right? You may not have taken their Ancient yet, but you'll certainly be able to take Roche again. There's very few buybacks available right now on this Edge team as well, so only two, Jakiro and the Tiny.
Well, can they push though? Because Pyke does have his buyback available once more. Of course, PP doesn't. But yeah, I feel like we haven't seen a proper 5 versus 5 for Yakult yet, right? Or at least for a long time.
It's been a while.
It's kind of the reason why Edge are still in this game to some extent. I mean, obviously they've been clutching it a fair bit too, but
oh yeah,
Daedalus on Emo.
I think that's something that I think we've needed for a bit now. We've needed some extra damage sources, I think. But at this point, you do have a Butterfly on Vitali. He's got Butterfly, Scotty, plus the Revenant Spruce. There's no part of this guy that is an offlaner anymore. It does mean they got rid of the pipe. Maybe that's up to the Jakiro to buy now.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, he's got Travels 2 on Jakiro, actually. That is funny.
Yeah, I mean... So was that the best use of 4,000 gold? Maybe the best use of like 2,500 gold for the first one, but bots too?
He's in trouble.
Done. He is one of the heroes with buyback here. Gonna get Hex Stop dead. He doesn't care all that much. Probably cares a little bit still.
Okay, so the plan for YB is to send an Emo.
Basically,
and create chaos, yeah.
Looks like they already buy back on Yodomi here. Using Metamorphosis. I don't think they have a lockdown Nemo just yet. Yeah, the Ice Path doesn't really connect. The macro in a weird spot as well. This isn't the best start that we've seen for Edge in their team fights. And now they even dropped the banner. Everybody's just starting to focus down this Ancient, but that's going to be the first life here of Emo. Still banner around. You gotta somehow deal with that. Your base is falling. They get the Ice Blast on Tiny. He's one of the other ones with buyback, still trying to turn around and get the hits, but there's so much flying around from Cult Brothers. No fortification left here. Fly will hit the Ancient and take game number 1. It was hard fought from them and almost slipped through their fingers, but they hold on at the end and get a game 1 victory.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't clean from Yakults, but they were able to overcome in the end. A lot of small mistakes, you know, taking fights, missing a hero. But overall, they played apart from the last, let's say, 15 minutes, this was a really good game, very clean. Baboka super on this early game. I think, if anything, they crushed this early game, but they made it last way longer than it had to be, right? And obviously, props to Edge for, you know, staying in the game while it was looking grim. It wasn't easy. We saw so many smokes from them not paying off. It was so hard. Like, it's almost an impossible equation for the most part of the game. But they were able to stay composed and make it interesting.
Somehow, you managed to give, again, maybe the best hero on every single position in the game right now. One of them being a Grandmaster hero for Emo, one of the best that he plays. And you were able to take this game pretty far, almost grabbing this one away. I still think there needs to be draft adjustments for Edge, but at the very least, you can at least hold dear to this and say, like, we were able to play. Make a few adjustments, and this game could absolutely be ours, but on the Cult Brothers side, like, good God, you don't need to change much. Sure, these fights got weird at the end, but for the rest of the game, you were just flat out dominant.
Yeah, for sure. I think they understood their strategy real well on Yakult, but just a bit of overzealousness in some parts of the game. You know, when they lost their Sand King, they didn't have to force a fight, or that when they lost Fly, they also didn't have to force a fight, but they decided to anyway. Maybe a bit of, I don't want to say underestimate, but a bit cocky, I guess. They for sure understood that they were in control of this game for the longest time. They kept so much discipline, but they lapsed in certain moments. But yeah, I agree with you. I think there needs to be draft adjustments to some extent. But Edge, they have shown that they can definitely put up a fight. Oh, yeah. So if they fix the drafts, I think the next game is going to be way more competitive.
Oh boy, I sure hope we get more competitive than the 56-minute game here. I know that it didn't always feel like it was close, but man, towards the end, I was coping it up, man. We had the Butterfly on TB, they had a lot of physical protection, but that Aegis plus all the buybacks, you know, it's just way too much in favor. And man, Firefly played a very good game. I think his build kind of put them a little bit like a a scary spot where it didn't scale as much as if you were to go for, you know, a butterfly and a crit, right? Because this was raw, just like physical attack damage. There were not really any attack modifiers on this one outside of maybe hitting somebody with a Bloodthorn, and they don't dispel it. No. That was a lot. That was game one, guys. There's plenty of Dota left in this one, especially if it's a game like that. So we'll be right back after this break. Stick around. There's more Dota right around the corner. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Dream League Season 26. We had one hell of a Game 1 here, and we'll hope that Game 2 can stand up just as well. Hanskin, which one of the best heroes in Dota 2 would you take out of the Occult Brothers lineup to make it easier for you?
All of them?
I feel like every one of these at some point created huge issues for this Edge lineup. I mean, hell, the first 5 to 10 minutes were entirely won from Baboka. You have Nature's Prophet ends up carrying the game. Emo was crazy out there, and Ollie and Beyond were just a bastion of control in this game. It's so hard to play against this. I'm astonished that this actually went near 60 minutes.
Yeah, I agree. I think their lineup is absolutely bonkers. I don't think you can get much better than this, honestly. And the fact that it went so long is partially based on the fact that Edge was really clutch in finding these moments that they needed, and also lack of discipline to some extent on Jackals.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess lapse of judgment is a better way to put it, because I felt like they were actually disciplined for the most of the map. Like they didn't walk into any like obvious high ground wards or choke points or anything like this, but they just decided to fight when they had a key hero missing, and that's why the game went longer than it had to.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is lack of discipline, unfortunately. Like, you have one guy down. It is a decision that you make, right? Like, we do or we don't. Which is unfortunate, because he said, like, the rest of the game is damn near flawless. I feel like only 2 or 3 times they ended up taking the fight without somebody there. They really didn't have to. Again, I think there was some pressure on them because a lot of their item builds were a little bit more early centric, and it's why they had such a big league, but it also meant that like at some point it could fall apart. So I think they felt a little bit of pressure to try to just like get that end early. We are going to be coming back to a different draft, at least for everybody. It's going to be first pick this time for Edge, and it's going to be Radiant for the Occult Brothers. So I think it was first pick, right, for the Occult Brothers last time.
Yeah, it was. That was the first pick, AA. So
yeah.
I hope it's either going to be... I hope for Edge to get an AA or a TA or something, but I don't think that Yakult is going to give it to them. I feel like we're past the point of like, you give up an AA to insta-pick a TB or a Medusa. I feel like it doesn't solve it at all. Like, it doesn't... Sure, it's good on paper, but it doesn't solve the hero. It doesn't stop him from doing what he wants to do. He doesn't stop providing all the damage amp and the vision and the laning stage because you have a hero that is good on paper against him. So I think you need to, if you want to beat these heroes like the TA, like the AA, like the Prophet, you need to think way more than just hero matchups. You need to think about macro. What are you going to actually do in the game to beat this guy? Like, how are you going to move? What do you need? Like, it's not just one step. A one-step solution. It takes many steps, and you need to think it all through and practice it. And this is why these heroes are so good. Yeah.
I think that like similar is when you think about like Faceless Void, right? Like sometimes you think about like individual matchups, but in reality, you probably need to just get something that takes Roshan well, has a good early game pressure lineup, can get into the Roshan pit and take it. So I think that that's the way that people need to start thinking about it. Maybe it's Slardar, man. Maybe it's just getting something that can go into the pit, take a Roshan for you, and then like who cares? You get Ice Blast, come back with a second life and it'll all be okay.
Yeah, I think one of the struggles that the AA used to have in Dota is like a lot of units like Broodmother, Lycan, etc. Beastmaster with the Dominator build, but I feel like even though they buffed the Dominator, it's not that scary to play against, right? And it's hard to say exactly why, but I think a part of it at least comes down to the fact that every hero is literally stronger based on the fact that you have neutral items and stuff. So that these neutral creeps are not as overpowering as they used to be. So if you take away that weakness, as long as you get AA, you combine it with stuns, you're gonna have a way to deal with the spirits, and then AA's weakness, it's hard to find it. So
you can see DPMS having a good time already up there with the rest of the team. I mean, Edge not in a great spot right now. That was their third loss so far. Looking at something that they can round out the day with a victory, keep themselves from going over. The Occult Brothers as well, they were 1-1, so they just solidified 2-1. They'll at least be even on the day, hoping to get themselves up into a top spot here in Group B.
I kind of like this BB for them. The EA's out as well, so... but they got the Prophet. I mean...
Well, who has the higher win rate? Nature's Prophet or Bristleback?
Do you have the answer? I don't know.
Oh, I have the answer, buddy.
Alright. Well, Prophet.
You have fallen for my trap. That win that we just saw on Nature's Prophet was the first win in this tournament.
God damn.
He has lost on Paravision, Extreme, BetBoom, Navi, Avalis, and Liquid. That was the first time he has won for 6 games. Bristleback, 7 games, 71% win percentage. I believe that is 5 or 7. So much better right now on the Bristol. AA is also no joke in the same boat, 5 for 7 right there, and Darkseer as well. So a lot of these first, like sometimes we'll see these top picked and banned heroes, like maybe one of them is fake. The only one that seems to be fake is also the Sand King. He is 2 for 10. It was also one of the wins that we saw. So, maybe your Cult Brothers actually beat the odds by winning last game for some of the worst win rate heroes apparently in this tournament.
That would be hilarious if that was the case.
Apparently, I'm looking through this and the first win, the second win for Sand King. What was the other one that I said was insane? I mean, AA is clearly just too good. Nothing can stop that guy.
In this combo that they have right now, again for Yakult, Furion with Rasta, it's so nasty. Like you got this insane pickup potential around the map, and then when you're pushing, you got this Treant and the Rasta word, so there's so much to deal with. I feel like it makes a ton of sense, this combination. It also enables the Rasta to be 5 position when you have this Prophet carry. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe it's a shit hero, Prophet. Or
maybe looking to get its second win of the tournament. Shadow Shaman's also been pretty good. He's got 16 games. A lot of people are letting this hero through. Still at a 62% win rate, so clearly still very good there. And you can see there. 17 picks now. I didn't refresh. What can you do?
Most picked hero, right? Out of the tournament.
Yes, so far. He and Reenmaster are both up there.
Yeah. That makes sense.
But Bristle and AA are leading in terms of the games and win rate right now. They're doing very, very good. I got the Pango. I tell you what, no AA in pool. I'm looking at a melee matchup in the mid lane. I like a Monkey King here. It does show that the Natures is definitely going to carry though.
Yeah, but still, I feel like the Monkey is such a good hero. I don't think... I mean, I get what you're saying. You're kind of giving the 24 to your offlane then 100%, or you lose some flex, or like you don't get the 1 and 2. But
they don't care about flex. They go for the silencer.
That's a really good silencer pick into all these heroes. The global is super deadly, and the Arcane Curse as well.
We need somebody to find this silencer. You cannot allow him to run free this game. I will say though, this is a bit of a fragile lineup for the Occult Brothers. Now they are pretty invincible when the silence comes out, but after that, none of these heroes likes getting initiated on first.
That is true. But who's going to be the initiator?
Do something with overwhelming clap. Yeah, you have to get something that like maybe Tiny blink have a toss, and then you're like, okay, but then Pango is offlane, right? And it's not unheard of in the SA region, but I don't know if you have to force that now.
No, you can Tiny carry again if you want to. That's fine.
Oh yeah. I guess you could also go for a support and just like keep this flex. But what support likes playing with the silencer though? I know it is. Ogre Magi. You can feed 20 times a game, doesn't matter, you will never lose intelligence.
You literally cannot get done, I guess.
Alright, whatever. Go for the real pick, sure.
I mean, they can still get the Ogre. It's not over.
They can still, nobody's gonna ban Ogre on 21-22, huh?
Isn't it funny?
It's something that's like quick.
Isn't it funny that Ogre, which is the hero that has the lowest intelligence in Dota, learns spell the fastest in Dota?
True. Got that learning curve. It's a weird one. I mean, there's so many different heroes like that. It feels like of all of the heroes that went through those drastic changes, it's like the Medusa came out like way on top, and Ogre kind of is unheard of. I mean, even Huskar is a lot more valued than the Ogre.
True. Dazzle had its moments as well.
Yeah, I love the ban here. Something that is like an ungoable hero in the Abaddon. I'd be okay with Tide. I'd be okay.
Yeah, Tide is good.
Maybe even with like a Primal.
Radiant
Tide makes sense. He might go for a Centaur as well.
You know, actually, I think that, to me, the Jakiro pick is maybe even telegraphing an Underlord. I saw a really cool Pause 5 on Alliance who would always pick this Jakiro into Underlords. Every time you portal in, you drop Macro Ice Path on top of it. It was pretty good.
Wonder who that was. Seems like a smart guy.
Did you, okay, so whenever you were picking that, was that the only reason that you were doing that, was just for the Underlord stuff, or did you genuinely like playing the Jakiro?
Nah, I just like Jakiro. It's a fun hero.
Yeah.
And also you kill sentries fast, which is nice.
Ah, there it is. The D-warding. He is. I mean, I think AA might still be one of the better D-warders, because like going on AA could be instant death, but
yeah,
Jakiro, yeah, it's still pretty good. Completely changed the Clockwork matchup too.
I wonder what Yadomi is gonna play here, because there's no obvious great ones. I hope they don't go for Lion again, but I could see them do it. I mean, it would make sense, but I feel like the hero, it offers a bit too little right now, current state of the game.
Agree. Maybe this is a Pango Pause or a Bristle Pause 5. You know, they're going for a core. I guess I joke, but that is something that people have at least, you know, theory crafted a bit. I don't think there'd better be a Timber on the enemy team for you to swap that Bristle back to a Pause 5. And that might actually be the other one. Oh, they banned Sen. I don't know. I actually think that, okay, there we go. So they're protecting themselves versus the Timber Saw by going for the Gyrocopter. A lot of magical damage that kind of takes it to the Timber in the laning stage. But damn, it still looks kind of good.
Wait, so they're just gonna flex the Gyro 5 or 1?
Oh, I see. So if they go Timber, Gyro is carry, you slap the Bristle on support. If you go for something else, maybe it's just Gyro support, rock that Tiny or Bristle or on the carry.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense.
Okay. That is a lot of flex. Do you think they flex too hard? Because I've seen lineups where they want to keep this like 4x flex going. In reality, should have just picked a solid lineup to run with.
Yeah, I mean, all of a sudden one guy picks the wrong hero and then it's...
True.
No, because like if... Wait. Everything changes, right? So if Gyro is 1, then BB is 5, Tiny mid, Pango off.
Yeah.
But if Tiny is 1, then Gyro is 5, Pango mid, Bristle off. Okay.
Yeah. Or Bristle carry.
Cuddle mid.
Yep. Oh! Give me that Gyro. You know, he builds Disperser. I'm okay with that. Still a hero that wants to just press BKB, press your E, and then you're doing that damage anyways. You don't necessarily need a BKB to hit. They're already giving it to Pippi in the mid lane, which I do like. I think there's some good assassination targets. It's a fine enough matchup versus the Storm Spirit. It is Vitaly in the off lane with that Pango. So the question is, there it is. Pause 5, Bristleback.
Let's go.
There we go. Damn, I really didn't think they would do it. I'm with it, you know? Like, you have a lot of physical damage on your team. This physical damage amp from all that goose stacks, like, I like it. You have a way that you can actually get goose stacks out while the silence is out. And I think one of the reasons that Silencer is so good into Bristleback most of the time is because he's constantly spamming those quills. As a Pause 5, you don't need to spam the quills. You're okay without it.
Yeah, I guess so. But the question is, like, what do you do in the game? If it helps you win top, I'm happy with it. But if not...
You've never been a Shadow Shaman running away from a Bristleback with 5 stacks of you, and it shows.
I mean, we're gonna see. I'm just scared for him, you know, into this storm. It's like... Pango, Bristle, Cobble running out of storm. It doesn't seem like it's gonna do a lot, so I have hopes up for this laning stage. Hopefully he's gonna snowball this top lane hard with the Gyro and they're gonna go for the Wisdom early on or something, like play really fast. That's what I want to see.
You wanna guess what the Medusa win rate is?
I would say it's really low, actually. Like
it's really low. Like it's really low.
10%.
Thank God it's not that bad. It's 28%. The hero's gotten 2 wins on 7 games. It's all right. It's not looking good. There's I believe there's been a lot more carry games of it though, so those are kind of getting into the mix and not winning. I think again, like we have 2 Chinese teams in this tournament. I genuinely think it is really hard to pick Medusa into them and guarantee you have a good game. There is so much Medusa cheese out in this world, and it feels like the China region is the only one that really like experiments with those heroes. Oh. You got a Oracle that could actually ball up on a Medusa if you really want to, because your E is only going to heal, but it'll take damage off of the mana shield. So like there are interesting ways to kind of counter from this, even just pause 5.
That is interesting indeed.
There's a lot out there. Of course, the ET is one of the biggest ones, but there it is. Pyke going for the afterburners. People have been torn on this one. I've seen both facets work well. I think this one is a little bit better versus the lineup that he sees here, because he just wants to stay on top of these heroes, and it is going to be another Hurricane Pyke game, I believe.
Yeah, I guess the moon speed is nice as well, playing into Dusa. You can't really man up into the Stone Gaze.
Yep.
So being able to just, you know, zigzag in these fights, it's going to help for sure.
Oh, they're going to find Baboka, but I also think Pango is one of the premier counters to the Medusa. I do not think this is a free game by any means. In fact, I would actually wager that this is outside of AM. This is the worst matchup.
Yeah, I can get behind that. Maybe Terrorblade as well, but Pango top 3 for sure.
Oh, double blood grenade. They definitely get that kill. They already saw the shield crash go out for Fatali here. But I don't think all that matters is that is
can they block him?
+1.
Block him, bro.
Oh no, he didn't do it. But he also missed the shield.
This is a super tough start for Vitaly. He can't even enter the first wave now, probably.
No, yeah. He does have a salve, so he's just going to try to like salve it up and go, but yeah, that
Alright, okay.
Borderline worst case scenario.
They're getting super bullied here. This is a tri-lane right now, by the way.
It is. He ends up going for the blinding light first.
They're actually committing to the tri-lane.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to get some XP, but they're just trying to chase him down right now. What's happening in the other lane? Are we getting any CS? Because if you even have gotten 1 CS on this Medusa, it's worth it. Oh, she's at 0. Not worth.
Yeah, I'm not.
Not worth.
Dude, what a time to be alive. Nature's Prophet trial lane.
4 for 4. Woo!
The Hex. I love this Hex when you hit them.
This is a wild game. He's gonna double up the mid lane. He's gonna bring it over. have another wave. We took this away from Pyke or from Fatali, so you could have it. Meanwhile, Beyond is actually getting chased.
Oh, easy right click.
Yeah, but now Yadomi gets to chase him down. This is by far the weirdest start to the laning stage we've had this entire tournament.
What the hell? I would rather have a Pango with no game than a Dusa with no game, though. That's for sure.
The raw power of your ulti, right? Just getting level 6 is so much more valuable.
What is happening right now with Michael? Still has these creeps. Where's he gonna take them?
He's bringing him over. He's got 2 creeps for his Pango. His Pango, who is still taking a lot of damage here. A little bit more. And there it is. +1 again. We have 4 heroes with CS in this game. 2 heroes just are not allowed to hit creeps. Oh, get the deny. Get on the board. Oh, man. Yeah, Coddle is the core? Question mark?
I guess.
I guess so far what really matters is the other lanes that this is going on. The Nature's Prophet has 11 denies. I think that is quite different than what we have with the Gyrocopter, only 5. So a little bit more XP going the way of the Medusa, at least, even if she isn't getting the CS necessarily. But at some point, you're going to get double nuke on the Pango, and he should be able to at least luck into some CS.
Yeah, I mean, he'll recover eventually. The question is, like, what is Prophet going to be able to achieve in the meantime, right?
Yeah. I feel like you're not allowed to get a range creep deny in that lane, but he got it.
Well, what is Yadomi going to do now? Well, one of the upsides of BB's support is that he's pretty good at trading, right? He's good at taking, fighting off the other supports. But if there's no support fighting him, then he's forced to run at a Storm. But can he realistically do anything to a Storm as a Bristle? You know?
I don't. Yeah. Stun or go home. You know, I don't think you take a slow to the Storm Spirit like that. He's gonna start fighting for the rune, but he doesn't want to fight right on top of the Storm Spirit. So this is kind of the issue with him.
Storm is like, thanks for the stick charges. You know?
Right? Yeah. I mean, he's gonna get a ton from this one. Yudomi, I don't think he does near enough damage for this. Now they bring in the silencer. Don't give him a +1. Could be too much.
Not bad. Getting the water rune.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
They have. I mean, Pitbull's gonna get some good mana. Even if he didn't get this bottle, he would. What an interesting laning stage. It's as if everybody's just kind of like playing musical chairs in this. The Deuce is doubling up the CS of the Pango, so I guess she's winning out on this.
I wonder what the conversation was like in Yakul's boot camp. You know, Baboka said, "You're gonna play Dusa, and we're gonna sack you." Yo, Pyke.
Oh, Pyke, this is huge if they get the kill here. TP in from Fly as well, beyond the one to get the kill. And Yudomi wasn't able to protect him from this one. Maybe the mobility of the Seacold Brothers lineup is what's going to give them the edge over Edge.
Microsoft.
Oh, Yudomi under the tower. They shackle him from long range. Fly with a double kill. Gotta feel pretty good for him right now. He gets to play against the sacked Pangolier, gets himself 2 kills, but somehow still less than 1,000 net worth lead overall for the Occult Brothers.
Very interesting laning stage.
Oh my god. This guy played almost a flawless Nature's Prophet game in game 1. If their idea was just like we live and die by the natures, then like, damn, I guess I'm behind it, because this guy's gonna have one of the best starts I've ever seen. I don't think Tiny even touches the impact of this guy with the net worth that Nature's Prophet's gonna have. Okay, his courier is dead. It's over. He lost.
Wait, Pyke is here. They want to go for the dive.
They do. They want it bad. Pyke is trying to do the Nature's Prophet, go into the carries lane, take a good fight. Beyond is here, though. Fly can get the kill on Pyke before. No, he will end up finally getting Fly in return. And maybe he actually runs away from this one? I didn't think it was possible, but hey, that Rocket Barrage putting in some work. Now they see Oli as well. A lot of physical damage from this lineup. The blast will take it. Now they see Beyond, but Beyond is just kind of stuck here. Can't be killed, but can't do much.
Dude, everybody left top lane now. Like, what?
What's the only thing better than a tri-lane bottom? Quad lane bottom.
Yeah.
I will say, the one thing I think that helps out that this is happening, Diffusal is such an important item for the Pangolier this game, and the more you delay this, the better your lineup is on your Occult Brothers. Both the Storm and the Dusa, neither of them really want to play into this one.
It's true, but it's gonna take him a while, right? At this point, now Pyke is taking his lane also.
So long, but his net worth isn't that much lower than Medusa and the Storm, so
it's true.
I guess it's kind of like a who cares if you don't have Diffusal? You don't really need to answer them right now, anyways.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And he did go. I mean, Vitaly. I guess he kind of had to, but he did go double stat items. So unfortunately for him, that means just like even more time that he's not going to have these treads or anything else.
This is very interesting. Like, there's no way they're killing him out here.
Right? He's got
like,
so much mana.
Zero chance. But they're just... Yeah. Oh, I guess they wanted to protect the stack. That makes sense.
Oh.
Or?
Dire's top tower.
You do have a Coddle on your team, so I'm sure there's stacks galore around, but... yeah, actually, you know, the stacking might be what separates these two teams from their interesting laning starts.
Yeah, I guess.
There's not a ton on Radiant side, but man, Edge, they definitely stacked up. Can they live? This move here. We'll take a tower down pretty early there, getting the Nature's Prophet involved. He did go 1-1-3, so not quite the Mickey build.
2 points in homie missile, by the way, for Pyke. That is quite unusual. Yeah, it must have been, right?
Honestly, I have never seen that.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
your other
it
spells.
doesn't make sense at all.
I don't believe. I actually, okay, I was joking, but I think that actually wasn't a score. I don't think there's.
No, for sure.
on
It
purpose.
must be. Yeah.
Thankfully, he's going to get plenty of levels here. Somehow, things have started to even out. I'm not quite sure how, but a Storm and my Pango, who had no first 3-4 waves, are pretty similar in net worth. Medusa has managed to come back in a beautiful way thanks to being able to stay bottom. And honestly, this looks like a normal net worth distribution. It's as if the tri-lanes never even happened, which is probably why they don't.
Yeah. Medusa recovered surprisingly well, honestly.
Really well.
Now we can just beat this tower sitting on bottom, you know. Super hard to bring him down, making sure this tower stays alive for, you know, an eternity, basically. And yeah, Fly can just chill around top. They kind of swap positions entirely, and it works out perfectly for them.
Thankfully, there are a good amount of stacks still here for the Dire side. I think they kind of got wise to that one. Honestly, I want them to stay. I don't want them to, like, I don't want the Coddle to really get involved just yet. I want them to keep stacking till your team has the items that they want.
Rune fight, potentially.
Pike. Yeah, Pike is sitting up here. All right,
Nice
he'll help
rune.
get a rune. He is going for the Dragon Lance, which means that if he is a god tier player, he will disassemble it for the Aghanim Scepter instead of waiting the extra 1,000 gold to complete it.
Disassemble it for diffusal.
Hard left turn, just completed. This is the art of the surprise. Speaking of surprise, I don't think that Fly expected there to be an Arcane Rune Tiny around, but nobody ever does. Avalanche connects, and that's going to be a nice kill for them. TPing away immediately to get back into this mid-wave.
Really huge kill. That was the best kill that could have gone with that smoke.
Yep. He needs everything. Yeah, we saw what disaster it was whenever the Tiny has his blink delayed by so much. So getting it this early, isn't that coming out on Courier now? Oh no, it's not. Okay.
No. It's yeah.
Okay,
800 gold.
Oh thank God, I was like, that is a crazy time.
I mean, he's there's a lot of squishy cores that he can kill with. It's pretty much everybody except for the Dusa is gonna be under a lot of threats for a very long time. So.
I think they saw this coming on Edge because we talk about like the epitome of a tanky offlaner that just like sits and eats the damage. Like Dusa is that. Dusa has been that for this patch entirely, but this Pangolier really opened it up that they were like, I'm not so worried.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't be too concerned about the Dusa if I'm Edge. More concerned about, you know, killing the stops in the storm mainly.
Silencer needs to die. If you kill Silencer, it's like the rest of your team's game just opens up completely.
Yeah, and you're gonna have ways to get on top of this problem anyway, because you have double initiates with the Pango and the Tiny, so definitely main concern has to be the supports and Emo on the storm.
Oh, wow. He went for the double sampler to go back for that then on the gyrocopter. 2-2-2. Now 3 points on the rocket barrage. Getting gone on now. Does manage to get the rocket barrage off before the jump, but still is dead. If you want to call it a silver lining, those words are not at a tower. But Yakolpros still have such a huge net worth lead right now in this game.
Interesting smoke route they took there. Kind of tier 2, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that is a silence.
Huh. Pretty nice.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They already got the
These
kill on
networks are
Gyro.
starting to find a way.
Oh, if they can get this tower, that's huge.
I know, dude. And now the fortification out as well. Double fort. But I don't know if Pike really wanted to show up to this.
Yeah, probably not.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And PP about to have his dagger, but I feel like they've been moving quite a bit before. It's like, just kill attempt on do sides. Cool, you get a global out, right? But that could have been your blink dagger at the same time. With his Diffu on Pango and the blink on Tiny, they're actually going to be very strong for the next 4 or 5 minutes.
This defusal is insane. Insane value of this game.
Yeah.
They're also about to get some stacks that hopefully can go over yet to the gyrocopter with double flak. 3-2-3. I don't think I've seen this distribution of skills ever.
It's funny because he started off 1-2-2.
1-2-2. Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
And then he went back because he was at 3-2-2, so he clearly went back for 2-2-2, which is the double sampler. I've again, very rare. I think the only time I really see double sampler is on like Grimstroke or Jakiro.
Homing missile then?
He must, yeah. He goes for the triple, like, good on him. I don't think I can even call it that anymore. Like, what is even a good name for a 3-3-3? Just the cubed? The cube build?
I guess.
It's weird because the gyrocopter at this point, like your 10 talent is honestly pretty good. I usually don't skip it. There's like that extra 175 health. It doesn't seem like a lot, but it really does help out when you're farming, not to get bursted as well.
It's true. I mean, you can skip it for like 1 or 2 levels sometimes if you want, but
I guess yeah.
Definitely don't leave it all the way. I mean, you definitely don't take homing missile up to 2.
You never, yeah, right. Never. Oh, zip on in! They're stopping him from getting the next point and his homing missile. They have plenty of burst damage though. Emo's got to jump onto the low ground. There's so much damage on Yudomi though. Does he get out? Oh no, he still dies. But now they've tossed on Pike onto. Oh no! Wait, he still has a point. Stop and level your homing missile.
You know, they pinged Emo's TP got cancelled on the homing missile. But I guess they don't care.
He went for a point and flag.
Dire's top tower is under
He's doing the carry build, that bastard. How could he? Oh no! What if he had an extra point in homing missile?
Oh no.
Oh no, oh god. What? What? It was the same tick?
Yeah, you got freaking stabbed, dude. I feel like every time Baboka drops the words, the guy's already dead.
Do they even have a chance to click?
Look at this.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't think they clicked him. Actually, I don't even think the words did damage. I mean, their early game has been super strong. 2 games in a row, it feels like the Occult Pros, like, they know exactly what the limits of their heroes are, and as the game gets later, I think that's when they kind of lose that grip on, like, how strong they are and how strong they can play. But right now, they are on point.
Yeah, for sure. And I think a lot of it comes down to Baboka. It looks like he's really the one calling the early game shots. It's looking really good. Because you can tell almost everything that is happening is centered around him, so... Definitely props to him.
Been really good, really good. We saw the AA was him just like running around and stacking, and this one it's much more of like a commanding position where he's leading the team where they need to go, wardsing people to show that they should die there, and it works.
Also props to Beyond. You know, he's been playing really good. You know, the newer guy out of the bunch.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Blink.
Immediately canceling that. The silence, though, it's out immediately. I don't know if you're allowed to do that without starting to roll first. They really wanted to get the mana drain on these heroes, but I think if you're Blink Avalanche, you have to start rolling immediately. Instead, they had all the vision in the world, and they lose 2 heroes, 2 cores, and the Occult Bros, they'll take that every time.
I was gonna say, you needed to chart up the Rolling Thunder even before the tiny jump comes out for that to work. You had all the time in the world, right, to calculate. Just a bit too trigger happy there for PP.
And now Snakes, they'll be used to get themselves a Roshan here. Pike is farming, but once again, pales in comparison to the farm that this Nature's Prophet is getting. Already having this Mjolnir, being able to farm multiple lanes at a time. And Pike looks like he could be a gamer. He doesn't have any of the parts, but he could buy the Ags now. He might not though. Pippi looks like he's gonna die in the top lane. Instantly gone. Michael showed up to help out, but this time it's a roll. I don't know if this roll is gonna get anything done though. Beyond is chasing down Michael. Storm will come in to finish him off. And now the Shackle actually onto the high ground. A nice swash will get him away. At least they got dragged off of the tower, but still not exactly what they wanted out of this roll.
Yeah, just didn't have enough heroes, right? Tiny's still dead, so...
Yeah.
I mean, It's kind of similar story for Edge, right? They need to get these fights going. They have this Pango Tiny that they're desperately looking to get something done with. But they're just getting outmaneuvered around the map, really. Like, they are the ones that need to bring the pace, but they haven't been able to find any openings, really, in this game. Aside from that one smoke onto Prophet earlier.
I love this audible from Gyrocopter. Going for the S&Y instead. Really feeling that, like, you need to be there now. You can't really wait for Ags plus one more item. True. Even if it is cheaper to disassemble. Get the eggs anyways. I just don't think there's any way you can play this game. If you wait for another, like, +2 items, I think your base is gone, especially versus the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, the problem is you're just gonna get outfarmed from by the NP, right?
Nah.
It's a Mjolnir, he farms so freaking fast. He has no downtime on this hero. He can show up to everything and stay, you know, constantly hitting creeps.
Oh, that is a risky TP.
Do they have damage though?
He finds Michael. Oh no, okay, never mind. They were not finding Fly-Fi. Fly-Fi was finding you, and they get the kill. Doing well with this Aegis so far. 2,000 net worth lead for them. Still 3 minutes left. And Storm Spirit, possibly the best hero to have that Aegis on, just being able to use all of his health and mana for good.
Also having the Kaya Slanch, he can go completely crazy, and if there's anything we know him for, that's going completely crazy.
Oh, I don't know about this. I think less about... Okay, I do know it was bad. They get the kill already on one, taking out a Pons 5 as well. You bait out the silence, but at what cost?
Yeah, that was an AD Storm, mind you, as well.
Ugh. I don't see what you were going to get out of that one, right? I mean, that was going to be maybe an Aegis. Certainly not 2 kills on Storm.
Maybe an Aegis, if you roll.
Yeah, right?
Maybe.
And once again, I feel like these are so disjointed. Oh, Vitalis! Very, very dead. Very, very dead there. Gets the kill. Michael trying to TP away. Looks like he will get out in time. Meanwhile, Gyro does have the full Hurricane play complete, so able to get himself out of the Sprout, maybe even out of the way of the Storm Spirit, but still trying to finish out this S&Y. This is going to be, once again, the foundation for a great hero. Maybe not a killer build, though. Looks like they're going to kill Pippi, though. He is gone. And Emo onto the high ground now, looking for another here. Looks like they should lose Michael. Fly-Fly is unstoppable right now, and he's been unstoppable for 2 games in a row on this Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, it's Nature Prophet. I mean, you said it was overrated, but I feel like it's not. I feel like this guy
He's the only one who can win on it. It's his hero. It's in his DNA. Oh, dude, the Radiance do so too. I mean, this is just something that you're allowed to do because you're so far up, and they're lacking so much damage on Edge. Now you have to battle through this evasion and mischance on Beyond. It's just so hard.
Yeah, it's kind of like you're getting to the point now where you wanted to ignore the Dusa, but now you can't ignore her because she just sits on you, disables your blink, does a lot of damage, and it's kind of the idea with the Radiance. I think Tundra were the ones started to do the Radiance Dusa, but sometimes it looks good, sometimes it's not so much, but this game it's definitely gonna look good.
It's gonna feel pretty good. They want to smoke up here, 20 seconds remaining on the Aegis. I'm sure you could take a fight in 20 seconds, but still a little bit dangerous until then. Yudomi's going to face check the Dusa, finds the Storm Spirit here. Going to be the first kill. Roll coming through first this time, and now with that silence up, they already have the stun. Emo getting out of here, maybe. He's got to do his big zip, and he'll get it, but the Aegis is going to give him all of his resources back, zipping back and forth, and they get a triple on Fly-Fly. Make it a dominating streak on Emo. That is just perfection with the Aegis regen. GG, it's a 2-0 for the Occult brothers.
Yeah, I can't blame them. This game was it's getting out of hand, right? Emo was stalling on them in the end there, using the Aegis. I mean, I guess they try to time it, but it's so hard when you don't have any control, really, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think they figured it out towards the end there. They needed to roll as the jump was coming through from the Tiny. Had they gotten that down beforehand, maybe things would have been fine, but unfortunately, because they didn't have that down for those first few jumps, they lost so much net worth out of these failed movements here on Team Edge.
Yeah, unfortunately for Edge, I mean, this BB, we were discussing if he was going to be a success or not on the +5, but based on the trial, and that's so interesting, it didn't really... It wasn't able to do anything in the early game, right? When you're not playing as heroes, and then... Yeah, I think Yakult, they just played way more together, way more focused in this game as well, and Edge, they had a lot of smaller, like, misplays, miscoordinations, I guess. And they just weren't able to combine in any sort of meaningful way. They had a pickup here and there, but it didn't really ever feel like they were about to take over any sort of area on the map.
No, I was down for their lineup. I think their lineup actually did still look very good in this one. I think it's just the failed movements that really sunk them in this one. And maybe allowing Nature's Prophet through.
Yeah, that too.
Maybe those two things. But I think too many teams are trying to cook versus the Natures. Sometimes it works, but this time and last time feels like the Natures got the upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can beat Nature's Prophet. It's not that, but you need to have a super solid plan, right? You need to have multiple steps, figured out. Not just a laning stage, not just, oh, we're gonna have catch. You need to actually find a way to beat him in the lane and then overpower him and slow down his Mjolnir. If you can do that, then it's gonna look good. But I feel like a lot of the time people are just thinking, or these teams, they don't have this full idea of plan. And I get it, it's hard, but you need to have so much more to beat these heroes. Like we've seen it so many times, like this TA, this Prophet. You need to have so much to beat them. If you're not convinced you have it, like, I don't know. I guess they do, but I feel like it's just a bit too... it's not as great of a plan, I guess.
Yeah, it's not straightforward, right? Anytime that you get this guy $1 billion net worth, he already has like a Hurricane Pike BKB. Like, you let things go that far, it's really hard to play the game. I think the only difference is that with Nature's Prophet, it's very easy to let it go that far. Other heroes getting that amount of net worth, it really takes both a lane win and super efficient farming patterns, probably a lot of stacks. Yep. But Nature's Prophet's ability to just max out his TP, go between ancient camps, and always have that extra XP plus gold, like, it's just unrivaled compared to anybody else who can try to farm out like that.
Yeah, I think the key is really you can't let him get a successful laning stage because he's just going to have Maelstrom, or he's going to have Mjolnir pre-20, and then it's going to be so fast after that because he's just farming everything, being able to show up to fights. He opens tier 1 towers, and then, yeah, if you let that happen, you can beat him late game, but it's going to be a struggle the whole game.
Yeah, no, it's really hard, and I think that's part of why the tri-lane worked out so well. I don't think it was necessarily like giving him a ton of XP that really matters, is like allowing him to get that quickest Maelstrom you can possibly get, even at the expense of whatever your Dusa was getting, which, by the way, wasn't a sacrifice. You got a lot. But we are going to get to talk to somebody here. We have an interview coming for you guys. It's Baboka coming from the Occult Brothers. Hello, Baboka. Nice to see you.
Hello. Hello.
Congratulations. You can't see us? Okay, well, it's you know what Hanskin looks like, right? He's pretty famous, you know? Oh, okay, never mind. He's saying who. We're gonna move off of that one. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the 2-0. You guys dominated these two games. And first off, your AA. You played so damn well. Okay, you were stacking. You were camping in the mid lane. How did you decide to just like completely leave your lane in that game 1 and just sit mid and right click the Earthshaker?
首先，宝宝卡，恭喜你们2-0碾压了 H 战队，尤其是第一把你当时那个冰魂，这个主持人呢也是觉得这个解说他是觉得你这个冰魂真是打得太强了，就整把就感觉就是一个冰魂爽局，就是感觉到你就是无处不在，到处就是又是屯野又是中路蹲人，而且当时就是你决定直接离开你们的优势路去蹲你们的中路，然后并且很成功的就是就是很成功的打出了好几波反击，就想问你当时是怎么做出这样的一个决定的？你是怎么就是完全读透对面想要做什么的呢？
没有读透吧，我就觉得我在下路已经没用了吧，我就想那我去中路去搞一下对面的那个中单嘛，我搞了快2分钟的中单，那个对面5号位都不来，我说那我继续了， 给点搞笑好吧？对面5号位。
Okay, so Bobuka was saying that it wasn't really like us reading Edge's movement or something. It's mostly I was looking at the conditions of lanes. I was like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to be able to contribute much in the bottom lane, so I'm just gonna go to mid and I'm just gonna help out our mid and try to put more pressure on the opponent's mid. And I did that, and it for like 2 whole minutes, and none of the supports rotated over. So for some reason, so it pretty much just gave us like an overwhelming advantage. And since they are not making any adjustments to counter us, I'm just gonna keep doing it. And yeah.
That's awesome. I'm so sorry for giving you a long question, Jim. That's my bad. Thank you so much. And I guess my other question then is, you guys have 2 out of 3 wins on Nature's Prophet. It seems like you're the only team that's able to win with it. Do you think you guys have a better read on the hero than everybody else?
目前先知这个英雄呢，就是总共目前为止选了3把，而且只赢了3次，而且其中2次都是你们战队就是获得的胜利。就想问你。你是认为这个英雄你们战队是否对先知这个英雄有额外的就是理解或者非常有效的打法吗？
就感觉菲菲玩先知很厉害啊，他一直在说我有飞，我有飞，我有飞，我有飞，就是感觉哪有都有他，就感觉很厉害。
I think that Fly is just really good on that hero, and true to his name, I think he's just a natural on Nature's Prophet. He's always constantly telling the team, "Hey, I can fly, I can fly, I can fly." His name Fly, so he's able to be super mobile. The hero, he's present around the whole map at all times, and just able to exert so much pressure on the opponent team.
Awesome, thank you.
I wanted to ask Boboka, it seems, at least from the outside, it looks like you have a strong leadership position in the team. A lot of, especially in the early game, a lot of it is centered around where your hero is, like usually where the action is as well. Do you feel like you're some sort of early game leader and the cores take over later, or how do you see your role in the team in this sense?
Hans 跟这位解说呢，就想问。他说他在看你们的比赛的时候，他觉得至少前期的时候，感觉很多的行动、很多的战斗都是围绕着你在这边打。就想问你是否在YB 战队里面已经是占有一种就是至少前期的这个声音的指挥，基本上都是由你来做的呢？还是只是战队好像因为前期的情况，然后自然形成的一种现象？
没有吧？不是，我就觉得我们3号位打得好吧，就我怎么玩他都没有压力，就感觉很舒服呀。就反正我随便走嘛，他反正扛得住的。
是谁在指挥或组织的呢？
就我们压力就是我指挥了，就他说我先问一句兄弟扛得住不？他说他可以扛，我就去干别的路了，就开始说一些别的边路的情况传信息嘛。
好。Well, it's really because I have such an awesome position tree player who is just so good at the game, and he allows me to do whatever I want. Because every time I ask him like, hey, how's the lane going? He goes like, yeah, I'm fine, I'm totally fine. You can go do stuff. So since I'm given the freedom to make plays, then I naturally would have like the voice to tell my teammates to play around me and be able to dictate the flow of the game in the early game.
That is amazing. So a follow-up question then. Was that the plan to try lane and leave your offlaner solo Dusa in game 2? Or was that just something that happened, based on the read of the game or whatever?
那包括第2把，当时你们选择就是杠3，然后不是杠3，就是你们选择3人1路，并且把这个美杜莎就是一个人让他去当一个就是像很经典的列单了的英雄了。就想问你，当时是你的决定，还是他的决定，还是你们团队、你们整个战队就是看这个对线情况就决定这么做了呢？
我记得我当时想了想，因为我在想我在上路好像也没什么用。我说兄弟，给我要不去游3游个几分钟，看对面什么情况吧。然后我在对面对劣势路一直在玩，他没人管我，感觉对面劣势都是炸了。然后他们上路也没要到美杜莎，就感觉很成功啊。
again, it was just me reading the lanes and thinking, again, this is not a lane that I can really contribute much to. So I asked our position 3 players, like, hey, I'm just going to rotate. I'm going to try to rotate to our safe lane to try and make things happen. Are you okay with that? It's like, yeah, sure, whatever. So I went to the safe lane. We tri laned it, and it was very successful. We completely demolished their off lane. Meanwhile, and then I looked back on top, and then Medusa is like super fat in the off lane. So we're like, okay, well, that worked out.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Baboka. You guys got a nice 2-0. I hope you guys continue it for day 2.
好，非常感谢 Baboka 接受这次采访，也再次恭喜你们2比0，非常成功的战胜了 H 战队。
OK， 拜拜。
Bye.
Bye. Good luck.
Bye. That's wonderful. Being able to just have an offlaner that you're like, buddy, I'm gonna leave you. We'll go somewhere else. And then you look and he's just so farmed anyways. Maybe Beyond is gonna make a choice. I mean, make a case. I know that this team is still kind of figuring out what is successful for them, but I don't know. Beyond joining this team, he only joined this month. This could be the piece that they've been missing.
No, he looks really solid, and I have to say, being ex-support players myself, it's the best feeling when your core is like happy to do anything that's good for the team, and it's like it's good to have this sort of confidence in you, like from your team, being able to basically just do what you think is right all the time, and not having somebody that makes you question your decisions, basically.
Yeah, no, we can see all the games that we had today here, and check it out. I believe we had plenty of 1-1s, and then, we had 2 1-1s to start, and then you and I were gifted with the 2-0s. We still had some close ones in there, but overall, Shopify, my NA pride, they got that 2-0, and then China came back in Series 2, giving us that 2-0 versus Edge.
Yeah, pretty close all in all, and I guess we're gonna see the score. As unfortunately for Edge, they're falling a bit behind here, but overall it's pretty even still. Both groups. Navi Junior maybe the biggest surprise, right?
Yeah, so that was a 1-1, I believe, also for the Occult Brothers, right? So both of these teams actually been pretty well against each other, and then getting these 2-0s. And Edge, you're only 1 game worse than Team Falcons. We take those.
We do.
On the other side, of course, a lot more 2-2s in that one. Barely sneaking ahead on Bet Boom and Aurora Gaming right now. And hey, having your bottom 2 being at 1 and 3 is not bad. That is certainly a group where anybody can rise to the top tomorrow.
Yeah, 100%. Still got a lot of games remaining, so anything can happen for sure.
And what are these teams fighting for? I love this. I don't know if I got to talk to you about this yet, but I do love the club reward. I think it's nice to kind of like separate that to show like player versus like keeping the orgs in tow, because obviously in Dota 2, we love having the orgs on board. We want to keep them in here, so having that specific club reward is really cool to see.
Is that on top of the prize money?
I want to say yes. I probably shouldn't.
That is amazing.
I'm not committing to it.
Regardless, it's a good feature. I think it promotes teams sticking into the scene. And because Dota players are greedy, they like to keep the money for themselves. So I'm all on board supporting the orgs, and also the EPT points, of course.
It is indeed in addition to the way that I'm reading it out, so should be good. And there's the EPT leaderboard. Remember, if we do get a top 8 here for the Extreme Gaming team, then they have the possibility of actually bumping Team Tidebound into the top 8 as well, since that would go, or I guess not the top 8, but they would also go qualification, since they have the ACL championship there for Extreme Gaming. Meaning
that would also be good for. That would also be good for Yakult's brothers as well, right? So they get a potentially easier qualifier.
That's true. But yeah, I mean, it would be really nice, of course. They would get into EWC that way and bring somebody else in from their region. But yeah, you can see here, scheduled for tomorrow, Boom and OG and Latham going to lead us off here. Navi Junior, we'll see if they stay on top. They're going to go versus Edge, of course. For them, it feels like they should be making their way to 5-1, but if I know this Edge team, they're not going down without a fight. I think they should at least take 1 game out of that one as they regroup for tomorrow. Shopify and Boom will be our start, and then Avalis and Edge for us. I always love to see a good Avalis lineup.
Yeah, for sure. They added Fly recently, which is gonna be nice to see how he's gonna fit with them. Probably, I mean, so they changed 3 players not long ago, so definitely a bit of a, they need to ease into it probably, but it's gonna be interesting to see nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, it hurts because I did like their support duo for a bit there, but at the same time, man, Fly is so cool to watch. I love every team that he's been on. I've really, even though, again, like Stormstormer leaving and then Mobe coming in, I like Stormstormer a lot too, but Mobe has been super cool. I actually got to talk to him at Raleigh this year too. It was just super nice. So I do want to see this team succeed. It's one, maybe my bias will show through in that one too. They're not North American, but I'll count them. Fly is close enough for me.
That is true. It is.
But we're excited. We're excited for tomorrow, of course. I'm happy that we get to get some more games in tomorrow. And, to close off the day, we got some highlights. Thank you so much for everybody for watching. All right, it's over. But be back tomorrow to watch some more Dota. I'm Matt, and that's Hanskin. We'll see you tomorrow.
constellation. My vision's far from hazy. I need no confirmation. Take my heart and don't let it stray. True love and affection will come again another day as the sight of your